In the 21st year of Yuan Chang's reign, on a summer afternoon, in the Ningxiang courtyard of the Marquis of Jing'an's residence, Zhuo Qixing had just woken from her nap. She lounged lazily on a reclining chair in the pavilion, reading a book. On the stone table beside her were a few plates of half-eaten fruit. A maid in a light green dress stood nearby, gently fanning her. The scene was peaceful and relaxed. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, breaking the calm. Before the person arrived, a young voice called out, Miss, something terrible has happened." As the words fell, a little maid of about 11 or 12, her hair tied in 2 buns, appeared before them. The weather was hot, and after running quite a distance, her face was flushed and her forehead glistened with sweat. The maid with the fan scolded softly, "Jinyu, why are you so flustered? Have you forgotten all your manners?" The little maid named Jinyu realized her mistake and quickly composed herself. She walked briskly forward and said, "You're right, Sister Baofeng. I just heard that there's a big commotion at 2nd Mrs. Qiushuang courtyard. I got anxious and lost my composure." Baofeng continued fanning without pause. "What caused the trouble?" "I heard 2nd Miss wants to break off her engagement," Jinyu said, her tone carrying a hint of excitement. "But Madame Lu disagrees, and 2nd Miss is threatening to harm herself if she can't." Hearing this, Zhuo Qixing set down her book and turned to look at Jinyu. The second young lady of Marquis Jing'an's household, Zhuo Qiyue, was engaged to Hu Jing'an, the 4th son of the Duke of Anghua's family. Hu Jing'an had not grown up in the capital. It was said that he had gone away to study from a young age and had only returned last month. However, Zhuo Qixing knew the real reason. She had been living inside the story for more than a month now. In the original book, it was written that when the 4th young master was born, his mother, Princess Fukan, passed away during childbirth. Before he was even a month old, the old duke also died, and soon after, the old duchess fell seriously ill. At that time, the current duke, who was still the heir, invited a fortune-teller. The man claimed that Hu Jing'an was born under a cursed star that would bring misfortune to his family. If he stayed in the duke's household before coming of age, it might endanger everyone there. Because of this, the infant Hu Jing'an was sent away. By April, Hu Jing'an had turned 20 and finally returned to the duke's residence, though he was not welcomed warmly. Still, no one outside the family knew the truth. To others, marrying into the duke's household was an excellent match. The original plan had been to choose the legitimate daughter for the engagement. But since Zhuo Qixing's birth mother had passed away early, all household matters were managed by concubine Lu. Naturally, she wanted such a good marriage for her own daughter. This engagement had not been easy to secure, and no one knew how much effort concubine Lu had spent on it. So, when Zhuo Qiyue suddenly wanted to break off the engagement, it seemed very strange. When Jinyu noticed the eldest young lady looking at her, she became even more eager to speak. The second young lady keeps saying that young Master Hua is unlucky. He's been raised outside for so many years and doesn't seem like a proper son of the Duke's family at all. She says she would rather do anything than marry him. Zhuo Qixing smiled thoughtfully. Short-lived? It seemed this second sister, like herself, either knew the story or had lived through it once before. If she truly broke off the engagement, the next step would likely be arranging her own marriage, so she could soon be with her destined partner. Or perhaps Jinyu hadn't learned everything. Maybe things were already in motion. Zhuo Qixing's guess was right. At that moment, in Qiushuang courtyard, Zhuo Qiyue was holding Madame Lu's arm, trying to persuade her. "Mother, marriage is a major life decision. Can't you understand your daughter's feelings? You said it yourself, it's a major decision." Madame Lu, still catching her breath, pressed a hand to her chest. "The Duke's family is of such high status. They originally wanted to marry your elder sister, and I worked so hard to secure this match for you. How can you just say you don't want it?" It was only because the main wife had passed away early that Madame Lu now managed the household affairs of the Marquis's residence. Otherwise, this engagement would never have been possible. Mother, think about it. Why wasn't the Duke's 4th son raised in the capital? Zhuo Qiyue leaned closer, holding her mother's arm. I heard that Jing'an brings misfortune to those close to him and is said to have a short life. He might not live past 30. Would you really let your daughter marry him and become a widow so young? Madame Lu looked at Zhuo suspiciously. If what she said was true, she certainly couldn't let her daughter suffer. But who could tell if the rumor was real? Where did you hear this? She asked. Mother, your daughter naturally has her own sources, Zhuo said, gently shaking her mother's arm. But about his bad luck with family, everyone in the Duke's household should already know. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to ask around. Then you'll see whether I'm telling the truth. Madame Lu's eyes flickered with doubt. She wasn't afraid of small risks, but what if this turned out to be true? If things were as Yuer said, then this marriage might not be as good as she had thought. Seeing her mother's hesitation, Zhuo pressed on, Mother, this matter isn't hard to fix. The Duke's family originally wanted to marry a legitimate daughter. If you simply switch my engagement with my elder sisters, everything will be solved. Your elder sister is engaged to the second son of General Mingwei's family. The general's household holds a fourth-rank title. How can that compare to the Duke's family? Madame Lu gave Zhuo a reproachful look. If it weren't for General Su's old friendship with the late Marquis, how could our family have arranged for the legitimate daughter to marry into the general's household? A fourth-rank family was already considered high status. Between these two families, it was fitting for the Duke's family to marry a legitimate daughter and the general's family to marry a concubine's daughter. But the decision rested with Madame Lu. Madame Lu was the Marquis of Jing'an's most favored concubine. If not for her low birth, she might have already been made the official wife. Now, aside from the title, she was hardly different from the true Marchioness. Mother, while family rank matters in marriage, the other side's potential and future are even more important, Zhuo said softly, pouring a cup of tea and handing it to her. I've also asked around through my close friends. The general's second son is talented in both learning and martial arts, with a bright future ahead. After being reborn, she already knew how capable Su Sheng was. In her previous life, he had earned great military achievements and was granted the title of first-rank general before the age of 30. Marrying Su Sheng meant she would surely become a first-rank lady of honor. More importantly, she knew that she and Su Sheng truly loved each other. Compared to that, the fourth young master of the Duke's household, who was not valued by his family, was hardly worth mentioning. In fact, after marrying him for 8 years, she had barely seen him a few times before news of his death arrived. In this life, she would never again step into that pit of misery. Madame Lu was finally persuaded. She gently patted her daughter's hand and said, I'll first send someone to the Duke of An's residence to find out the truth. If it's confirmed, I'll think of a way. The next morning, Zhuo left the house early with her maid, Ma Xiang, heading straight to Baiweihai, the largest pastry shop in the city. Su Sheng's mother, Madame Shi, loved Baiweihai's lotus pastries. At this time, Su Sheng had not yet joined the army. He only held a minor post in the city patrol office, which gave him plenty of time to show filial respect to his mother. He had once said that while working in the patrol office, he would often stop by Baiweihai to buy pastries for her. Now reborn, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Zhuo could hardly wait to see her husband again. The city was lively, filled with the calls of street vendors and the bustle of people coming and going, full of the warmth and energy of everyday life. In front of Baiweihai stood a stall selling silk flowers. Zhuo was there, carefully choosing among the colorful blossoms, facing the direction of the shop. She didn't wait long before seeing a young man of about 18 or 19 walking from afar. He was tall and slender, with a handsome face, dressed in the blue coarse uniform of the city patrol. Even across the street, Zhuo recognized Su Sheng at once. Unlike the confident and noble man she remembered from her past life, this Su Sheng still looked young and inexperienced. His plain uniform made him seem no different from an ordinary citizen. But Zhuo knew this was only temporary. Her Erlang was like an unpolished gem. Given time, he would surely grow into someone remarkable. Finally, she saw him again. Unable to hide her excitement, Zuochiyue stepped away from the stall and took a few steps toward him as he approached. In this life, no matter what happened, she would make the right choice from the very beginning.
Miss.
Ma Xiang called out anxiously when she saw her walking toward the middle of the street. But Zuochiyue didn't seem to hear. Her eyes stayed fixed on Su Sheng as she walked into the road. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Su Sheng turned his head and met her eyes filled with deep emotion. Not far away stood a young woman in a pale lotus-colored silk dress embroidered with tiny daffodils. Her fair face was bright and graceful, and her gentle beauty made her stand out. Most striking of all were her eyes, clear and shining like autumn water, quietly captivating. Being watched so intently by her, Su Sheng suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken. Zuochiyue's eyes seemed to speak, filled with quiet emotion that said more than words ever could. Su Sheng quickly came to his senses and recognized her, the second young lady of the Marquis of Jing'an's household, Zuochiyue, his fiancée's younger sister. Realizing this, he turned his head away at once, knowing his direct gaze had been a bit improper. Yet his heart kept pounding uncontrollably. For some reason, this young lady gave him a strange sense of warmth. Even when he looked away, those gentle eyes lingered in his mind. Just then, a shout came from the street. "Make way. Everyone move aside." Following the sound, he saw a rider galloping toward them at great speed. In the blink of an eye, the horse was almost upon them. Zuochiyue was standing in the middle of the street. Seeing the rider charging straight at her, she froze, unable to react in time. If she didn't move, she would surely be struck down in the next moment. At that critical instant, Su Sheng reacted instinctively. He rushed forward, pulled the startled Zuochiyue into his arms, and turned aside to avoid the oncoming horse. As the son of a general, Su Sheng was quick and strong, and his rescue was swift and sure. When they finally came to their senses, Zuochiyue was still in Su Sheng's arms, trembling slightly, her head lowered, holding onto him tightly in fright. The rider galloped past, and only when the crowd gasped did Zuochiyue seem to wake from her shock. She hurriedly pulled herself out of Su Sheng's arms. Miss, are you all right?" Her maid, Ma Xiang, was frightened by the sudden event and quickly ran over to check if Zuochiyue was hurt. When she saw that her mistress was unharmed, another kind of fear rose in her heart. Just now, the young lady had been in the arms of a man. What should they do now? Even if it happened for a reason, such closeness in public was improper for a young lady of good family. If word spread, it could ruin her chances of marriage. Zuochiyue still looked frightened, but inside, she felt secretly pleased. She had only wanted to catch a glimpse of him, yet this unexpected turn might change everything. After this incident, her engagement would have to be reconsidered. Meanwhile, in the Ningxiang courtyard, Zuochixing sat with her eyes closed, planning how to gain the greatest advantage from the current situation. Before arriving in this world, she had lived through 10 harsh years in a ruined land where supplies were scarce and danger was everywhere. People never knew if they would have food for the next meal, and even sleep offered no safety. Now, living in comfort and luxury was something she could never have imagined back then. She possessed wood-based powers, and though they had weakened after she came here, they still remained. For days she had been searching for ways to strengthen them, but with little success. While she was still thinking, the young maid Jinyu hurried in again. This time, she walked all the way into the room, stood properly, bowed respectfully, and said, "Miss, something big has happened. I just heard from the gatekeeper's wife that the second miss went out early this morning and was seen hugging a man in the street." "Oh." Zuochixing sat up a little, looking interested. "Do you know what the man looked like?" Jinyu described vividly. "They say he was a young officer wearing the city patrol uniform." The two of them stood close together for quite a while, and when they parted, they looked very reluctant.
So it was true.
Zuochixing hadn't expected Zuochiyue to be so impatient. She must be afraid of missing her ideal match. Zuochixing took a few copper coins from her sleeve and handed them to Jinyu with a smile. "You did well. Come report again if there's more news."
All right.
The little maid accepted the reward happily and ran off. Baofeng was stunned by the news and stayed silent for a while. Seeing that her mistress's expression hadn't changed, she cautiously asked, "The city patrol? Could it be young Master Su?" Zhua Qixing nodded. "No need to worry. The second miss just broke off her engagement yesterday. Could it be she's after the marriage meant for you? She wants to take everything," Baofeng said angrily. "If she wants it, let her have it. It's not a big deal." It wasn't as if she was trying to take her money. Besides, Zhua Qixing truly had no interest in a man like Su Sheng, an ungrateful, shameless person living off others. This isn't a big deal? If this isn't a big deal, then what is? Baofeng stomped his foot anxiously. Not having food to eat is a big deal, Zhua Qixing said calmly. "Baofeng, find my mother's dowry list for me." To Zhua Qixing, these two marriage proposals didn't make much difference. She believed that as long as she had money, she could live comfortably anywhere. In comparison, the Duke of Anghua's household seemed more comfortable. She planned that once she married, she would live separately, and when the unloved fourth young master passed away early, she would become a wealthy widow. In this era, there was no better life than that. Baofeng agreed and went into the inner room. Zhua Qixing's mother, Lin Miaoyan, came from the Marquis of Jinnan's family. She was the old Marquis's only legitimate daughter and was deeply loved. When the two noble families married back then, Lin Miaoyan's dowry stretched for miles. The first part had already entered the Marquis of Jinnan's residence, while the last part had not even left the Jinnan estate. People talked about it for years. Now that her only daughter was about to marry, her mother's dowry naturally belonged to her. The problem was that Lin Miaoyan had passed away 8 years ago. During those years, the household affairs had been managed by concubine Lu. To retrieve everything completely would take some effort. When Baofeng finally got the long dowry list, he still stood there, lips pressed tightly together, his face full of stubbornness. How could the young lady be so unconcerned about something as important as marriage? Zhua Qixing didn't look up and simply ordered, "Baofeng, go and casually let Madame Zhu know the news that Jinyu found out today. Make it seem unintentional." Yes, Mississippi Baofeng didn't quite understand her master's intention, but said nothing more and went out to make the arrangements. Madame Zhu was the most talkative woman in the entire Marquis Jingan's household. Once she knew something, the whole residence would soon know as well. So when Zhua Qiyue returned home, she immediately felt that the atmosphere in the mansion was rather strange. A maid sent by concubine Lu was waiting in the front yard. As soon as she saw the second young lady return, she quickly led her to concubine Lu's courtyard, where concubine Lu came out to greet her. "My dear child, were you frightened?" She gently patted Zhua Qiyue's back twice, more for comfort than anything else. Zhua Qiyue was a little surprised. She hadn't expected the news from outside to reach home so quickly. "Mother, please don't worry.
I'm fine."
She took concubine Lu's hand and went inside. After dismissing the servants, they began to discuss the real matter. Why were you in such a hurry?" Concubine Lu said anxiously, clapping her hands in frustration. "If this spreads, it could harm your reputation. Even if you must act, wouldn't it be better to let Zhua Qixing and the fourth young master of the Hor family be linked instead? If today's incident had involved Zhua Qixing and the fourth son of the Duke of Anghua's family, they would have had the upper hand. In that case, the situation wouldn't be so difficult, and with Zhua Qixing's large dowry, concubine Lu was determined to claim a share of it. Zhua Qiyue, however, didn't seem concerned. "Mother, it's easy to handle Zhua Qixing since he lives in our mansion, but the fourth young master of the Duke's family is rarely seen in the capital. He never attends banquets, and no one even knows what he looks like. How can we make this work?" Madame Lu thought for a moment. It was true. The fourth son of the Hor family was like a dragon that appeared and vanished without a trace. This would indeed be difficult. "You shouldn't risk yourself for this, my foolish child. It's not that I won't try to help you." "Mother, what happened today wasn't something I planned," Zhua Qiyue said gently, patting Madame Lu's back. Someone was riding recklessly in the street, and young Master Su only saved me in a moment of urgency. Zhuo didn't care much about the possible gossip. Reputation was just reputation. In her past life, she had married into the Su family as a widow. Though she started as a concubine, Su Sheng had treated her with great affection. After Zhuo Qixing's death, he even made her his official wife. Compared to that, a small misunderstanding caused by saving someone was nothing worth worrying about. Still, Madame Lu couldn't hide her concern. Enough. What's done is done. When your father returns from court, I'll speak to him. That afternoon, news came from Jinyu that the Marquis had returned from court in a fury. After scolding everyone, he rushed out again without even changing his clothes. Zhuo Qixing only smiled when she heard this. She knew that with the abilities of that mother and daughter, securing a marriage proposal would not be difficult. What the Marquis was doing outside, Zhuo Qixing didn't know. 3 days later, after court, he sent someone to summon her to his study. "Father, you asked for me?" After Zhuo Qixing entered the room, she gave a quick bow and, without waiting for Marquis Jing'an to speak, sat down in the grand chair by the table. Marquis Wenbai felt that his eldest daughter was not as calm and proper as usual, but since he had serious matters to discuss, he did not dwell on it. "The summer heat has been strong lately. Are you getting used to it, Xing? If you need anything, just tell me," he said, pouring her a cup of tea himself and handing it to her. "Thank you, father," Zhuo Qixing replied with a smile, taking the cup and placing it in front of her. "Please, father, speak directly." She thought to herself that her father rarely showed his face. If he had called her here today, it must be for a reason. He would never come just to ask about her well-being. Marquis Jing'an was momentarily at a loss for words. Normally, he would have scolded her for such a tone, but, remembering the matter he needed to discuss, he went straight to the point. "Xinger, what do you think about your marriage?" "The match grandfather arranged for me is excellent," she said. "The general's family is upright and honorable, and the second young master, Su, must be a kind and proper man. I couldn't be more satisfied." The Marquis was again taken aback. He studied his eldest daughter carefully. Her expression was sincere, as if she truly was very pleased with the arrangement. Since childhood, she had rarely sought his attention, unlike her younger sister, who was much closer to him. Still, he believed he had never treated her unfairly. She had always received what a legitimate daughter should. The stiff and overly cautious image he once had of her seemed to have completely disappeared today. Marquis Jing'an's eyes flickered slightly. He lifted his cup of tea, took a sip, and said thoughtfully, "What do you think of your second sister's marriage?" "Father, you must be joking. My sister's marriage is for you to decide. How could I, as her elder sister, worry about it?" For a moment, Marquis Jing'an felt that this daughter was as slippery as an eel. Talking to her was like debating with the old foxes in court. "You can speak frankly. Isn't the Duke of Anghua's family a good match?" "I wouldn't know," Zhuo Qixing replied with a sincere smile. "You serve in the court and surely know the Duke's family well. What I've heard are just rumors from the streets, hardly reliable." "Oh, and what kind of rumors are those?
Tell me."
Zhuo Qixing looked up at him, her eyes filled with amusement. "I heard that the Duke's fourth son was said to have an unlucky fate and was sent away from the capital when he was young. I think, though the Duke's family is very noble, father should still be cautious for my sister's sake." Marquis Jing'an avoided her gaze by taking another sip of tea, feeling even more troubled inside. Before calling her in, he had thought that exchanging a lower marriage for a higher one would surely please his eldest daughter. But after this conversation, he was no longer sure. "Ahem," Marquis Jing'an said seriously, "you also said these are just rumors. They can't be taken as truth." Zhuo Qixing leaned back in the grand chair, sitting at ease, saying nothing. The two of them stayed silent for a long time. Zhuo Qixing had already finished her cup of tea, yet she kept turning the cup in her hands, calm and unmoving. In the end, Marquis Jing'an gave in and said after some thought, "You are, after all, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis's household. It wouldn't be proper for a concubine's daughter to marry into a higher family than you. So, I plan to switch your engagement with your second sisters, letting you marry into the Duke of Ongwa's family instead. What do you think? Zhua Qixing set her cup down on the table with a soft sound. I don't agree. Father, do you think marriage is a game? Can it be changed so easily? I'm doing this for your own good, the Marquis said, holding back his anger. Don't you think the Duke's family is better than the general of Mingwei's household? Everyone knew that a Duke's family was far more powerful than that of a fourth-rank general. But Zhua Qixing refused to follow his reasoning. I don't think so, she said firmly. Since my engagement is already set with the general's family, then that is the best match for me. Besides, if father truly cared for me, why didn't you say this when the engagement was first arranged? The wedding is next year. Why bring up such nonsense now? The Marquis poured himself another cup of tea, took a sip to calm down, then raised his voice. My decision is final. Don't act ungrateful when you're the one gaining the advantage. His words were harsh enough that most young ladies would have knelt and begged for forgiveness. But Zhua Qixing remained still. Advantage? Is marrying the Duke's fourth son, who brings trouble wherever he goes, an advantage? My small shoulders can't bear such a heavy burden. The Marquis of Jing'an was truly furious and shouted, Nonsense. How can a daughter speak to her father like this? Zhua Qixing still looked calm, but her words were firm. Father, if you insist on changing your daughter's marriage arrangement, isn't that even more unreasonable? The Marquis slammed the teacup in his hand to the ground near Zhua Qixing's feet and said sharply, Marriage is decided by the parents. Whether you agree or not, it will be changed today. The teacup shattered with a crisp sound, tea splashing onto Zhua Qixing's skirt. The young woman, however, showed no fear and did not move at all. If father insists on forcing this, what can your daughter do? I will have to go out and ask others whether any parent treats their child's marriage this way. Her voice rose, carrying a tone of firmness and strength. Standing at the study door, Baofeng and the Marquis's servant Wang Ji exchanged uneasy glances, shocked by the loud argument inside. But since the Marquis had given orders, they dared not enter. The Marquis was so angry that his face turned red. None of this conversation had gone as he expected. You. Defying your parents like this. You are being unfilial. In an age when a father's authority was absolute, being called unfilial was a very serious accusation. Zhua Qixing ignored everything else and stood up from the grand chair. Looking straight at Marquis Jing'an, she said clearly, Grandfather arranged my engagement, but father insists on changing it. If we're talking about being unfilial, it was father who first went against grandfather's wishes. What right do you have to blame your daughter? Marquis Jing'an's eyes turned red as he looked at her. When he called her over, he had planned to talk calmly, believing she would agree without resistance. But now, the two were completely at odds, unable to speak peacefully anymore. Zhua Qixing wasn't finished. She continued, You say I disobey my parents, but I don't agree. If mother knew how you treat me now, she would probably rise from her grave to defend me, sighing that her husband has already become someone else's father. You. Marquis Jing'an was furious, almost grabbing another teacup to throw at her. How have I treated you badly? Isn't the Duke's family a better match? How have I ever wronged you? Zhua Qixing gave a faint, mocking smile. Does father think I don't know what happened with my second sister? When there was a good match, you gave it to her. Now that rumors say her fiancé brings misfortune, you push me, your eldest daughter, to take her place. Father, you certainly know how to plan for your own benefit. Marquis Jing'an could no longer hold back and shouted angrily, Get out. Leave at once. Zhua Qixing glanced at him lightly, then turned and walked away without looking back. Baofeng, who had been waiting by the door, quickly followed her on tiptoe as she headed toward the Ningxiang courtyard. After leaving the main hall and seeing that no one was around, she finally let out a long sigh and said, Didn't the eldest young lady say that if second miss wants to marry young Master Su, she can have him? Yes, it's really a small matter.
But
I don't understand, Baofeng said carefully. If it's such a small matter, why did the eldest young lady argue so fiercely with the Marquis? She had been listening outside earlier and it had almost turned into a fight inside the study. Even if it's a small matter, it can't be given away so easily. When someone wants something from you, they should at least offer something in return. Right now, they were the ones in a hurry, and they were the ones who needed this to happen. For her, this was a bargaining chip. Without enough benefits, they shouldn't even think about it. After Zhuo Qixing returned to her own courtyard, Madame Lu soon took Zhuo Qiuyue to the front study. The three of them discussed matters there until dinner time before leaving. When the Marquis of Jing'an came out, he was no longer as angry as before. The next day, Zhuo Qixing was called to the study again. The room looked the same as before, and the cup that had been broken yesterday had already been cleaned up. But when Zhuo Qixing entered, she deliberately glanced at the spot where the cup had shattered. The Marquis of Jing'an noticed and couldn't help recalling what had happened yesterday, his expression turning slightly uneasy. He paused for a moment, then said, "Xing'er, have a seat first." Zhuo Qixing sat down without hesitation and said directly, "Father, do you still want to talk about changing the engagement?" The Marquis of Jing'an hesitated, then nodded. Yesterday, the two parted on bad terms. To be honest, he really didn't want to lower his pride and go to see his eldest daughter again. If possible, he would rather never deal with her anymore. However, he couldn't ignore Madame Lu and Yue either. Marquis Jing'an sighed and said, "Today, I want to have a proper talk with you. If you have any requests, just tell me. I promise you won't feel wronged." Zhuo Qixing calmly played with a new tea set on the table and said, "If that's the case, Father, please invite Madame Lu and my younger sister to join us so we can discuss together."
Why?
Marquis Jing'an looked at her in surprise. "I'm just worried you might not be able to decide on your own," Zhuo Qixing said with a faint smile. "After all, since my mother passed away, Madame Lu has had great influence over you. I'm only afraid you might find it hard to explain things to her later." "Nonsense." Marquis Jing'an slammed the table angrily. "I am the head of this family. Why would I need to explain myself to anyone?" It seemed his eldest daughter had stopped pretending altogether. Her words were now sharp and merciless. All right. Father isn't being controlled. I must have misunderstood," Zhuo Qixing said smoothly. "Then please, Father, go ahead and speak, just about the things you can truly decide." Every word, she said, hit right where it hurt. Marquis Jing'an forced himself to calm down, remembering the purpose of today's meeting, and finally sat back down, though his tone remained far from pleasant. "Your second sister's engagement to the second young master of the Su family has been settled. The exchange between the legitimate and the concubine-born daughters has also been approved by the Duke's household. The marriage is decided. You only need to tell me if you have any requests. Since Father has already made the decision, why bother explaining it to me?" She tried to look heartbroken, but her acting was clumsy, and instead, she appeared rather pleased with herself. Marquis Jing'an pressed his lips together. Although his eldest daughter had lost her mother, her maternal family, the Marquis of Zhennan's household, still held influence. If she became dissatisfied and spread rumors, he would have trouble handling it. Forget it, he was in the wrong to begin with. "Though the marriage exchange is settled, I can still make it up to you in other ways," he said. "Perhaps with land, shops, or gold and silver jewelry to add to your dowry, ensuring you live comfortably all your life." "Father is truly thoughtful. I'm deeply touched," Zhuo Qixing said, taking out a handkerchief and pretending to wipe away non-existent tears, making Marquis Jing'an's eyes ache from watching her performance. At that moment, Marquis Jing'an suddenly thought of the officials in court who shamelessly asked the Ministry of Revenue for funds. The expression was exactly the same as his daughter's now. "Go on, tell me," he said through gritted teeth. "I know you've been wronged, so I'll try to make it up to you in other ways." "Really?" Zhuo Qixing put away her handkerchief and looked at him with hopeful eyes, her gaze full of affection, making him wonder if the sharp-tongued daughter from yesterday had only been his imagination. After receiving the Marquis of Jing'an's clear answer, Zhuo Qixing straightened her back and stopped pretending. She took a folded piece of paper from her embroidered pouch and spread it out on the table before him. The Marquis looked closely. It was a list of compensation. She had come fully prepared. For a moment, the Marquis's heart was in turmoil. had his eldest daughter seen through them all from the very beginning, waiting patiently for him to say exactly what she wanted to hear? All his actions, their discussions, even his first thoughts when he approached her, none of it had escaped her notice. Holding the paper, the Marquis felt regret, anger, and shame all at once. Yet, in the end, a trace of pride rose within him. His daughter was bold and clever, though she had used all her wit against him. The paper listed only 3 items. The first, her dowry was to be doubled, including several shops on the same street in the capital, a few estates at varying distances from the city, and 200,000 taels of silver. It was a heavy demand, but still within what the Marquis could bear, just enough to make him feel it was generous, yet still acceptable. The second, she would personally choose 30 soldiers from the Marquis's household guard to take with her. The Marquis frowned, unsure why she needed them, but it was not impossible. Soldiers could always be replaced. The household could easily recruit more. The third, she would take all of her late mother's dowry, along with the 68 servants who had been sent away to the estates. Reading this last item, the Marquis felt a wave of emotion stir in his heart. After his wife passed away, she left behind only their daughter. By custom, all of the wife's dowry should belong to the daughter, which was perfectly reasonable. Yet, the wife had made a special note about it, as if she feared the Marquis of Jingant's household might take what was hers. Moreover, more than 60 servants had been dismissed by Madame Liu without his knowledge, leaving only one old nurse behind. Did that mean all the people now serving his eldest daughter were arranged by Madame Liu? He realized he had been unaware of the inner workings of his own household. Reading this, he suddenly felt a trace of guilt for having neglected his eldest daughter for so long. The Marquis of Jing'an held the list in his hand, thought for a while, and finally nodded. "I agree," he said. Zhuo Qixing smiled brightly, stood up, and gave him a respectful bow, the most sincere one she had shown in days. "Even if father agrees," she said, "everything must be done properly. I will check everything in advance, especially my mother's dowry. I'll visit my grandparents' house and verify each item with their steward." Hearing this, the Marquis felt displeased again. The brief guilt he had felt vanished. With a stern face, he said, "Don't worry. The Marquis of Jingant's household is not a small one. Your mother's belongings will be handled properly." "Then I'm relieved," she replied. "Tomorrow I'll invite the steward from my grandparents' house to help check my mother's dowry. I'll also prepare a few storerooms in the fragrant pavilion to keep those things safe." Having achieved her goal, Zhuo Qixing left happily, taking Baofeng with her. The Marquis of Jing'an stood silently for a long time, thinking she was being petty. Not long after Zhuo Qixing left, Madame Liu came in when she saw he was free. Her gaze toward the Marquis was always filled with affection, and she asked softly, "My lord, did you come to an agreement with Xing'er this time?" Madame Liu was just over 30, still beautiful and gentle as always. But at that moment, he couldn't help recalling what Zhuo Qixing had said earlier. Over the years, Madame Liu had quietly taken full control of the household. Every matter, big or small, was decided by her. Could it be that her gentleness was the way she held power over him? The thought flashed through his mind, but was quickly dismissed. Madame Liu had managed the household well all these years. He simply trusted her. The Marquis guided her to a seat before replying. "It's settled. But the dowry should be larger. She's the eldest daughter, and marrying into a noble family. We must prepare well so the Duke's household won't look down on us." Madame Liu lowered her head, hiding the displeasure in her eyes. 2 daughters marrying one after another. If Zhuo Qixing received more, then Zhuo Qiuyue would have less. And since Madame Liu came from a humble background and brought little dowry when she married, she couldn't add much for her own daughter. Fortunately, she had been in charge of the household for years. The dowry left by the late Lady Lin was all in her hands, filled with countless treasures. She had already chosen the finest pieces to include in her daughter's dowry. Because of this, she did not object and simply agreed, saying, "You are right, my lord. Since Xing'er lost her mother at a young age, we should take extra care of her." When Marquis Jing'an heard her gentle and understanding words, he felt at ease. He thought that Lady Lu was truly kind-hearted, yet his eldest daughter had misunderstood her. This made him feel somewhat displeased with Zhuo Qixing's sharp attitude. How could someone like Lady Lu possibly try to control him or covet Lady Lin's dowry? The thought was simply unreasonable. With that in mind, he decided not to mention Zhuo Qixing's plan to check Lady Lin's dowry or request soldiers from the household. After all, those things would be kept safely once they arrived, and bringing it up would only make it seem like they distrusted Lady Lu. That same day, Zhuo Qixing sent a visiting card to the Marquis of Jinnan's residence. Early the next morning, she took a carriage there. The old madam of the Jinnan household was overjoyed to receive her granddaughter's card and even ate half a bowl more at dinner that evening. When Zhuo Qixing arrived, a group of people was already waiting at the gate. The old madam herself had come out of her courtyard to greet her granddaughter in the front yard. Before long, Zhuo Qixing appeared before everyone, dressed in elegant attire. She wore a light blue silk gown, delicate yet intricate, moving gracefully as she walked, like a soft breeze drifting through the mountains, refreshing and cool in the summer air. Her face was gentle and refined, with smooth, fair skin and bright, lively eyes like a cat's. A small red beauty mark at the corner of her eye made her look even more striking and unforgettable. Everyone in the Marquis of Jinnan's household was momentarily stunned when they saw her. It was because Zhuo Qixing looked quite similar to her mother, Lin Miaoyan. She was even more beautiful than her mother, yet there was something about her that made people feel that Miss Miaoyan's daughter should look exactly like this. Old Madame Lin held Zhuo Qixing's hand and looked her over carefully before personally leading her into her own courtyard. Along with the old lady came the Marchioness of Jinnan, Madame Su, and the second Madame Lin, Madame Qiu, each bringing their unmarried daughters. After the formal greetings, Baofeng and Nanny He, who stood behind Zhuo Qixing, presented the prepared gifts to the ladies present. Old Madame Lin held Zhuo Qixing's hand and sighed. Qixing is 16 now, isn't she? Time flies. Next year you'll be ready to marry. While you still have time, you must visit your grandmother more often. Of course, Zhuo Qixing replied with a smile. I just hope you won't get tired of seeing me too often. Nonsense, the old lady said, pretending to tap her hand lightly. I'm old now and enjoy lively company. Even if you came every day, I wouldn't mind. Zhuo Qixing laughed. Then I'll take your word for it. One day I'll invite a troupe to perform here so my lively grandmother can truly enjoy herself. Wonderful. Old Madame Lin was so delighted by her words that she slipped a bright green jade bracelet from her own wrist and placed it on Qixing's. The soft, fair wrist paired with the vivid green jade made a striking sight. Old Madame Lin couldn't stop praising her. Things really do look better when a young girl wears them. On these old bones of mine, even the jade doesn't seem as green. Sitting beside Madame Su, Lin Xueqing's eyes dimmed slightly. The bracelet old Madame Lin had given away was a flawless green jade, the kind that couldn't be found anywhere else in the capital. Xueqing had hoped her grandmother would save it for her dowry when she got married, but unexpectedly, it had been given to Zhuo Qixing instead. Feeling upset, Lin Xueqing spoke in a less than pleasant tone. Sister Qixing, I heard that my future brother-in-law, young Master Su, is quite close to our cousin Chuyue. Xueqing. Madame Su quickly tugged at her daughter's sleeve. To say something like that while old Madame Lin was in such a good mood, she was being far too bold. But Zhuo Qixing, sitting beside old Madame Lin, acted as if she hadn't heard a word. She raised her arm to admire the bracelet, smiling brightly. My dear grandmother, this bracelet you gave me is far too beautiful. I don't even know what to do with it. If I wear it, I'm afraid I might damage it. If I take it off, it feels like such a waste. Please, tell me what I should do. Old Madame Lin laughed heartily. Look at you, acting as if you've never seen fine things before. It's yours, just wear it. I'll give you a few more later, and then you won't think it's so rare. Then I'll be counting on you to broaden my horizons, grandmother. The two of them, grandmother and granddaughter, continued chatting happily, completely ignoring Lin Xueqing's remark. At this moment, even Madame Su's expression darkened. In front of outsiders, the old lady had truly embarrassed them. Lin Xueqing couldn't even force a smile. Her grandmother had given all the good things to her granddaughter from another branch of the family. It was clear she didn't know how to treat people differently. After all, she was the one who carried the Lin family name. Since no one had responded to her earlier comment, her face burned with shame. She lowered her head to look at the peony embroidery on her shoes, feeling deeply unhappy inside. That aunt had already taken a large share of the Marquis's wealth when she got married, and now, even after her passing, her daughter had come to ask for more. It would have been better if none of this had happened at all. After lunch, the old lady said she was tired and asked everyone to leave, keeping only Zhuo Qixing behind to talk. Xinger, has something changed with your engagement? Although the old lady hadn't spoken earlier, she had heard what Lin Xueqing said. Zhuo Qixing smiled and gently held her grandmother's hand. Thank you for your concern, grandmother.
I was just about to tell you about it.
As expected, the old lady straightened up, her expression turning serious. No wonder her granddaughter had come to visit at such an unusual time. She must have come to ask for help. People often said that when a child gained a stepmother, the father's heart would also change. The old lady immediately felt some dislike toward the Marquis of Jing'an. Don't worry, child. Tell grandmother everything. It's nothing serious, Zhuo Qixing said with a smile. Father plans to arrange my marriage with the fourth son of Duke Anghua. I came to visit grandmother today to ask if I could borrow a few people from you. Borrow people? Madame Lin looked a little surprised, not sure what she meant. Zhuo Qixing nodded. The wedding is still set for February after the New Year, so there's no change. But for the marriage, I'll need to bring along my late mother's dowry. It's been many years, so I'd like to ask the old stewards from your household to help check and record everything. Madame Lin immediately understood. Her daughter had passed away 8 years ago, and during those years, the household affairs had been managed by concubine Liu, who was known to be greedy and careless. It was likely that she had taken advantage of the situation, but her granddaughter's belongings could not be taken by others. Madame Lin quickly said, Of course. Let Afyu go with you, and take a few more people along. Thank you, grandmother. Having achieved her goal, Zhuo Qixing returned to the Marquis of Jing'an's residence that afternoon with 15 people in tow. When the Marquis of Jing'an heard in his study that she had brought so many people back, he was displeased. If it were just 1 or 2 helpers, that would be fine, but bringing such a large group made it look as if the Marquis of Jing'an's household had really taken things that belonged to the Marquis of Jinnan's family. Since the day he got married, he had never thought of touching Lin Miaoyan's dowry. It had been carefully kept all this time. Now that Zhuo Qixing was making such a fuss, it showed she didn't even have the most basic trust in her own family. Thinking this, Marquis Jing'an didn't want to deal with her and stayed in his study without coming out. But since he didn't appear, Zhuo Qixing came to find him herself. Father, I'm going to start checking mother's dowry today. Please come to the storeroom in the backyard to be a witness. Marquis Jing'an was displeased and said in a low voice, It's just a small matter. You can handle it yourself. Why must I be there? Zhuo Qixing smiled calmly, rinsed a new teacup, poured herself some tea, and said, It may seem small, but it's not. There must be a witness when property is handed over. If you really don't want to come, I'll invite one of our respected uncles from the clan instead. After saying this, she put down her cup and turned to leave, showing no sign of trying to persuade him further.
Wait.
Marquis Jing'an called out angrily. If she really went to invite someone from the clan, even a simple matter would turn into a big one. There's no need to trouble others, he said, standing up and following Zhuo Qixing out. Along with her maids and servants, more than 20 people went together, making quite a scene as they arrived at the storeroom gate. The old woman in charge of the storeroom was startled to see so many people and hurried out to greet them. Zhuo Qixing stopped walking but said nothing. After a moment of silence, Marquis Jing'an had to speak himself. Open the storeroom where my wife's dowry is kept. My ladies. Dowry? The old servant woman froze for a moment. Over the years, everyone in the household had also called Madame Lu my lady. Hearing the Marquis mention my lady so suddenly, she couldn't tell which one he meant. Standing beside the marquis, Zhuo Qixing muttered softly, "Oh dear, she can't even tell which lady he's talking about." Her voice was quiet, just loud enough for the marquis to hear. The marquis paused. It was true that he had favored Madame Lu too much over the years, so much that the servants now thought she was the real Marchioness. But it wasn't a big deal. After all, there was no official Marchioness in the household. Reminded by Zhuo Qixing's words, the marquis thought about it briefly, then dismissed the matter. Zhuo Qixing smiled carelessly. She knew such a small thing wouldn't really affect her father, who was always biased toward Madame Lu, but small things could add up. She never missed a chance to make things a little harder for him. The old servant woman quickly realized that the marquis had brought the young lady to check the late Marchioness's dowry. She hesitated, then said carefully, "But there's no token of permission." It was obvious that anyone guarding such an important storeroom must be one of Madame Lu's trusted people. Zhuo Qixing whispered again, "Oh my, look at that. Even the marquis himself can't open the door without a token. What a fine position she's got, TSK. Jing'an Marquis looked very serious. He discreetly glanced at his troublesome daughter and then sternly said to the maid, "If you can't do it, sell her tomorrow." The maid was shocked and frightened. She clearly understood who the marquis's family was. "I'll go right now." She hurriedly reached for the keys, trembling as she tried to open the door. Her hands shook so much she couldn't line up the key properly. There were 3 storerooms filled with the bride's dowry, containing jewelry, antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and daily necessities, everything needed for daily life. This shows that the marquis's family truly cares for their daughter. Zhuo Qixing smiled kindly and said to the butler behind him, "Fubo, thank you for your help. The young lady is too polite. I dare not trouble you." The butler quickly stepped forward, smiling, and took out the dowry list from his pocket. His servants efficiently began to check the items against the list. At this moment, Lady Lu received the news and hurried to the scene with Zhuo Qixing looking anxious. She asked breathlessly, "Marquis, what are you doing?" Jing'an Marquis didn't pay much attention to her arrival. To be honest, the dowry of the previous lady and Lady Lu's belongings were completely unrelated. But so many people came to check. To avoid Lady Lu feeling suspicious of the household, she carefully explained, "Next year, Xing'er will get married. Right now, her maternal grandmother has sent people to recheck and list her dowry, adding it to her marriage record." Lady Lu's face turned pale after hearing this, and she felt anxious. She quickly said, "It's already late today. Maybe we can check another day." "No need." Before the Marquis of Jing'an could speak, Zhuo Qixing spoke first. Fubo and the others came from the Marquis of Jinnan's estate. They need to finish the check today, and then rush back to work. There was no room for argument. Lady Lu didn't expect this at all. A daughter whose biological mother had died early, who was not favored by the Marquis before. Where did all these plans come from? Even if she was to get a dowry, just opening the storeroom and letting her take what she wanted would be enough. She never thought Zhuo Qixing would go to the Marquis of Jinnan's estate to ask for people to check, causing such a big fuss. She had been in charge of the Marquis's household for many years, and only she knew how many secrets there were inside. All these years, as long as no one from the Marquis of Jinnan's estate came, nothing would happen in their household. But now, the situation left her no room for hope or luck. "Marquis, why didn't you inform me earlier? I could have prepared better." Lady Lu's voice trembled slightly, her gentle gaze looking at the Marquis of Jing'an. She and the Marquis had been close for nearly 20 years, entered the household before Lady Lin, and enjoyed his trust and favor. If anyone can help her with this matter, it would be none other than Marquis Jing'an. Marquis Jing'an finally sensed something unusual in Lady Lu's voice. His heart skipped a beat. He suddenly turned around and looked at Lady Lu, whose face was pale and eyes full of pleading. In that moment, he understood something. At that instant, he felt as if all his previous beliefs were collapsing. A few days ago, his eldest daughter's words in his study kept echoing in his mind. She said that he was being controlled tightly by Lady Lu. She said that her father was already someone else's father, that good things always went to her second sister, and that she was left to clean up the mess. Just now, she was mocking him again, saying that he treated the lady as his wife, but none of the women in the household truly respected him. He remembered how upset he was when she said she wanted to carefully check Lin's dowry, and how annoyed he was when she brought so many people back just now. Marquis Jing'an felt it was all very ironic. He wondered if his eldest daughter, with her petty heart, secretly thought he was a fool easily fooled. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to his second daughter. Zhuo came with Lady Lu. She was also very nervous about the recent inventory event caused by Zhuo. She knew exactly where her good dowry items came from. Her ladyship's family was small and poor, and she had no dowry to speak of. But faced with the situation, she quickly calculated in her mind and concluded that it was better not to get involved. She had to remain innocent. So, when Lord Jing'an looked at her, Zhuo appeared confused, as if she was still curious about what this large group of people was doing. Lord Jing'an turned back and met Lady Lu's pleading and resentful gaze. Usually, whenever she asked for something, she would show such a gentle and weak attitude. Today, her act of weakness was even more obvious than ever. If there weren't so many people around, she might have knelt right in front of him. On one side was her frustration about Lady Lin's dowry, and on the other side was their nearly 20 years of friendship. She was momentarily angry about her own deception, but also worried about the reputation of the Jing'an Marquis' residence. Within a few moments, Lord Jing'an's face changed several times, finally letting out a long sigh. He turned his head towards Zhuo, his lips moving a few times before he said 2 words, "Star." Since Lady Lu came over, every move they made was watched by Zhuo. At this moment, Lord Jing'an understood her little thoughts very well. Zhuo didn't speak, only looking at Lord Jing'an with a half-smile, which made his old face turn red with embarrassment and discomfort. Although Zhuo didn't say anything, he felt completely looked down upon. Lord Jing'an had never been humiliated like this before. He used to think that the Jing'an Marquis' residence was not poor and that they only wanted Lady Lin's dowry. But now, with the facts in front of him, he felt ashamed and furious. If so many servants are present, and this matter gets spread around, the reputation of the Jing'an Marquis' residence will be seriously damaged. Seeing a dozen or so people coming and going, marking on the list, Marquis Jing'an finally spoke. "Xinger, come talk to me for a moment." At this time, Marquis Jing'an no longer looked as proud as before. If these people continued to check, it would ruin the family's reputation. But if he made them stop immediately, it would be like hiding something, revealing that there was a problem here. Plus, his ambitious eldest daughter was watching closely. Zhuo didn't refuse. She obediently walked to the other side of the yard with Marquis Jing'an. "Xinger, this was my mistake for not noticing." Marquis Jing'an softened his tone. "You're also the daughter of the family. If the family loses face, you will be affected too. Later, I will make it up to you. More than enough." Zhuo didn't reply. She kept her faint smile and just looked at Marquis Jing'an. At this moment, Marquis Jing'an no longer looked down on her as a daughter. Comparing her expression to those officials seeking favors in the court, he immediately understood that he hadn't given enough benefits. "Don't make a fuss. Everything else can be discussed," Marquis Jing'an said. "The Jing'an Marquis' residence isn't without assets." This time, it was Aunt Lu's oversight. He spoke sincerely, and Zhuo wouldn't be unreasonable. But as she said, everything is negotiable, as long as the price is right. Zhuo pursed his lips, looking somewhat troubled. He said, "Since father has spoken, there is no reason to refuse. But this matter can be big or small depending on what father decides. Many families of lower status have similar issues of property taking, and as long as it doesn't cause a big fuss, they usually keep it quiet at home. However, if they want to make a big deal out of it, like a concubine stealing the main lady's dowry and reporting to the officials, they would be dealt with according to the law. If it comes to that, the Jing'an Marquis' family would suffer shame, and the officials might also criticize their household management. The Marquis doesn't even want the story to spread outside." Zhuo understood his feelings well. He then raised 2 fingers and quietly said, "I have 2 points." The Marquis quickly responded, "Go ahead." First, the authority to manage the household should be handed over to Aunt Shen until father marries a new wife. That makes sense. After such an incident, how could Lu An continue to manage the household? Aunt Shin was also an elder in the family, honest and straightforward. Before joining the family, she was a merchant's daughter. She had given birth to the third daughter, Swimming Yao. She usually stayed out of the main house, so for now, it's fine to leave her in charge. At this moment, the Marquis suddenly felt that he still needed to marry a proper wife, an official lady who could manage the household and be capable. Even if the concubine was favored, she could only be a temporary figure. If she gained too much power, big problems could happen just like now. Left Qixing saw that he agreed and continued. Second, I won't make a fuss about this, but the losses must be checked. I don't want the small items. I will convert them into cash and compensate double. This means that if a bottle worth 100 taels is lost, they will pay 200 taels, and there's no need to find the actual items. Marquis Jing'an also gritted his teeth and agreed. At this moment, he just hoped Lady Lu would be timid and not take too much. After they agreed, Left Qixing looked at Marquis Jing'an for a while before turning to leave. Marquis Jing'an's face kept changing, looking very unpleasant. The usually beloved Lady Lu suddenly became very hateful in his eyes. In the end, Marquis Jing'an still loved himself most. When Lady Lu was gentle and kind, everything was fine. But when it came to face and interests, those feelings didn't matter much. When Left Qixing returned to the storeroom, she called Bofu aside and said a few words. Then she and Marquis Jing'an stood nearby waiting. Once all the dowry was counted, the 10 or so people left quietly without saying a word. Bofu was the last to leave, handing over a piece of paper that listed all the missing items from the dowry. Left Qixing looked at the list in her hand and smiled. She had suspected Lady Lu might be dishonest, but she didn't expect her to be so bold. In the mother's dowry, many top-quality antique jade pieces had been taken away and replaced with fakes. The current silver was short by 127,000 taels. Not a single servant's contract was found. They had all been taken. The finest clothing fabrics had been mostly used up. Left Qixing handed the list to Marquis Jing'an and smiled, saying, "Father, please take a look. If you have any questions, feel free to check personally." Marquis Jing'an looked at the thin paper with a worsening expression. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "No need to check anymore." "All right then," Left Qixing said professionally, "forget about the clothing fabrics, consider it a gift. As for the missing items, they will be compensated at current market value, totaling 360,000 taels. If you want double compensation, that's 720,000 taels. Since we are family, I'll waive the small change, so it's 700,000 taels." Marquis Jing'an nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. At this moment, he truly didn't want to cover for the foolish and greedy Aunt Lu anymore. No matter how large the family estate, it couldn't be this damaging. 70,000 taels. In an era where 5 taels of silver could buy a person, 70,000 taels was a huge sum. A small change can cause a big change. If Aunt Lu's greed had been small, it might have been overlooked. But now, the amount was enormous, far beyond Marquis Jing'an's expectations, and his anger soared. Marquis Jing'an stepped forward and slapped Aunt Lu hard across the face, making her mouth bleed and her ears ring. "You wicked woman! How dare you?" Lord Jing'an's voice almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Lady Lu, who had been favored by him for many years and lacked nothing in clothing and food at the manor, was shocked by her greed. Lady Lu could no longer cry with tears and snot mixing together, wailing, "My lord, I didn't. The items are still there, still there." Lord Jing'an had long lost his tenderness and compassion. He kicked her to the ground, demanding, "Where are the things?" Lady Lu, ignoring everything else, sobbed, "In the next room storeroom." Seeing her unclear explanation, Lord Jing'an was about to kick again, but Lady Lu quickly added, "It's in the storeroom where Yuer's dowry is kept." She had used her lady's belongings to prepare her own daughter's dowry. Lord Jing'an turned to look at Zuochiyue, who looked terrified, her face pale, unable to speak. At this moment, Lord Jing'an even directed his anger at his second daughter, finding her helpless and useless appearance very displeasing. Extremely disappointed, Lord Jing'an looked at his eldest daughter. hesitating to speak. But Zhuo Qixing seemed to already know what he wanted to say and shook her head before he could speak. Father, once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. She didn't want the items back. With so many flashy but useless things, what use are silver coins? If my father wants to use objects as compensation, I will only accept the shop in Jing City. Zhuo Qixing thought for a moment and then said, I heard my father has a hot spring estate where he can grow vegetables in winter. 70,000 taels is really too much. Marquis Jing'an truly considered returning some of the money, but unfortunately, he had already made promises, and now he could only swallow the loss and keep quiet. However, the items already included in her second sister's dowry must be taken back to the house. Not a single one can be allowed to be taken away. At this moment, Zhuo Qiyue looked at the scene before her and felt her heart break. She had never experienced anything like this in her previous life. Of course, she knew what items Aunt Lu had bought for her, but in her previous life, her dowry was also made up of these things. When she took them, nothing happened. Why is it different now? No, this is strange. Could it be that someone planned her marriage early and changed the original plan? What should she do now? Her dowry, according to the customs of the Marquis's household, would total less than 30,000 taels. Plus, her father was furious, so it might be even less. At this point, there was no way to change things. Zhuo Qiyue could only try to think positively. Although most of her dowry was gone, she now had Su Sheng. Su Sheng was far more precious than these inanimate objects. When her husband becomes a top-ranked general protecting the country, what are these things worth? And Zhuo Qixing was also a short-lived person. After Husi died shortly after, there was no point in taking so much with him. He wouldn't live long enough to enjoy it. Left Qixing did not know how Zhuo Qiyue was secretly criticizing her in her heart. She was already checking the servant's contract that had just been sent over. Originally, there were 68, but now only 63 remain. Where are the other 5? Marquis Jing'an asked coldly. Madame Lu collapsed to the ground, completely losing her composure, and sobbed, Sold, sold. After those people's contracts fell into her hands, the ones who had previously offended her were sold, and the rest were sent to various farms, out of sight and mind. Zhuo Qixing held a stack of contracts and weighed them in her hand. Interesting. When can a concubine freely sell the main lady's servants? Father, you're old and experienced. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Marquis Jing'an's face turned red with embarrassment. The people who used to serve Lady Lin had all disappeared. If he had paid more attention, he would have noticed, but he chose to ignore it, thinking it was no big deal. Now, being silenced by his daughter's words, he wished he could dig a hole and hide. He hated Madame Lu even more, an outsider daring to interfere with the main lady's belongings, without realizing his own role in this. Father, I will make it up to you, Marquis Jing'an offered. Zhuo Qixing sighed and looked helpless as she pressed her lips together. Her brows furrowed deeply. What can I do? I'll just follow what father says. She looked helpless but spoke smoothly. Kitchen's Madame Zhang, the maid Zhu from the outer courtyard, Mr. Lu from the accounting office, Madame Cheng who does the shopping, and the maid in charge of the storeroom. Just these 5, along with their families, these people were all useful to Lord Zhuo Qixing, and she planned to take them all at once. Madame Zhang in the kitchen makes the best food. Madame Zhu is the best at gossip. Madame Cheng's goods are the highest quality, Mr. Lu is the fastest and most accurate at checking accounts, and he has helped her a lot before. As for the maid in charge of the storeroom, she dared to ask the Marquis directly, which was quite bold. She planned to come see the estate gate. The Marquis of Jing'an naturally agreed, without hesitation. Soon the contracts for these people and their families were sent over. Father should bring back everyone from the various estates in the next few days. I want to start teaching them the rules at the mansion. The Marquis of Jing'an was very angry, glaring fiercely at Lady Lu, then turned and left. At this moment, in Lanqing courtyard, Lady Shen sat in the main hall with a girl about 13 or 14 years old. They listened to the maid outside asking about recent events and couldn't help but look surprised. It's been a long time since the Marquis's estate had such a big problem. Truly, when it happens, It surprises everyone. Lady Shen was dressed simply in a smoky gray outfit, with a very relaxed expression on her face. The maid Hongwon asked carefully, "Should we go see what's happening?" Lady Shen didn't answer. Next to her, Zhuo Mingyao spoke calmly. "Father probably hopes everyone in the estate stays quiet now. The fewer people who know, the better. Now, those who still try to interfere must be fools." "Miss Third is right," Hongwon said. "I heard that the young lady is planning to give the steward's authority to our aunt. I don't know what the rules are. If she gives it, then we take it," Lady Shin said calmly, not showing any excitement. "It's also good that Ming Yao is about the right age for marriage. It will make matchmaking easier." When Ming Yao heard her aunt say she would arrange a marriage for her, she didn't feel shy or embarrassed. She simply nodded politely and said, "Thank you, aunt." Lady Shin saw her small daughter speaking seriously and joked, "Yaoer, do you have any requirements for your future husband? Why don't you tell aunt?" Ming Yao thought carefully and replied, "First, I don't want to be a concubine. Second, he should have good character. Besides these, I prefer a family that is well off." The first 2 points are to secure her position as the main wife, and the last is about living standards. Is being greedy or liking to flirt considered bad character? Being polite, knowing when to step back and not favoring concubines over the wife, that's enough. Seeing her practical daughter, Lady Shin felt a bit sad. Girls who are not favored often lose hope for the future. Your eldest sister will be leaving home soon. You should visit her more often. Yes, I understand, mother. In the warehouse area, Zhuo Qixing sent someone to move all of his mother's dowry to his own courtyard. The fake items were simply discarded, and the remaining belongings were packed into 2 small rooms. Lady Lu was confined to Qiushuang Court and was not told when she would be released. The Marquis of Jing'an now wished he could strangle her. When he previously agreed to pay double compensation to Zhuo Qixing, he thought 3 or 5,000 taels was enough. Who would have expected her to be so bold, swapping out inferior goods for a large batch of better ones? 70,000 taels. There was not that much cash in the account. He had no choice but to give up a large residence in the capital, several shops, and 3 farms. 70,000 taels. How many Lady Lu could that buy? Besides the financial loss, just thinking about how Steward Fu would report the family affairs to old Lady Lin when he returned to the Marquis of Jinan's estate made him feel uneasy and restless. Originally, both families were marquisate households of equal status. Now, because of this incident, he felt that his Jing'an Marquis estate was somewhat inferior, which increased his resentment toward Lady Lu. On the busiest street in the capital, Yong'an Street, in the backyard of Qingxin Tea House, Hu Jing'an, dressed in black, had just finished practicing swordsmanship. He sat under a tree, took a sip of tea, and listened to his subordinate report the affairs of the Jing'an Marquis estate, as if it were a story. After a while, he couldn't help but laugh softly and said, "She's quite a fiery one." The steward, Chu, looked up at his handsome face and didn't know how to respond, remaining silent. "Originally, I only planned to investigate the true nature of the marriage arrangement between the young lady of the Jing'an Marquis house and the legitimate daughter, but I didn't expect to witness such a grand show. Now, my initial idea to withdraw my people after the investigation has changed." Hu Jing'an gently taps the white jade cup and says, "Keep watching. Don't let her get into danger." "Yes, Hu, when will the new ship at the dock be launched?" Hu Jing'an asks. "Master, the new ship was finished a few days ago, but Hu Bo said the sea is too rough this month, so it will set sail in August." Chu's steward replies respectfully. Hu Jing'an nods. "Slowly release the goods in the southern shipment. Also, the old man's birthday is coming soon. Send 1,000 taels of gold over." "Yes." Chu's steward responds with a bow, and then leaves the courtyard. Hu Jing'an puts down his cup, relaxes, and leans back in the grand tutor's chair. Standing behind him, Zhuoshi looks at his good mood and suggests, "Master, there's a new restaurant on the west side of the street. They say their roast duck is very special." Hu Jing'an turns his head and gives him a quick look, but doesn't refuse. "You good for nothing, your brain isn't very big, and now it's all about food." Hee, Zhuoshi rubs his hands and replies, "Don't worry, master. Even if my brain isn't big, I will definitely guard the place for you, and won't let the food take over. The atmosphere at General Mingwei's residence has been somewhat tense these days. After the incident involving Miss Swaer, the Marquis Jing'an personally came to change the marriage arrangement. The proper first daughter of the Zhua family was replaced by the illegitimate second daughter. Besides Su Sheng himself, no one was happy about this. Mrs. Su, sure, was especially upset and fell ill because of it. Su Sheng took a few days off to stay at home and keep his mother company. Ultimately, he was responsible for this situation. "Mother, drink your medicine first," Su Sheng said, taking the bowl from the maid and offering it to Mrs. Shi. After drinking the medicine, Mrs. Shi sighed deeply and said, "Such a good marriage, and now the main daughter becomes a secondary daughter. What is going on?" Su Sheng took the bowl from his mother and respectfully said, "Mother, the main wife of the Marquis Jing'an died early. The household is now managed by the second Mrs. Mother. In their family, there isn't much difference between the legitimate and illegitimate children. That may be true." Mrs. Shi still looked worried. "But this change feels like a loss, especially since, even if Miss Swaer's mother is gone, she still has her maternal family from the Marquis of Jinan. If used well, it could be a benefit." "Mother, you don't need to worry. I think Miss Swaer is a very good girl," Su Sheng said, his face slightly reddening. He wanted to say more good things about Zhuqiayue in front of his mother to help them get along better in the future. Mrs. Su's expression remained calm, but inside, she was growing less fond of her future daughter-in-law. It was clear that since the incident in town, her son had become quite interested in Miss Swaer. Before entering the door, her son, who was already flirting, showed such favoritism toward her. Once inside, even she, as a mother, might have to step back. Mrs. Shi suspected that even their encounter on the street was carefully planned by her. It was truly a clever scheme. But now that things have come to this point, what else can she do but grit her teeth and accept it? At least she can comfort herself that in the Marquis's residence, the second miss is more favored by Lord Jing'an than Lady Lu. Later, because of the second miss, Lord Jing'an might also take better care of her son. Lady Lu manages the household. Even the second miss's dowry and status are not much different from the legitimate daughter. At the Jing'an Marquis residence. 3 days after counting the dowry, Lord Jing'an just returned home from court when Zhua Qixing came to see him. "Father, the 30 soldiers we agreed on, give them to me now." Zhua Qixing entered Lord Jing'an's study and immediately demanded the soldiers. Lord Jing'an frowned. This child was becoming more and more bold. The greeting he gave when entering was so perfunctory that he barely saw it.
"Now?
You still live in the residence. Why do you need soldiers? Why not wait until your wedding and take them to the Duke's estate?" "I need them now," Zhua Qixing insisted. "I have so many assets to protect. Without enough people, how can I manage?" Lord Jing'an was speechless.
She has so many assets."
Indeed, she is a lot. Thinking about where those assets came from made Lord Jing'an feel heartache. "So, these soldiers are to guard her warehouse?" Truly a case of using great strength for a small task. "All right," Marquis Jing'an sighed. Whether early or late, it was all the same, he had already agreed. "From now on, the soldiers you have will serve as bodyguards. Otherwise, recruiting more soldiers would make the Marquis's household too large." "Of course," Zhua Qixing agreed happily. Marquis Jing'an had no choice but to instruct his attendant, Wang Ji, gather all the soldiers and assemble them in the training ground. Yes, the Marquis's household currently has 150 soldiers, with 135 on duty, all called to the training ground. When Zhua Qixing arrived at the training ground, besides Baofeng and Madame He, she was also accompanied by her new accountant, Mr.
Lu.
Mr. Lu carried a small bag, his clothes visibly wrinkled, with a few ink stains, looking like a poor scholar who came to join the army. Zhua Qixing looked up and saw that the soldiers stood in neat lines but not very orderly. They still had a long way to go to look like real soldiers. She walked to the front of the line and carefully examined the over 100 people standing in formation. Marquis Jing'an was also curious about why she wanted to pick a few bodyguards and why she brought the accountant along. What were her standards for choosing? Suddenly, Zhua Qixing raised her voice and said, "Today, I will select 30 guards from among you. Those chosen will leave Marquis Jingen's household and become my private guards. After speaking, she watched their expressions carefully. She paused for a moment, then continued, Of course, this is not mandatory. Now, I will count 20 numbers. Those who do not want to be chosen by me will leave the team and stand 10 yards to the left. At this moment, there was some discussion among the group. Many people did not know what would happen to the 30 selected individuals. The young lady was about to get married, and her future seemed uncertain. It was better to stay at the Marquis's residence, where life was simple and the silver was enough. Some thought this was a good chance. If they seized it, they might have a better future later. After a few moments, some people started to leave the group, one after another.
About 1/3 of them left.
When the 20 numbers were called, about 80 or 90 people remained. Zhuo Qixing stepped forward slowly, walking past each person, observing their reactions, and asking a few simple questions. Having experienced the end of the world, Zhuo Qixing had her own understanding of which types of people could fight until the end. Plus, her wood element special ability made her very sensitive to people's physical conditions. Although her current level was low, she could roughly sense the physical fitness of ordinary people. So, the final 30 people chosen were of various heights and sizes, with no clear pattern. The Marquis of Jingen looked at the people she selected, feeling surprised. Although he didn't recognize all of these guards, he remembered the 15-person squads and the 10 squads in total. Apart from one on leave and 3 who didn't want to be with her, she chose 5 out of the remaining 6 squad leaders. The remaining person who was not chosen, as he knew, was probably a relative of a steward in the mansion. He relied on this connection to become a squad leader. Father, I have made my choice, Zhuo Qixing said, bringing along 30 people behind her. She smiled warmly at Marquis Jingen, looking very satisfied. Marquis Jingen thought to himself, did she just take the best soldiers from the mansion's troops? He kept a kind expression and said, There is another team on rest today. Do you want to see them too? No need, Zhuo Qixing waved her hand. That team probably isn't meant for me. After saying that, she led her chosen 30 people to the right side and lined up again. At this moment, Mr. Liu stepped forward. He opened his small bag and handed each person a small booklet. Mr. Liu said, Inside, it explains your training, assessment standards, behavior rules, and penalties for violations. Starting today, in 1 month, Miss will conduct your first evaluation, choose a team leader, and eliminate those who don't meet the standards. Those who perform well will receive extra rewards. What? The soldiers had different thoughts. What does it mean to eliminate those who don't meet the standards? Are they only temporarily chosen? Mr. Liu gave them some time to understand, then continued, Miss has invited a few instructors to teach you. You'll train martial arts for 2 hours each day, study literature for half an hour, and spend the rest of the time training. The schedule is also written in the booklet. This time, not only the 30 selected people, but also the more than 100 others remaining in the training yard, and the Marquis Jingen who hadn't had a chance to leave, were all very surprised. He had never heard before that guards needed to learn literature too. They even had to invite special teachers. It really showed how wealthy they were. At first, those who didn't want to leave with Zhuo Qixing looked surprised now. It seemed that the young lady was different from what they had imagined. Also, inviting teachers to the house for lessons was usually something only wealthy families could do for their children. Common families' children rarely received such treatment. It seemed the young lady wanted to train trusted aides. Thinking this way, some people started to regret their choices, especially those who believed they were very capable and thought they would be chosen just by staying in the team. They could already see a brighter future for the 30 people. But it wasn't over. Mr. Liu continued, Your basic monthly pay is 1 to 2 silver coins. You get a day off every 6 days. If you have outside missions, there will be extra pay. Failing the monthly test once is a warning. Twice means dismissal. Those with special skills can have lower standards for the test. Also, outstanding performers will have chances for transfers and promotions. Your future won't be limited to just being guards. Suddenly, there was a buzz of discussion in the training yard. 1 or 2 silver coins a month. The soldiers in this house usually get only 5 qian a month, and the team leader gets 7 qian. Now, it doubled in just a short time. Their rest days changed from one every 10 days to one every 6 days, plus extra pay for outside missions. They couldn't wait to compete for these benefits. And there were chances for promotions, so they wouldn't be stuck just being guards. Those who have left the team are truly regretful, feeling like their insides are twisted with remorse. A few others are eager to try, thinking that if someone gets eliminated, it frees up a spot, giving them a chance. But it's also possible that no one will be eliminated at all. Mr. Liu seems to suggest there is a passing line. If you meet it, you won't be kicked out. In that case, everyone should work hard to improve. Only a fool would let themselves be eliminated. The group silently mourns their situation, especially the 3 team leaders. The other leaders have been chosen, so if they stay, they will surely be selected too. With their skills, they probably won't be eliminated in the assessment. But they chose to withdraw to keep their positions as team leaders. Besides them, the only other person looking unhappy is Marquis Jing'an. That girl, openly talking about her team's funds and benefits in front of him. Who is she trying to impress? Hasn't he noticed that his soldiers are all restless? Luo Qixing remains unmoved, acting as if she doesn't notice what's happening. Moreover, if she openly states her conditions and spreads the word, she might attract talented people to join her. She needs more people right now. The next day, 5 teachers were hired from outside to start working. Surprisingly, all 5 arrived, each teaching different subjects, with each giving half an hour of lessons every day. In addition to writing, archery, and martial arts, there are also medical skills and a very special category called miscellaneous teachings, such as scouting, hiding, and tracking. 3 female teachers came with them. The 3 women, one skilled in literature, one in martial arts, and one in medicine, did not go to the training grounds. Instead, they stayed at Ningxiang Courtyard to teach Zhuo Qixing and her maids. Zhuo Qixing is very cautious by nature and is determined to make her surroundings as secure as an iron fortress. After finishing her lessons for the day, Zhuo Qixing took a bath, changed clothes, and then leaned back on her bed to eat fruit. She loves the natural taste of these fruits, which are full of life and vitality, completely different from the dark, bleak world of the end times. Baofeng stood behind her, fanning her, and couldn't help asking, "Miss, did you already expect the Marquis would send soldiers to your house?" She knew that Zhuo Qixing had been planning to find a teacher for over half a month, especially requesting someone who was a wounded soldier from the army. Mr. Liu from the outer courtyard had been secretly helping since then. Now it all makes sense. Many things that were unclear before suddenly become clear. The teacher they hired proved useful, and Mr. Liu was officially brought in. Zhuo Qixing put a piece of watermelon in her mouth and mumbled, "It's all about human effort." However, Baofeng pursed her lips and said, "It's hard to get reliable information when you go out to ask around. The reports we get are mostly gossip from the marketplace." "No worries, after all, we are short-staffed," Zhuo Qixing said. "Recently, the women sent out as companions will gradually return. Keep an eye out and don't cause any trouble." "Yes." At that moment, the maid at the door reported that the second miss had arrived. Zhuo Qixing slightly curled her lips, but did not stand up. "Let her come in." Soon, Zhuo Qiyue was helped inside by her close maid Mo Xiang. She wore a simple moon-white dress, with only 2 silver hairpins in her hair. Her delicate face looked very sad because her eyes were swollen from crying. As soon as she entered, she knelt on the ground and, with a crying voice, said, Big sister, it's all my fault. It's because of me that these problems happened. This time, I came here specially to apologize." "Big sister, I was wrong." Zhuo Qixing was still sitting lazily, leaning to one side, not even bothering to look at her. She said casually, "Get up." Her words were so dismissive, almost worse than how she treated the lowest servant. Her contemptful tone made Zhuo Qiyue feel like a ragged beggar waiting for charity. Under her sleeve, Zhuo Qiyue's hand was clenched into a fist, her nails digging into her palm. The pain helped her hold back her tears, but inside, she cursed Zhuo Qixing 1,000 times. She did not get up and continued kneeling, begging Zhuo Qixing. My aunt was also momentarily confused. Now most of the things she took have been returned. "Big sister, My aunt knows she was wrong and has already apologized. Oh, Zhuo Qixing took another piece of watermelon and put it in her mouth. She didn't move from her seat and no longer called her to get up. Since Zhuo Qiuyue liked kneeling, she would kneel. She is very tolerant and doesn't like to force others. Zhuo Qiuyue was choked by her cold, and almost forgot to cry. Mo Xiang, kneeling beside her, hurriedly comforted her, saying, "Second miss, please don't be so sad. Your health is the most important. You've cried so much these days. If you keep going like this, how can you bear it? The eldest lady is kind-hearted and will understand your difficulties." This attitude made Zhuo Qixing feel bored. If this play was performed on the street, she probably wouldn't want to spend even a copper coin. It had no new ideas at all. "I can't understand at all," Zhuo Qixing said. "Because I don't know what your difficulties are." She chewed the watermelon and tried to change her thinking. Even if her acting was poor, she could see it differently. If she couldn't perform a traditional play, wasn't there also monkey shows? Zhuo Qiuyue sniffled and said, "Big sister, the matter of changing relatives was truly unexpected. That day on the street, almost got run over by a horse. It was Master Su, second Master Su, who saved me. That day, saving someone was an emergency, so I lost my manners. It wasn't intentional. Are you saying you still have feelings for fourth Master Su?" "No," Zhuo Qiuyue almost blurted out, then quickly recovered and said, "That's not how it is. Marriage is decided by parents, matchmakers, and elders. It's all up to my father." As she spoke, she knelt on the ground and shifted her position, seemingly trying to change her posture or catch Zhuo Qixing's attention that she was still kneeling. To make a better impression on Zhuo Qixing, she knelt as soon as she entered, without even a cushion beneath her knees. Now, she was feeling a bit uncomfortable. "Oh," Zhuo Qixing said, not intending to continue the conversation, just uttering a single word, and then looked to see what the servant and mistress might do next. The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. In the hall, only Zhuo Qiuyue's muffled sobs could be heard. This silent moment felt like she was being displayed in a cage. Everyone in the flower hall was watching her, feeling ashamed and angry. At this moment, Zhuo Qiuyue really wanted to stand up and leave without caring about anything, but she remembered her purpose for coming and hesitated. Right now, she had nothing left except Su Sheng. The mistress of the household was confined, and all the valuable items in her dowry had been taken away. Even though she knew Su Sheng would definitely be promoted to a top-ranked general in the future, with the 10 years of effort behind him, she still felt uncertain. Marrying into the Su family with nothing, she knew how her mother-in-law would treat her. Moreover, a dowry is a woman's face and reputation when she gets married. Zhuo Qiuyue wanted to earn a little more to help her future family have a better life. Father has now grown tired of the lady of the house, which she did not expect. She could only endure the shame and come to Zhuo Qixing to ask for some help. But Zhuo Qixing seemed lost in thought, staring off into the distance, and was completely unmoved as she knelt there crying and begging. She imagined Zhuo Qixing would help her up and that they would share a touching sisterly moment, but none of that happened. Zhuo Qixing even refused to do the basic courtesies. However, this did not affect her plan. Amidst Zhuo Qiuyue's intermittent crying, Zhuo Qixing was leaning there, drowsy and sleepy. Since Zhuo Qiuyue came to her, she seemed to have lost her mind, kneeling and repeating the same few words over and over, something about forgiveness or not, while the buzzing of mosquitoes served as a background to her trance. After crying like this for about 20 minutes, suddenly a noisy commotion came from outside the courtyard. Jin Yu hurried in and said, "Miss, the Marquis and the eldest son have arrived." Hearing this, Zhuo Qiuyue, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly cried even louder.
Before long, she fainted.
Mo Xiang shouted loudly, "Second miss, what's wrong? Second miss, don't scare the servant." Along with Mo Xiang's voice, Marquis Jing'an strode in. He saw his eldest daughter lying comfortably on the bed and his second daughter fainted on the ground in tears, ignored and helpless. Wang Ji did not go inside. He listened outside the door to the Marquis's voice, responded loudly, and quickly left. The person who entered with the Marquis was the eldest son of the Marquis's household, Zhuo. He and Zhuo are both children of Lady Lu. He is 14 years old and usually studies at the academy. Today, he was just resting at home. Second sister, Zhuo hurried forward, caring as he took her hand. Seeing her pale face, his eyes gradually filled with anger. Big sister, how could this happen? He angrily scolded Zhuo.
We are family sisters.
Why such strong resentment? How could you humiliate her like this? Zhuo stood up from the bed, looking straight into Zhuo's eyes. He softly uttered 4 words. It's self-inflicted shame. Zhuo, Marquis Jing'an helped Zhuo to sit properly. Hearing her reckless words, he couldn't help but call her by name. This is how a noble lady should behave. Father is right, Zhuo smiled. But I wonder, who has been teaching me such unworthiness? Marquis Jing'an was momentarily speechless. Since he lost his mother at a young age, if his manners were poor, he hadn't even blamed anyone. Could it possibly be his own fault? He was so angry at her defiance that he scolded her with veiled words, his anger growing. He shouted, "She is your sister. How can you be so heartless?" Zhuo still smiled, but his eyes gradually turned cold. Father, you came in and immediately criticized me. I really don't know what I have done wrong. Your second sister has already fainted, and you don't even realize what you did wrong. Although Aunt Lu made a mistake, this second daughter is still the most loved by him for over 10 years. She is the most caring among his 4 daughters. The moment he saw her faint, he felt heartache. Zhuo spoke at the right time, saying, I understand that the eldest sister is upset with Aunt Lu, but what did second sister do wrong? Meeting a horse on the street was not her fault. Should all of Aunt Lu's mistakes be blamed on her? The Marquis of Jing'an thought about Zhuo's words and realized that he had indeed taken out his anger on his second daughter for these incidents. Thinking of this, he remembered the money lost in the shops because of Zhuo's schemes, and his dissatisfaction grew. He said, changing the marriage was an accident. I agreed to all your requests. I also compensated Aunt Lu for her mistake. What more do you want? Why are you so cruel to Chiyue? Zhuo wiped the smile from his face and sneered. Father, look at this place. Did she come here because I invited her? Did she kneel because I made her? Did she faint because I knocked her out? Maybe tomorrow I should go to your study and kneel there, fainting on purpose, to say you are a cruel father who mistreats me? You, the Marquis of Jing'an's chest rose and fell. With so many people here, are you just going to watch your sister faint? Father, how do you know she didn't faint because she wanted to? I was just helping her fulfill her wish. The father was unable to see through such a clumsy trick, so naive and honest. His daughter truly worries us about the future of our family. This was almost like being directly accused of being foolish and wasteful. The Jing'an Marquis felt his blood boil with anger and wished he could faint to escape the embarrassment. Disobedient daughter. Disobedient daughter. At this moment, the Jing'an Marquis didn't know how to argue back. His anger was rising. Even though he suspected that his second daughter might not be entirely innocent, with the eldest daughter acting so domineering and the second daughter unconscious, he knew where his anger should be directed. Just then, someone outside announced that the family doctor had arrived. The family doctor, named Zhang, was a man in his 50s. When he entered, he wisely chose not to get involved in the tense atmosphere. He focused on examining Zhuo and said, her emotions are not stable, and her blood is weak. She needs to rest and take care of herself. No more overexertion or worrying. After giving his advice and leaving the prescription, he departed. At this moment, Zhuo slowly woke up. She looked at the person in front of her and softly called out, Father. Tears started to fall from her eyes, which made the Jing'an Marquis feel a pang in his heart. This daughter had been pampered for 15 years. He had never seen her so weak. Even though Zhuo had already revealed that she used a trick, seeing her like this, he couldn't bear to scold her further. Zhuo stepped forward and stood in front of Zhuo. In front of the Jing'an Marquis, he slapped her across the face and coldly said, if you dare to come into my yard and act so shameless again, I will cut your face. The slap caused shock throughout the entire courtyard. Left Qiuyue was stunned and looked at the person in front of her with disbelief. This was in front of her father. Marquis Jing'an couldn't believe his eyes. He immediately raised his hand to hit Zhuo Qixing, but she easily dodged and returned to her previous position, facing Marquis Jing'an. Rebel. Rebellious girl. Marquis Jing'an's chest heaved as he shouted angrily. Someone, bring the family discipline. Zhuo Qixing's eyes were cold and deep. She looked sharply at Marquis Jing'an and said clearly, Father, unless you kill me today, I will go to my maternal family and tell them everything. I might even go to the streets and loudly expose your favoritism for your concubine and your harsh treatment of the main wife. You. Marquis Jing'an's finger trembled as he pointed at Zhuo Qixing. When have I ever mistreated you? You have soldiers and a dowry that is probably more than all the noble girls in the capital. How could I mistreat you? Father, you seem to have forgotten how I got these things. The transactions were fair and agreed upon by both sides. Afterwards, they became your blessings. You are really good at scheming. How can you speak to your father like this? Such an unfilial daughter. Even if I beat you to death, no one can say anything. At the right moment, Zhuo Qiyang stepped forward to stir trouble. Unexpectedly, Zhuo Qixing immediately turned her spear and pointed at Zhuo Qiyang. And you, at such a young age, you're scheming behind the scenes with women in the inner chambers. You're not fit to be seen. Big sister, how could you humiliate me like this? I usually study at the academy and never get involved in family matters. Left Qiuyang explained. Huh? Do you think you're the only smart person here? Zhuo Qixing sneered at him. You take a day off every 10 days, and Zhuo Qiuyue only chooses today to faint and cry in my yard? Why didn't she come yesterday or the day before? Why come today? When she comes to my yard, does she also specifically look for you in the front yard to talk? Practice a little beforehand? Otherwise, how would you know she fainted here instead of chatting happily with my sister? Are you so sure about seeking your father to make decisions? Are you a mind reader? Left Qiuyang paused. The 14-year-old boy had never been questioned like this before and didn't know how to answer. He stammered. Second sister said she came to ask you. At this moment, Marquis Jing'an also realized the truth. As the young lady said, how did Left Qiuyang know what was happening in his eldest sister's yard? And why did he specifically come to ask him? These siblings were clearly putting on a show of suffering to deceive him, but seeing the aggressive Zhuo Qixing, he only felt more annoyed. All the children were untrustworthy, disobedient, and unfilial. They played tricks on him, openly disobeyed and mocked him, and none of them were good. All a bunch of good-for-nothings. Marquis Jing'an roared in anger, sweeping his sleeve and leaving. After he left Ningxiang Pavilion, Zhuo Qixing unceremoniously ordered, Come here, beat these two good-for-nothings out. A few maids and servants hesitated at the door, reluctant to step in, looking timid. Baofeng and Mama Hu saw that they did not move, so they took 2 steps forward, pretending to drive away the brother and sister. Zhuo Qiyang snorted coldly and quickly helped Zhuo Qiuyue to walk away, as if something was chasing them. Zhuo Qixing looked at their backs as they left, then glanced at the several maids and servants at the door. He said calmly, I think it's time to tidy up our yard. You all go work in the yard these days. Wipe the corridors and windows a few more times. Clean out the clutter from the pond. I want to fish supervised by Mama Hua. Don't let them slack off. Yes, they reluctantly followed the orders. In Ningxiang courtyard, there were 8 maids and 4 older women according to the rules. But besides Baofeng and Mama Hua, all others were people arranged by Lady Lu. After Lady Lu took charge, she replaced the old staff in the yard. She brought in new, rough maids she bought and her trusted followers, all under her control. Among them was only Jinyu, who was young and often sent out by Zhuo Qixing to gather information. The rest were assigned to work in the yard and were not allowed into her room unless necessary. Today, when Zhuo Qiuyue and Zhuo Qiyang caused trouble, they naturally dared not act. But for those who couldn't be commanded, Zhuo Qixing also did not keep them. Baofeng and Mama Hu started tidying up the messy flower hall. Zhuo Qixing said calmly, When my mother's attendants arrive, we will replace those unruly ones outside. That will make things easier for you. Mrs. Mo was wiping the table and said, "The young ladies' courtyard is quiet, and we don't have many things to do. Then I just think those people outside are annoying," Zhuo Qixing joked. Bao Feng had been holding back all afternoon, and now that no one was around, she finally asked, "Miss, since you already know the second young lady's purpose for coming today, why do you still go and offend the Marquis? Can't you handle it more politely?" "No," Zhuo Qixing smiled, showing no sign of the tense attitude she had with those people earlier. She looked very happy. "I just want to make this clear so that in the future, no one dares to come and cause trouble." Bao Feng was surprised. She never expected such a reason, using her father to show strength. The young lady really dares to think big. She couldn't help but feel worried. "Miss, aren't you afraid the Marquis will get angry and punish you?" "He won't," Zhuo Qixing said confidently. "Disobedience among the children in the house isn't a good reputation. Our Marquis cares about his reputation and doesn't want bad things to spread. Plus, I already have a marriage arrangement. The betrothal letter has been exchanged. We had already changed a marriage before, and now he definitely doesn't want any trouble." Bao Feng secretly stuck out her tongue. "Miss, you are so brave. Just now, seeing the Marquis's expression, I was so scared my legs went weak. The Marquis can't really do anything to me," Zhuo Qixing said. "But he's easily influenced and he's not very smart. If we let them fool us this time, there will be more trouble in the future." Bao Feng. Usually, in their eyes, the noble Lord Jing'an is tall and mighty. But when the young lady said this, his image seemed to shake and almost fall apart. Just now, Bao Feng was very scared, but now he thinks about it and agrees. Good people are often bullied. Since the young lady has no mother to support her in the house, she can't stand firm, and others see her as easy to control. A few years ago, the young lady didn't fight for anything, so Aunt Lu often looked down on her. The things sent from the house, whether decorations, clothes, or food, were leftovers from the second young lady, and there weren't many, just enough to show off. The people who served her were gradually taken away, and her marriage was decided by Aunt Lu. They fought over whoever was favored. One year during a lantern festival, the young lady almost got kidnapped on the street. And there were many other accidents, big and small. Now it seems some were real, some fake, but no other young lady had so many accidents. Our young lady has managed to stay safe until now, which is quite lucky. In this house, the treatment of the legitimate and the illegitimate children is reversed, and no one seems to care. Fortunately, because of a marriage arrangement, she now has some support. Recently, the young lady finally started to resist. Bao Feng quietly wiped her tears. The young lady has finally seen some hope. The next day, the housekeeper brought fabric samples for autumn clothes for Zhuo Qixing to choose from. Also present was the third young lady, Zhuo Mingyao. Zhuo Mingyao politely bowed to her older sister. "Greetings, big sister." "Third sister, come and sit." Zhuo Qixing warmly greeted her, his gaze also falling on her. The young girl wore a simple light purple silk dress, with a neat hairstyle. Her hair accessories were modest, not lively, giving her a calm and elegant appearance. She looked very mature for her 13 years, quite grown up. She stepped forward quietly and said, "Big sister, my aunt asked me to check if there are any missing things in Ningxiang courtyard. Since this is the time to make autumn clothes, we should prepare everything together. Thank you for your thoughtfulness." Zhuo Qixing placed a small ice bowl on the table in front of the girl. "Third sister, try this." Zhuo Mingyao looked at the small jade bowl in front of her, which contained chopped pieces of various fruits mixed with a milky-colored syrup. It looked very refreshing. She picked up the bowl, took a bite, and a cool, sweet feeling spread through her, making her feel much less hot. Big sister's idea is very clever. Zhuo Mingyao took another bite, then put down the bowl and sincerely praised. Zhuo Qixing smiled and asked Bao Feng to copy the recipe, so it could be given to the third young lady later. After a few more words, Zhuo Mingyao casually said, "My aunt just took over the household affairs. She's been having some trouble these days, and the accounts are a bit confusing. I don't know whether to follow the old rules or start fresh." This meant they had already found some issues with the aunt's management and were asking whether to settle the accounts. Zhuo Qixing only pretended not to understand and replied with a helpless smile, There are accounts even Aunt Shin can't figure out. It shows how complicated things are. However, I thought, some accounts are better to be calculated openly rather than secretly, to avoid trouble later on and to prevent misunderstandings. For bad debts, I would clarify the situation with Lord Jing'an and let him decide, saving effort and avoiding unhelpful efforts. If others settle scores later, it will be more complicated. Zhuo Mingyao's eyes brightened and said, Big sister is very perceptive. In Zhuo Qixing's impression, her third younger sister has always been steady and mature for her age. Now, seeing her shining eyes, she finally saw a hint of youthful spirit. Not long after Zhuo Mingyao left, the steward brought many things, from large decorations to daily supplies. Everything was covered. This Aunt Shin, I don't know if it's because Zhuo Qixing helped her take over the housekeeper's role, but she treated Ningxiang courtyard especially well. She even replaced the outside maids and brought new ones, along with their contracts. The two new top maids were very proper and careful in their work, showing that Aunt Shin put a lot of thought into it. Zhuo Qixing gave them new names. One was Jining, and the other was Rui Xian. Bao Feng couldn't help teasing his young lady. Our Ningxiang courtyard sounds elegant, but once inside, it's a different story. Names like treasure, gold, and a bunch of gold. Your preferences are really obvious. Before the new names could be fully used, Rui Xian, who already had a nickname, smiled and said, I just feel heavy, maybe because I have too much gold on me. Golding also shared her thoughts. I feel like I am a big jar filled with gold, about to overflow with wealth and riches. Madam, he smiled and said, in the future, if someone wants to please our young lady, they won't need to guess her preferences. Just look at the maid's name. A few maids giggled happily. The new servant replaced the group arranged by Aunt Lu, and the unnecessary cleaning in the outer courtyard was no longer needed. Two more maids could now enter the house, which eased a lot of worries for Bao Feng and Madame He. In Qiushuang Garden, left Chiyue was crying so hard she was gasping for breath, truly crying this time. She couldn't understand. Reincarnated, she now saw everything happening beyond her previous understanding. Aunt Lu was abandoned by her father, while left Qixing was favored by him. She had been rejected by Qixing, who was unusually strong and assertive, completely different from what she had imagined. In her past life, her mother used her high marriage as an excuse not to lose face for the Marquis house, and she received a dowry even larger than that of the legitimate daughter, Qixing. Her father had no objections. Qixing, proud of her status as the Marquis house's legitimate daughter, was very proud and didn't care much for material things. But now, everything was different. It seemed that the root of all these changes was Qixing. Could it be that she was also reborn? Left Chiyue was suddenly startled, breaking out in a cold sweat. But then she thought again, and felt it was impossible. If she has also been reborn, how could she agree to exchange her marriage? Replacing a top-ranked protector general with a short-lived noble from the duke's household is a loss that no amount of dowry can make up for. Ho Si died even earlier than Zhuo Qixing. No one could think so recklessly. Madame Lu was confined to her courtyard, dressed simply and plainly, having removed the elaborate hairpins and jewelry she wore when she was in charge. She looked somewhat tired. She gently patted Zhuo Qiyue's back and softly said, Yue, Mother is watching. The woman in Ningxiang courtyard is now quite unruly. Let's avoid her for now. What should I do? Zhuo Qiyue asked with tears in her voice, feeling very upset. Ever since she exchanged her marriage with her older sister, she hadn't encountered any good fortune. Maybe it's just a rough patch, Madame Lu comforted her. Don't rush. Rushing can lead to mistakes. This time, it was because of a careless mistake that someone found the wrong spot. But with my dowry, I wonder if I can even step into the general's household. I might not even be able to lift my head. Yue, don't worry. Mother still has some silver coins. I'll add them to your dowry later. Also, your father is angry now, but once he calms down, he won't treat you badly. After all, you are his most beloved daughter. Mother, I'm afraid this incident might also cause my brother to lose face in front of our father. He wouldn't. He won't, Madame Lu said calmly. Your father has only 2 sons. His youngest son's birth mother died in childbirth, and over the years, he has become more cautious. Your brother is the only hope for the Marquis's estate. Left Chuyue's mood gradually settled, and she thought that in a few days, her father would be less angry, and she could ask for his forgiveness. The maids and servants sent to various farms gradually returned to the capital. The steward and minor officials were handed over to Mr. Liu, while the maids and servants were arranged by Baofeng. In less than a month, all the maids who served the first wife returned to the capital. Out of the 63 people with contracts, 72 returned. Some had passed away and new people had joined. This time, more people attended lessons in both the outer and inner courtyards, turning them into 2 separate schools for boys and girls. The training ground in the outer courtyard was almost fully occupied by left Qixing's people, making other soldiers envious. The number of those involved increased to over 60. They wore new black uniforms that looked strong and neat, making it easy to move around. Every morning, at dawn, they lined up on the training ground to run laps. Afterward, they ate breakfast and then started lessons again, following a strict daily schedule. In less than a month, the whole team looked completely refreshed. Everyone seemed more energetic and spirited. It was hard to say what exactly had changed, but they all looked lively and full of energy. After 3 months of training, left Qixing called Baofeng and Mr. Liu. The two of them, following the young lady's instructions, organized reports on everyone in the outer and inner courtyards and submitted them. Left Qixing sat at the main seat, flipping through the report book. It recorded each person's age, personality, skills, relationships, past experiences, recent studies, and included some suggestions. Mr. Liu recommends Chun Liangyu as the team leader. Yes, this Chun Liangyu was originally the captain of the 5th Guard Unit. He always scored top marks in all subjects and was good at handling relationships and resolving conflicts. He was highly respected in the team. Zhuo Qixing nodded and said, "That fits well. Let's bring out the top students from each subject, have each lead a small team, and take turns on duty outside Ningxiang Courtyard." Yes, while the guards were training, Mr. Liu and the other teachers continued to observe them. Zhuo Qixing emphasized the importance of knowing people's strengths and assigning roles accordingly. Zhuo Qixing asked, "Is there anyone particularly outstanding among those returning from outside?" Mr. Liu thought for a moment and replied, "There is a farm head named Yuqing. His harvests are about 10% larger than others every year. Also, the people from his farm seem healthier and more energetic than those from other farms." Zhuo Qixing flipped through the booklet to the page about Yuqing, looking at it while listening to Mr. Liu. Yuqing's farm, regardless of its size, was considered average or slightly below, but it produced the highest yield among all farms. The people there lived better than others, so the manager must be capable. "Bring him here so I can see him," Zhuo Qixing said, showing interest in Yuqing. Soon, a man dressed in a uniform black outfit hurried into the room. He had a square face and looked to be in his 30s. He was very ordinary and not noticeable. Yuqing entered, walked straight to the center of the room, and bowed. "Your servant Yuqing greets the young lady. First, tell me how you manage the Zhuangzi?" Mr. Liu asked. "Yes," Yuqing replied seriously. "In the village where the Zhuangzi is located, there is a talented scholar who loves studying farming. Asked him for help to redesign the planting of each field. He also taught new planting and irrigation methods, which greatly increased the yield per acre. Besides that, I implemented reward measures for the farmers. I set a standard output per acre, and those who exceeded it could earn 30% more. The farmers wanted this extra 30%, so they worked harder in the fields, and the harvest improved." Zhuo Qixing looked at him carefully and asked, "Do you report all the produce from the Zhuangzi?" This question was quite direct, making the 3 people present feel a little nervous. Everyone knew the situation of the Zhuangzi. The farm produce was not measured very precisely, and the farm owners often turned a blind eye to deductions. No one had ever asked about this before. Yuqing was momentarily stunned by the question, but he quickly composed himself. He looked into Zhuo Qixing's eyes and said, "No." He then took out a ledger from his pocket, handed it to Mr. Liu with both hands, and stepped back respectfully. He honestly said, "The actual yield of the land has doubled, but..." Yuqing paused for a moment before continuing, I was originally in charge of the estate for my late wife. After she passed away 8 years ago, I was sent to manage the Zhuangzi. The Zhuangzi has gradually improved from a struggling state. 5 years ago, Zhuangzi produced more than others. His subordinates always handed in an equal amount of their earnings. The rest, after rewarding the villagers, was sold off, and the money was recorded in this account book. His subordinates thought that when the young lady got married, Zhuangzi should also be part of her dowry. His meaning was clear. Since the lady's mother passed away and Zhuangzi fell into Aunt Lu's hands, he didn't want to give more, to avoid benefiting Aunt Lu too much. The remaining items were kept aside to leave for the young lady. Zhuo Qixing looked at the account book he handed over. Over the years, the items sold from Zhuangzi had already accumulated to 2,000 taels. He was clever and adaptable. In the list of names, Yu Qing's background was that he was a refugee from the southern region who was rescued by the Lin family during a famine. He had been working for the Lin family ever since. After Lin's death, Yu Qing's family was among the first to be released by Lu. Zhuo Qixing closed the account book and asked, "I now have 12 villages in my dowry. If I entrust all of them to you, do you think you can manage well?" Yu Qing nodded without hesitation and replied, "I will not fail the young lady's trust." Yu Qing took on his new duties, walking away with complicated feelings. He never expected that the very first time he met the young lady, he would make such a bold move. The young lady truly has a unique way of choosing people. The weather had turned colder. Despite the curtains, opening the door let in a gust of cold wind. Baofeng handed Zhuo Qixing a delicate hand warmer to prevent her from catching a cold. Left Qixing couldn't help but laugh or cry. It's only September. There's no need for such an exaggerated hand warmer. Left Qixing was still flipping through the booklet in his hand and asked Mr. Lu, "Are there any sneaky people in the team?" Mr. Lu was caught off guard. "What do you mean by sneaky people?" Left Qixing pondered and said, "I mean, is there someone who uses loopholes in the rules to achieve their goals? Someone who handles things perfectly, or makes you dislike them but can't find any fault in them?" "Actually, there is one." Mr. Lu thought for a moment. "A young man named Cheng Dian. Whenever everyone makes mistakes together, he always stays out of it, watches, and even participates, but it's never related to him. I always feel that he can accomplish what he wants, but when I check back, I can't find anything on him." Left Qixing found Cheng Dian's page in the booklet. Mr. Lu was very familiar with the contents of the booklet he had prepared himself. This guy used to be a lawyer, but later he helped people with lawsuits, which made him offend others. He was chased and beaten twice, and no one dares to ask him to write legal documents anymore. With nowhere to go, he sold himself to the Ho family to become a soldier. Cheng Dian, Left Qixing became interested. In the original story, Cheng Dian was Su Xing's most relied-upon follower and played a decisive role in several major events. "Call him over and have a look." While waiting for him to come, Mr. Lu continued to introduce. Cheng Dian is very skilled in literature, medicine, and miscellaneous skills. His writing, shooting, and martial arts are average, but he can still pass. The original book does not mention Cheng Dian's background, only that he is a ruthless person who will do anything to achieve his goals. This suited Zhuo Qixing's taste very well. Soon after, Cheng Dian came in from outside, still with some sweat on his forehead, clearly just finished training. He was dressed in the same black uniform, not very tall, with a small round face, not looking like a strategist. After greeting, Zhuo Qixing examined him for a moment and asked, "Mr. Cheng, do you have any ambitions?" Cheng Dian was slightly surprised. "May I ask what the young lady means? I mean, among the 5 courses we offer, which area would you prefer to work in the future?" Cheng Dian immediately understood Zhuo Qixing's intention. She was looking for a trusted aide. He quickly made a decision. "Young lady, I wish to go into business." For someone like Cheng Dian, analyzing advantages and disadvantages was almost instinctive. Since the young lady is about to marry, the biggest power she has is controlling the money. If he is destined to serve her in the future, working in commerce now is the best choice. "Oh," Zhuo Qixing was a bit surprised. "Do you have experience in business?" "Not hiding anything from you, young lady. I come from the Cheng family in Sunan, which has been in business for generations. Chung family from Sunan, Zhuo Qixing raised an eyebrow. This Chung family from Sunan was once very wealthy, but they fell into ruin after being implicated in a private salt case. I didn't expect Chung Dian to be part of the Chung family. He has truly tried everything: business, literature, and martial arts. There's nothing he hasn't done. How about this? Zhuo Qixing said. I'll give you 3 shops to test the waters. After 2 months, we'll see how the shops perform before making a decision. Thank you, miss, for your kindness. I will do my best. The Chung Dian in the book ended up under Su Xing's care, probably because Zhuo Qixing brought him to the Su family. Thinking about Su Xing, spending her money, using her people, eventually getting promoted, making a fortune, and ending up with his wife, sharing a life with Zhuo Qiyue, made her very unhappy. In the story, Zhuo Qixing was truly an unlucky victim. That's not her style. Since she is here now, she won't let anyone take even a little of her benefits. After Chung Dian left, Zhuo Qixing discussed with Mr. Liu and Baofeng about where to send the maids back. They divided the tasks based on their abilities. The meeting lasted until late afternoon, and then she left the flower hall with Baofeng. When they returned to the backyard, she saw a small figure waiting outside the gate. It was Zhuo Nanqing, the 12-year-old illegitimate son of the Marquis of Jing'an. Zhuo Nanqing's mother, Aunt Xiao, was originally a close maid of the old lady of the Marquis's estate. Later, she became a concubine for the Marquis. She died during childbirth while giving birth to Zhuo Nanqing. So, from birth, he has been without a mother. When Zhuo Nanqing heard footsteps, he quickly looked up and saw his older sister returning. He took a few steps forward and shyly called out, "Big sister, come in and talk." Zhuo Qixing led Zhuo Nanqing into the backyard. She didn't know much about her younger brother, as they rarely met. She only knew that he was not favored in the Marquis's residence. After their biological mother died giving birth to him, Aunt Liu, fearing he might affect Zhuo Qiyang's status, deliberately downplayed his presence. As a result, he became somewhat timid. "Is the academy closed today?" Zhuo Qixing asked as they entered the flower hall. Zhuo Nanqing shook his head. His eyes looked at the ground, and his feet moved nervously, showing his discomfort. "Then why did you come back from the academy? Do you have something to ask your sister?" Zhuo Nanqing pressed his lips together, hesitated for a moment, then looked up at Zhuo Qixing and said, "Big sister, I don't want to go to the academy anymore. Can I go home and study with your guards?" Now that the training ground was lively every day, he had secretly watched the guards studying both literature and martial arts. He found it very inspiring. He had thought about studying with the guards for many days and finally gathered the courage to come to his sister and ask today. "Have you talked to your father about this?" Zhuo Qixing asked. Zhuo Nanqing shook his head again.
He was too afraid to speak.
Jing'an Marquis's 2 sons, the eldest, Zhuo Qiyang, was sent to the well-known Gaji Academy to study, while the second, Zhuo Nanqing, was considered unremarkable. Aunt Liu, claiming his poor academic performance, sent him to the private Hui Xian Academy. Hui Xian Academy was a private school where anyone could enroll by paying tuition. The students there were mixed with children from all kinds of families. "Did something happen at the academy? Were you bullied?" Facing his sister's question, Zhuo Nanqing lowered his head and didn't want to answer. But his older sister was different from what he expected. She was very gentle with him, which made his nose feel sore. He hadn't been spoken to so kindly in the palace for a long time. His lips turned white from biting them, but finally, he looked up at his sister and said, I don't want to go to school anymore. The teachers at the private school don't teach well, they are unfair, and my classmates are not very friendly." It seemed he had suffered quite a bit at Hui Xian Academy. Zhuo Qixing stepped in front of him, gently patting his head. "It's just a private school. If you don't want to go, then don't." The young boy suddenly looked up at his sister, his eyes starting to turn red. "If you don't want to go to the academy, that's fine. But can you tell me, which teacher was unfair? Which students were unfriendly? What did they do?" As he spoke, she took a piece of snack and handed it to him, while Jining offered a cup of sweet tea at the right moment. Zhuo Nanqing took a snack and put it in his mouth, holding a hot cup of tea. He was silent for a while, then seemed to make a firm decision and said, "Yao Xinhan and Fang Tianhe from the academy, along with a few others, often hit me. They also tear my books and break my things. I told Master Sun, but he said, one slap doesn't make a sound. Got it, Zhuo Qixing said, handing him another snack. Master Sun, Yao Xinhan and Fang Tianhe, right? Are there others? Zhuo Nanqing shook his head. The rest are just followers. Good, Zhuo Qixing said. So, do you want to follow the guards to class because you're afraid of going to school and hide at home, or because you want to learn skills to fight back? The young boy hesitated, unsure how to answer correctly. Just say what you think. Sister wants to hear the truth. Zhuo Nanqing looked up at Zhuo Qixing, speaking firmly. I want to fight back. I wanted to before, but I couldn't, and they pushed me into the water. Zhuo Qixing nodded and gave him a thumbs up. Good. Learn your skills first, then fight back. Don't worry about breaking things. Sister will pay for any damage. Zhuo Nanqing looked at his big sister in disbelief. Not sure if it was because the tea in his hand was too hot, but he felt warm inside. He never thought he would receive such support from his family one day. When it comes to conflicts among classmates, isn't the family always encouraging patience and compromise? In his few memories of seeing his father, the most repeated advice was to be polite and respectful. This left a deep impression on him, one he couldn't forget. Zhuo Qixing looked into his eyes and said, This time, you managed to come home and find your sister. That's very good. If there's something you can't solve on your own, think carefully about how to seek help. Do you understand? Zhuo Nanqing nodded seriously, feeling a sense of pride and confidence in his back. Tomorrow, go to the training ground and attend classes with them. Study hard. Don't worry, big sister. I will do my best to catch up. The tea in his hand was no longer hot, but the young boy still felt his palms warm. Zhuo Qixing added, How about I find a little servant for you? Zhuo Nanqing was surprised for a moment, but agreed almost without thinking. I don't like Wang Er, he said with a frown. He's too playful. Whenever he has free time, he always tries to drag me out. However, Zhuo Qixing thought that this servant was probably chosen carefully by Aunt Lu. Not only would he be unable to protect him, but he might also lead him astray, encouraging him to become spoiled and unruly. Besides trying to drag you out, what else did he do? Zhuo Qixing asked. Be specific. Zhuo Nanqing thought for a moment and said, He's lazy and likes to eat. He can't be told what to do. If something happens at the academy, he hides behind me, pushing me forward to face it. Sometimes, he causes trouble and then runs away. He also often uses rude and dirty words. Recently, someone set up a gambling game in my yard and asked me to join, but I didn't go. Really? That's clearly leading people down the wrong path, Left Qixing angrily said. Madam, you brought 2 people with you, and you also brought that young servant named Wang Er, who is always around second young master. Madam, he received the order, and soon brought in a boy about 12 or 13 years old. Wang Er had a sharp face and mischievous eyes that kept darting around. He clearly looked like someone untrustworthy. When he entered and saw Left Nanqing sitting in the hall, he shouted, Second young master, miss, did I do something wrong? I swear I didn't. Left Nanqing didn't say anything. Left Qixing, however, was very casual and said, First, give him 100 slaps. The rough maid who was holding him immediately raised her hand and slapped Wang Er in the face. Wang Er cried out in pain and looked at Left Nanqing, hoping he would speak up for him. Left Nanqing looked at him, but didn't move. Wang Er was stunned for a moment, then a second slap landed with a loud smack. Second young master, please help me. Wang Er begged. Smack, another slap. Second young master, I've served you for over 2 years. I may not have done anything special, but I've worked hard too. Smack. Left Nanqing sat still, knowing that his older sister was standing up for him. If today he had called for a stop and gone to plead for Wang Er, it would have spoiled the big sister's good intentions. From then on, she probably wouldn't care about his matters anymore. Wang Er's shouting gradually stopped after receiving about 20 slaps. By 50 slaps, he had bowed his head. Then another maid grabbed his hair and forced his face up until he received a full 100 slaps. At this moment, Wang Er's face was badly beaten, and he had lost several teeth. Zhuo Qixing looked on expressionlessly. After the beating, he said, Momo, Go and find the little boy's sales contract from Shun Inyang. We will sell him tomorrow. Also, ask for a child about the same age to be a family son for the second young master. Yes, Zhuan Nancheng watched as his big sister used harsh methods to deal with the servant. His respect for her grew even more. His big sister was very different from what he had imagined. He couldn't quite explain it, but she seemed like a brave and decisive general. After finishing with the servant, Zhuo Qixing didn't bother to comfort his younger brother with words. Zhuan Nancheng had nothing more to say. He finished his snacks and drank a cup of tea before leaving. After Zhuan Nancheng left, Baofeng spoke up. Miss, I feel that the young master isn't as timid as the stories say. He was still young, but he watched how the young lady handled her servant and didn't show much fear. You are right. Zhuo Qixing also took a sip of hot tea. A truly timid person wouldn't have the courage to say they've been wronged outside. Baofeng suddenly understood and exclaimed, then why? Halfway through, seeing her young lady's meaningful look, she immediately understood. Aunt Lu's intentions were very clear. She was worried he might overshadow her son and catch the Lord's attention. This young master probably has his own way of protecting himself. The fact that he came to see the young lady suggests he saw her handling recent matters well and thought she could handle things, so he dared to come. Baofeng was filled with emotion. Even as a son of the Marquis's household, it was not easy. Miss, should the young master inform Lord Marquis about his studies? Zhuo Qixing was indifferent. No need. Let him tell him when he finds out. Then, will you go to Qiushuang courtyard to find Aunt Lu? Why should I find her? Zhuo Qixing said with a smile. Do you think I can really go and scold her? Baofeng wrinkled her nose and said nothing. Recently, the young lady's achievements had been so impressive that she momentarily had the mistaken thought that she might really go to Qiushuang courtyard and scold Aunt Lu. While thinking, she heard her young lady call her. Baofeng, go to the front yard and call Cheng Dian here.
Yes.
Cheng Dian did not expect to receive a second message in one day. He quickly walked to the flower hall and saw Zhuo Qixing already waiting there. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Miss, this time I called you here for something you need to handle. Please give the order, Mississippi. The young master was bullied at Hui Xian Academy. Zhuo Qixing mentioned the names of Sun Fuzi and others, then said, I must get this sorted out. Understood. Cheng Dian didn't say much. He was very good at handling such matters. Zhuo Qixing thought for a moment and added, also, check if Sun Fuzi is the only student at Hui Xian Academy who is treated like this. Yes. Cheng Dian accepted the task and turned to leave. In 3 days, Hui Xian Academy's holiday arrived. Sun Fuzi was packing his things to go home, as usual. He was a scholar who never passed the imperial exam, even when he was old, but he still managed to do well at Hui Xian Academy. The students respected him, and those from wealthier families kept giving gifts, hoping to get better treatment for their children. Sun Fuzi was known for being proud and dismissive. He didn't even want to give a glance to students from poor families, let alone get into conflicts. When conflicts happened, the poorer students were always seen as the ones in the wrong. In his eyes, Zhuan Nancheng was one of those students who was often ignored. He usually dressed neatly, but he only had a timid servant with him. His family never appeared at the academy, let alone take care of him. They ignored him completely, and he was bullied for days without daring to go to school. There was no sign of any family action. Master Sun was walking leisurely, hands behind his back, along a quiet path. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a group of men in black appeared. They threw a sack over his head and started hitting and kicking him without warning. Master Sun immediately cried out loudly, Please, kind gentlemen, have mercy. I don't know what I did to offend you. It must be a misunderstanding. It's definitely a mistake. But amid the screams and shouts, the attackers did not stop. They even became more aggressive, hitting his face until it was swollen, and his eyes nearly closed. The pain on his face was so intense that he kept crying out in agony, feeling as if his face was broken. The men, still laughing and joking, said, What misunderstanding? Since we're hitting you today, it's your fault. Haven't you heard the saying, you can't slap someone without a reason? Another man, hitting his face, said, I love that saying. You can't slap someone without a reason. Do you think it's true, Master Sun? With each no reason, he delivered a heavy slap, making him dizzy and disoriented. By this time, Master Sun finally understood why he was being beaten. He often said this phrase in the academy. Almost every time a student came to complain, he would use these words. When trying to protect a special student without a good reason, phrases like, "a single slap can't make a sound," or "flies don't bite a seamless egg," were the best excuses. Master Sun was also thinking about which of these students, who had been spoken to with these words, was their master. In a flash, he suddenly remembered that's when Nancheng hadn't come to school for several days. Also, when he had previously complained to him multiple times, he always said, "a single slap can't make a sound." It was probably him. At this moment, Master Sun felt extremely regretful. He had offended someone he shouldn't have. He never expected to provoke such a fierce person. If only he had known earlier. Master Sun shouted loudly, almost breaking his voice. "I know I was wrong. It was my fault. I won't dare to do it again. Please, have mercy, hero, have mercy." He looked nothing like a good teacher. People outside ignored him, only giving him a thorough beating. After enough beating, with his nose broken, they threw him aside like trash and left. Master Sun lay on the ground for a long time, unable to move. He was about to faint when someone passing by helped him remove the cloth bag from his head. As he moved, he felt all his bones ache. The bloodstains on the bag, which had been taken off, were dirty and stained with his blood. Sun, the scholar, was feeling confused. He thought about Swan Nancheng, who was usually timid and shy. He had been bullied at the academy for a long time, and no family members had come to help. Based on his many years of teaching experience, Sun believed that Swan Nancheng was someone who was left alone and ignored. Children who could only attend Hui Xian Academy often came from poor families and had no one to care for them. Because of this, they dared to be careless. Sun never expected that this would bring him such big trouble. Now, with his face badly injured and covered in blood and flesh, he couldn't go to teach his students. He didn't even know if his face would ever heal. Soon, rumors spread through tea houses and taverns in the capital, becoming a hot topic among the people on the streets. "Did you hear? That scholar from Hui Xian Academy, Mr. Sun, got involved with the dean's wife, and she caught them in the act. She beat him up badly. Is that true?" Such a shocking story. Of course it's true. I know Mr. Sunday. He lives in Shuimen Alley. Yesterday, I saw him being beaten so badly that his face was covered in blood. His front teeth were knocked out, and he was bleeding. They had to carry him away. No wonder. This is a disgrace for a scholar. A person who teaches at an academy should have some manners. Just think about the students at their school. What kind of lessons in etiquette and shame can they learn? Disgraceful. Worse than animals. I have to go back now. My nephew studies at Hui Xian Academy, and I need to tell him to change to a different school. I heard that Qingshan Academy, 2 miles from Hui Xian Academy, is very strict in studying, and both the dean and the teachers have strong character. Every year, they produce several talented scholars. Going to Qingshan Academy is better than going to Hui Xian Academy. Really? Then I should tell Li Ergo to send his son to Qingshan Academy. He shouldn't bother with that useless Hui Xian Academy anymore. In the marketplace, such gossip spreads quickly and reaches the capital within a few days. Soon, attending Hui Xian Academy became a stain on one's reputation. Even students who had no other options didn't want to stay there anymore. Many students at Hui Xian Academy dropped out, and within a few days, most of the students had left. Hui Xian Academy quickly fell silent and closed its doors. The dean of the academy was said to have been badly beaten and hadn't appeared in public for many days. After finishing his work, Cheng Dian returned to the home mansion and went to the back garden to report to Zhuo Qixing. After the hottest days of summer, Zhuo Qixing loved staying in the back garden. Her elemental ability is related to plants and trees. She spends her days among flowers and greenery. Although her ability hasn't improved much, the vitality of the plants nourishes her body, making her healthier. Seeing Cheng Dian, Zhuo Qixing asked, "Did you find out if Hui Xian Academy has other problems? She thought that if it was just about Zhuo Nanchen, Chung Dian probably wouldn't cause enough trouble to shut down the entire academy. Indeed, Chung Dian said seriously. I first checked the academy. Besides occasional bullying, Master Sun accepted bribes and decided how to treat students based on the amount of money offered. The headmaster's problem is even worse.
He
would bring in children from poor families claiming to waive their fees, but then do harmful things. That's terrible. Almost like a beast. Zhuo Qixing squinted his eyes, surprised that such dirty affairs could happen in an academy. He wondered how many children had suffered over the years. Has the headmaster been dealt with? Zhuo Qixing asked. Yes, he has been dealt with, Chung Dian replied. He is probably still in bed, unable to move. If he doesn't leave the capital, I plan to punish him every 10 days. Zhuo Qixing picked up his teacup, blew on it, and said, no need to waste more time on him. Just make sure he can't harm anyone again. Chung Dian felt a tightness in his stomach and said, I'll take care of it right away. In this era, such truths can't be made public. The students who are harmed probably can't face the judgment of society. If the truth came out openly, many people might not be able to survive the shame. It might be better to simply silence them forever. What about those two students, Yao Xinhai and Fang Tianhe? How were they dealt with? Zhuo Qixing asked. They had one leg broken, and their fathers were also given a stern warning. That's enough. If Aiken is unhappy, he can learn well and fight back himself. Zhuo Qixing nodded and said, Thank you, Mr. Chung, for your hard work. Beside him, Baofeng handed over a small purse. Thank you, my lord. Chung Dian took it with both hands and respectfully withdrew. In the backyard of the Qingxin tea house, Hu Jing'an looked at the report submitted by his subordinate for a long time. His young fiancée was truly surprising in her actions, but every detail suited his taste. Now, reading the reports every 3 days made him feel as if he was personally involved in Zhuo Qixing's daily life. He was becoming more interested in her. Thinking of such a woman entering the Nguogong's residence, Hu Jing'an suddenly felt a bit excited. After they got married, the days ahead should be quite interesting. Zhuo here, subordinate reporting, handle the head of Hui Xian Academy. Yes, Zhuo received the order and left. Some days later, news spread that Hui Xian Academy had closed. Marquis Jing'an asked the chief steward when he returned to the residence and finally learned that his youngest son had secretly dropped out of school and had been attending classes with the young ladies' guard for several days. Marquis Jing'an was furious and immediately called Zhuo Qixing and Zhuo Nancheng into the study. As soon as they entered, a teacup was thrown at them. Zhuo Qixing quickly dodged with his younger brother, and the teacup shattered on the ground, breaking into pieces of blue porcelain with a crisp sound. This was the second time Lord Jing'an had knocked over his tea set in front of Zhuo Qixing. She remained completely unfazed, calmly walking forward and smiling as she said, Father, you are so mighty. A good roux kiln teacup like this costs at least 10 taels of silver, but you say just break it? You might as well add it to my dowry. Lord Jing'an frowned tightly, his anger growing stronger inside. His eldest daughter was becoming more and more daring. She talked about dowries every day, and the maids in the yard were either gold or jade, as if everyone should know she was a money grubber. How dare you, Lord Jing'an shouted angrily. Deciding to leave the academy without telling anyone is a big matter, yet you did it secretly. Do you still see me as your father? His anger boiled over, and his voice grew louder, shaking the air with his roar. Zhuo Nancheng had never seen such a father. When he heard the shout, he instinctively shrank his neck and took a step back. But Zhuo Qixing kept smiling, even stepping forward. She said, There's no need to overreact, father. You already know about Hui Xian Academy, right? It proves that our decision was truly wise and brilliant. You should be proud of us. Not rewarding us with a few dozen gold ingots would be unfair. Behind her, Zhuo Nancheng lowered his head even more, trying to hide the slight upward curl of his lips. Hui Xian Academy, is it no longer able to operate? I don't care, but you all make big decisions like enrolling in school without consulting me first. Do you still see me as a father? Is there anything in this family that you are afraid to do? Oh, come on, Zhuo Qixing said in surprise, pretending to be shocked. Does father think that it doesn't matter where Achin goes to school? Whether at the academy or at home? What's the difference? Nonsense, Marquis Jing'an snapped. He is still the son of my Marquis family, and he should receive the best education. Then why did father send second brother to Hui Xian Academy? Doesn't he know that Guji Academy is better? Zhuo Qiuyang went to Guji, but Zhuo Nancheng went to Hui Xian. Hui Xian Academy has no children of noble families, it's chaotic, yet he didn't think there was anything wrong with that. Marquis Jing'an's voice lowered slightly, but his brows remained furrowed. It's because his studies are not good enough. He can't get into Guji, so he can only go to Hui Xian. Where did father hear that his studies are poor? Has father ever tested second brother? Zhuo Qixing pressed on. Marquis Jing'an was momentarily speechless, feeling a bad premonition. Every time Zhuo Qixing was so aggressive, he had to step on his face and crush it. He carefully recalled that when his son wanted to go to school, Luoni told him that the teacher he hired said Zhuo Nancheng was timid by nature, and his knowledge and character were very poor, far from meeting Guji Academy's standards. He believed what Aunt Lu said and agreed to let her find another school for him. He never checked whether her words were true or not. Since everyone knew that his son was usually timid and shy, he left the matter entirely to Aunt Lu to handle. At this moment, when Zhuo Qixing asked him this question, Marquis Jing'an felt a twinge of guilt. Zhuo Qixing didn't say anything more. He walked over on his own, skillfully poured himself some tea, and also poured a cup for Zhuo Nancheng behind him. The study was silent for a while. After a long pause, Marquis Jing'an spoke again. He turned to Zhuo Nancheng and asked, "If I send you to take the exam at Guji Academy, do you think you can pass?" Zhuo Nancheng still looked honest and straightforward, but he looked back at Marquis Jing'an with the same calm expression and said, "Son can pass." Marquis Jing'an was very surprised. His usually quiet son suddenly seemed like a stranger to him at this moment. Both his son and daughter looked very different from how he remembered. They seemed like different people altogether. Although they didn't say it out loud, it felt as if they were blaming him for being an irresponsible father. The arrogance he had just shown was gone without a trace, replaced by a strange feeling of guilt. Aunt Lu was so confused. She hid the truth from him, causing him to lose face in front of his children. If Zhuo Qixing knew his thoughts right now, he would probably mock him loudly. At this point, his main complaint is still about losing face, and he doesn't realize that his son has suffered great injustice over the past 2 years. By now, the Marquis of Jing'an suddenly remembered a few months ago when they discussed changing the marriage. Zhuo Qixing had said that Aunt Lu was controlling him tightly, and this was gradually confirmed. Zhuo Qixing then continued to speak. Why doesn't father ask why second brother withdrew from Hui Xian Academy? The Marquis of Jing'an turned to look at her, with a puzzled expression. Could it be that he was unhappy with Hui Xian Academy? Because second brother was often bullied there, the teachers were unfair, and Aunt Lu's personal servants didn't help or report anything when he returned. Don't you think we should withdraw from school? So that was the case. The Marquis of Jing'an knew nothing about this. He snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Zhuo Nancheng, asking, "Why? Why didn't you tell me, huh?" As the Marquis spoke, Zhuo Qixing let out a sneer. Her mocking eyes were clear and unhidden, giving him a sideways look that was half smile, half derisive. Zhuo Nancheng had once said he wanted to go find the Marquis of Jing'an, but before he got close, the angry Marquis had driven him away. Seeing Zhuo Qixing's full of sarcasm expression, the Marquis of Jing'an felt a surge of inexplicable anger. He almost wanted to hit his daughter right then. But when he caught a glimpse of his younger son out of the corner of his eye, a twinge of guilt also arose in his heart. Over the past few years, he has truly neglected the 2 children in front of him, focusing only on the children born to Aunt Lu. In the end, he overlooked this. How does father plan to deal with Aunt Lu? Zhuo Qixing looked sharply at Marquis Jing'an, her tone still strong and commanding. Marquis Jing'an met her gaze, feeling annoyed. Since her 2 sisters were exchanged in marriage, every time he saw his eldest daughter, he couldn't keep his emotions calm.
How dare you?
As a daughter, how can you interfere with your father's concubine? To Zhuo Qixing, Marquis Jing'an's appearance seemed all show and no strength. Her face remained unchanged, still with a mocking attitude, and she said, "Some people, when they have good fortune, act like the main wife, ruling with authority. But when things go wrong, they immediately become the wronged and submissive concubine. Father says I can't interfere with the concubine's affairs, but tell me, are there any rules in this world that allow a concubine to mistreat the children of the household?"
You?
Marquis Jing'an was so angry he trembled, his chest rising and falling as he shouted, "Rebellious girl! Rebellious girl!" But Zhuo Qixing paid no mind to his anger. She calmly picked up her teacup and sighed softly. The sage said, "When there is a stepmother, there is a stepfather. The sage truly keeps his promises." Standing behind her, Zhuo Nancheng couldn't help but twitch a few times. Not to mention their usually proud father was trembling with anger, but what does the stepmother and stepfather have to do with the sage? After a few moments, Marquis Jing'an finally released his hand from Zhuo Qianying's arm. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Over the past 2 months, Zhuo Qianyue had often come to talk to him. She was very obedient and sensible. He was soft-hearted and wanted to release Aunt Lu, but now it seemed impossible. At this moment, Marquis Jing'an felt very conflicted. Aunt Lu had been with him for many years and handled everything very well. Without her these past few months, he felt a bit uncomfortable. After a while, Marquis Jing'an sighed and said, "Let Aunt Lu continue to be under house arrest." Zhuo Qianying shot him a cold look. Thank goodness her father didn't have any hopes for her. Aunt Lu, who was a troublemaker and a concubine, had gone through 2 big incidents, yet she was only kept under house arrest. Before leaving, Zhuo Qianying spoke with a tone of contempt, "The Qi family, governing the country, and bringing peace to the world. Yet my father can't even manage his own family." In the court, TSK. She finished speaking without waiting for Marquis Jing'an to respond, then turned and left. At the moment she stepped out, a sound of something falling inside the house was heard. Zhuo Qianying slightly curled her lips and walked quickly. Taking Zhuo Nancheng out of the yard, she winked at him and then whispered, "Since father is feeling guilty about you lately, take this chance to build a better father-son relationship. Be more agreeable when talking to him." Left Nancheng looked at the older sister. She had told him not to speak on the way here, and now she asked him to flatter their father. He couldn't help but ask, "Why does the older sister speak so disrespectfully to our father?" "Because I am about to get married, and I have my maternal family as support.
He can't do anything to me."
"But you are different. People need to learn to judge the situation." Nancheng understood this. He couldn't leave the home mansion. It was his only support. Without a mother, if he angered his father and gained a bad reputation for being unfilial, his future would be ruined. If he wanted to act as freely as his sister, he could only do so from a position of strength. Before returning to Ningxiang courtyard, Zhuo Qixing patted his shoulder and said, "Keep trying. If your older sister has a hard time in her husband's house, you can still count on someone in the home mansion to support you." Although Zhuo Qixing believed in relying on oneself, she deliberately said this. Giving a young boy a sense of responsibility might have an unexpected positive effect. The young boy's eyes darkened slightly, and he said seriously, "Older sister, don't worry." Lady Lu, after these 2 incidents, was still only grounded. Zhuo Qixing was very unhappy about this. So the next day, she brought 2 boxes of snacks and stayed in Shen Lady's courtyard for most of the day. When she left, Shen Lady quickly brought a neat stack of records and showed them to Marquis Jing'an, explaining in detail the problems with the mansion's accounts over the years. In the end, it was summarized that Aunt Lu's household accounts were off by more than 30,000 taels of silver since she took charge. These discrepancies were clearly visible in the records, but many other issues could not be easily detected. Even though Lord Jing'an knew that Zhuo Qixing was involved, he couldn't find any fault in his actions. Zhuo Qixing was openly confronting him, making it clear that he was unhappy with how Aunt Lu was being handled. Over 8 years, she had embezzled more than 30,000 taels, which was a significant amount. If it weren't for Lady Lin's dowry and the matter of Zhuo Nancheng, Lord Jing'an might have simply ignored the theft, treating it as a reward for her misdeeds. However, within just a few days, 3 major issues had arisen. Even if Lord Jing'an favored Aunt Lu, He knew he couldn't ignore them anymore. Zhuo Qixing's bold actions suggested that if he didn't follow her wishes, even bigger problems might follow. Lord Jing'an sighed deeply and ordered that Aunt Lu be sent to the ancestral temple for reflection. Although he issued the order, his mind was very complicated, and he struggled to contain a surge of anger from an unknown source. He believed Aunt Lu had committed a serious mistake and deserved punishment, but this time, the decision felt uncomfortable, as if he was being forced step by step into a choice. His eldest daughter was truly relentless, not giving an inch. Yesterday, because things with Brother Chun didn't go as she wanted, she went to Aunt Shin's place to find evidence against Madame Lu. She is very vengeful, which made people feel uncomfortable. Seeing that Marquis Jing'an was unhappy, Zhuo Qixing felt more at ease. She thought, I know you're upset, but you need to endure it for now. Marquis Jing'an was so angry he didn't know what to do. He couldn't vent his anger, and holding it in made him feel even more frustrated. He even became a bit cold towards sisters Zhuo Qiuyue and her brother and sister. October 3rd is the death anniversary of Zhuo Qixing's mother, Madame Lin. At Gua Temple, her long-life tablet is enshrined, and Zhuo Qixing has also lit a perpetual lamp for her. Every year on this day, she goes to Gua Temple to pray for her mother. 2 days in advance, Mammy he had already prepared everything needed for the trip. Miss, how many people should we bring this time? Baofeng asked while helping Zhuo Qixing comb her hair. Take 2 small teams with us. Understood. Now Zhuo Qixing's bodyguard team has grown. Each team used to have 6 members, but now there are 10. The 2 teams total 20 people, all dressed in black combat uniforms, each with a serious, military look. They look very striking together. The carriage moved slowly on the bumpy mountain road. The 20 guards spread out and followed from a distance. It had just frost, making the road a bit difficult to walk. Zhuo Qixing ordered the group to slow down and asked the coachman to make the wheels slip-proof. If they couldn't make it today, staying overnight at the temple was also fine. The journey was smooth, and soon they reached Bosheng, where the Guardian Temple was located. Suddenly, from both sides of the mountain path, a group of masked men in black appeared, holding swords and rushing straight toward the carriage where Zhuo Qixing was riding. The sudden attack shocked everyone nearby, and they quickly took defensive actions. In Zhuo Qixing's memory, this road was very safe. It was within the capital's territory, where bandits and robbers were rare. Plus, these attackers looked well-trained. Zhuo Qixing immediately realized this was a planned ambush. The guards surrounding them quickly moved forward. One group fought the attackers, while another protected Zhuo Qixing's carriage, keeping her safe in the middle. Zhuo Qixing stepped out of the carriage and stood on the shaft, looking out. 2 groups of fighters were battling fiercely. It was clear the attackers had come prepared. She wondered who would mobilize such a large group of assassins just for a young lady from a noble family. Looking at her guards, trained over the past few months, she knew they could fight well. But they lacked real combat experience. Against these professional assassins, they could hold their own, but they had no real advantage. The attackers were clearly experts. If she let the fight continue like this, her 2 small teams might suffer heavy losses. Zhuo Qixing bit her lip, then reached under her seat and drew a short sword. Faced with the situation, she knew she had no choice but to step into the fight herself. Left Qixing untied her cloak and threw it behind her. She drew her sword and charged forward. During the fight, a figure dressed in pink joined the battle. She moved quickly, with simple yet clever moves. Her attacks were fierce and deadly. Wherever she went, one assassin after another fell to the ground. Left Qixing's fighting skills were honed fighting against zombies. Over many years of battle, she developed the fastest and most ruthless moves, catching the assassins off guard. They thought this would be an easy task, but it turned out to be much harder than expected. These guards were very difficult to deal with. Even the young lady they thought was a delicate girl from a wealthy family fought without fear, shocking the assassins with her bravery. Then, as the young lady started fighting, 2 more top-skilled women in gray appeared out of nowhere. They moved like ghosts, fighting so fast that the assassins couldn't keep up. The leader of the assassins saw this and let out a sharp cry, signaling everyone to retreat. Although they had lost many men, escaping was not easy for these trained assassins. They quickly scattered and ran in different directions. Just as the assassins began to give up hope, more people came from the outside and joined the chase, splitting up to pursue the fleeing enemies. These people are not dressed alike and seem like unrelated individuals. They move lightly and very quickly. The few assassins who rushed out each have pursuers behind them. Zhuo Qixing holds a short sword and stands still. She looks at the people who ran out, then quickly turns her gaze away and looks at Chen Liangyu. She says, "Check if there are any survivors." Yes, Chen Liangyu clearly commands the guards to clear the battlefield. Then he steps forward a few steps and stands in front of Zhuo Qixing. He says, "Madam, there are 20 assassins left. 18 are dead, and 2 are still alive. They have no obvious marks or poison on them. We only found some broken silver, nothing else." Zhuo Qixing nods.
Good.
"Make sure the injured are properly taken care of." Yes, Zhuo Qixing squints her eyes. She has been here for over half a year and rarely goes out. She doesn't know many people. If anyone hates her, it's probably the second young lady of her family. But based on her understanding of her, she hasn't yet used so many people to attack her.
So, who sent these people?
And where did the allies behind come from? Zhuo Qixing can't figure it out right now, so she decides not to think about it. Anyway, she has 2 prisoners. She can question them when she gets back. "Young lady, shall we keep moving forward?" Chen Liangyu ties up the 2 prisoners on their horses and assigns 2 guards to watch over them. Zhuo Qixing looks into the distance and replies, "Let's wait a bit longer." The 20 guards she brought out are now feeling very unsettled, still excited after the big fight. They are also surprised by their young lady's unexpected strength. Although they heard she had a female martial arts instructor in the yard, they never imagined she would be so powerful. Her quick and decisive way of killing was unmatched by any of them. There were also 2 mysterious gray-clad experts who appeared out of nowhere. After fighting, they silently disappeared again, making it seem like they were just a hallucination. Only then did they realize that, besides themselves, the young lady also had secret guards. Zhuo Qixing finished her arrangements and waited quietly for a while. Bao Feng and Himama also hurried over, looking quite exhausted. Although they had trained for several months, their fighting skills were still limited. During the fight, they only remembered the young lady's rule: don't fall behind. They mostly kept to the shadows for self-protection and were not injured. Seeing Zhuo Qixing return safe and sound, they finally relaxed and showed relieved smiles. Bao Feng quickly put her cloak back on Zhuo Qixing. "Miss, be careful not to catch a cold." After the fierce battle, Zhuo Qixing's pink dress was covered in blood, looking quite shocking. Soon, there were 2 loud thuds as 2 dark figures were thrown onto the open ground ahead. They were 2 men in black, thrown as if they were trash, lying on the ground for a long time without moving. As the masked person landed, a man dressed in dark robes also landed almost simultaneously between 2 groups of black-clad figures. After landing, he seemed annoyed by the disturbance and kicked the 2 groups on the ground. The 2 assassins, like dead dogs, were kicked aside and collapsed into a soft heap. This sudden commotion startled even the timid, and Bao Feng nervously tugged at Zhuo Qixing's sleeve. Zhuo Qixing thought to himself, what a graceful lightness skill. The man in dark robes in front of them was tall and striking in appearance. His wheat-colored skin, sharp eyebrows like ink, straight nose, and deep-set eyes with black pupils shining like stars made him look very heroic. However, his unusually pale lips softened his fierce look, giving him an irresistible, stunning beauty. Very attractive. Behind him, those who had chased after him also returned one after another, several holding captives they had caught. Zhuo Qixing stood in front of the carriage, calmly facing the 2 masked men who had descended from the sky. He did not show any surprise, only offering a distant bow and saying, "Thank you, young Master Fourth, for your help." Hu Jing'an was momentarily stunned, surprised that she recognized him directly. This was probably their first meeting. But soon, he smiled openly. "Miss, you truly have good eyesight." He stood before her, youthful and spirited, with a slightly unruly, roguish air, completely different from the polite young nobleman of Beijing. Zhuo Qixing only confirmed the identity of the helpers when she saw him appear. After all, this guy had sent 2 secret guards to follow her for several months. She had once noticed being followed and saw him at the Qingxin tea house. Knowing he meant no harm, she didn't bother with the guards afterward. Strictly speaking, this was the second time Zhuo Qixing had seen him. Hua Jing'an kicked the 2 people at his feet further away and asked, "Miss, do you have a grudge against Zhang Yojia?" Zhang Yojia? Zhuo Qixing couldn't remember who that was at first. Zhang Shangshu's youngest son, Hua Jing'an added just in time. He's engaged to the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Jinan's family. Oh, it's him. Zhuo Qixing suddenly remembered after the reminder. He was Lin Xueqing's fiancé. "I have no dealings with him," she said. Hua Jing'an nodded and explained. The assassins said they didn't mean to hurt anyone. They just wanted to take something from a young lady. Zhuo Qixing looked at him with confusion, unsure what treasure she had that would cause such a commotion. A young man from a second-rank official family wouldn't normally resort to robbery. Hua Jing'an continued. They wanted a jade bracelet that the young lady was wearing. Is that so? Zhuo Qixing suddenly understood and quickly pieced together the whole story. Last time, she went to her maternal grandmother's house to borrow something, and her grandmother gave her an imperial green bracelet. At that time, her cousin Lin Xueqing looked unhappy and said some unpleasant words. It turned out to be because of this bracelet. I believe she already regarded this jade bracelet as her own possession, thinking she had taken something from her. She then mentioned it to her fiancé, and Zhang Yojia probably hired people to steal it just to please his fiancé. Zhuo Qixing felt speechless. She never expected that the reason for the theft would be like this before. She heard that the 4th son of the Zhang family was a very refined young man, holding a minor official position, and Lin Xueqing always thought he had a bright future. Now seeing how ruthless Zhang Yojia is, it's quite shocking. She, a young lady from a noble family, was robbed on the road. Even if it was just the bracelet, if this got out, she would be slandered, her reputation damaged. If she were a proper noble lady in ancient times, it might even lead to serious consequences. There's no reason worth risking such trouble for this kind of revenge. Zhuo Qixing thought that Lin Xueqing was probably not entirely innocent in this matter. Hua Jing'an looked at Zhuo Qixing's expression and probably guessed some of the reason. He smiled and said, "Since Zhang Yojia is standing up for Miss Jin Nanho, I have a reason to stand up for you too. When I go back, I'll pay him a visit and teach him a lesson. Every time I see him in the future, I'll teach him again until he behaves." How does that sound? He spoke confidently, as if resolving the matter was straightforward. Going to the Prime Minister's office to beat someone up was just a normal thing to do. Hearing this, Zhuo Qixing couldn't help but smile quietly. She never expected her future husband to have such a bold personality. Very unique, but somehow, it suited her very well. Perhaps Miss Zhuo has a solution? Feel free to tell me, Hua Jing'an said when he saw Zhuo Qixing start to smile again. Zhuo Qixing's smile remained and she replied, "Of course, I would teach them a lesson. Say I was frightened and charge some money to calm my nerves. If that doesn't work, then we can report these troublemakers to the authorities." Good idea. Hearing this, Hua Jing'an immediately found more fun in the situation and laughed loudly. "I promise not to disappoint you, Mississippi." He then cupped his hands and asked, "Does Miss have any other instructions? If not, I will take my leave." Zhuo Qixing nodded politely. "Then I shall trouble 4th young master." As for how he knew about the attack or who ordered it, she believed he had his own sources of information. She didn't want to ask more. Hua Jing'an took the captives, along with the 2 who were still alive earlier, and headed back. At the Ministry of Revenue's residence in the capital, Zhang Yu's eyelids had been twitching non-stop since morning, an entire morning of constant twitching. A young servant named Song Nian, bowing his head, asked, "Master, is your left eye twitching or your right eye? Is there any other saying about this? People say that a twitching left eye means good luck, while a twitching right eye means trouble." The servant said as he looked closely at Zhang Yojia's eyelids. "If your left eye twitches, it's a very good sign." Zhang Yojia subtly curled his lips and said, "Sometimes my left eye twitches, sometimes my right eye does. Tell me, is it good or bad?" "Oh, Master, this probably just means that good things come with some difficulties. You smooth-talking servant. But today, this matter is handled by the Starry Organization's Night Owl, so it's definitely foolproof. The Starry Organization is the biggest secret assassin group in the Dahong realm. Its killers are divided into 4 ranks: Shadow Killer, Blade, Dark Stabber, and Night Owl. Zhang Yojia was willing to pay a high price to hire them to deal with a young lady, so he never thought he would fail. To deal with a girl named Sui Qixing, he originally only needed his guards and servants. But since they were all officials from the Ministry of Works and well-known in the capital, if anyone recognized them doing this, it would be a big problem. After thinking it over, he decided it was better to spend some money to be safe. Song Nian quickly agreed, that's for sure. Just wait and see. Young lady Ho will be very scared this time. Humph. Zhang Yojia snorted coldly. If she dares to steal Xueqing's things, I definitely won't let her go. Master, Miss Xueqing is so kind to you. Many young ladies in the capital must envy her greatly. Song Nian spoke kindly, but inside, he was secretly criticizing. If that bracelet was truly unique, even if they managed to take it back, Lin Xueqing wouldn't be able to carry it out easily. Otherwise, it would have been noticed immediately. However, Zhang Yojia didn't care about that. As long as the bracelet wasn't in someone else's hands, that was enough. Near noon, Zhang Yojia and Song Nian left the residence without hearing any news, thinking it might be easier to gather information outside. But before they heard anything, they were dragged into an alley by someone.
Who are you?
What are you doing? Zhang Yojia had never encountered such a situation before. He shouted sternly, his face full of anger, as he watched Zhuoshi and his men block the alley entrance. His fear was clearly visible. Hu Jing'an had not been in the capital for long. He usually kept a low profile and had never attended the noble young men's banquets, so Zhang Yojia didn't recognize him. But his sudden aggressive attitude was enough to shock this well-known noble young man in the capital. Huh, you don't recognize me. Hu Jing'an smiled with ill intent. Maybe you should think again. While speaking, Zhuoshi approached and quickly knocked Song Nian to the ground with a few punches and kicks. Zhang Yojia was even more frightened, his voice trembling as he said, I am an official of the court. Beating a court official in the street is a serious crime. It's okay. Ho Jing'an still smiled politely, with a very good attitude. Anyway, there's no one else here. You can't prove I hit you. Zhang Yojia looked around nervously and finally gave up hope. This remote alley was now empty, with tall walls on both sides. The only entrance was guarded by a few burly men. Do you know who my father is?
Minister Jas Huai.
That's my father. If you hurt me, my father won't let you go. Really? Ho Jing'an took a step closer. I'm curious. What do you think your father would do to me? As he spoke, he kicked Zhang Yojia in the stomach. Zhang Yojia was not used to physical fights. He usually liked to act refined, thinking of himself as a cultured scholar. He couldn't handle such a kick. He felt a strong force hit him, and with sharp pain, he was pushed backward, crashing into the wall of the alley. When he regained consciousness, he felt like his internal organs had shifted. The pain made it hard to breathe, and he couldn't stand. He collapsed there, lying like a dead fish, gasping for air with his mouth open. He usually kept up the appearance of a gentle scholar, acting quietly and reserved. But now, in front of these people, all his tricks didn't work. He was filled with only fear. Tell me, why did you want to harm my fiancé? Ho Jing'an kicked at Zhang Yojia's head, turning him onto his back. Zhang Yojia barely heard what Hu Jing'an said during a dizzy spell, and only after a few moments did he realize what was meant. Murder for hire? Fiancé? He only hired assassins to rob, targeting the young lady of the Jing'an Marquis's residence. And her fiancé, he was the 4th young master, known for his family's bad luck, recently returned to the capital from the Duke of Anne's household. So, the truth had come out, and her fiancé had come looking for him. In that instant, Zhang Yojia broke out in a cold sweat. Although he was the son of a second-rank minister, he knew some families were not to be messed with. Oppressing common people could be overlooked by his father, but noble families like the dukes, with close ties to the royal family, were not so easy to deal with. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Zhang Yojia struggled to speak. I didn't mean to kill anyone. Ha, you didn't mean to kill, yet you hired people from the Starry Network? Hua Jing'an said casually, but to Zhang Yojia, it was like a thunderclap. They had even found out he hired members of the Starry Network. This organization has clear ranks. The highest level, the Shadow Killers, are all deadly assassins. If they are captured before completing a mission, they swallow poison and commit suicide. But Zhang Yojia hired the lowest-ranked night owl. If caught and interrogated, anything could be revealed. What he didn't know was that even if no one was caught alive, his secret couldn't be kept. Now that they had captured these prisoners, it was just a formality.
No.
No. Zhang Yojia was so anxious, he almost lost his voice. He hurriedly explained, I really didn't mean to kill anyone. Since you've already questioned Yi Xiao, you should know I only wanted to get back the bracelet of my fiancé. Before he finished speaking, he was kicked again by Hua Jing'an. How could the bracelet of your fiancé be in my fiancé's hands? Lying doesn't make it believable to others. No. Xue Qing said that her bracelet was given to her by the old lady of the Jinan Marquis family, to Miss Xue. Zhang Yojia was in so much pain, he couldn't straighten up. He was no longer the confident man who once wanted to stand up for his fiancée. Now, he only wanted to minimize his responsibility. She wants to get that bracelet back, Zhang Yojia continued. I have never met Miss Xue, so I had to come up with this plan and find someone to steal it back, Hua Jing'an sneered lightly, showing contempt. That scoundrel pretends to be respectable every day, full of talk about kindness and morality, but inside, he's so vile. When her grandmother gave her that bracelet, it was worth it for you two to be so jealous and jealous. All those hypocritical books are just full of lies. Hearing such words exposed his true thoughts directly. Zhang Yojia felt ashamed and angry. Buying a thief to steal a young lady's bracelet was truly shameful to admit. At this moment, Zhang Yojia was in a difficult situation. Not only was he wronged, but he was also trampled on and humiliated. His dignity was completely gone. He had never been in such a position since birth, and he couldn't help but feel some resentment toward Lin Xueqing. If she hadn't insisted on coming to complain about her broken bracelet stolen by her cousin, he wouldn't have lost his temper and made such a foolish mistake. But now, he couldn't think about anything else. His only hope was to beg Hua Jing'an to let him go. He pleaded earnestly, It was my fault. I was blinded by foolishness and did something wrong. Young master please forgive me this time. Hua Jing'an looked at him calmly and said, My fiancée is a fragile woman. She was frightened and bedridden after such an incident. And you want me to just forgive you? When he mentioned the fragile woman, his face remained calm, but inside, he flinched. He remembered the scene earlier, when Zhu Qixing had quickly cut the assassin's neck with a short sword. That also showed that Zhu Qixing was not easily frightened. Hearing this, Zhang Yojia immediately tried to climb higher on the ladder of guilt. I'll compensate. I'll pay for all the damages caused to Miss Xue. Oh. Hua Jing'an raised his foot slightly from him and asked, Tell me, how do you plan to compensate? I will pay silver. I am willing to pay 10,000 taels of silver to Miss Xue. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked again. Are you trying to bribe a beggar? Buying off the assassin who attacked the young lady of the Ho Mansion with just 10,000 taels? Would you like me to send the assassin to Dali Temple and see if this minor official can reach his limit? Zhang Yojia cried out in pain, feeling as if he had swallowed a pound of bitter medicine. He truly didn't hire anyone to kill, but he did hire someone from the Xinghua Society, claiming he just wanted to steal a bracelet. No one believed him. Now, all the control was in Hua Jing'an's hands. Whatever he said was final, and even if Zhang Yojia had 100 mouths, he couldn't explain himself. The Xinghua Society seemed to be just a name. They couldn't even handle a young lady from a noble family, let alone be the top killer organization in Dahong. It was all just nonsense. No. Zhang Yojia struggled and reached out with one hand. 50,000. I'll pay 50,000 taels of silver. That's all I have. I can't pay more. In truth, he couldn't even gather that much money. But his mother spoiled him, and after returning home, he planned to cry to her and gather the silver. It shouldn't be hard. Humph. Hu Jing'an snorted coldly, causing Zhang Yojia to shiver involuntarily. Then 50,000 taels it is. Go back now and get it. I'll wait for you at Anyuan Tower. Zhang Yojia didn't expect him to agree so easily. He quickly said he would go home immediately to get the silver notes. However, both master and servant were so beaten up that they didn't even have the strength to stand. Hu Jing'an waved his hand, and the two tall men standing at the alley entrance immediately stepped in. One took the servant, the other took the young master, like carrying small chickens. They turned around quickly and threw the two at the gate of Zhang Shangshu's residence. Zhang Yojia and Song Nian hurriedly crawled into the house, frightening the gatekeeper servant. A group of people hurriedly helped Zhang Yojia back into the courtyard. The commotion immediately alarmed the entire family. Zhang Shangshu had just finished his official duties and was at home. When he heard that his youngest son had been beaten, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. He was the Minister of Revenue, a high-ranking official in the court, already at the center of power. Even among the many officials and nobles in the capital, no one would disrespect him. Zhang Huaiji. He wanted to see who dared to come to their residence and attack them. When he saw Zhang Yojia and his young servant Song Nian, he thought the situation didn't seem too serious. Although the two were lying there, crying out in pain, they had no obvious external injuries besides torn clothes. He called the house doctor, who examined them, and said they were not hurt. Zhang Huaiji pressed his lips tightly and asked seriously, "What exactly happened?" Zhang Yojia, still trembling, finally spoke cautiously. He recounted everything that happened today. To avoid more punishment, he falsely claimed that he wanted to show off his heroism in front of Lin Xueqing. He said he was crying hard because he wanted to act bravely and stand up for justice. Like an old fox, Zhang Shangshu has been deeply involved in official affairs for many years, so he can easily see through his words. Fool! Zhang Huaiji's beard bristled with anger. He never expected that Zhang Yojia would be such a fool. He entered official service through the imperial exam, but his rank was low. At first, he didn't get any official position. Over the years, he worked hard to get a position as an 8th-grade supervisor at the Imperial Academy, but instead of trying to advance further, he acted like a housewife, causing trouble over a worthless bracelet. Today, if the Duke's son could forgive him, that would be good. If not, his future would be ruined. Did you say that Lord Hu Jing'an agreed to pay 50,000 taels of silver to settle this? Zhang Huaiji asked. Yes, Zhang Yojia replied angrily. He really is a big spender. I offered to pay 10,000 taels, but he wouldn't agree. Fool. Zhang Huaiji was very angry. Did he say whether, after catching some assassins, he would return them after getting the money? How can we be sure he won't pursue the matter further once he receives the silver? Well, Zhang Yojia was speechless. He hadn't thought of these issues before.
Aha, Zhang Huai Said.
He couldn't help but kick Zhang Yojia twice, secretly blaming this reckless fool for being irresponsible and careless in his actions. Now that it involves the Star Network Society, what's the point of talking about stealing? It's clearly about risking lives. As a result, the Jing'an Marquis' residence, the Nguigong's residence, and the Zhunnan Marquis' residence have all been offended by this fool. This is truly a terrible situation. And Yuan Tower, I will personally go there for you this time, said the father. So, sitting leisurely in Yuan Tower and drinking tea, Hu Jing'an was finally waiting for Zhang Shangshu himself. He wasn't surprised. He stood up from his seat, cupped his hands with a smile, and said, "What a coincidence, Lord Zhang. Indeed, my talented nephew." Zhang Huaiji saw Hu Jing'an's reaction and understood clearly. It seemed he had long expected that this senior official would come in person. Zhang Huaiji took out a wooden box and handed it over, straightforwardly saying, "My young nephew caused some trouble. When I go home, I will tell my elders that we only need to compensate the young lady on the left a little. But this matter involves many people, and I know you have also put in a lot of effort. So, I prepared double the compensation. I hope you will kindly forgive us." The implication was that they would pay double, and after this, they wouldn't pursue the matter further. Hu Jing'an took the box, smiling happily, and said, Senior Zhang, you are too kind. Let's just forget about this matter, and I won't mention it again. Then he handed the box to the person behind him, Zhushi, and said, Go quickly and bring the captured thieves here for Lord Zhang to handle. No need, said Senior Zhang quickly, standing up and bowing slightly. I have some official business to attend to. I will take my leave now. Nephew, please stay. It was best to handle this quietly. Making a big show of escorting the people over. Was it because they were afraid others might find out what really happened? Hu Jing'an raised an eyebrow, clearly recognizing that this old fox was still clever. In fact, Zhang Huaiji, as Minister of Revenue, could easily pay the 10,000 taels of silver, so this compensation demand wasn't a big problem for their family. However, there should be a limit to how much they ask for. After Zhang Huaiji left, Hu Jing'an opened the box and counted the banknotes, thinking that these silver coins might be enough to calm down Miss Zhushi. If she said it wasn't enough, he would have to think of other ways. Zhushi Ziqing returned to the Marquis's residence only late in the evening. After washing up in the courtyard, she sent for Jin Yu and Zhu Mama to come and report. Today I went to Hugua Temple. Did anything interesting happen in the capital? Yes. Jin Yu became interested when mentioning something new. The daughter of Qian, the deputy minister of rights, had a quarrel with the son of scholar Li about breaking off their engagement. They fought in the street, got bloodied, and everyone in the capital was watching the show. Anything else? Jin Yu thought for a moment and shook her head. Everyone was busy watching that fight, so other things seemed less interesting. Zhu Mama added from the side, I also heard that the young master of Minister Zhang's family was beaten up. It was quite serious. He was carried back to the residence. Someone saw it and said it was pretty bad. Oh, Zhushi Ziqing became interested when she heard this. Is that the young master named Zhang Yu? I don't know his full name, but I heard he was engaged to Miss Xueqing from the Lin family. Left Qixing immediately smiled happily. Hu Jing'an's efficiency in handling matters was really good. It's nothing, Left Qixing said with a smile, clearly in a good mood. Baofeng shared the plain cakes brought back from Hugua Temple with the maids and paid special attention to Jin Yu and Zhu Mama. If there's any exciting news from Zhang Shangshi's residence, just come and tell Mississippi. I'll go find out again tomorrow. They replied happily and left. Left Qixing returned to her room and saw a note under a blue porcelain vase on the table. It read, Tomorrow at noon, room 3 at Anyuan Tower. The handwriting was wild and free, full of a carefree spirit. Left Qixing thought to herself, truly, the handwriting reflects the person. She put away the note but didn't hide it from Baofeng, who was serving nearby. Baofeng had been quite frightened earlier today, but seeing her young lady remain so calm, she finally didn't feel like overreacting anymore and gradually calmed down. At this moment, seeing the note, she even had the mind to tease. Fourth young master is probably thinking about updating us on the progress. Today, we also had a big scare, Left Qixing said. It was her first time asking Hu Jing'an to handle something. At first, she thought if he couldn't do it well, she wouldn't just swallow her anger. She planned to use some sneaky tricks against the Yen family, and for a short time, they wouldn't be able to get the better of her. But from the looks of it, this fourth young master, who did a good job. One evening before bed, Zhuo Qixing felt her long-dormant special ability start to become slightly active again. Since arriving in this world, her power had been almost completely inactive. Even when surrounded by flowers and plants all day, she could only barely nourish herself, unable to use much more. But today, perhaps because of a recent big fight, her dormant ability showed a faint ripple, like a half-dead tree suddenly showing a hint of new life. Zhuo Qixing wasn't sure what caused her power to become active again. She decided to observe first. If it was due to the fight, she would need to go out and do something about it later. The next day, around noon, Zhuo Qixing took Baofeng and went out. The Anyuan building was her property. She didn't know if Hu Jing'an was aware of it. She just thought she was going to check on her own shop. On the second floor, room 3, called Drunken Moon Pavilion, faced Yong'an Street. It was in the busiest part of the capital city. Originally, it was given to her by Marquis Jing'an as part of her dowry. After she took over, she renovated it and hired some talented chefs. Cheng Dian was very interested in this restaurant, so it was doing quite well. When Zhuo Qixing entered room 3, Hu Jing'an's servant, Zhuo Shi, was waiting at the door. Seeing her, he immediately led her inside. Hu Jing'an was already waiting inside. Seeing Zhuo Qixing come in, Hu Jing'an smiled and took a few steps forward. He waved the papers in his hand and said, "Come and see if these can calm your surprise. If they can't, I'll go talk to him again." Standing at the door, Zhuo Shi twitched his mouth, thinking, what kind of discussion is that? Using fists to settle things is also called discussing? Zhuo Qixing took the papers from him, looked at them, and was a bit surprised. There were 10,000 taels of silver notes. Hu Jing'an was quite bold to ask for that much. I wonder if Zhang Xiangshu is now thinking about destroying him. Not bad. Zhuo Qixing looked at him with certainty and praise. This look gave Hu Jing'an a strange sense of achievement. He split the silver notes in half and handed 5,000 taels back to Hu Jing'an. We each add 5,000 split evenly. Haha, then I'll accept it. Hu Jing'an didn't refuse. He took the half of the silver notes and put it in his pocket, saying, just consider it. My pocket money, some title or address was omitted in the middle, which made Zhuo Qixing roll his eyes at him. Your 2 secret guards, since they already showed up yesterday, shouldn't be idle anymore. They can help train my people. Of course, Hu Jing'an said without hesitation. If that's not enough, I can send a few more. Last night, a secret guard reported the events of the day. When she saw 2 people appear without asking any questions and then disappear again, she simply acted as if nothing had happened. Hu Jing'an understood then that the secret guard already knew about this from Zhuo Qixing. He was becoming more curious about his unusual fiancée. Her skills were truly not what a typical young lady from a noble family should have. She was stronger than he expected, possibly far beyond his imagination.
There's no need for that, he said.
Her personal guards and maids are already enough to train. At this moment, they were sitting side by side at a table in a private room, very close to each other. Zhuo Qixing suddenly felt her internal energy becoming active again, just like yesterday. She carefully thought about it. She hadn't fought today, and the only similarity to yesterday was her contact with this person.
Could it be?
To test her idea, Zhuo Qixing suddenly reached out and patted Hu Jing'an's shoulder, saying thank you, thanks for everything these past few days. Hu Jing'an looked at her confused, glancing at his shoulder, feeling strangely like his fiancée was being overly kind. But inside, Zhuo Qixing felt a ripple of emotion. She couldn't help but remember that in the apocalypse, some people with special physiques looked normal on the outside, but their abilities would grow stronger when near others with powers. The closer they were, the faster their abilities would improve. People like this are extremely rare, but once one appears, everyone competes fiercely to win them over. Could Hu Jing'an really have such a special ability? Had she actually found a treasure? She had thought before that even if her wood-type power stayed at the lowest level, it would still be enough for her to live comfortably here for the rest of her life. But an unexpected gift was still a gift. Who would ever complain about having too much? As she moved closer and touched his arm, she could clearly feel a stronger wave of energy, though it was still faint. Realizing this, Zhuo Qixing, who had planned to leave after finishing her business, suddenly called over a waiter and ordered several of the restaurant's signature dishes, saying she wanted to treat Hu Jing'an to a meal as thanks. She even mentioned that this restaurant on Yuan Tower was one of her own businesses. Hu Jing'an was surprised, yet somehow not. By now, he had grown used to Zhuo Qixing's unexpected actions and found it easy to accept whatever she did. Standing behind them, Zhuo Shi, who was serving, became excited when he heard this. He was a true foodie, always searching for delicious dishes. On Yuan Tower was famous for its spicy tofu dish, which was incredibly tasty, but only available in limited quantities each day. If you came late, it was sold out. Now that the entire restaurant belonged to his future mistress, he would never have to worry about missing out again. Zhuo Shi was already imagining a wonderful future filled with endless good food. After a meal, Zhuo Qixing felt a great weight lift from her heart. She was very sure that her future husband truly had a special physique that could enhance supernatural abilities. At first, she thought it didn't matter who she married, but her opinion changed immediately. Hu Jing'an must be hers now. No one could take him away. The feeling of her supernatural powers coming back to life was wonderful. Zhuo Qixing was lost in happiness. She took her time finishing lunch, then reluctantly drank some digestion tea, and finally ate a few pieces of fruit. With nothing else to do, she stood up to say goodbye to Hu Jing'an. Before leaving, she earnestly told him, "Young Master C, men should learn to protect themselves when they are outside." After she left, Hu Jing'an looked at the stone statue with a blank expression. "Dog stone, what do you think she meant by that?" The stone statue scratched its head and replied, "Maybe she was telling you to take care of yourself, like when you met bandits yesterday so you wouldn't get hurt?" Hu Jing'an frowned, feeling it didn't quite sound right. Later that night, as he was about to sleep, he suddenly remembered that because her half-sister had been caught on the street hugging Su Er, they had exchanged vows and become engaged. If that incident on the street hadn't happened, she would still be Su Sheng's fiancé. Thinking this over, he wondered if she was telling him not to let other women get close to him, so he wouldn't be replaced again. So, does Zhuo Qixing really like him very much and not want him to be tricked like Su Sheng was? That's probably why she wants to warn him. It seems that Miss Zhuo is very pleased with him. My clumsy stone brain just can't think of any good ideas. After returning to her own courtyard, Zhuo Qixing went inside to carefully feel her special energy waves. After half a day of contact, she truly felt that her abilities had improved a little. This is a good start. Thinking about it, according to the original story, both Hu Jing'an and she didn't live past 30. But now, she doesn't want to die. She hopes she can live a long time with Hu Jing'an. The story doesn't say how Hu Jing'an died. It might have been an accident or illness. Since her and Zhuo Qiyue's fates have changed, it shows that the story isn't fixed. There's still a long way to go, and she will find a way. That night, Zhuo Qixing fell asleep amid her busy thoughts, dreaming about how to change her and Hu Jing'an's unlucky fate. At the same time, in the Marquis of Zhennan's residence, Lin Xueqing couldn't sleep. She kept tossing and turning, unable to rest. When she heard about Zhang Yu's family being beaten, she guessed what had happened. A few days ago, she met Zhang Yu's family and secretly accused Zhuo Qixing of stealing her wedding bracelet, which made Zhang Yu's family very angry and protective of her. They even promised to help her get the bracelet back. Yes, but it is not normal to think of ways to take back a bracelet from a noble lady, especially since her grandmother personally gave it to her. It seems impossible to achieve by ordinary means. Lin Xueqing already sensed that something bad might happen to Zhuo Qixing. She felt nervous but also hopeful. Over the past few days, she kept sending the maid in the yard to gather news. She knew that the date of October 3rd was the day Zhang Yujia would act, because it was her younger sister's death anniversary. Zhuo Qixing would go to Heguang Temple to burn incense. But she never expected that the last news would be that Zhang Yujia was beaten badly and thrown back to the Shangshu mansion. What exactly happened, Lin Xueqing did not know. But at that moment, her heart was pounding. In her mind, she imagined Zhuo Qixing returning from Heguang Temple in a mess, then staying inside her house without coming out. Meanwhile, Zhang Yujia would come to visit, hoping to win her favor with the precious bracelet. Everything she wanted to get would eventually come back to her. But in the end, she didn't wait for Zhang Yujia to come, yet Zhuo Qixing did. When she heard that Zhuo Qixing was coming to Zhennanhou Mansion, Lin Xueqing suddenly felt nervous. She nervously grabbed her maid's arm and asked, "Xiaoer, do you think she's here to settle scores with me?" "Miss, there's no need to panic. You don't know anything, so you shouldn't blame yourself." Xiaoer's words calmed Lin Xueqing down. She was right. She had only mentioned a few things in front of Zhang Yujia. Even if something went wrong, it wasn't her fault. Moreover, she truly did not know what had happened. So, when the old lady sent someone to call her, Lin Xueqing's mood had already calmed down. She tidied her clothes and then took Xiaoer to the main hall. The old lady was holding Zhuo Qixing's hand and sitting close to him, showing affection that made Lin Xueqing feel very uncomfortable just to watch. Grandmother was not usually so close to her sisters at home. "Grandma, the other day I went to Heguang Temple and happened to catch Master Huikong giving a lecture. I asked for this peace talisman, blessed by the Master himself, to carry with you for peace of mind." "Good," Good. Grandma Lin kept saying happily, clearly pleased with her granddaughter's thoughtfulness. When Lin Xueqing entered, she overheard this conversation, and immediately, her hand clutching the handkerchief tightened. She walked over with a gloomy face and sat down, but everyone's eyes were focused on the old lady, as if no one noticed her strange expression. She only heard the old lady ask again, "Good grandson, was your trip to Hugua Temple smooth? Did you go with anyone?" "I went alone," Zhuo Qixing said with a smile, leaning a shoulder against the old lady, acting very affectionately, which made Lin Xueqing frown. She thought to herself that Zhuo Qixing only knew how to use some shady tricks. But Zhuo Qixing didn't even look at Lin Xueqing and continued. However, there were a few small troubles on the way. The elderly lady immediately sat up straight and looked at Zhuo Qixing with concern. "Quickly tell your grandmother what happened. Did you get hurt?" Seeing the lady's expression, the young ladies present didn't think much of it, but the married women felt differently. Especially Lin Xueqing's mother, Su Shi. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. This Zhuo Qixing, although claiming to be from the Lin family because of the lucky charm, she had heard about the incident where Zhang Yojia was beaten. Naturally, she started to think the worst. "Grandmother, please relax," Zhuo Qixing said with a relaxed smile. "I am completely fine. I went out with just one person, but I had over 20 guards with me. It's not easy to hurt me." The elderly lady clearly relaxed but then became angry again. "Quickly, tell me exactly what happened." "Your grandmother will speak for you." Lin Xueqing, sitting at the lower end, couldn't help but feel nervous, worried she might say something bad. But as expected, Zhuo Qixing spoke right away. "It's best if grandmother can speak for me," she said, turning her head for the first time to look at Lin Xueqing among the crowd. That glance made Lin Xueqing feel a sudden shock, as if she was being stared at intensely. She only watched Zhuo Qixing's mouth move, but not a single word she said was what she wanted to hear. That day, it frosted, and the road was slippery. Our group moved very slowly. Finally, we reached the hillside in front of Bow Mountain. Suddenly, the group stopped, and the horses neighed in fear. It was very frightening. Guess what happened next? A group of masked killers jumped out from all sides. They were very fierce, carrying shiny steel blades, and charged at my carriage. She told the story vividly. Everyone present, except Lin Xueqing and her daughter, listened carefully, as if they were hearing a story in a tea house. The old lady tightly held her hand, feeling nervous. Zhuo Qixing then made up a long story about how the two sides fought fiercely. When they seemed to be losing, a rescue team arrived and saved them. The story was full of twists and turns, very exciting and dangerous. Everyone in the room was so scared they didn't dare to breathe, quietly waiting for her to continue. Finally, she said, "In the end, we caught a few masked assassins and took them back for trial." Guess what happened? "What?" the old lady asked involuntarily. She replied, "Those assassins turned out to be killers from the largest assassin organization in our Dahong dynasty, the Xing Luo Society."
How could that be?
The old lady exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table. "Who could have such a deep grudge against a young lady like you, to want to kill you? That's so cruel." It was the fourth young master of the Ministry of Revenue, named Zhang Yojia.
What?
And what was the reason for the trial? The old lady almost stood up in shock, turning to look at Lin Xueqing and her daughter, who looked pale with fear. Neither Lin Xueqing nor her daughter expected such an ending. Lin Xueqing couldn't help but think to herself that Zhang Yojia's way of handling things was a bit unreliable. Such a small matter caused such a big fuss, even involving a killer organization, but in the end, someone just took advantage of the situation. However, she didn't know that Zhang Yojia also felt deeply wronged. No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't understand how failing to deal with a young lady from a noble family could involve 30 night assassins and still end in failure. No matter how she tried, she couldn't imagine how those 30 night assassins were defeated. The old lady had now begun to see some clues. Zhang Yojia and Zhuo Qixing didn't know each other well, so there was no deep hatred or grudge worth hiring killers from the Star Network. The reason her granddaughter was talking about this in front of her was probably a way of complaining indirectly. It seemed that her granddaughter, Lin Xueqing, had done something to cause this trouble. Zhuo Qixing nodded, then carefully took off the bracelet from her hand and placed it respectfully into the old lady's palm. He said, "However, Grandma, this bracelet is really too valuable. Last time I brought it back, I always felt it was too heavy and it might attract unwanted attention outside. It's better if you keep it." The old lady, having lived so many years, clearly understood what he meant. This was a trouble caused by her granddaughter over a bracelet. The old lady glared at Lin Xueqing with a look of disappointment, unable to understand how the legitimate young lady raised in the noble household could be so naive. It was just a bracelet. Even if she gave it away, the household wouldn't be short of her. She finally sighed, overwhelmed by everything. How was it finally resolved? "Did you report it to the authorities?" "No, I haven't," Zhuo Qixing said with a clever smile to the old lady. "After all, I am a son of the Shangshu family, now holding an official rank. It's not good to ruin my granddaughter's future." Lin Xueqing and her mother finally relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how capable Zhuo Qixing was, she was just a young lady from a noble family and wouldn't be so ruthless in her actions. But before she finished speaking, Zhuo Qixing added, "However, I wasn't hurt this time, but I was quite frightened. I asked young Master Zhang for some silver to calm my nerves. That's the end of it." "Yes, yes," the old lady kept saying. She felt conflicted inside. Her granddaughter's actions were truly inappropriate. Even if Zhuo Qixing reported her, she wouldn't say much. But since she was Xueqing's fiancé, if her future was ruined, she wouldn't feel good about it either. Fortunately, Zhuo Qixing was generous. Asking for some silver to calm her nerves was the best solution. At this point, she put the jade bracelet back on Zhuo Qixing's wrist and said, "Good grandson, you've been wronged. Your grandmother has to give you something to calm your nerves." Although she didn't say it directly, everyone understood what she meant. That was enough. Zhuo Qixing's goal was achieved. She didn't stay long and left with the good things Lin old lady gave her. In her past temper, if Lin Xueqing dared to provoke others to trouble her, she would have beaten her badly. But now, since the Hofu of Zhan Nan was her support and the old lady treated her well, she changed her fighting style to a verbal one. It's just teasing, and anyone could do that. Anyway, she wouldn't eat this loss. Sure enough, the day after Zhuo Qixing returned home, someone from the Jinan Marquis' estate came to give gifts. The visitor was the old butler, Fu Bo. He directed the servants to display various rare fabrics, jewelry, and jade ornaments in the courtyard. Finally, he handed Zhuo Qixing a wooden box and said, "Miss, this is the Marquis' gift to comfort you. If there's anything you don't like, just tell me, and I will go back and exchange it." Zhuo Qixing opened the wooden box and saw it contained 50,000 silver notes. She smiled at the old butler and said, "Thank you, Fu Bo, for making the trip. It's all very good. But just yesterday, the old lady already gave me some gifts. Why did she send so much again today?" Fu Bo was the old lady's person and had grown up with Lin Shi. He was very close to Lin Shi's daughter as well. Seeing her ask, he explained, "It's because the old Marquis knew about this and then restricted Miss Xueqing's movements, also scolding the madam." "I see. It seems her grandfather is quite reasonable." Since there was no reason not to accept the gifts, Zhuo Qixing ordered the maids in the courtyard to put everything away and later add it to her dowry list. Only then did Marquis Jing'an finally learn what had happened to Zhuo Qixing. He called her to the front yard study, listened again to her story, and heard about her dangerous experience outside. As a father, he felt a bit guilty for only learning about it on the 5th day. But then he thought again, and realized that his daughter was too bold. Such a big thing happened, and she didn't even tell him. He frowned. "With something like this, why didn't you come back to tell your father?" As the last person to know, Marquis Jing'an still had some complaints. Zhuo Qixing, now facing him, just wanted to roll his eyes at him. Seeing that he could still ask such questions, she sneered. "Every year on the 3rd day of the 10th month, I go to Hugua Temple. It's not a sudden decision. The family also took 25 servants with us, and several were injured returning. Father didn't ask about any of this. Now he only comes to show off," She went back and forth to Hua Temple, and nothing she did was hidden from Marquis Jing'an. His eyes and heart were blind, yet he still had the nerve to question her. She gave him a look of disdain. Over these months, her father's authority had long since fallen into some forgotten corner. Marquis Jing'an touched his nose, feeling a bit regretful. Recently, whenever he argued with his eldest daughter, he always ended up being the unreasonable one.
He should learn from this.
After a while, no one spoke. Marquis Jing'an finally broke the silence, speaking stiffly to comfort her. You've been shocked. Just rest well for now. Zhou Qixing looked expressionless. It's been 5 days. I've rested enough. Marquis Jing'an choked, unable to respond for a long time. As for the matter with the 4th young master of the Zhang family, I think you handled it very well. Zhang Huaiji firmly held the position of Minister of Revenue. Even if the matter was reported to the emperor, it wouldn't shake his position. It might be better to show some kindness. Marquis Jing'an had nothing to say. He wanted to speak but only praised her actions. 5 days had passed, and everything that needed to be done was finished. There was no longer a need for his help. Heh! Zhou Qixing snorted again, interrupting Marquis Jing'an's long speech. Her father, seeing his own daughter suffer such unfair treatment, remained unmoved. He even had the leisure to analyze the pros and cons. Who needed his analysis? If you truly cared about your daughter, she was frightened this time. Young Master Zhang, her grandmother, and her grandfather all gave her money to comfort her.
What do you say about that?
It was obvious he wanted money. A father's love can be optional, but money cannot. Marquis Jing'an was speechless. How could he care about her just a little and then focus on money? Nonsense. Marquis Jing'an pretended to be angry. My concern for you can't be measured by money. Why not? Zhou Qixing asked curiously. If not money, then what can be used to measure care? Words, you. Marquis Jing'an was angry. You're just a girl. Why do you value material things so much? It's simply unbearable. All the women he had met before, not one of them, was like this girl, always talking about money. He didn't know how she was raised. Father, you truly are a proud and noble person, Zhou Qixing smiled. Why not let your daughter take in those things that threaten your pride? If there is someone in this house who is truly vulgar, let me bear that burden. You. Marquis Jing'an was speechless again. He pointed at Zhou Qixing for a long time before saying, because of the dowry issue last time, our family's wealth is almost gone. Are you still not satisfied? Look at what you're saying, Zhou Qixing said after a long talk. She was thirsty and went to the table to pour herself some tea. She then picked up a date and threw it into her mouth, chewing as she spoke. The matter is simple. One thing is one thing. Father, please don't keep bringing up past debts. The promise about the dowry was made by you personally. Surely you didn't regret it after going back. At this, Zhou Qixing squinted her eyes and looked at Marquis Jing'an. Could it be that every time you think about it, you feel your daughter, tricked you? Marquis Jing'an was really touched by her words, and his face grew even more unpleasant. When he agreed to it back then, he never thought it would be such a large sum of silver. Although he gritted his teeth and accepted it at the time, every time he thought about it afterward, he felt deep regret. The Marquis's estate had some wealth, but it was no longer as prosperous as before. Giving so much silver to a daughter had made the entire estate less comfortable over the years. Zhou Qixing didn't need to see his expression to know what he was thinking. She immediately said, if father really thinks that way, then that's not the behavior of a noble person. A true man, when he spits, it's like nailing a nail. What he says is like excrement, and there's no way to take it back. Ultimately, the problem lies with your beloved concubine. You. How rude. Truly vulgar and crude. Marquis Jing'an felt his blood boil. He was so angry with this wicked girl that he almost fainted. He thought that if he listened any longer, he might pass out. Seeing this, Zhou Qixing wisely kept quiet. She stood up casually and called Wang Ji at the door to come in, so she wouldn't blame her if she fainted later. Marquis Jing'an watched Zhou Qixing leave gracefully, feeling like a lump of old blood was stuck in his throat. He wished he could just spit it out all at once. Though uncomfortable, the next day Wang Ji brought 5,000 taels of silver. Zhuo Qixing happily accepted it. Better than nothing. The weather was getting colder, and Zhuo Qixing had already started using a charcoal basin early in the morning. In such weather, she liked to lazily curl up on a soft bed and read. In the afternoon, Cheng Dian came to report. Zhuo Qixing had to leave her cozy spot and tidy up before heading to the flower hall. Cheng Dian had just returned from outside. He wasn't wearing the usual black training uniform of the estate, but a light white long robe, looking like an innocent scholar. Master, the farm in Xiqing Mountain has been cleared. The craftsmen are ready, and work can start tomorrow, he said, bowing when he saw Zhuo Qixing enter. Usually, the estate manager would report such news to Jining. If Zhuo Qixing wanted to know anything, she could ask Jining at any time. It is clear that Cheng Dian's visit is not just to report on the progress of the project. Did you encounter any difficulties? Not really, Cheng Dian said casually with a relaxed expression, showing confidence. According to the master's requirements, many of the items used to build the new mountain villa are imported, so I have been visiting Yujing Trading more often recently. Yujing Trading is a very special business in the capital city, known for selling overseas goods. Zhuo Qixing nodded, indicating he should continue. Cheng Dian. Last month, they brought in a large shipment of good items, many of which Hongde has never seen before. Out of curiosity, I secretly checked their sources. At this point, Cheng Dian looked up at Zhuo Qixing, seeing her face remained calm, and then continued. I found out that their goods all come from Anyang Shipping. He paused, then added, I had never heard of Anyang Shipping before. It seems they only work with Yujing Trading. Zhuo Qixing agreed. Since Yujing Trading has exclusive access to these goods in the capital, they must have special channels. I want to connect with Anyang Shipping to see if there's a chance for cooperation. Zhuo Qixing thought for a moment and said, while cooperation is good, since Anyang Shipping only supplies to Yujing Trading, they probably have an agreement. Or perhaps they share the same boss. Cheng Dian nodded. Exactly. If it were easy, other shops in the city would already be selling similar imported goods. However, my subordinates are not after their goods, but rather wondering if they can carry our goods when they go overseas. In 2 villages north of Lindong County, they produce a type of silkworm silk that is slightly yellowish and firmer compared to southern mulberry silk. People in the capital prefer soft, delicate fabrics, so these silks haven't sold well in recent years. My subordinates thought that since Anyang Shipping travels far, maybe we can come up with a clever idea to bring our silkworm silk abroad for sale. Since this silk is naturally moisture and pest-resistant, it's suitable for long sea voyages, and the profit should be good. If this plan works, we can increase the production of silkworm silk. Zhuo Qixing thought for a moment and said, That's a good idea. You should go ahead and do it. Don't hold back on money. If you need anything, come directly to me to discuss. Zhuo Qixing knew better than anyone that shipping was always the most profitable business, even thousands of years later. But getting a shipping license was very difficult, and without someone to guide them, the risks of going to sea were too high. That's why she hadn't considered maritime trade before. However, if they could team up with Anyang Shipping, carrying a small amount of goods was just the beginning. The best outcome would be for them to build a few ships and go overseas together. Even if they had to share some profits with Anyang, it would be very worthwhile. But Zhuo Qixing also knew that this was definitely not something easily achieved. The shipping industry was so profitable that if Anyang Shipping tried to take advantage of the market, the officials in the capital would be fighting to get involved. Returning to the inner courtyard, Zhuo Qixing thought for a moment and decided not to worry about it anymore. Now, her business plans were progressing smoothly according to her schedule. Even without the shipping line, it was enough. However, unexpectedly, just a few days later, Cheng Dian returned excitedly. When he saw Zhuo Qixing, his face still showed excitement, and his eyes sparkled as he said, Master, it's done. What's done? Zhuo Qixing was still surprised. The shipping matter. Cheng Dian waved the papers in his hand happily. Anyang Shipping agreed to help us carry goods. They will set sail next month and can take a warehouse of our goods. The contract has already been signed. Zhuo Qixing frowned. Things seemed to be going too smoothly, which felt strange to her. Mr. Cheng, please tell me more details. Cheng Dian said, At first I tried to make friends with the manager of Anyang Shipping. During a banquet, I subtly asked about whether they could carry goods. Surprisingly, it seemed the manager already knew me. He said that maybe others couldn't, but Miss Su's goods could definitely be carried. Zhou Qixing was stunned. Since she arrived here, she hadn't socialized much, and she was sure neither she nor the original owner knew anyone from Anyang Shipping. So, who exactly owns this Anyang Shipping? And what is its relationship with Yujing Trading? Yujing Trading, Anyang Shipping, Yujing, Anyang. Zhou Qixing repeated these names silently several times, then suddenly stopped.
Yujing Anyang, Jing'an.
It seems she has made a new discovery. So, could all of this be related to Huijing An's business? But a young noble who has been raised outside for 20 years, could he really be him? The book didn't mention so many details about him. Then I thought, who usually keeps so many secret guards? Zhou Qixing smiled and shook his head, calling out, Shui Han. Here, go tell your master that I want to meet him at the usual place tomorrow at noon. Yes, Shui Han received the order and left. Shui Han and Jin Yu are the two secret guards Huijing and sent to Zhou Qixing. After they left the main road, they no longer hid. When they went out, they were escorted by guards, and inside the residence, they helped train the guards and serve the maids and women around Zhou Qixing, making full use of their skills. Since the last time they met, Zhou Qixing hadn't seen Huijing An for several days. The special abilities he had shown earlier had quieted down again. Honestly, I was starting to miss him. At the Zhennan Marquis residence, Lin Xueqing was finally released from her month-long house arrest. When she regained her freedom, she looked much thinner and very tired. Madame Su, the matron of the house, saw her like this and couldn't help but cry with worry. Qing'er, don't be so stubborn. Mother won't let you suffer. Lin Xueqing stubbornly pursed her lips and looked at Madame Su with a hint of resentment. What do you mean I won't suffer? Haven't I suffered enough? My grandparents and father all scolded me and even restricted my movements. I had planned to attend the Plum Blossom Appreciation Banquet, but I couldn't go. I don't know how others are secretly plotting against me behind my back. How can I ever face my sisters again? Mrs. Su wiped her eyes with a handkerchief and softly said, The restriction on your going out was something your mother couldn't control. It was your grandfather's order. No one in the entire Marquis of Nannan's household dares to disobey him, but I don't accept this. Lin Xueqing stomped her foot, wanting to smash 2 cups to vent her anger. She hesitated because her mother was present, then angrily said, I don't know what Zhang Yujia did, so why is it all blamed on me? Besides, Zhou Qixing hasn't lost a single hair, so how can he have the face to come to our house and complain? Grandmother is also confused, blindly siding with an outsider. If she were a good person, General Mingwei's family wouldn't have broken off the engagement. She only deserves that wild child who can't keep a family line. After saying this, Mrs. Su broke out in cold sweat from fear. She quickly looked around, pretending to pat Lin Xueqing's shoulder, and warned, Don't talk nonsense. You need to control your impulsive temper. If others hear what you said, do you know what the consequences could be? I don't care about the consequences. If they restrict me again, just ban me from going out forever. You little girl, Mrs. Su gently patted her back, feeling distressed and unsure what to do. Mother knows you're upset inside, but there's no need to argue with that troublemaker. She's an orphan, and her situation in the mansion isn't good. Your good marriage was just changed suddenly. As for Fourth Ho, he probably doesn't even recognize her in the Duke's house. Just wait and see what kind of life she will have after marriage. I can't wait that long. Lin Xueqing angrily turned away. Grandmother said she would get that bracelet for my dowry, but in the end, someone else took it. Now you're telling me to be patient and wait for her to have a hard time? How do I know she's doing well? You're just tricking me. Hearing this, Mrs. Su felt a bit guilty. It was indeed her idea at first, to ask the old lady to take out her priceless bracelet as part of the dowry when Lin Xueqing got married. That made her daughter fixate on the bracelet, which caused many problems later. Then she couldn't help but blame Zhang Yujia. The girl already has an official position, but her behavior is still so careless, causing Qing'er to suffer such unfair treatment. Seeing her daughter's frustration, Mrs. Su couldn't bear it anymore. She clenched her teeth and said, Qing'er, don't worry. Mother will stand up for you and won't let you wait any longer. Since the last time Zhuqiuyue was scolded after going to Ningxiang Pavilion, she hasn't dared to approach Zhuqixing again. After Aunt Lu was taken to the family temple, Marquis Jing'an also felt a bit sorry for his daughter. He thought that, when it comes to grown-up matters, it's better not to involve the children. Moreover, she had already arranged a marriage. If this news got out, the future in-laws might have some ideas. Zhuqiuyue also understood this well. She changed her approach and started to act humble and pitiful. Every day, she cared for him with warm soups and drinks, asked about his health, and often reminded him of the good old days. Eventually, this softened his heart, and he bought many things for Zhuqiuyue's dowry. Zhuqixing now had enough helpers. The Marquis's household affairs, big and small, couldn't be hidden from her. When she got the news, she insisted on arguing with Marquis Jing'an, saying that a father must be fair to everyone. Only when she received the same benefits did she stop. This made Zhuqiuyue so angry she couldn't eat. Marquis Jing'an, however, was completely helpless. Miss Zhuo Mingyao, the third daughter of the Marquis's household, heard about this. Even she, usually mature beyond her years, couldn't help but feel a bit amused. It seemed like a new world had opened up for her, and she was more eager to visit her older sister's courtyard. Big sister, I heard that second sister has been going out quite often lately, making friends with young ladies from official families. I wonder what she's up to, Zhuo Mingyao said, holding a bowl of warm milk pastry and chatting casually with Zhuqixing. Zhuqixing responded calmly, let her go. In truth, she knew exactly why. Zhuqiuyue had been reborn, carrying memories from her past life. After Su Er became a first-rank protector general, she had to attend some banquets and engage in social diplomacy with the ladies. At that time, she was remarried and was often excluded by the noble women because she was a concubine who had been promoted, making it hard for her to fit in. So, in this life, she was willing to do anything to meet Su Er before marriage. Her frequent socializing now was also a way to build her network early. She was truly very determined. Father has been very close to second sister lately. I think he's thinking of bringing Aunt Lu back. Zhuqixing smiled confidently and said, don't worry, as long as I am here, he won't succeed. Zhuo Mingyao nodded but was thinking that after the new year, the eldest sister would get married. If she wasn't at home, second sister could ask again, and maybe father would bring Aunt Lu back. It was as if Zhuqixing knew what she was thinking. She put down her milk snack and casually said, Aunt Shin has been visiting her family often these years. I wonder if she misses her relatives. If it's convenient, maybe she can bring her family here to gather. If there are young girls, they could stay and keep her company. Although she didn't say it directly, she subtly suggested that since Aunt Lu was sent away to the ancestral temple, it might be good to find a young, beautiful girl to add as a concubine, which would also help her secure her position in the mind of Marquis Jing'an. Zhuo Mingyao was clever. Hearing her sister's words, she seemed to suddenly understand. Sure enough, just a few days later, Aunt Shin's family came to visit. Besides her parents, they also brought along a very beautiful cousin. After the visit, the pretty young cousin stayed on and often accompanied Aunt Shin to the back garden to enjoy the snow and plum blossoms, making her presence felt. After a few chance encounters with Marquis Jing'an, she finally caught his attention. The young girl was very sensible. Every time they met, she looked at Marquis Jing'an with respect and softly called him Lord Marquis. Marquis Jing'an was middle-aged, but being around her made him feel young again. In the past, the estate was controlled by Aunt Lu, and no new people had entered the backyard for a long time. Now that Aunt Lu was far away, with no one stopping her in the Marquis's residence, and having not interacted with such a bright, young girl in a long time, plus the girl herself showing interest by bringing some soup and drinks, she flattered him subtly. With good timing, favorable circumstances, and everyone's cooperation, everything fell into place. Within a few days, the young girl surnamed Wang was taken as a concubine by Marquis Jing'an and became Lady Wang. The most anxious about this were Mother Zhuo and her daughter. Mother Zhuo's family temple was located near the capital. Every month, Zhuqiuyue would go there to visit Aunt Lu and sometimes ask her for advice. After Lady Wang was taken as a concubine, Zhuqiuyue immediately went to the family temple and told Aunt Lu about it. Aunt Lu was stunned upon hearing the news, lost in thought for a long time, then muttered to herself, "It's over, it's over." Mother, Left Autumn Moon shook her arm to wake her and said, "Madam, don't act like this. You need to think of a way. If we let things go on like this, there will be no place for us in this household." Her wedding date was set 3 months after Left Qixing's marriage. Now, her dowry was very different from his. Recently, she managed to persuade her father to add some things to her dowry, but Left Qixing insisted on having the same items, which made her father unable to give her anything more. This matter made her upset for several days. She couldn't eat well or sleep well. She thought about waiting for Madame to return to find a solution, but before she could, her father had already taken a new wife. Aunt Lu came out of her sadness and said sadly, "What else can I do? Now I can't even see the Marquis. What can I do? You and your father have many years of feelings. He will remember us sometimes," Left Autumn Moon said. Left Autumn Moon was not willing to give up. She had been reborn and had the ability to see the future. She planned her marriage again, thinking she could get everything she wanted easily. But unexpectedly, her plans were all disrupted. Perhaps because she was upset about the broken engagement, Left Qixing's behavior was very different from before, completely ruining her plans. "Yes, you're right." Aunt Lu's eyes brightened a little. "Moon, think of a way. When you go back, talk to your brother more, and ask your father to bring your mother back. The 3 of us, we can't just give up like this." Aunt Lu has been staying at the family temple for the past few months. She has lost her comfortable life and looks much older. Zhuqiuyue frowned. "Now, in the Marquis's residence, our father is quite worried about Zhuqixing. My brother and I have suggested many times that you come back home, but our father is tempted to agree. Yet he fears Zhuqixing might cause trouble, so he hasn't agreed." As she spoke, she remembered the hardships she faced after losing her mother's protection. Tears started to fall uncontrollably. When someone else was in charge, she lost the best resources of the house. The gifts from the government were very ordinary, and her food, clothing, and accessories were completely different from before. She tried to persuade her father to give her some things, but Zhuqixing kept causing trouble, and in the end, she gained nothing. Thinking about the dowry she took when she got married in her previous life, she now saw there was no hope left. "You can't go on like this," Aunt Lu said. "Since our father is worried about Zhuqixing, then just remove his worries." "How can we do that?" "Since our mother lost her authority as housekeeper because of her mistake and entered the family temple, then let Zhuqixing also make a mistake. Make her mistake even bigger, and it will work." Zhuqiuyue thought for a while, then lowered her head, deep in thought. Aunt Lu was right. If Zhuqixing made a big mistake, she wouldn't be as arrogant as she is now. She probably wouldn't be able to keep all her possessions. In the end, she would benefit from it. Their father would surely see her good qualities. After returning home, Zhuqiuyue immediately sent a message to Lin Xueqing. She had also heard a little about the relationship between Zhuqixing and Lin Xueqing. She believed that Lin Xueqing must be very annoyed with Zhuqixing at this moment. And it was true. The two quickly became close friends, bonding over their shared topic of Zhuqixing. They often arranged to go out together for meals and outings. Soon, rumors started spreading among the noble women in the capital city. They said that the eldest daughter of the Jing'an Marquis family was not well behaved. Her sister and cousin didn't like her much and had become friends with each other instead. This showed how bad her reputation was. Zhuqixing had already reported these matters to her. Her attitude was that she didn't need to worry about idle gossip. She would only respond if there was real action. On the 20th day of the winter month, it was the birthday of Princess Yan. Princess Yan loved lively celebrations. Every year, she held a birthday banquet and invited young ladies and gentlemen from the capital to attend. This had been the tradition for many years. At this grand banquet, many families had been eyeing each other for a long time. The noble families in the city treated Princess Yan's birthday as a matchmaking event. The elders of each family paid close attention to their children. Even though Zhuqixing didn't like these kinds of banquets, She still had to attend her grandmother's birthday celebration. On the morning of the 20th day of the winter month, light snow began to fall from the sky. When Zhuo Qixing finished preparing and was about to leave, she saw Zhuo Qiyue walking toward the carriage. Seeing Zhuo Qixing come out, Zhuo Qiyue's lips curved into a gentle but fake smile. She said softly, "Big sister is dressed very beautifully today." Zhuo Qixing wore a bright red mink coat with white fox fur trim. She put on a hat, and among the white fur around it, her face was pink and cheeks rosy, delicate and striking. In contrast, Zhuo Qiyue, with her usual simple and elegant look, was dressed in white. She stood in the snow, looking fragile like a willow branch, almost blending into the snow. Zhuo Qixing glanced at her sideways and said lightly, "Look at how you're dressed. People who know might say you're here to celebrate a birthday, but those who don't might think you're going to a funeral." Hearing this, Zhuo Qiyue swayed slightly and almost cried, "Big sister, why do you have to embarrass me like this? I just felt happy seeing the winter snow and wanted to match it." "Stop pretending," Zhuo Qixing said, walking past her toward another carriage. Her voice stayed clear. "Wait until more people arrive to start your performance. Right now, it's just us." "Who are you trying to impress?" Zhuo Qixing didn't share a carriage with Zhuo Qiyue. She was wealthy and had her own carriage, which was more comfortable than the one at the Ho residence. After finishing her words, she went straight onto her carriage. Zhuo Qiyue, standing there, clenched her teeth and looked deeply at the luxurious carriage. In the end, she said nothing more. Their insignificant sisterly bond, after these months of events, had become so strained that they couldn't even bother with superficial politeness anymore. But it's not a big deal. After today's banquet, she wants to see if Zhuo Qixing still dares to show that proud attitude. The princess and's estate is very large, with pavilions and towers arranged beautifully, each view different, clearly the work of a master. The girls who arrived early wandered around the garden in groups. Since the birthday feast was in winter, the princess had chosen a garden with a plum forest. At this moment, with light snow falling, the plum blossoms are in full bloom, clusters of pink and white, very beautiful. Zhuo Qixing chose a pavilion on higher ground outside the plum forest. It has a good view, allowing her to enjoy the scenery and watch the girls gathering in small groups. Compared to the lively girls, Zhuo Qixing looks a bit out of place. Soon, Zhuo Qiyue and Lin Xueqing, along with a few noble daughters, came to the pavilion where Zhuo Qixing was. "Big sister, why are you sitting here alone? Why not come with us to enjoy the plum blossoms? We shouldn't miss the beautiful flowers in the princess's estate." Zhuo Qiyue spoke eagerly, inviting Zhuo Qixing. Lin Xueqing also helped and said, "Yes, since cousin has come out, she should get to know everyone. Maybe you can play together in the future." Both of them spoke politely and humbly, showing good manners of noble ladies. Seeing this, Zhuo Qixing slightly curled her lips and forced a smile. "No, you two look like you have bad intentions. I'm afraid you'll push me into the lake," my cousin said jokingly. Lin Xueqing smiled innocently. "Our garden is specially used for winter banquets by the princess's residence, mainly featuring plum trees and strange rocks, and it doesn't face the lake." "Oh," Zhuo Qixing replied dismissively, squinting slightly. "Let me correct myself. I'm afraid you hired masked killers to harm me." She spoke with a pointed look at Lin Xueqing, her eyes full of obvious challenge. Since meeting the masked killer last month, the relationship with her cousin no longer felt close. Lin Xueqing's face immediately showed some discomfort. Because of that strange masked killer, she was severely punished at home. She was only a 16-year-old girl and still lacked experience in hiding her feelings. Zhuo Qiyue, standing beside her, saw her about to lose her temper and quickly pulled her back, smiling gently. The Grand Princess's residence is heavily guarded. There are no killers or assassins around. "Big sister, you're scaring everyone with your words." The noble ladies behind them watched the scene unfold and felt a sense of, as expected, about Zhuo Qixing's reaction. Recently, rumors spread among the noble ladies that Zhuo Qixing was arrogant and unkind to her sisters. These women already held some bias against her, and now, seeing her reaction, They believed the rumors of her being arrogant and domineering were definitely true. In the capital city, no matter how sisters behave at home, they always appear very close when they go out. It's rare to see sisters openly argue in public. Zhou Qixing boldly argued with her younger sister and cousin, which was something they couldn't understand. Regarding the masked assassin, some of them had heard about it. Zhou Qixing had encountered an assassin on her way to Higuosi. Seeing the words and expressions of these three sisters now, could it be that the killer Zhou Qixing met was actually connected to Lin Xueqing? Even Lin Xueqing's smile couldn't hold up anymore. So, who is right and who is wrong? The clever and cautious ones were already thinking about this, but some who liked Lin Xueqing started gossiping behind her back. They wondered how Zhou Qixing, as the eldest daughter of the Marquis' family, could be so rude and disrespectful, which was embarrassing for the Marquis' reputation. Listening to these comments, Zhou Qixing felt secretly happy. She thought, go ahead and say more. Hopefully, Marquis Jing'an will hear it too, and see what kind of daughter he has, according to others. Zhou Qixing didn't even look at Zhou Qixing. She let her talk and just ignored her. She kept looking at Lin Xueqing with a mocking tone. Can't you understand human words? Stay away from me. You're bad luck. You. Lin Xueqing pointed at Zhou Qixing, unable to hold back her temper anymore. Left Autumn Moon clenched her back teeth tightly, forcing herself to endure the shame of being driven away. She gently pinched Lin Xueqing's arm and leaned in close to her ear, whispering, Forget it. Don't ruin the plan. Lin Xueqing took a few deep breaths, letting the cold air fill her lungs. After calming herself for a moment, she snorted coldly and turned to leave. Once they were out of sight, Xuehan softly said, The second young lady just now said, Don't ruin the plan. Zhou Qixing smiled softly. If they dare to make a move, they will have to face the consequences. Xuehan quietly returned to her original position, silently lighting a candle for the young lady. At that moment, footsteps approached. A tall woman, who had been standing across from them and watching from afar, stepped into the pavilion and stood beside Zhou Qixing. She said, I like your personality. Zhou Qixing turned to look at her. The woman was dressed in a bright red silk coat, with a white fox fur vest over it. She had thick eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and a lively gaze. Her appearance was very spirited and straightforward, clearly a bold and confident person. You're flattering me, Zhou Qixing said with a smile, her expression more genuine than when she faced her younger sister or cousin. The woman grinned cheerfully and said, Nice to meet you. I am Lien Ran from the Duke of Britain's household. Zhou Qixing raised an eyebrow. Lien Ran was well known in the capital city. As the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Britain, she was bold and lively, fond of swordplay and martial arts. A few years ago, she participated in a marriage contest, chose a top scholar as her husband, and happily got married. But surprisingly, after just over a year, she had a big fight with the family of the top scholar, and in the end, they even broke into his courtyard and caused chaos, leading her to leave and return to her family home. This incident caused a huge stir all over the capital, even catching the attention of the emperor. However, the Duke of Britain was very protective of his daughter. Not only did he immediately accept her divorce, but he also declared that anyone who mistreated his daughter would face trouble. The top scholar came from a poor family and was weaker in strength, so he could only accept the situation. But this incident also badly damaged her reputation. No one dared to ask for her hand in marriage anymore. Getting divorced once was not the worst, but the real concern was the unrest at home. Now she was almost 20 and still living in the Duke of Britain's house, like an old maid. The noble ladies in the capital often looked down on her, both openly and secretly. They kept their distance at banquets. When Zhou Qixing heard that she was the famous Lien Ran, her smile grew even more sincere. She took her hand off the steaming cloth and shook hands with Lien Ran, saying, I must say, I have long admired your reputation. That's not just politeness. Haha. Lien Ran knew she was well known and didn't mind. She said, The noble ladies in the capital are quite dull. This is the first time I've met someone like you. Coincidentally, Zhou Qixing replied, This is also the first time I've met someone like you. Lien Ran laughed heartily. If the two of us hang out together, our reputation for being bold and proud will probably double. Fame can't be eaten, Zhuo Qixing said calmly, but his words carried a deeper meaning. You need to get used to watching them dislike you, but not being able to beat you. Ha ha ha. Lien Ran laughed more in that moment than she had in the past month. Zhuo Qixing's way of speaking was really interesting. Why hadn't she noticed how clever he was earlier? If those hypocrites bother you again, I can help you teach them a lesson, she said. Lien Ran felt an instant connection with Zhuo Qixing, sharing the same bad taste. Thinking of the two sisters earlier, she immediately stepped in to protect them. Not for now, Zhuo Qixing replied. There's no need to use a big sword to kill a chicken. If I need help, I will ask you. That's settled then. Lien Ran suddenly pulled a soft whip from her waist, weighing it in her hand. Let my sister see. This whip is always with me. Zhuo Qixing had heard she was good at martial arts. Seeing her always holding the whip, he said casually, I've invited Master Wu to the courtyard. If you're bored later, you can come practice with me. Really? Lien Ran was even more surprised. She thought Zhuo Qixing looked delicate and gentle, just a talker, but now she learned he knew martial arts. She was even happier. It's a deal. I'll come to your house tomorrow. Zhuo Qixing was also very pleased. Lien Ran was bold and free-spirited. In a place where women were heavily restricted, she dared to break social rules and leave her marriage. Even after her reputation was damaged and she was rejected by noble women in the capital, she remained optimistic and open-minded. This shows she has a strong inner resolve. Now, the two of them were talking and getting along very well. When all the guests arrived, the Grand Princess summoned the noble ladies to the banquet hall. Before the meal started, she planned a small poetry contest. Each young lady had a small table with writing tools and brushes. Once everyone was seated, a lady standing at the front spoke. I am a lady-in-waiting from the Grand Princess's household, surnamed Sunday. Today's theme is birthday wishes. You have the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks to write your poems. Afterward, a few senior ladies will judge the top 3, and the Grand Princess will give generous rewards. This was a good chance to show off, and finishing a poem and sending it to the front was also a way for young people to show their talent. The young women all wanted to shine in such a setting. If they caught the Grand Princess's favor, their future marriages might improve. Everyone was eager to try, except for Zhuo Qixing and Lien Ran. Both of them weren't very good at poetry and just wanted to write something casual. At this moment, each noble lady's table had a young maidservant to help with writing and ink. The maid in front of Zhuo Qixing was small, with her head lowered, squatting slightly as she clumsily poured water and ground ink. She spilled a bit too much water, and she wasn't sure how long it would take to grind ink stick properly. However, Zhuo Qixing didn't say anything. She had no idea how to write poetry anyway. After a while, she saw the ink in front of her getting darker and darker. When it was finally ready, everyone else had already started writing. The maid who was grinding the ink put down the ink stick and stood up. Suddenly, an unexpected accident happened. The maid somehow caught the inkstone on her clothes. As she stood up quickly, the inkstone was pulled over and flipped. Because she moved so fast, the inkstone was lifted high, and the nearly overflowing ink inside spilled out, splashing towards Zhuo Qixing. The maid looked up suddenly, her eyes full of fear as she stared at Zhuo Qixing, as if afraid she would get angry and hit her. But when she looked closer, she was even more surprised. The scene in front of her made her freeze in place, and her face turned even paler. Zhuo Qixing stood there perfectly fine, a red cloth with ink splashes falling to the ground in front of her. She herself had not been touched by a single drop of ink, looking as calm and smiling as ever, watching the maid. Meanwhile, 3 of the other young ladies nearby had ink splashed on their light-colored dresses, leaving big black spots. They all screamed and stood up, creating a noisy scene. What's going on? Mrs. Sun, who was hosting the poetry gathering, stepped forward with a serious look and asked. The young maidservant of Yanma suddenly knelt down with a thud, choking as she said, Madam, it's my fault. Miss Zhuo accidentally knocked over the inkstone. I reacted too slowly and couldn't stop it, so the ink splashed onto several young ladies. As she spoke, Everyone's eyes focused on Zhuqixing, and it really seemed like that was what happened. The three young ladies nearby had ink stains on their clothes, but Zhuqixing was completely clean and stood there calmly. Zhuqixing watched the maid with interest. With so many people present, she was already starting to cause trouble. The maid looked up and made eye contact with Zhuqixing, then immediately shrank back, lowering her head and stepping back as if afraid Zhuqixing would blame her. Seeing her like this, everyone believed her words even more. My older sister didn't mean to do it. Zhuqixing gracefully stepped forward, bowing politely to the hostess of the poetry gathering. My sister is straightforward. I apologize on her behalf. Her eager attempt to take responsibility made Zhuqixing decide quickly. She was finished. Lin Xueqing, standing behind Zhuqixing with a frown and a fierce glare at the maid, thought, if she can't handle such a small matter, how can her plans go forward? But now that things had already happened, there was nothing she could do. She could only try to turn the situation to her advantage. Since my cousin is not participating in today's outing and is feeling upset, why take it out on an innocent maid? Today, she and her noble ladies immediately thought of how she had just been alone in the pavilion, coldly mocking Lin Xueqing. Madame Sun looked at Zhuqixing with some displeasure. Today was the Grand Princess's birthday banquet, and she was responsible for entertaining the women. She was focused on doing her job smoothly. But before the feast even started, trouble had already happened. She naturally did not have a good attitude toward troublemakers. Zhuqixing shifted her gaze from Zhuqixing's face to Lin Xueqing's face, then looked at Madame Sun and said with a smile, things aren't fully clear yet, but two people already stepped forward to apologize for me. That's really an honor. Madame Sun's face was not happy, but she was not a harsh person. She pursed her lips and asked, then tell me what happened? Zhuqixing pointed to the young maid and said, this girl has been different since she came in. First, she's not tall. She could easily stand straight to grind ink, but she kept bending over. Second, when pouring water into the inkstone, she spilled 3 times more than others, almost overflowing. Third, when she suddenly stood up straight, the table didn't move. Only the inkstone tipped over. I think she was bending over on purpose, trying to secretly knock over the inkstone and splash ink on me. Finally, right after the incident, she immediately bit me, which confirms my suspicion. You two are each claiming different things. How can we prove who is right? Madame Sun looked serious. The young maid listened to Zhuqixing's words, her face turning even paler, and she looked very weak and pitiful. In contrast, Zhuqixing stood there with a commanding presence, glaring fiercely at the maid. This made many people believe the maid's story more. Yes, I saw it, said Lian Ran, stepping forward a few steps and pushing Zhuqixing aside. Earlier, I couldn't write a poem, so I looked around the room and happened to see this young maid suddenly straighten up and knock over the inkstone. As soon as she said this, a wave of whispers spread through the crowd. It's her again. She came to a birthday banquet and can't stay out of trouble. If I were her, I would stay far away. Why is she so afraid that trouble will find her? People of the same kind gather together. I think Lian Ran and Zhuqixing are both bossy and spoiled. That young maid seems a bit pitiful. She's caught up with such a guest. What can she do now? It's all her fault. If they scold her, she's the only one who's not dirty. Honestly, I think her sister and cousin probably know her best. Maybe she enjoys bullying her sisters at home. Madame Sun looked deeply at Lian Ran. These two women, one is the legitimate daughter of the Duke's family, and the other is the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Jing'an. She didn't want to make things worse. Since that's the case, let's proceed, Madame Sun said. Spring Peach, send someone to take these 3 young ladies to change their clothes. Later, prepare a generous gift to give when they leave. Wait a moment, spoke Zhuqixing. Madame Sun didn't expect her to refuse her attempt to settle things peacefully. Zhuqixing still wore a gentle smile and said, just now, the lady asked how I could prove myself. I haven't answered that yet. She picked up a large square scarf from the ground and unfolded it in front of everyone. The bright red scarf was stained with a large blot of ink, spreading black and making the fabric look ruined. It was clear the ink had been spilled recently. Because of the suspicious points I noticed about that maid earlier, I prepared something in advance. When she tried to stand up, I blocked her with a scarf. This scarf can show a few things. First, my inkstone has more ink than others, which suggests a plot. Second, the ink was spilled on me, and only a small part affected the three young ladies. Third, to unfold the scarf, I needed both hands, so I couldn't have moved my inkstone myself. My table didn't move, and the paper and brushes are still in place. If my inkstone was flipped without my help, I think you can figure out how that happened. In this way, it might prove that I didn't do it myself. Madame Sun's face changed color. Left Qixing was clear-headed and had solid evidence. It was indeed the maid's deliberate act. However, if it wasn't Left Qixing's fault, then it meant that the Grand Princess's residence had a problem. It was unacceptable for the servants to trap a noble guest. This would give a bad reputation, and future visitors might think poorly of the Grand Princess's household. Thinking of this, Madame Sun shouted sharply, "How dare you? Bring this maid away and give her a proper interrogation." The young maid immediately sank to the ground, tears falling like beads, knowing she was doomed. She had failed to handle the task assigned by the noble lady, and instead, the Grand Princess's household caught her. She was probably going to face serious trouble this time. She knelt before Left Qixing, kowtowed repeatedly, and cried loudly, "Miss Left, it's my fault. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. I beg you. Please forgive me this time," she cried painfully, banging her head on the ground, bleeding after a few hits. If she could truly gain Miss Left's forgiveness and claim it was an accident, her mistake would seem less serious. Several noble ladies couldn't bear to look at her anymore. "Big sister," Left Chiyu stepped forward and said, "Big sister, at this point, we should show mercy. This incident isn't too serious, and there's no need to hold on to it. It's also a life involved. Please let it go." That look of pity and compassion made people turn their heads and couldn't help but praise her as a kind-hearted woman. Ultimately, the three noble ladies' dresses being stained was not a serious crime. Zhua Qixing turned to look at her. Without saying a word, she suddenly raised her arm and slapped her unexpectedly. The slap was very hard, and the loud smack made everyone present feel a jolt in their hearts. Zhua Qiyu never expected Zhua Qixing to hit her in front of everyone, especially in front of all the noble ladies of Shangjing City. She was stunned by the blow. Before she could recover, her other cheek was also struck, making her head buzz and her mind go blank. Zhua Qixing's face remained calm. After hitting her, she still looked indifferent and said, "Sister is not sensible. Your stepmother has entered the temple. As the older sister, I have to help discipline her. You hit me." Zhua Qiyu stared at Zhua Qixing with fiery pain on her face, not only from the hit but also from shame. This was the most embarrassing moment of her life in 2 lifetimes. She seemed to hear whispers and gossip from those around her. Zhua Qixing spoke seriously. "Sister, I want you to understand that today's incident was caused by a thief in the Princess Chang's residence. How to deal with her is up to the main family. Whether she is forgiven or not is their decision, and it has nothing to do with us. As a guest, you should behave like one." Repeatedly blocking the host from dealing with the servant who betrayed them, you are praised by those who understand as kind-hearted. However, those unaware might misunderstand your intentions as malicious, causing the Princess Chang's residence to be falsely accused of tolerating a maid's attempt to harm a guest. When outside, one must act carefully. We cannot afford to tarnish the reputation of the Jing'an Marquis's house. This speech left Zhua Qiyu speechless, and she also distanced herself from the maid's actions. Madame Sun, recovering from her shock, felt overwhelmed by a heavy burden. She quickly ordered some maids to take the young maid away. "Miss Zhua, you have been wronged. Our princess's residence will surely investigate this thoroughly and give you a proper explanation." Zhua Qixing bowed and replied, "Thank you, madam." The poetry gathering returned to normal. Madame Sun arranged for Zhua Qixing to have a small maid to help with ink. In the end, Zhua Qixing only half-heartedly wrote a simple poem and handed it in, with rather untidy handwriting. Most people had finished submitting their birthday poems, and the young ladies gathered to chat about family matters. Zhuo Qixing had good hearing. From snippets she overheard, several people mentioned how her aunt was punished and sent to the ancestral hall, an honor only given to those who committed serious mistakes. It seemed the sisters might have fallen out because of her aunt's issues. Someone also raised a question. Since the Jing'an Marquis's house has no female head, who is currently in charge? Anyway, because of this incident, most people's conversations centered around the two sisters of the Jing'an Marquis's household. Zhuo Qixing remained calm and composed, acting as if nothing had happened. Zhuo Qiyue, on the other hand, felt extremely uncomfortable and wished she could find a hole to hide in. Today, she had truly lost face. Lien Rand, meanwhile, secretly gave Zhuo Qixing a thumbs up when no one was paying attention. This girl really knew how to avoid trouble. The matter of splashing ink seemed to have been settled, and afterward, all the poems were collected and taken to the front yard for evaluation, but no further mention was made. However, Zhuo Qixing already knew their plan. First, they would dirty her clothes with ink, then lure her to a secluded place to change, place a man in her room, and then lead everyone to catch her in an affair. This sequence would ruin Zhuo Qixing's reputation, and her marriage prospects with the Duke of An's family would be ruined. She might even be forced to marry the man who tarnished her name. This plan was very cliché, used so often in stories, but it was quite effective against these young women. They had put in a lot of effort this time and wouldn't give up easily. If splashing ink didn't work, their next step would probably be to spill soup or food during the banquet. But Zhuo Qixing was already tired of dealing with them. Since they wanted to play, she would let them have their fun. Let's see if they could handle the consequences. Not long after, the results of the front yard's evaluation were announced. At this moment, the Grand Princess sat at the head of the table, dressed in fine clothes, surrounded by various noble ladies, and seated in the first position. The ladies had previously been talking with the eldest princess inside, and they did not join the young girls' games. At this time, the poetry contest was coming to an end, and it was time for the main guest to appear. Mrs. Sun happily stepped forward, took out a brilliant poem, and recited it in front of Princess Yan. The princess cheered loudly and praised the girls for their talent. The winner was Shun Chongyang, the daughter of the Prime Minister's family. Shun Chongyang was very beautiful, with a gentle and refined demeanor, full of scholarly air. She looked like a talented and knowledgeable person. The second place went to Huameyu, the only daughter of the Duke of An. Zhuo Qixing raised an eyebrow and deliberately looked at Huameyu. Huameyu was the daughter of the Duke of An, and she was the sister of Hu Jing'an. Huameyu's appearance was delicate and charming. Although she was pretty, standing next to Shun Chongyang, she seemed less grand. When she heard Shun Chongyang take the top spot, Huameyu still smiled happily, but Zhuo Qixing thought her smile looked a bit forced. His gaze toward Shun Chongyang was less friendly. Compared to others, her value is less than half. Huameyu politely expressed her thanks and later enjoyed conversations with her friends. However, Zhuo Qixing could see that she was a competitive and ambitious person. She was very dissatisfied with Shun Chongyang being above her. As the only daughter of the Nguagong family, she was probably spoiled and used to getting her way. Besides that, she showed no reaction to Zhuo Qixing at all, not even a glance. This suggests she was quite unfamiliar with Hu Jing'an and had no intention of getting close. Hu Jing'an had also told her that in the Guogong family, only the old madam was close to the members inside. She probably understood this to some extent. After the poetry event ended, it was already noon. The lively part was over, and the guests began to take their seats. The seating arrangements mostly matched each person's official rank or title. Although the Marquis of Jing'an didn't hold real power, because he was still a marquis, Zhuo Qixing's seat was quite near the front. When the time came, carefully prepared dishes were served one after another. Hot dishes, cold appetizers, desserts, and soups were beautifully arranged. There was a variety of delicacies from the mountains and seas, as well as simple home-style dishes, showing that the organizers put a lot of effort into the banquet. At this moment, the maids setting the tables were all brought by each family. The servers moved back and forth across the venue, bringing the dishes. Due to the ink spilling incident, Shui Han kept a close watch on the maids serving the food. When a bowl of jade-white soup was brought in, the maid walking over made Shui Han's hands tremble. The bowl clanged loudly against the tray, drawing everyone's attention. Zhuo Qixing shifted slightly and looked at the serving maid with a half-smile, saying, "This time, you must carry it carefully. Don't spill it again." Her voice was loud enough to make many people around look in their direction. The maid's face turned pale. Facing so many curious eyes, she finally placed the bowl steadily in front of Zhuo Qixing. She was supposed to spill the soup, but the other person had already prepared for it. With so many watching her, if she really spilled the soup on Zhuo Qixing, she might not survive. Zhuo Qixing acted as if she hadn't noticed anything, lowering her head to calmly pick at the food in front of her and eat a few bites. Suddenly, there was a loud commotion at the door. The women turned their heads to look back, and their faces changed in shock. A disheveled man, with his shirt open and shouting loudly, stormed into the banquet hall, recklessly knocking over several maids and guards trying to stop him. It looked like he was heading straight for the ladies and the lady of the house. The ladies present had never seen such chaos before. They were all frightened, their faces pale, screaming as they stood up from their seats and moved closer to the wall. In the chaos, countless cups, plates, and bowls were knocked over. The scene was filled with loud noises and the sharp sound of porcelain breaking, creating a chaotic mess. As Zhuo Qixing lowered his head, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Then, like everyone else, he looked panicked and quickly stood up, running with the crowd. While running, he still had time to observe others' expressions. Amid the chaos, the expressions of Lin Xueqing and her daughter were very telling. Unlike others' simple fear, their faces showed clear disbelief, especially Madame Su. After reaching the wall and stopping, her face even showed a hint of despair. Princess Yan, the head of the main seat, saw the chaotic scene in the hall and was so angry she slammed her hand on the table, shouting loudly, "Someone, catch him." At this moment, whether they were young ladies from fifth-rank officials or noble like the princess, everyone was very frightened. This banquet, held in honor of the birthday, was an unprecedented disaster. It's easy to imagine that after today, the incident at this birthday banquet would become the talk of the entire capital. A man exposing his chest and causing trouble among the noble ladies of the city was a shocking topic that would be remembered for a long time. Guards stationed outside the garden quickly rushed over, capturing the man and pinning him to the ground. At this point, despite being blocked by maids and servants, the man managed to reach the center of the hall. After being forcibly pressed to the ground, he seemed to finally calm down, his face showing a dull, lifeless expression. Some people in the hall recognized him. He was the only son of the Duke of Qing'en's residence, a well-known playboy in the capital named Yuan Chang. Yuan Chang was the illegitimate son of the Earl of Qing'en. Since the Earl had few children, Yuan Chang was the only son and was deeply loved by everyone in the household. He was spoiled and never faced any discipline, which made him develop a bad temper. Usually in Beijing, he bullied men and women without restraint. When trouble arose, the Earl's family would step in to settle it, which only made him more reckless. At this moment, during the birthday banquet of Princess Yan, Yuan Chang's behavior was so rude that it offended all the noble ladies in the city. Even if he was not very sensible, he understood the danger of the situation now. Before being dragged away, he seemed to realize what was happening and shouted loudly, "Someone is harming me. I am innocent. Someone is hurting me. Help!" The hall finally quieted down. The Princess Yan looked stern and furious, her eyes almost burning with anger. This kind of scene had never happened before at the birthday banquet. The Princess Yan even considered immediately punishing Yuan Chang. "You say someone is harming you." As soon as she spoke, the guards who were about to drag him out stopped. Yuan Chang, lying on the ground like a defeated dog, stammered, "Princess Yan, even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare do such a thing." The Princess Yan snorted coldly, "I see you are quite brave." No, Yuan Chang stammered. "I was resting in a room, but I don't know how I fell asleep. When I woke up, I was acting out of control, rushing around. Someone is trying to harm me, and they're trying to hurt the ladies and young ladies here. By now, he instinctively tried to deny everything and downplay his responsibility. Zhuo Qixing was hidden among the crowd, quietly raising his eyebrows. This Yuan Chong was the man that the Su family had brought in. He was waiting in the changing room for her. After the ink splash incident failed, he decided to wait until the banquet started. Bored, he actually fell asleep. His secret guard gave him a short-acting drug that made him excited and confused, then delivered it outside the banquet hall. After waking him up silently, they quietly left the scene. Yuan Chong didn't know any of this, but he instinctively felt something was wrong. The Grand Princess was not so easy to fool. After he tried to make excuses, she narrowed her eyes and asked, "You say you were resting inside? Which room?" "The Plum Garden only hosts female guests. Even if you were resting, how could you be in the Plum Garden?" Yuan Chong suddenly fell silent. He knew he shouldn't have entered that garden. At first, he was there because he had committed a mistake outside and was threatened to come. Later, he thought that these women cared more about their reputation than anything else. If he could get a beautiful noblewoman as a concubine, he would be lucky, so he took the risk and did it. He never expected things to turn out like this. If he had known, he would never have agreed to do it. At this moment, guarded by guards, he faced the anger of the Grand Princess. He felt both fear and regret, unsure how to respond. "Speak," the Grand Princess commanded sharply. "How did you get in? Tell the truth, all of it." Her stern shout made not only Yuan Chong tremble, but also the women behind the crowd, Lin Xueqing and her mother. They stood farthest from Yuan Chong, seemingly hiding behind the crowd, so they wouldn't be noticed. Actually, they weren't the ones who did anything directly. Yuan Chong didn't even know them. But since he had been caught, the investigation would eventually lead to them. Yuan Chong's eyes caught sight of his grandmother from the Yuan family, the elderly lady of the Cheng'an Marquis estate. But now, the Grand Princess was furious, and the old lady dared not speak up to plead. She only looked anxiously at her grandson, cursing inwardly the person who had encouraged her innocent grandson to do such evil deeds. I just happened to come in by accident." Yuan Chong's eyes flicked around nervously, finally lowering to the ground. Anyone seeing his reaction would know exactly what was going on. The old lady from the Yuan family swayed, nearly fainting. The maidservant beside her quickly supported her. If she fainted now, it would only make things worse. Obvious interference with the Grand Princess's questioning, adding more trouble. The Grand Princess frowned in disgust, her tone finally calming but still chilling to hear. "Take him away. Beat him until he tells the truth." "Yes." The guards responded quickly and reached out to drag Yuan Chong away. They hesitated in front of the women present, but once they decided to proceed, they used force. No one could save him. Yuan Chong saw that his usually most loving grandmother didn't make a sound, and the Grand Princess didn't show any mercy to the Earl of Cheng'an's estate. He felt hopeless. He wasn't a brave person to begin with. No need for beating, just a scare was enough to break him down. Yuan Chong knelt on the ground, clutching the floor with his limbs to prevent being taken away. "He bailed. No, no, no. I'll tell everything." The Grand Princess gave a signal, and the guard stopped trying to drag him. Yuan Chong, sobbing, explained, "At first, I got into a fight in the tower and broke someone's leg. The person wanted to report it. Later, a young man named Wang Min helped me settle the matter, and I was grateful. Then, Wang Min invited me to drink and mentioned the Grand Princess's birthday banquet. He said there was a sure deal I could do, nothing could go wrong. If I succeeded, I could marry a noble lady and get a lot of silver. So, I agreed. Today, a maid took me through the back door into the plum garden and led me to a side room at the back. She said everything was arranged, and I just had to wait. Soon, a noble lady would come in to change clothes. I was told to hold her back, so she couldn't leave, and then the plan would be complete. But later, after waiting for a long time, no one came. I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I found myself here for some reason. Who is that woman, and what is her name?" Yuan Chong shook his head and tremblingly said, "I don't know her name. She's a woman with a square face, in her 40s, wearing gray clothes. She's shorter than me by half a head. Oh, and she has a scar on her hand, near her palm. The maidservant next to the princess whispered, "That's Auntie Chun, the gatekeeper of the plum garden." From this, it seems that many days have passed, indicating that the person behind this was planning it long ago. Yuan Chong, the fool, was just a tool used by others. The eldest princess sharply tapped her hand on the armrest and said, "Go and bring Auntie Chun here." Then she looked at Yuan Chong and asked, "Who is the noble lady that person told you to wait for?" Yuan Chong hurriedly looked at the group of women in front, then quickly lowered his head, trembling as he said, "I don't know." At this point, the eldest princess of Yuan had lost patience with him. She waved her hand and said, "Take him away." "No, no." Yuan Chong was frantic, crying out loudly, "I'll tell you. That woman told me that if the young lady on the left comes in, hold her back by any means necessary. If any other young lady enters by mistake, just pretend you didn't see." As soon as he said this, the ladies and young women in the hall all focused their eyes on Zhuo Qixing. Zhuo Qixing reacted quickly. When everyone looked at her, she moved her body at just the right moment, so frightened that she couldn't even stand properly. Water cold quickly helped her young lady, looking very worried, but inside, she was full of admiration. If she hadn't been through a fight with the night owl and seen how fierce the young lady was when she was cutting people like slicing melons, she might have doubted her. Up to now, everything is clear. During the poetry meeting before the banquet, that little maid deliberately spilled ink on Zhuo Qixing. The backup plan was here, all along. If today the young ladies had really been splashed with ink and then taken to the backyard to change clothes, everything would have fit together. The consequences would be easy to imagine. Many noble young ladies couldn't help but shiver. This is a deep grudge. It's like ruining the life of the Marquis of Jing'an's young lady. The Grand Princess looked at Zhuo Qixing without showing any emotion. In the eyes of these high-ranking people, they might also blame the victim for causing so much trouble. Zhuo Qixing only acted as if she was overwhelmed with fear. She didn't care what others thought, as long as no one could find fault with her. The Grand Princess wanted to ask who Zhuo Qixing had conflicts with, but seeing her about to collapse, she held back. Soon, the person who went to call Madame Chen returned. Madame Chen hadn't been seen all morning. She went to her residence. Everything looked normal on the surface, but her jewelry and money were gone. It was clear she had already left the estate. Obviously, she had run away. The Grand Princess said nothing. She sat quietly for a moment, then stood up, helped her maid, and turned to leave. This grand birthday celebration ended suddenly, and without joy, finishing hastily. The ladies and young women from each family arrived happily but left feeling frightened, and afterward, they couldn't help but talk about it for a while. Yuan Chong was finally taken away by the guards. Although Auntie Chen ran off, there were other clues. The Grand Princess wanted to investigate the secrets of the inner court, and she knew how to find out. Lin Xueqing and her daughter were nervous as they sat in their carriage. When they returned to their own courtyard at the Marquis of Zhennan's estate, Su Shi's hands were trembling. "Mother, what should we do now? Won't the Grand Princess find out about us?" "Don't be afraid," Su Shi said, trying to comfort her daughter even though she was scared herself. "I've already made arrangements. Even if they find out, we have nothing to fear. Uncle Gui will say he did it alone, and we can pretend we don't know. No matron of the household was without loyal servants. If they investigated, it was only a matter of time." What she didn't say was that, although it could be blamed on the servants acting on their own, some people probably wouldn't believe it. Those who could escape punishment were only the obvious ones. But today's events were too strange. Yuan Chong was hiding quietly in a remote room in the backyard. Even if he was foolish, he wouldn't run so far just to cause trouble at the banquet hall. And that's what Qixing seemed to have been prepared in advance. She was so close, yet not a drop of ink was spilled on her. Wait, prepared in advance?
Could it be?
They had fallen into Zhuo Qixing's trap? Mrs. Su was very angry and caused trouble at the eldest princess's birthday banquet. How dare she do that? Zhuo Qixing was very young but very ruthless. How did she manage to do it? Also, last time, even the night owl's attack couldn't catch her. That was definitely not a coincidence. Mrs. Su felt a mix of hatred and fear. It seemed that Zhuo Qixing was not as simple as she appeared. The snow was still falling. Zhuo Qixing sat on a cart with burning charcoal, slowly rocking as she headed back. When she reached Yong'an Street, the first shop at the east end was Qingfeng Tea House. Zhuo Qixing stopped the driver. "Stop here for a moment. I want to get down and look around." A few days ago, she met with Hu Jing'an. He had said he would attend the eldest princess's birthday banquet today, which was a way to show himself after returning to the capital. But today, Hu Jing'an did not come. Since she was passing by Qingfeng Tea House, Zhuo Qixing decided to get off and take a look. The structure of Qingfeng Tea House was a 2-story building at the front, open for business, with a 3-section courtyard behind it. It was a special place, where Hu Jing'an usually worked. After entering, Zhuo Qixing went straight to the backyard. Their family business had a partnership in shipping, and Zhuo Qixing had visited the backyard here a few times. Hu Jing'an had told the manager early in the morning that if Miss Zhuo came, there was no need to report. She could be allowed in directly. In the past, whenever Zhuo Qixing entered the backyard, Hu Jing'an would come out to greet her. But today, the backyard of Qingfeng Tea House seemed unusually quiet. Zhuo Shi and Bao Pu stood at the door of the side room in the backyard. When Zhuo Qixing approached, she looked troubled. Zhuo Shi, who was more familiar with Zhuo Qixing, stepped forward a few steps, forced a smile, and asked, "Miss, why are you here at this time?" Today was the birthday of Princess Yan, a well-known event in the capital. But it wasn't time to leave yet. Because many people attended the birthday banquet, many shops in the city were affected and looked quite empty. Zhuo Qixing nodded and said, "Something happened, so they left early." "Where is your young master?" Zhuo Shi's eyes unconsciously looked back at the side room and replied, "The young master isn't feeling well today, so he didn't go out." Zhuo Shi and Bao Pu were personal servants of Hu Jing'an. Both of them were guarding here, which meant Hu Jing'an was definitely inside this courtyard. But their expressions weren't good. Even though they tried to hide it, you could still see they were worried. Hu Jing'an was a martial artist, strong enough to fight a group alone. He was very healthy, so he couldn't be seriously ill to the point of not leaving the house. Zhuo Qixing immediately realized something was wrong. Something serious. What exactly is going on? Her face darkened as she saw they wouldn't speak. She turned to Zhuo Shi and asked, "Zhuo Shi, tell me." Zhuo Shi hesitated, rubbing his hands nervously. He wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. At this moment, a weak voice came from the side room. "Zhuo Shi, let Miss go in." His voice was very soft, with a raspy tone, and he spoke with great effort. Zhuo Qixing didn't hesitate and pushed open the door to the side room, walking inside. The room was cold and empty, with no coal burning. On the table, there was an incense burner emitting a calming scent. Beyond that was the bed. Hu Jing'an was lying on it, dressed in his clothes, with a pale face. Despite the cold weather, he was sweating profusely. Hu Jing'an wore a deep blue embroidered robe with cloud patterns, more formal than usual, indicating he was preparing to attend a banquet. But now, the front of his robe was stained with blood, likely from vomiting blood. Seeing Zhuo Qixing enter, the person on the bed managed a weak smile, probably too exhausted to say more. Zhuo Qixing stepped forward 2 steps, placing her hand on his cold wrist. She used her limited spiritual power to check him and quickly understood the situation. He was poisoned. But why didn't he call a doctor? He was alone in the room, with 2 servants guarding the door. What's the reason for this? Regardless, she couldn't ignore this situation now that she had encountered it. Zhuo Qixing infused her wood elemental energy into his body. Since her power was still recovering, she had to use all her strength to suppress the poison. It took about an incense stick's time to temporarily control the toxin in his body. Hu Jing'an visibly improved a little, but Zhuo Qixing's complexion turned much paler. She poured a cup of cooled tea from the teapot on the table and handed it to Hu Jing'an. He took the tea with her hand, drank it, and finally his throat was no longer as dry and itchy as before. Just now, when Zhuo Qixing grabbed his wrist, he could clearly feel a very comfortable force entering his body, like a special internal energy. At this moment, he looked at Zhuo Qixing with intense eyes but did not ask anything. Everyone has their secrets, just like him. Zhuo Qixing also poured herself a cup of tea, took a sip, and frowned slightly because it was too cold, making her feel stiff all over. Seeing this, Hu Jing'an explained, coldness can help slightly reduce the poison. When did I get poisoned? Why didn't I call a doctor? Zhuo Qixing asked. It's a congenital poison. Hu Jing'an seemed used to it and smiled. Dr. Su suppressed the poison. Usually, I am no different from others, but I get poisoned once a month. I see. Zhuo Qixing nodded, but her mind was thinking something else. Getting poisoned once a month had no solution, so he had to endure it himself. Zhuo Qixing had always wondered why he would die after 10 years. If it was an accident, it would be hard to prevent, but if it was poison, it was much simpler. She is a wood-type ability user, who is best at detoxifying. Although she cannot remove his poison now, after they get married and spend more time together, her ability will improve faster. She uses her upgraded ability to help treat herself, which can be seen as a form of self-rescue. Hu Jing'an lies on the bed, watching her deep in thought. He presses his lips and says, "My poison has penetrated deep into my organs. Even if Dr. Su suppresses it, it still greatly affects my lifespan. I probably won't live past 35. After saying this, he observes Zhuo Qixing's expression. If she doesn't want to become a widow early and wishes to regret the marriage, he will agree. Now that he is familiar with her, he doesn't want to ruin her future intentionally. However, Zhuo Qixing can't help but smile. In her mind, she thinks, "Brother, you overestimate yourself. You won't live past 35. You'll die at 30, okay?" Hu Jing'an looks at Zhuo Qixing's smile with some confusion. He heard she wouldn't live past 35, and she actually laughs happily? This fiancé seems a bit dangerous. Zhuo Qixing looks at the man lying in bed. Even though he is weak from illness, his good looks can't be hidden, and he looks very pleasing. She kindly suppresses her smile and comforts him, saying, "You're lucky. I can just barely cure this poison." Hu Jing'an hears her words, first showing a look of shock, then carefully observing her expression to see if she is joking with him. He had carried a poison from birth that had lived with him for 20 years, merging completely with his body. Even Dr. Su was helpless, yet she surprisingly managed to find a way to cure him. Suddenly, he remembered the power that had entered his body just now. It was the force that had suppressed his boiling poison when he was about to be poisoned. It's important to know that over the years, he had grown used to the monthly torment. The pain from the poison would not fully subside before midnight. But in just the time it took to burn one incense stick, Zhuo Qixing had eased his pain. Could it be that she really might cure his poison? Hu Jing'an's eyes lit with hope. He sat up slightly and asked, "Is that true?" Zhuo Qixing raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Of course, but it depends on how you perform." Hu Jing'an smiled more sincerely. "Don't worry. Even though his master had taught him since childhood to hide his emotions, he couldn't hide his excitement now. He was naturally carefree and fearless of death. But he still had many things left undone, and his life was very important to him." Zhuo Qixing sat for a while, feeling her special energy slowly returning after being used earlier. Although Hu Jing'an was weak at the moment, his ability to activate his special energy was unaffected. With less than 3 months until their wedding, and knowing he might need to use his power again, Zhuo Qixing suggested, "Starting today, let's treat you for an hour every day. How does that sound?" "Good." Hu Jing'an agreed without hesitation. Zhuo Qixing then placed her hand back on his wrist and said, "I can't go out every day either. You should find your own way to come to my yard." Actually, she was too lazy to move. In such cold weather, going out every day was really too much for her. As for going to her yard, even the dark guards could do that easily. So, Hu Jing'an had no problem either. But when Hu Jing'an heard her words, his ears turned slightly red and he replied shyly, Zhuo Qixing, coming from the end of the world, didn't have a strong sense of morality. She usually just tried to blend in and not stand out from others. Hu Jing'an, however, was thinking to himself, why does she need to visit the young lady's chamber every day? He then comforted himself that she was his fiancée and they would be married in less than 3 months. Plus, it was for detoxification, so it shouldn't be too inappropriate. Zhuo Qixing held his wrist tightly and didn't let go. Her active use of her supernatural power was more effective than just staying close to him. Hu Jing'an carefully felt it. This time, it took him a long while to sense even a little bit of that healing power. It was intermittent, and he just thought it was different from regular treatment or emergency aid. What he didn't know was that Zhuo Qixing hadn't done anything else during this time. She was just holding his wrist and running her power, fully in her cultivation state. Anyway, the poison was suppressed, and it wouldn't relapse anytime soon. There was plenty of time to treat him, so she decided to focus on improving herself first. After Zhuo Qixing finally let go, Hu Jing'an only then realized that his ears felt a little warm. Just now, all his attention was focused on sensing her strange inner strength. Now that she released her grip, he suddenly realized she had been holding his hand for a long time. When she let go, the warmth disappeared, and his wrist felt a bit cold, but the gentle touch lingered for a long time. Hu Jing'an awkwardly moved his hand behind his back and rubbed the quilt, avoiding her gaze. Zhuo Qixing had finished everything she needed to do, and then said she was leaving. By this time, Hu Jing'an was able to sit up in bed. He looked at Zhuo Qixing and said, "Why don't you stay for dinner?" "No, I have some things to do at home," she replied as she stood up and tidied her clothes. Hu Jing'an didn't ask further and asked Zhuo to see her out. Zhuo was surprised to see his master was fine again. His mouth was wide open, as if he could fit a whole egg inside. He had been with Hu Jing'an for many years. He had seen countless painful monthly tortures, which no matter what method was used, couldn't be eased until midnight. Usually at that time, his master would be so weak, as if he had just been pulled out of water. But today, after Miss Zhuo went in, why was he already better? Fearing he was mistaken, Zhuo rubbed his eyes and looked again. His master still looked calm and peaceful, and he could even sit up from the bed. "Master, are you feeling better?" Hu Jing was in a very good mood. He raised an eyebrow and glanced at Zhuo Qixing, teasing, "Lucky you, meeting a great doctor. Ordinary women would feel shy when teased like this." But Zhuo Qixing was clearly not ordinary. She looked back at him and responded with a proud smile, confidently agreeing with his words. Zhuo looked at his master and then at Miss Zhuo, feeling confused. However, he didn't dare ask more. He made a pleased gesture and sent Zhuo Qixing out the door. In the carriage, Zhuo Qixing enjoyed the snow as she slowly returned to the Marquis's residence. By the time she arrived, it was almost evening. Wang Ji and others were waiting at the second gate, with a layer of snow on their heads, showing they had been waiting for a while. When they saw Zhuo Qixing return, they hurried to greet her, speaking unclearly. "Oh, Miss Zhuo, you're finally back. Marquis is waiting for you in the study." She knew what was coming, nothing good. It was probably Zhuo Qiuyue who had come back first to complain, and her soft-hearted father wanted to stand up for his precious daughter. Zhuo Qixing forced a smile and responded coldly to Wang Ji, "Then I will trouble my father to wait a little longer." Wang Ji was stunned. He never expected such an answer. "Miss Zhuo, since you've returned to the residence, why not go to the study now to see Marquis? If you delay too long, Marquis might get upset." "Everyone is already upset," Zhuo Qixing said as she stepped past him and moved forward. "It's not a big deal for a little while." Zhuo Qixing was heading directly towards Zhuo Qiuyue's courtyard. When they reached the gate, the gatekeeper woman hurried forward to bow and say, "I will go inside and report." In the Jing'an Marquis's residence, all the courtyards used to be unguarded, but since Zhuo Qixing set this rule, other courtyards have followed suit and now have women guarding the gates. However, Zhuo Qixing didn't wait for the woman to finish speaking. She strode straight into the courtyard. A few maids wanted to stop her, but didn't dare, so they let her go indirectly. Wang Ji couldn't enter the backyard. He watched as the young lady's face darkened, and she headed toward the second young lady's courtyard. He felt very nervous and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he stomped his foot and went back to report to the Marquis. Zhuo Qixing didn't let her maid follow. Xue Han and Jin Yu secretly observed her. She went straight to Zhuo Qiuyue's room. At this moment, Zhuo Qiuyue, upset from earlier in the morning, was crying so much that her eyes were swollen. When she heard the noise outside, she looked up. She saw Zhuo rushing in quickly and reaching her in a few steps. Before she could react, a slap, bigger than those at the princess's residence, was struck across her face. Zhuo cried out in surprise. In that moment, not only did her eyes swell, but her cheeks also quickly puffed up. With a slap, in the midst of Zhao Qiyue's scream, Zhao Qixing quickly acted. She grabbed Zhao Qiyue's hair and pulled her to the ground, then kicked her. For a moment, the maids and servants in the house hadn't yet reacted, but Zhao Qiyue was already crying out in pain. This scene was so shocking that even the maids used to city life found it hard to witness such a fight between sisters. No, it wasn't a fight. It was the older sister attacking the younger sister alone. Following the principle of, if you can hit, don't talk, Zhao Qixing said nothing from the moment she entered. She only punched and kicked Zhao Qiyue, causing her to lose her gentle lady image, curling up on the ground and crying out loudly. Sometimes, Zhao Qiyue's calls could be heard. Why is my big sister hitting me?
Help me.
Save me. She was destined not to hear Zhao Qixing's response. At this moment, the maids and servants had already started to pull her away. They didn't dare to be too rough, just grabbing Zhao Qixing's clothes and dragging her outside. But Zhao Qixing's strength was surprisingly great. Even with so many people pulling her, she still kicked Zhao Qiyue several more times before being pulled away a short distance. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Lord Jing'an, who had been informed, quickly entered. Seeing the scene before him, Lord Jing'an's face twisted with rage. In the middle of the room stood the eldest daughter. A few steps away, the second daughter, with disheveled hair, was curled up and crying out in pain. Lord Jing'an quickly stepped forward to help Zhuo Qiyue up. Seeing her swollen face and nose, he was deeply shocked. He then suddenly turned to look at Zhuo Qixing, his eyes seeming to burn with anger. Rebellious girl. Rebellious girl. You are sisters. Zhuo Qixing had expected this, so she went in and started fighting first. She sneered and said, I'm the legitimate daughter. She's a concubine. What right does she have to compare herself to me? You. Lord Jing'an was furious. Can you harm your own sister? What will people say about your reputation? Do you still want to get married? Today, I will punish you to go to the family shrine to reflect, along with Aunt Lu. Father, there's no need to threaten me. Zhuo Qixing narrowed her eyes and said clearly, you can do whatever you want with my marriage. If you want to punish me with the shrine, I will go. But let me say one more thing. If anyone makes me unhappy, I will fight to the end, even if it means risking my life. By now, Lord Jing'an had helped Zhuo Qiyue onto the bed. Seeing his daughter so badly beaten, he felt very upset. Turning to Zhuo Qixing, his anger was barely hidden. Rebellious girl. Today, I haven't even punished you for hitting your sister in front of the Grand Princess's residence. If you don't repent and you keep hitting people at home, you are shameful to the Lord's house. Huh. Do you know why I hit her face in front of everyone today? Zhuo Qixing lazily flicked her nails, looking calm. You made a mistake. Your sister came out to speak for you, and you didn't appreciate it. Instead, you publicly humiliated your sister. Is this how an older sister should behave? Zhuo Qixing sneered and lifted her eyelids. She said, Father, even in the Justice Department, when someone is accused, both sides should be allowed to speak. You tend to believe what you hear at home, but outside, you must not embarrass the Ho family. The Marquis of Jing'an was so angry he almost fainted and couldn't say a word for a long time. The maidservant in Zhuo Qiyue's yard quickly stepped forward to help him calm down. After a while, he finally settled down and, holding back his anger, asked, Now tell me, why did you hit your sister? Father, listen carefully. I am a person with principles. My rule is, if someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend them. But if someone does, I will fight back with everything I have. Hearing this, the Marquis of Jing'an was momentarily confused and didn't understand what she meant. Zhuo Qixing continued, If you don't want your precious daughter to get hit, then watch her carefully. Don't let her run around like a mad dog barking all the time. If she behaves honestly, I won't see her. But if she jumps around in front of me, I will have to punish her even more harshly than before, more and more each time. If she doesn't believe me, she can try. Zhuqiuyue, who was crying with her face covered, shivered at these words and felt a deep fear inside. In her second life, she no longer recognized her older sister. Now, Zhuqiuyue showed no regard for her reputation at all and acted completely beyond her expectations. Is it possible that she can no longer see her older sister the same way as before? Is this change caused by her switching her family ties? In her previous life, after becoming a widow, she entered the mansion as a concubine and never behaved like this. What exactly is going on? After the Marquis Jing'an calmed down, he understood what Zhuqiuyue meant in her words. In other words, today's incident was caused by Zhuqiuyue first provoking her. Looking around, the Marquis saw that Zhuqiuyue hadn't brought her maid with her, so he turned to her main maid, Emo Xiang, and said, "You explain everything clearly, every detail of what happened today." Shaking with fear, Emo Xiang quickly knelt down and thought to herself that she was definitely going to be punished today. She recounted the whole story. Since both young ladies were present, she didn't dare lie, but she focused more on describing her second young lady's actions. Only then did the Marquis realize that Zhuqiuyue had been wronged at the Princess Chang's birthday banquet, and someone had tried to harm her. He couldn't help feeling a little guilty, but since the two young ladies hadn't said anything too harsh, he wondered why it had caused such a big fuss. After all, she hadn't been hurt, right? Thinking of this, he cleared his throat and softened his tone, saying, "Qixing, you are sisters. Sisters outside are like one body, and they represent the face of our Marquis Jing'an's household. Just because of this small matter, you attacked your sister. That's a bit too unruly." Zhuqiuyue didn't hide her disdain and rolled her eyes at him. She called this a small matter, but he didn't seem to understand what a big matter was. "I have a different understanding from you about important and minor matters, so we can't see eye to eye. Just remember, the key is for Zhuqiuyue to remember, no matter big or small, stay away from me. If you come closer to act foolish, it will only make things worse than today." After saying this, Zhuqiuyue turned and left. Some people don't need many words. Just telling them the consequences is enough. Jing'an Marquis watched silently as Zhuqiuyue waved her sleeve and left. He was angry but also comforted his injured second daughter. After everyone left, Zhuqiuyue cried loudly. Her beautiful face was swollen and purple, and just looking in the mirror scared her so much she couldn't sleep at night. She threw a bronze mirror and smashed all the porcelain in the room. Emo Xiang dared not step forward to comfort her. She quietly cleaned up the mess, thinking that their courtyard was no longer as good as before. If these fine porcelain were broken, the replacements would probably be of poorer quality. This chaotic scene in the mansion was not known to outsiders. Meanwhile, at the Mingwei general's residence, everything was quite peaceful today. Madame Su, Lady Shi, returned from the Grand Princess's house, looking gloomy. The atmosphere at home was very low. Many things happened during the Grand Princess's birthday celebration this time. Zhuqiuyue publicly slapped her half-sister and revealed that Lady Lu had entered the ancestral temple. This made her think that Zhuqiuyue was really arrogant. Changing the marriage might be for the best. At the same time, she also felt that Zhuqiuyue was not easy to handle and didn't understand the situation. Most importantly, Lady Lu was punished and sent into the ancestral temple. I used to think the adopted daughter was favored and well-loved. The main wife had died early, and the legitimate daughter had no one to teach her. The aunt and the housekeeper treated her the same. But after this incident, Madame Shi was shocked to discover that the housekeeper of the Jing'an Marquis' estate had already been replaced. "What's going on?" Madame Shi grabbed Su Sheng's arm and asked. "Do you know what happened in the Marquis' house? Why was Aunt Lu punished and sent to the ancestral hall?" Su Sheng was also confused. He had met the second young lady from the Zhou family a few times over the past months, but they never talked about the housekeeper or anything similar. He thought that such disgraceful matters wouldn't be something the second young lady would bring up herself. But as the head lady, Madame Shi knew that the Marquis' estate hadn't married a new wife, and Aunt Lu had lost her power. This could only mean she had made a serious mistake. Mother, second Miss Zwa, is gentle and kind. Even if Aunt Lu is punished, it doesn't involve her, Su Sheng said softly, not wanting his mother to think badly of Zwa because of Aunt Lu. Madame Shi glared at him in frustration. This boy only knew how to wield a sword and play around. He didn't understand the ways of the inner household. Whether Aunt Lu manages the household or not, the difference for second Miss Zwa was huge. It was almost like the difference between a legitimate daughter and an ordinary daughter of a concubine. If only her own mother were in charge, just the dowry she brought would be worlds apart. But her foolish son seemed completely unaware of all this. Seeing that Su Sheng couldn't say anything more, Madame Shi immediately went to the front yard to find General Su. Master, do you know what big trouble the Marquis of Jing'an has gotten into? Why is Lady Lu no longer managing the household? General Su took off his official robes and was washing his hands when he heard this. He looked at his wife in surprise and asked, "Is this true?" He rarely paid attention to other families' private affairs and knew little about them.
Yes.
I heard about it today at the Grand Princess's birthday banquet. Lady Lu was punished and sent to the family shrine. When General Su heard this, he also looked serious. He immediately sent someone to find out more. The couple sat together with worried faces, both full of concern. Later that night, the messenger returned to the house and told General Su that Lady Lu had been sent to the family shrine because she was greedy and took her late husband's dowry. It was also related to her stealing silver money and mistreating the common people. She was punished for multiple crimes, and it might take a long time before she could come out. That's terrible. General Su slammed his hand on the table. This marriage, he stood there for a while, his chest rising and falling, knowing that what was done and couldn't be changed. The husband and wife looked at each other with regret in their eyes. If her mother was like that, what kind of girl did she raise? They had agreed easily to change the marriage because Lady Lu, the housekeeper of the Marquis of Jing'an, was in charge. They thought the girl raised by the housekeeper, who was similar to a girl whose mother had died early, wouldn't be much different. But who knew?
Sheng is so naive.
How could she be so kind-hearted that she was easily tricked on the street? Mrs. Shi felt only regret at this moment, wishing she could hit her chest a few times to release her pent-up anger. General Su did not agree with her. He looked unhappy and thought for a while before shaking his head and saying, "This marriage is already decided and cannot be changed." But, Mrs. Shi felt overwhelmed with frustration. A heavy feeling blocked her chest, making it hard to breathe and very uncomfortable. General Su sighed and said, "Then I can only trouble you, madam. After she enters the house, please keep an eye on her and teach her well, so she doesn't cause trouble." Mrs. Shi looked distressed. Today, watching Zwa act, she felt she was a bit petty. Thinking of Zwa Qixing's mother and her 10-mile bridal procession, she guessed that if they married, all those dowries would belong to her. Plus, the outside family of the Marquis of Jing'an, the contrast made her feel upset and overwhelmed. After a long pause, she sighed and said, "It can only be like this." The wedding date for Zwa Qixing and Huasi was set for the following year. Even if she was unwilling, all the procedures for the arranged marriage had been completed. It was impossible to change it now. Mrs. Shi felt suffocated. That night, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep, feeling anxious and restless. The general's household was no longer wealthy. Marrying off a few more sons would make things even tighter financially. She had hoped to marry a daughter-in-law with a generous dowry, which would help the family. But who would have thought? On the third day after returning from the Princess Chang's residence, Lian Ran paid a visit. She was dressed in a bright red outfit, looking very brave and impressive, making her stand out from others. Her departure did not make her feel sad or complain about her fate. Instead, she looked lively every day, which is one reason why Zwa Qixing admired her very much. "Zwa Qixing, I'm here." Lian Ran entered the yard and called out his name loudly, showing her presence clearly. Zwa Qixing came out from inside the house and smiled. "You're here. Come inside and have some hot tea." Lian Ran smiled brightly and said, "No more tea. I drink so much every day that I am tired of it." Where is the martial arts master? Hurry up and let me see him. Zhuo gently patted her and said, It's cold outside and you don't feel cold. If it really is cold, drinking hot tea won't help as much as moving around to warm up. Lian Ran took a few steps into the yard, looked around, as if trying to see if the martial arts master had appeared, and looked eager. Zhuo had no choice but to call behind her. Jinyu, come and spar a few moves with Miss Lian. To her surprise, the person who came out was a girl dressed as a maid. She turned her head in confusion and looked at Zhuo, thinking that even if she was not very skilled, they wouldn't just send a maid to fool her, right? But since they were still getting to know each other, Lian Ran thought that Jinyu probably didn't know her strength yet. Once she showed her skills, she would be more impressive. So Lian Ran happily waved to Jinyu and said, Come on. The two of them walked to the center of the yard, where they usually practiced martial arts. Zhuo watched as the two prepared for the fight and advised, Be gentle, don't break anything. Jinyu was calm and quiet, simply nodding in response. Lian Ran thought they were talking to her and boldly smiled, Don't worry, I won't break anything. Then, the two started fighting. Although Lian Ran had trained in martial arts since she was young, and was much stronger than most people, even against adult men, those with poor skills couldn't beat her. But Jinyu was a professional secret guard, trained in life and death combat from a young age, and was on a different level altogether. When they fought, Lian Ran quickly sensed something was wrong. She found herself struggling greatly. She couldn't use her usual moves, and her strength was being suppressed by the other person. At this point, she finally realized that this maid was a true martial artist. Realizing this, her fighting spirit grew even stronger. Her energy was fully stimulated, and she fought more fiercely, her eyes shining with passion. Jinyu was inspired by her enthusiasm and worked hard to bring out her potential. After about 2 incense sticks worth of time, she finally defeated Lian Ran. Lian Ran was caught by the neck, but showed no sign of defeat. Her face was flushed, and she smiled. That was so exciting. Too exciting. Jinyu saw her steady and stepped back behind Zhuo. However, Lian Ran kept her eyes fixed on Jinyu, and she said to Zhuo, You let such a skilled person be your maid? You're wasting her talents. Left Qixing saw her regretful expression and patiently explained, She is not a maid, just pretending to be one. Pretending to be a maid, Lian Ran turned to look at her, then suddenly understood. That is indeed more convenient. Left Qixing took Lian Ran into the room, opened a window to let in some cool breeze after sweating, and said as they walked, I'm cautious about my life and don't dare ignore the dangers in the capital. It's not convenient to bring many people along, so Jinyu pretending to be a maid is just right. That's true. Look at the longevity banquet at the Grand Princess's residence. You almost got caught in a trap. Yes. Left Qixing instructed Baofeng to pour a cup of hot milk tea for Lian Ran, then added, It's always better to be careful. Lian Ran took a sip of the milk tea, her eyes brightening. What is this? It's quite good. It's milk tea, Left Qixing said. I'll write you a recipe before we leave. Thank you in advance. Lian Ran held the milk tea and looked around. Left Qixing's room was simply decorated, without the luxurious or stiff ornaments common in other homes, and it even looked a bit messy. Everywhere were chubby cushions and a soft couch covered with a thick fur mat, with an open book lying on it. It was clear that the owner, before leaving, was lazily leaning on the soft pillow, leisurely reading. The only thing that seemed to show the owner's status was the several expensive silver wire charcoal burners placed around the room, filling the space with a warm, cozy atmosphere. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Lian Ran took another sip of milk tea, thinking it's no wonder she acts so freely. She seems to have a carefree personality. Same here, Zhuo hinted at something. If you ask who in Jingli is the most unrestrained, it would definitely be her. When Lian Ran finished her tea, she couldn't sit still and kept glancing behind Zhuo. Feeling restless, she suggested, Why don't we go for another walk? Since she was still sweaty from before, Zhuo worried she might catch a cold, so he changed the subject. I have a guard team that trains at the training ground every day. Do you want to see them? Yes. Lian Ran immediately became interested and was about to stand up to go out with Zhuo. First, wipe off your sweat and put on some more clothes before heading out. Before she could speak, Do-ko, who was waiting nearby, stepped forward and, without asking, put a fox fur cloak over her shoulders. In winter, the soldiers of the Marquis's household mostly stay indoors except for patrols. The training at the training ground was lively, all led by Zhuo Qixing's people. About 50 or 60 people were divided into groups: riders and archers, fighters, and those practicing physical strength, all well-trained, showing strict management in their daily routines. When Lan Ran arrived at the training ground, she was again shocked. Are all these people your guards? They don't look like the household soldiers of the Jing'an Marquis estate, and even if they are soldiers, they aren't this disciplined. Everyone looks alert and ready, more like soldiers than guards. They are all my guards. Left Qixing was very open and directly shared her management methods with her. Lianran was amazed and thought that Left Qixing was even more suitable for her. After I return to the mansion, I want to train some guards just like your method. Lianran was full of enthusiasm. After finishing all the training sessions, she begged Left Qixing to call Jingwu out to spar with her. Only then did she honestly return to her room. By then, it was already noon, and the small kitchen had prepared the meal. Winter days are short, and ordinary families eat early. Lianran was reluctant to leave and finally stayed to have a meal. The food from the small kitchen was surprisingly delicious. Lianran felt that everything today had gone perfectly to her liking. When Hu Jing'an arrived as scheduled for treatment, he saw Left Qixing sitting with a noble lady, eating together. He came through the secret guard route. Since it was not good to reveal himself openly, he jumped onto the beam of the house and acted as a gentleman on the beam. Lianran didn't notice this at all, but Left Qixing quietly looked up at the ceiling. Now, whenever this person approached her, her supernatural ability immediately sensed it. The closer he got, the more active her power became. Even without showing himself, she could estimate his distance accurately. While eating, Lianran and Left Qixing chatted casually. I heard that after the banquet, the Grand Princess was very angry when all the guests left. Left Qixing raised an eyebrow, which was expected. The Grand Princess is the current emperor's biological sister. Having lived a privileged life for many years, she has never experienced such humiliation. Lianran took a sip of mushroom soup, feeling comfortable, and said, I heard that many servants were punished that day, and they are still searching everywhere for that escaped servant, Granny Chen. Have they found out who is behind it? Left Qixing asked. I don't know if they've identified the mastermind, Lianran replied vaguely while chewing. But I heard that during the morning court, the emperor personally called out the Marquis of Jinan, your maternal grandfather, and scolded him harshly. From this, Left Qixing understood that they had already identified the main culprit. Using secret schemes in the inner palace, even disrupting the Grand Princess's carefully prepared birthday banquet, how could people not be angry? Lianran continued eating and said, if scolding the Marquis of Jinan is related to the Grand Princess's affairs, then the real mastermind must be your aunt-in-law. TSK, such close relatives, full of grudges and resentment. There is some truth to that, Left Qixing said, recounting the kidnapping incident earlier, which made Lianran gasp. Unbelievable, just because of a bracelet. Lianran couldn't understand. Maybe they've just had enough of the good days, Left Qixing thought. In the past, during the apocalypse, just filling their stomachs was a luxury. Who cared about fighting over a bracelet or pride? Taking a bite of the tender chicken, I once again marvel at how wonderful life is now. Zhuo Qixing can already imagine that life for Lin Xueqing and her daughter at the mansion must be difficult. Her thoughts are correct. Currently, the Marquis of Jinan is Zhuo Qixing's grandfather, and Lin Xueqing's father, though middle-aged, is still the heir of the Marquis estate. The Marquis of Jinan has always been proud and strong. Unexpectedly, at nearly 60, he was scolded harshly by the emperor, and his old face was hard to show. After court, he hurried back to the mansion. Calming down and thinking, he realized he usually followed the rules and hadn't done anything wrong. The emperor scolded him for neglecting his inner court and not managing his household well. It was clear that the trouble came from unworthy descendants in the family. Lin Jian, Immediately investigate who in the mansion caused trouble. Focus on those connected to the royal family. Yes, the chief steward of the front yard responded and left. He knew about the Marquis being reprimanded in the palace today. Since the emperor was so angry, this matter wouldn't be small. Gathering all the stewards of the mansion, they quickly found some clues. Only the steward of the main ladies' courtyard, Lin Gui, suddenly disappeared. When asked, he said he was on sick leave. When servants checked his residence, no one was there. Lin Jian, as the head steward of the Jinnan Marquis estate, was not an ordinary person. He immediately thought of the recent chaos in the capital, probably the trouble caused by the prodigal son of the Qing'an Marquis family, who caused a scene at the Yan Grand Princess's birthday banquet. Coincidentally, the person scolded along with Lord Ho was also the Marquis of Qing'an. This connection made Lin Jian immediately break out in a cold sweat. He dared not question the madam about this, so he returned and reported his suspicions to the Marquis of Jinnan. The Marquis of Jinnan had also heard about this matter. He said that during the birthday banquet, Yuan Chang tried to frame his granddaughter, Sui Qixing. He even sent someone to ask the Jing'an Marquis' residence and was relieved to learn that the girl was safe. But now, could it be that this was actually done by his own family? Thinking about last month, Lin Xueqing's fiancé had hired a night guard to deal with his granddaughter. Xueqing was even punished for it. The more he thought about it, the worse the Marquis of Jinnan felt. Arrest everyone in Su's courtyard and question them one by one. Yes. Lin Jian obeyed the order. Soon, the servant statements were all submitted. Although none knew the full details, piecing everything together, the conclusion was clear. The incident at the Grand Princess's residence was definitely done by Su. Unbelievable. The Marquis of Jinnan slammed the table in anger. Su has such boldness. Lin Jian quickly stepped forward to comfort him. My lord, calm down. Your health is the most important. But the Marquis of Jinnan was too angry to care about his health. He sternly ordered, go call Lin Yongping over. Lin Yongping had no idea anything was wrong. He was happily enjoying his new calligraphy book when he saw Lin Jian come in and noticed his serious face. He suddenly realized something bad might have happened. As soon as he entered the study, a teacup flew toward him. He instinctively dodged, and the cup shattered on the floor behind him with a clear sound, startling him. Just as he was about to ask what was wrong, the angry voice of the Marquis of Jinnan shouted, You wicked son! Our Marquis of Jinnan's house is going to fall apart because of you. Lin Yongping shrank back, realizing the situation was serious. Usually, his father's scolding was not this harsh. It seemed he was very angry this time. Father, please calm down.
Tell me what happened.
If I did something wrong, I will fix it. You ask me? The Marquis of Jinnan almost threw another teacup. He said angrily, Why don't you ask your good wife what she did? We have a big grudge with the Su family, and they're trying to ruin our house. Lin Yongping's heart sank. If Su's wife made a mistake, as a husband, he couldn't avoid responsibility. From his father's words, it seemed this was a serious matter involving the family's reputation. He looked around. Besides him and his father, only Lin Jian was standing nearby. Lin Yongping gave Lin Jian a look, but Lin Jian pretended not to see. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and ask cautiously, Please, father, tell me what Su's wife did. I want to go back and teach her properly. Teaching nonsense. The Marquis of Jinnan suddenly shouted angrily. Everyone says a good wife brings peace, but you married this troublemaker. You should write a divorce letter now, cut ties with her forever, and stop being dragged down by her. You don't even know how you died. Lin Yongping was anxious. His father was so angry, but he didn't know why. He turned to Lin Jian and asked, Uncle Jian, tell me, what exactly did Su Shi do? Since he asked, Lin Jian couldn't ignore him. He glanced at the Marquis of Jinnan, who showed no reaction, then replied, Do you know what happened at the Grand Princess's birthday banquet a few days ago? Lin Yongping nodded. Such a big event was known all over the capital. Yuan Chang, the only heir of the Qing'an Marquis estate, sneaked into the plum garden and caused chaos at the Grand Princess's birthday banquet, frightening the women so much that they haven't returned from the Grand Princess's residence yet. But What does this have to do with our Marquis of Jinnan? Lin Jian sighed and said, this was planned behind the scenes by the Grand Madam. What? Lin Yongping was shocked. Is that possible? Could it be a mistake? How could Su Shi be so bold as to cause trouble at the Grand Princess's birthday banquet? And what motive would she have to do this? Hearing this, the Marquis of Jinnan couldn't help but curse. Fool! A stupid fool. Both poisonous and stupid. Lin Yongping's heart was tense as he looked at Lin Jian. Lin Jian continued. The housekeeper, Lin Gui, arranged everything outside. As for the motive, you'll need to ask the lady of the house. But the past feud between the lady and Miss Biao was just about that incident last month. At this point, Lin Yongping finally understood the whole story. Last month, Lin Xueqing was punished because of Zhuo Qixing. Su Shi was unhappy and wanted to vent her anger for her daughter. She planned to ruin Zhuo Qixing's reputation at the banquet, so she would marry Yuan Chong as a concubine. Zhuo Qixing usually stayed at home and only attended the Grand Princess's birthday celebration recently. They took a risky step and caused trouble at the Grand Princess's residence. Somewhere along the way, something went wrong, and the plan was exposed. Yuan Chong was arrested, and the investigation pointed to the Marquis of Jinnan's estate, which led to the emperor reprimanding the Marquis. It was said that the entire Marquis's household was now under the emperor's disapproval, as they thought the family lacked proper morals. In a broader sense, the futures of the young men and women in the estate could be affected. Lin Yongping never expected such a result. He was stunned and looked at Lin Jian blankly, saying, Uncle Jian, please go and bring Su Shi here. Lin Jian agreed and went out. The Marquis of Jinnan angrily said, What are you shouting for? Just write her a formal divorce letter. Our family is small, and we can't keep her as a guest. Lin Yongping, feeling defeated, lowered his head and said, I'll ask her first. Soon after, Su Shi followed Lin Jian inside. Not long after, the old lady also came in. Since there was such a big commotion at the residence, it was impossible for the elderly lady not to notice. Also, as for the daughter-in-law, the father-in-law usually wouldn't directly punish her. The elderly lady sat next to the Marquis of Jinnan, looking at Lin Yongping and his wife kneeling on the ground, with a face full of disappointment. In the past, she thought her eldest daughter-in-law was at least from a scholarly family. Her father was the former crown prince's tutor before the emperor ascended the throne, and she was well respected among scholars. Later, after marrying in, Su's family managed the household fairly well, without major faults. But unexpectedly, she quietly caused a big problem. Su lowered her head deeply, feeling very anxious. By this point, she regretted her actions. She shouldn't have been so confident, thinking her plan was foolproof. She shouldn't have acted during the Grand Princess's birthday banquet, because failing would be more than she could bear. She also shouldn't have been so impatient, wanting to vent her anger for her daughter immediately. Given the current situation of Zhuo Qixing, she wouldn't gain anything by rushing, so why bother? Su, was it you who did this? Lin Yongping was the first to speak. Su didn't look up, but her voice trembled as she said, No, it wasn't me. I didn't know anything. It was all Lin Gui's idea. She couldn't admit to this mistake. If she did, she might be sent to the ancestral hall, or even be divorced. She had to insist she was innocent. Nonsense. Seeing her behave like this, the Marquis of Jinnan was furious. He couldn't help but scold her, making Su shiver and almost fall to the ground. Lin Yongping clenched his teeth and said, Lin Gui is your person. Without your order, why would he do such a thing? Miss Su probably doesn't even know who Lin Gui is. Mrs. Su shook her head and spoke with difficulty. Lin Gui grew up watching Xueqing. Maybe he just wanted to vent his anger on her. He probably only wanted to scare his niece. At this point, she really couldn't keep going. There's no way he would scare the Grand Princess's residence, and he even specifically found Yuan Chong, who is quite unpredictable. I think it's you who wanted to vent your anger, said the old lady. Her gaze was sharp, as if she saw through Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su dared not lift her head. Even though she was very nervous, she insisted she didn't know anything. The old lady sighed and said, At this point, it doesn't matter if you admit it or not. You and Yongping should part ways. She had done such a big thing. It wouldn't be wrong to get a divorce letter. But she still considered some feelings, and parting ways would sound better. Mrs. Su was completely panicked. She suddenly looked up at the old lady, then turned to look at Lin Yongping, crying, "Husband, you can't divorce me. I bore you 3 children. I managed the family for 26 years. I may not have made great achievements, but I worked hard. You can't leave me. I won't agree to a divorce. Because of what you've done. Our family can't keep you anymore." Lin Yongping looked at his wife. He also felt reluctant. After all, they had been married for nearly 30 years. However, the matter has become too serious. Even the emperor has scolded the father. If no action is taken, the Marquis of Zhennan's household will definitely face trouble.
No.
I won't. Sue's family has been living comfortably in the Marquis of Zhennan's estate for years and hasn't encountered many problems. They've become careless and lost their respect and caution, which led to this outcome. But if she returns to the Su family after divorce, her father and elder brother will never accept her. Sue's mother cried loudly and collapsed to the ground, ignoring her image. Hearing the noise, Lin Xueqing rushed in, knelt beside Sue's mother, and begged, "Grandfather, grandmother, please forgive my mother this time." Lin Xueqing's rush was not only for Sue's mother. She is not yet married, and if her mother is dismissed now, her reputation will suffer. Her marriage prospects might also be affected. "Grandfather, grandmother, please look at me, and also at my elder brother and sister. If my mother is dismissed, what will my sister's situation be in her husband's house? My elder brother finally got a good job, but now there might be trouble again. Grandmother, please forgive my mother this time." Sue's mother also got up, kowtowing repeatedly. She was unkempt and looked frantic. The usually dignified and reserved noblewoman now looked unrecognizable, almost mad. During this standoff, Lin Yongping's eldest son, Lin Qingshu, also returned. Seeing his mother in such a state, he was shocked and immediately knelt down with her, begging the grandparents to forgive his mother once more. "Grandmother, mother only made this one mistake. It shouldn't be a big issue. People are not saints. I hope you can let your grandson have some dignity outside." Lin Xueqing took a few steps forward, knelt, and hugged the old lady's leg, crying, "Grandmother, look at us siblings and our married eldest granddaughter. No matter what mother has done, she has been your daughter-in-law for over 20 years. The granddaughter knew you loved her cousin, but isn't she fine now? Besides, she is from the Luo family, an outsider. Only we are true members of the Lin family. You can't treat us differently inside and outside." "Shut up." Marquis Zhennan stood up angrily. "This is too much. If the Marquis residence can't hold you, then all of you get out." Seeing the Marquis so angry, the siblings didn't dare to speak further. Meanwhile, the old lady looked exhausted. The words of these two siblings were truly harsh. One felt she, as the grandmother, was disrespectful. The other thought she, as the grandmother, favored the outside granddaughter. Unbeknownst to them, their mother's actions had alarmed the emperor. If not handled properly, it could bring disaster to the Lin family. The granddaughter, just a young girl, was one thing, but Lin Qingshu had already obtained a position at the Ministry of Justice. How could she be so short-sighted? It was disappointing. "Forget it. Since they insist, let's step back. Hopefully, they won't regret it later." "Get up," the old lady said softly. "If you insist, then there will be no more reconciliation. But the matter that your majesty personally reprimanded must be dealt with. Otherwise, you all know the consequences." Sue's family is now packing up and going to the ancestral temple. Lin Xueqing paused, knowing that her grandmother was already very upset. Although being sent to the ancestral temple is a serious punishment, there is still room for negotiation. After some time, once the turmoil settles, they can think of ways to bring her mother back. Thinking this, Lin Xueqing and Lin Qingshu exchanged a glance, and both stopped talking. This decision was final. The old lady was supported by Grandma Tsong and walked out of the study. Before leaving, she looked back at Lin Xueqing with a deep gaze. In the end, Sue's family took the blame, but she knew she wouldn't believe for a moment that Lin Xueqing wasn't involved in stirring things up. This granddaughter is quite troublesome. Marrying into the Marquis of Shang's household, with that equally troublesome young man, who knows what trouble they might cause. Zhang Huaiji is the second-ranked Minister of Revenue, a person with real power and naturally well-informed. After returning home from court, he told his wife about the Marquis of Zhennan's estate. Mrs. Zhang was very shocked. In her mind, disputes among women in the inner household were usually limited to their own family. But this kind of scheming that involved the Grand Princess's residence and caused a citywide commotion was truly rare. Zhang Huaiji looked worried. "Madam, we need to think carefully about this marriage proposal. Are you considering withdrawing from the engagement?" Zhang Huaiji nodded and said, "A generation without good wives and a generation without good children. The girl from the Lin family has a big mind but narrow tolerance. She is not forgiving, and her schemes are not clever enough. Her methods are poor. Marrying such a woman would bring trouble to our Zhang family, and we fear there will be no peace." Mrs. Zhang thought for a moment. Last month, her son's incident was also caused by this girl's instigation. Now, just a month and a half later, another problem has arisen. She is truly a troublemaker. She began to agree with her husband's words. "But if we cancel the engagement, not only will we offend the Marquis of Zhennan, but people in the capital might also say we are unkind and unfeeling. Better to cut the pain quickly," Zhang Huaiji decided firmly. "Rumors are temporary, but marriage is for life. We must weigh what is more important and make a choice." Mrs. Zhang nodded. It was true. Since Lin Xueqing hadn't even entered the house yet, so many problems had already occurred. If she came in, the household would surely become chaotic. After they finished discussing, they decided to wait a few days until the trouble calmed down before withdrawing the engagement at the Marquis of Zhennan's estate. What they didn't know was that this conversation was overheard by Zhang Yojia standing outside the wall. Zhang Yojia, worried and anxious, hurried back to his courtyard, pacing inside the house. Since he became engaged to Lin Xueqing, they often met and had developed feelings for each other. He couldn't bear to see their relationship broken apart. "Songyan, what should I do?" Zhang Yojia paced back and forth, as if grinding something in his mind. "It must be that my grandfather gave me a bad name. My brothers worry about the country and the world, but I only worry about the family. Worrying about the family, worrying about the family, worrying so much, I can't even start a family. Now it seems my worries have come true." Matsunin comforted him, saying, "Young master, there's no need to worry. The master won't let you remain unmarried. Miss Lin might cancel the engagement, but she will find another match for you. I don't want to find another match. I only want Xueqing," Zhang Yojia angrily said. "If you can't come up with a plan today, I will give you 10 lashes. Matsunin shivered inside. This was truly an unexpected disaster. "Let me think," Matsunin said, his eyes turning as he recalled some examples from the capital where families didn't want their children to marry, but had to anyway. After a moment, he suddenly clapped his forehead and said, "Young master, think about the matter at the Grand Princess's residence the other day." "What about the Grand Princess's residence?" "Yuan Chong from the Duke Qing'en's estate. Didn't he go into the plum garden to wait for the girl to change clothes?" "Yes, what a scoundrel, insulting our dignity. Don't worry about whether he's refined or not. Just imagine, if Miss Suo really was tricked into going into that room to change clothes and was caught, what would happen?" Zhang Yujia thought for a moment and said, "Yuan Chong is already married. If she really was caught, she would have to marry into Yuan's family as a concubine." Hearing this, Zhang Yujia remembered how he was beaten and extorted money, and he sighed, "What a pity. Why didn't Yuan Chong succeed in his plans, so that Ho Si could still swagger around?" Matsunin looked at him intently, and then said, "What if Yuan Chong isn't married? This is to have him imitate Yuan Chong, and work with Lin Xueqing to make their romantic relationship official. Once they do that, no one can change the outcome." "That is indeed a good idea," Zhang Yujia frowned and said with doubt, "but doing this might harm our reputation." "That's true," Song Mian replied, "but right now, I can't think of a better plan unless you can persuade the master and madam not to cancel the engagement." "Nonsense, if you could persuade me, I wouldn't need you. Zhang Yojia kicked Song Nian, who jumped up holding his backside and said, then think carefully. Do you want a good reputation or Miss Lin? At the Marquis of Jing'an's residence, Hu Jing'an waited for a long time. After drinking and eating well, and chatting for a while, it was already very late, and he finally left reluctantly. Hu Jing'an finally jumped down from the beam, stretched his muscles, and took a deep breath. Zhuo Qixing looked at him and smiled. Who dares to disturb the peaceful house at night? Surrender now. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 hands were raised in front of her. Hu Jing'an obediently surrendered. Zhuo Qixing held his left wrist with her right hand and sat side by side with him at a small table. Hu Jing'an originally came to talk about the affairs of the Marquis of Jinnan's estate, but since Lien Ran had already discussed it with her, he changed the subject and said, next month is the wedding ceremony. My stepmother prepared the dowry, but it's not even as good as that of a commoner. Left Qixing quickly understood that the wife of the Duke of An's estate probably doesn't bother with superficial manners. It's okay. I have plenty of dowry. I won't let you go hungry, Left Qixing joked. In fact, she knew that Hu Jing'an had permission for maritime trade, owned several shops in the capital, and had substantial private wealth. He might even have assets elsewhere, so he probably didn't care much about the small estate of the Duke of An. Hu Jing'an smiled and said, then thank you. The food is still soft and fragrant. Left Qixing rolled her eyes at him. This was the first time she heard someone describe eating soft food so passionately, and she looked pleased with herself. After joking around, Hu Jing'an got serious and asked, do you have any ideas about the wedding gift? How grand should it be? No need, Left Qixing replied quickly, without hesitation. Grand displays don't fill the stomach. It's better to be discreet and keep a low profile. I think you should send the wedding gifts from your estate openly and grandly. But don't make the display so big that people think the Duke of An's estate is overly generous to you. If something goes wrong later, they might say the Duke's family is too kind to you. The wife of the Duke's estate probably thought they didn't have enough things to give, so Hu Jing'an would add some himself for face. But Left Qixing refused to let her have her way. If she treated Hu Jing'an badly, she wanted everyone in the capital to see it. She was willing to spend her own money to cover up such things, making Left Qixing feel humiliated. Her principle is that if someone secretly makes her uncomfortable, she will openly make everyone else uncomfortable. If someone secretly tries to do small tricks, she will magnify those tricks 100 times and reveal them publicly, so no one's face will be saved. Zhuo Qixing loves to eat too many things, except for feeling wronged. Hu Jing'an suddenly smiled, and his smile was very charming, making Zhuo Qixing unable to resist being captivated by his looks, staring at him for several seconds. Then, as the young lady wishes, he said, still holding her hand with one wrist, smiling more relaxed than ever. The gift I prepared alone will be handed over to my wife after we marry. It can't be given cheaply to others. Zhuo Qixing's personality is just as he likes. He originally planned to do this, but he couldn't ignore his fiancé's reputation. With such a small amount of betrothal gifts, people might think their family looks down on the new bride. If Zhuo Qixing had any requests, he would definitely fulfill them. At worst, he would recover the secret loss from the Duke of An's estate later. But Zhuo Qixing's idea actually matched his perfectly. Hu Jing'an immediately felt like he had found a confidant. In this city, everyone cares more about face than anything else. He couldn't stand it. Now his fiancé's personality seemed tailor-made for him. Because of the secret guards stationed long-term at the Jing'an Marquis's residence, he also knew that Zhuo Qixing did not like the Marquis of Jing'an. If the celebration was made too grand, it would fully restore the face of the madam of the house, which would benefit the Jing'an Marquis's residence. In the end, the only ones who would suffer are the young couple, which is quite frustrating. Thinking of this, Hu Jing'an quickly made a decision. My life was saved by the young lady, and all my possessions naturally belong to her. From now on, I will follow her commands. Zhuo Qixing liked hearing this. Feeling happy, she gathered a bit of wood element energy and infused it into his body. They looked at each other and smiled, both feeling very happy. The next day, the housekeeper in the front yard came early to Ningxiang courtyard, looking for Zhuo Qixing. Zhuo Qixing rarely saw this old lady, Sun, who was in charge of managing the affairs of the Marquis of Jing'an in the front yard and was very well respected in the house. "Greetings to the young lady," Sun said politely with a smile when she saw Zhuo Qixing. "Old Madam Sun, what brings you to Ningxiang Courtyard?" Sun bowed again before speaking. "I am here to deliver a message for the Marquis. Please speak. Yesterday, the third young lady from the Duke of Ying's residence came to our house." Zhuo Qixing nodded expressionlessly, probably already guessing what Sun wanted to say. "Sure enough," she continued, "the Marquis's meaning is that the young lady and Miss Lian San should keep a bit less contact, as her reputation in the capital isn't very good. He's worried that the young lady might get involved without reason." "Oh," Zhuo Qixing smiled sweetly at her and said, "The Chongguang Marquis's family fell on hard times before, but the old lady of that family lived to 98 without any illness. Do you know why?" "Why?" Grandma's son immediately shifted the conversation, asking along with Zhuo Qixing. "Because," Zhuo Qixing said casually, "that old lady never meddles in other people's affairs." Grandma's son, who was initially curious, suddenly blushed. She had heard that this young lady was not afraid to speak her mind, but she didn't expect it to be this serious. Does this mean openly that the Marquis's concern for others shortens his life? Is that what she means? This. Grandma's son felt awkward and didn't know how to respond to the Marquis. But Zhuo Qixing said nonchalantly, "Just say it straightforwardly. My father, the old man, is used to hearing such harsh words." Grandma's son, unsure of what to do, left the Xiangxiang courtyard and, when she saw Marquis Jing'an, hesitated for a long time but couldn't repeat Zhuo Qixing's words. Marquis Jing'an immediately understood and said, "Just repeat what she said." So Grandma's son repeated the conversation with Zhuo Qixing. After hearing it, Marquis Jing'an rubbed his forehead and sighed, feeling tired from dealing with endless bad moods every day. Among the many young ladies in the capital, why does she specifically befriend the daughter of the British Duke's family? Could it be that like attracts like, and people tend to gather with those similar to them? Madame Sun strongly agrees with Marquis Jing'an's words, but she comforts him with kind words. "Sir, there's no need to worry. The young lady's marriage has already been arranged, and after the new year, she will be married. Even if she becomes friends with the third young lady of the British family, it won't really affect anything." The Marquis Jing'an sighs deeply and says, "Ah, that rebellious girl. She refuses to accept any loss. Her own sister said something to her, and she would even fight back. I'm afraid she might learn from Miss Lian and start hitting people or causing trouble in her new home. When that happens, there will be another joke in the capital, and where will we put the face of the Marquis Jing'an? Maybe, just maybe, the young lady and the fourth young master of the Hu family will get along well. They might even be harmonious." Madame Sun's words sound uncertain, and even she feels they are a bit hollow. Marquis Jing'an can clearly hear her doubts. He sighs again and waves his hand tiredly, saying, "Go now." After this incident, Zhuo Qixing was completely unaffected. She became busier than before, not only patrolling her shop but also doing two new things, helping Hu Jing'an improve her supernatural abilities and spending time with Lian Ran. Marquis Jing'an watched her, after being warned, still frequently associating with Lian Ran. He was angry and scolded her, but he couldn't do anything about it. Now, she had grown more confident. Although she lived in the Marquis's residence, she had people and money at her command, and her maternal family was a strong backing. She was very bold and fearless. Even her marriage was arranged by him once, and there was no chance to change it again. The Marquis of Jing'an looked at her and felt frustrated. If he wanted to punish her, he would have to fight her at home, causing both sides to clash. Thinking about it now, the 30 soldiers he asked for and the families accompanying the Lin family might have been carefully chosen and trained to prepare for a confrontation with him. December 10th was the day to pay respects to the Duke of An's family. Hu Jing'an was very eager. By midday, he had already mounted his tall horse, carrying his slightly reduced wedding gifts, and proudly headed out into the street. It was the busiest time on the street. The Duke of An's family was giving gifts, and everyone who had free time came to watch. The street was full of spectators. Many people even followed the procession, determined to see the event to the end. But soon, the crowd noticed something was wrong. The procession of gifts was too short. Counting from start to finish, there were only 8 sedan chairs. This was the Duke of Anne's family. Even ordinary merchants would not have only 8 sedan chairs for a wedding. The other day, the family of the Minister of Rights had a wedding with 36 sedan chairs, even though he was only a 5th-rank official. Why, now, the Duke of Anne's family only had 8. Some curious onlookers asked the servants carrying the gifts, "Brother, was this gift delivered in parts? Why are there only 8 sedan chairs? Has the main part not come out of the house yet?" The servant, having received Lord Huijingan's instructions, did not hide anything from the Duke's residence. He confidently replied, "There are no separate batches. This is all we have to offer." He then boldly lifted the red cloth covering the betrothal gifts, revealing a few shabby items that were not suitable for display. The onlookers were very surprised, unable to believe that the Duke's gifts were so poor. They looked like the kind of presents a street butcher might give when getting married, not a noble family. Word spread quickly among the crowd. Soon, everyone on the street was talking about it. Isn't this 4th young master, who was supposed to be the legitimate son of the Duke's family? I heard his mother was a county princess. We've never seen this young master before. Rumor has it he was raised outside the city and never came to Beijing. Well, there's an old saying, if you have a stepmother, you'll have a stepfather. This child hasn't had it easy. Didn't some rumors say he was cursed in his family? Maybe that's why the Duke's family doesn't want to acknowledge him. I can't think of any other reason. They seem to be too lazy to even pretend. Who knows if the curse is true? The Taoist priest said that if he was raised outside before age 20, it could be broken. He's already 20 now. Ugh, it's not the same without being close to family. But still, he should get what he's owed. The Duke's family is not being fair. None of the elders came here. That's interesting. Bringing such a shabby gift to the Jing'an Marquis's residence. Someone might even hit them for it. At the very least, he shouldn't take everything from his own mother. I remember that Lord of Fukang County was quite grand when he got married. The gossip reached Huijingan's ears. He didn't care at all, and even wanted them to speak louder. There's no need to spend all day scheming inside the mansion. I want to see who will be the most embarrassed after this. At the Duke of Anne's residence, Mrs. Wen listened to her maid's report and was shocked. Are you saying he paraded around with 8 carriages of wedding gifts? Madam, please stay calm, the maid said nervously, afraid of her anger. I saw that the gifts were from us, but he combined the original 12 carriages into fewer. This is impossible. Mrs. Wen never expected that Huijingan would be so reckless. He was raised outside for 20 years and only returned this year. From his daily clothes and expenses, Mrs. One could tell he was not short of money. The household never gave him a monthly allowance, nor did he ask for one, so she believed he would prepare his own wedding gifts. A wedding gift is a very important event in a person's life. It affects his status in the groom's family, his reputation in the capital, and also reflects on her and her husband's dignity. But Huijingan, in his actions, seemed to be trying to trick his stepmother with such tricks. In her view, this kind of behavior was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, hurting herself in the process. Although both families had agreed to the marriage, they did not openly discuss the dowry or bride price, but they roughly knew each other's amounts. At this point, his behavior was not likely to cause him to be thrown out of the Jing'an Marquis's residence. Thinking about what would happen if this news reached Duke An's ears, Wen Shi immediately felt uneasy. Where did they go? Can we still catch up now? The maid shook her head and said, when I returned, the 4th young master had already reached Chunhua Lane. Chunhua Lane is located between the Duke and estate and the Jing'an Marquis estate. Given the time it took for the maid to return, it was probably too late to catch them now. Wen Shi gritted her teeth in anger, sat on the bed deep in thought for a while, then finally raised her head and ordered, prepare another set of dowry gifts, make the list longer, following the usual practice for the legitimate son of the household. Yes, the housekeeper maid responded and left. If the Duke asks about this, just say that the dowry for the 4th young master has already been prepared, and he took it himself, Wen Shi instructed the maids in the yard. Everyone responded in turn. Contrary to Wen Shi's expectations, at the front of the Jing'an Marquis's residence, Zhuo Qixing had already arranged people. Besides 4 groups of guards, there were also a few strong and loud-mouthed maids. The maidservant Zhu, who was summoned to Ningxiang courtyard by Zhuo Qixing, finally had her moment to shine, looking energetic and spirited. When they saw that Hu Jing'an had arrived, they hurried out to greet him, calling as they walked, "Oh, 4th young master Hu, just say the word. As long as you're here, that's enough." "What kind of gift are you bringing?" The onlookers burst into laughter when they heard Zhu Mama's words. Bringing a gift without actually bringing one? What's the point? Isn't that like a son-in-law who only visits without bringing anything? The 4th young master of the Nguagong family, surely he wouldn't be a son-in-law who just moves in, right? Hu Jing'an listened to Zhu Mama's words and didn't seem to notice anything wrong. He smiled and said, "From now on, we can only rely on Miss Sua." This easygoing attitude was very sincere, and everyone was surprised. It seemed the Nguagong family might be in trouble. Even the legitimate son was openly acting like a dependent. Zhu Mama laughed loudly and led the group inside, saying, "No worries. Our miss is quite well off." Soon, they entered the gate of the Jing'an Marquis's residence. After the gate closed, the people outside lingered for a long time, still talking eagerly about the secrets of the Nguagong family. Inside the Jing'an Marquis's house, the Marquis looked displeased when he saw only Hu Jing'an coming with such a modest betrothal gift. He snorted coldly and turned away in annoyance. Meanwhile, Zhuo Qixing and Hu Jing'an felt quite happy. They exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile. Zhuo Qixing ordered, "Quickly take this modest betrothal gift to the main warehouse and record it. This is the gift from the Nguagong family." Aunt Shin received instructions from Zhuo Qixing and carefully packed away the 8-part wedding gifts. Expert in gossip, Zhu Mama, after bringing the prospective groom into the house, quickly became free. She hurried out through a side door and on the street, animatedly told others stories about her future son-in-law. In her words, Mr. Fourth from the Hu family was a poor, neglected young man, unloved by his parents. After returning to the capital, he was bullied by his stepmother. His father saw it but did nothing, letting him fend for himself. His mother's belongings had all been taken over by the new wife of the household, almost to the point of being expelled from the noble family. For this wedding, only the young man came to ask for his bride's hand, present gifts, and hold the ceremony. It was so touching that listeners felt sad and even shed tears. After the court session, Duke Ngua and Duking left together to have some wine. He felt that today, the people on the street looked at him with very strange eyes, part curiosity, part subtle disdain, leaving him confused and unsure what to think. Duking, however, was experienced. His daughter was a well-known figure in the city, so he was used to being watched. "Yunda, is there anything happening at your house today?" "Nothing." Duke Ngua frowned, not remembering that today was the day of the 4th son's wedding. Anyway, he didn't care about these things. "No, there must be something going on," Duking said wisely. He immediately ordered a servant to go and find out what was happening. The servant received the order and left, but soon returned because everyone on the street was talking about the incident. "What happened?" the Duke of Britain asked. The servant looked nervously at the Duke of N, unsure if he should speak more politely. "Just tell me directly," the Duke of Britain said, not willing to miss the chance to mock the Duke of N. He remembered how his family had been insulted when the Duke of An's wife left him. The servant, now feeling free from hesitation, told everything he had heard from the people on the street in full detail. The Duke of Britain became more and more pleased, looking very happy. Meanwhile, the Duke of An's face was dark and cold, like it could drip water. "I'm leaving now," he said impatiently, no longer wanting to listen to how others were criticizing his family for being ungrateful. He stood up to go back and find out what was really happening. Hey, the Duke of Britain called after him. "Don't rush off. Didn't you say everything was fine at your house today? Have you forgotten about your son's wedding? Or do you not know at all? TSK, how can you be such a father? Is your son a foundling?" His words went unanswered. The Duke of N quickly went downstairs and disappeared into the street. The Duke of Britain was very pleased, feeling like he had finally gained the upper hand. After laughing for a while, he turned to the servant and said, "Go quickly and find out more. I want to hear the full story, don't miss any details." "Yes, sir." The young servant also liked this task very much and immediately ran down to join the crowd watching the gossip. Following the idea that sharing happiness is better than enjoying it alone, good friends should be scolded together. The Duke of Britain added fuel to the fire by sending a few storytellers to exaggerate the story, almost revealing the Duke of Anne's secrets. At the Jing'an Marquis's residence, because of dissatisfaction with the wedding gifts, they didn't invite Lord Hua. Instead, Zhuo Qixing stepped forward to entertain him. This made both of them feel more comfortable. The young maid Jin Yu often ran back to report the latest news about Lady Zhu outside, bringing updates. When they heard that the story had been upgraded, and that the Duke of An didn't even know the date of his own son's wedding, they exchanged glances and thought, has an ally joined in?
This suited them well.
Since they had caused this fuss, the more people helping to spread the story, the better. Thinking of this, Zhuo Qixing said to Hu Jing'an, "I think the entire opera troupe should create a big show about this story and perform it all over the city." Hu Jing'an immediately got excited. "I'll handle that. Also, we should publish a newspaper, gather some people good at gathering news, and print interesting stories from the city. We can sell it once a month." This idea gave Zhuo Qixing inspiration. In the past, during the end times, after the safe zones were established, newspapers became a popular pastime because gossip is part of human nature. "Good idea," Hu Jing'an immediately supported. "You handle the newspaper and I will gather information." "That's my strength." Zhuo Qixing looked at him and asked, "Are you planning to send secret guards to gather news?" "That would be overkill. A small reporter, someone who spends every day gossiping on the streets, would be enough." "No," Hu Jing'an explained. "You know the mystical pavilion, right? The head of the mystical pavilion is my friend. Actually, the head of the mystical pavilion is his senior brother, but they only call each other friends outside to avoid trouble." Zhuo Qixing's mouth twitched. "Well, that's more extravagant than secret guards. The biggest news organization in the martial world, hiring a little newspaper as a reporter. Anyone would praise their professionalism." Zhuo Qixing suddenly remembered something. He sat up straight and asked, "So, the last time I had an accident on the way to Gua Temple, you arrived so quickly because of the mystical pavilion?" "Exactly. At that time, his senior brother learned that Zhang Yu's family had hired the night owl to deal with Zhuo Qixing, so he immediately informed him. After all, she was his junior sister's fiancé." Hu Jing'an was worried that the two secret guards following her couldn't stop her, so he personally led people to go. But unexpectedly, he was given a good lesson and saw his fiancé's fierce side, which surprised him greatly. "TSK, you just returned to the capital, and you've already made friends," Zhuo Qixing teased. "It wasn't after I returned to the capital. It has been many years. Since he was 3 and started studying at Nanlin Mountain, he has known the senior brother." Zhuo Qixing knew that the 20 years he was raised outside must have been full of experiences, so he didn't ask more. "Then it's decided happily." Zhuo Qixing agreed and immediately sent someone to inform Chengdian, asking him to come back when he was free. By noon, Zhuo Qixing's small kitchen had prepared a rich meal. Hu Jing'an finished eating before leaving the Jing'an Marquis's residence. At the door, many people had gathered to watch, but some still wanted to see what Hu Jing'an looked like when he came out. Now that he saw him, the elegant young man walking out of the gate was still very handsome, with a slight smile on his face, and he seemed much happier than when he entered. Some people, curious, couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Hua, was the dowry delivered smoothly?" "Yes, smoothly," Hu Jing'an replied cheerfully. "The Marquis is probably a bit annoyed with our family, but Miss Sua said she has her dowry, so I won't go hungry." The crowd suddenly became lively, with voices of discussion reaching Hu Jing'an's ears. This fourth young Master Hua is really honest, always speaking the truth. If he wasn't honest, he wouldn't be bullied like this. Look at what the Duke of Anne's estate is doing. Miss Sua truly is loyal and kind. But even with her dowry, it's not enough to satisfy the greed of the Duke's estate. Think about the main wife of Fukang County. But look at this situation. Such a humble betrothal gift shows how difficult Lord Fourth Ho is at the estate. Miss Zhuo will not have a good life after marrying in. That's right. She might be nagged by her mother-in-law. I heard that in wealthy families, the head lady has many ways to trouble her daughter-in-law. When Dukan returned home, he was full of anger, almost tangible. He thought about how many people in the capital were now laughing at their duke and's estate. What would they say behind his back? He, a noble duke who had never made a mistake in his life, now being talked about like this. His wife, from a small family, was simply not grand enough. Mrs. Wen hurried to greet Duke, and when he returned, carefully explaining, "Duke, today's misunderstanding was just a mistake. Foolish woman." Duke snapped his robe and sleeve, looking at Mrs. Wen with more disdain than ever before. She staggered from his sudden movement, almost falling, but quickly steadied herself and said, "Duke, it was really a misunderstanding. I prepared a different betrothal gift for him, but he didn't even inform us and took away some worthless things directly. Humph. Utterly foolish. Always scheming over trivial matters. Not fit to be the head lady of a household." Dukan clearly saw through her petty tricks. It was obvious she was trying to cover up her failed plan to get rid of the fourth son. Seeing her plan falling apart, she was hurriedly trying to make amends. The fourth young master returned to the capital only a few months ago. If it weren't for Mrs. Wen giving him things, he wouldn't have been able to take anything with him. Moreover, if there really was a proper betrothal gift, who would carry such a modest gift to the Yu family? That would only cause trouble. Mrs. Wen was also angry at his scolding. Now that she is the main wife of the Duke of Gua's household and has given birth to 2 sons and a daughter, her status is secure. It's been a long time since anyone dared to scold her so openly. But seeing the angry look on Duke of Gua's face, she wisely chose to stay silent. After Duke of Gua vented his anger and calmed down, Mrs. Wen said, "Since the matter has already happened and cannot be changed, our task now is to calm the situation. Then tell me, what should we do?" Duke of Gua looked at her with displeasure, as if her words were bothering him. Mrs. Wen paused and said, "Let's just say that the betrothal gift was prepared for the household steward. The servants made a mistake in the gift list, and fourth young master didn't ask about it, so they took it directly out of the household." Duke of Gua frowned. This explanation seemed too weak. What kind of family would confuse the servant's gift with the master's? Their household must be in chaos. Forget about those for now. Ordinary people have limited knowledge and can't understand much. We should send the new gift list to Marquis Jingan's residence, saying that this is the real betrothal gift prepared for fourth young master. This is just a cover-up. Although everyone knows the truth, the Duke of Ngua's estate simply claims otherwise. Others might still insist on investigating further or seeking the real facts. After much thought, Duke Ngua finally agreed. Let the eldest son talk to him, so he doesn't ruin the family's reputation outside. Eldest brother, Huyen Hui, is the full-blooded older brother of Hu Jing'an. Since they are close relatives, Huyen Hui is likely to listen if he speaks. When Hu Jing'an returned to the quiet courtyard of the Duke of Ngua's estate, he saw Huyen Hui already waiting there. Hu Jing'an raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Oh, a special guest." Huyen Hui hesitated for a moment after hearing this, feeling like he was rushing to fix things at the last minute without much preparation. "Fourth brother," Huyen Hui said gently, "today's matter was a mistake on our father's part. He heard about it immediately and has ordered corrections and compensation for you." "Oh." Hu Jing'an bypassed him and walked casually into the house, acting as if nothing happened. He doesn't often stay in this estate, and there are only a few old servants inside. The estate often lacks proper arrangements, so in the cold winter, there was only a coal basin in the room, making it very cold. Huyen Hui was a bit choked by his attitude but continued after a moment. All parents make mistakes. The previous betrothal gift was a mistake. Now, our father has prepared new gifts and sent them to the Jing and Marquis estate. Can we just let this go? It was clear that the eldest brother came here to act as a mediator. Hu Jing'an looked at his elder brother with a half-smile and said, "I've been back in the capital for over half a year, and this is the first time you've stepped into my shabby courtyard. I have one question I don't understand. What's that? Hui Yanhui asked with a frown. Hu Jing'an sat at the table, gently tapping the armrest of the chair, and said, I want to ask, how do you have the nerve to bring this up? As soon as he said this, Hui Yanhui's face changed suddenly. He never expected his younger brother to speak so bluntly and harshly. Even though Hui Yanhui was usually calm, being so openly criticized made him want to turn away and leave. But thinking of his father's instructions, he held back. Youngest brother, today the Duke's mansion was the center of attention in the whole city, and the reputation of the entire family was damaged. You are also a member of the Duke's family. When something happens to the family, you can't just stay out of it. The principle of shared honor and shared loss, you should understand that. I don't understand, Hu Jing'an said with a confused look and a smile. Big brother, you know I've been outside for the past 20 years, and no one has ever taught me such deep principles. You really think highly of me. Hui Yanhui felt tired and silent for a moment before continuing. You are also a son of the Ingwa family. Today's incident has become known to everyone, and the whole family will become the topic of others' conversations. You are no exception. There are no winners in this matter. Yes, of course, Hu Jing'an looked at him as if he were a fool. Aren't I the winner here? If this hadn't happened, how would I have gotten new betrothal gifts? And because of my so-called bad reputation for mistreating my former wife's children, Madam Wen might even increase my allowance in the household. Oh, right, big brother. You probably don't know, since I returned home, Madam Wen hasn't given me my monthly silver allowance yet. Hu Yanhui was speechless again. The conversation really couldn't go on any longer. Yes, it must be mother's oversight. It won't happen again in the future. TSK, you call her mother so affectionately, Hu Jing'an said mockingly, looking at his elder brother. Suddenly, he remembered what Zhuo Qixing had said to the Marquis of Jing'an and laughed. You know, you really have no backbone. To live comfortably, you call someone else's mother your own. You have no loyalty either. You ignore your own brother. I can tell you'll never be trusted with real responsibility, because everyone knows that when danger comes, you'll be the first to betray them. You were born to be a traitor. You. Hu Yanhui trembled with anger. He was already 28 years old and still held only a minor, idle position. He had always thought of himself as a gentleman, calm and proper, and others often praised him for it. But today, his younger brother, 8 years his junior, had insulted him so harshly that his face turned red with shame, and he couldn't find a way to respond. He could no longer continue trying to reason with him. I've said all I can. Do as you please. After speaking, Yanhui decisively turned around, swept his sleeve, and left. He firmly decided in his heart that he would never come back to the fourth brother's courtyard again, regardless of life or death. Hu Jing'an saw him leave and continued to speak behind him, loudly shouting, Big brother, even if you flatter Wen Shi, she won't help you. Look at second brother. He's already a 5th grade official in the Ministry of Works. And look at yourself. You're the eldest son, almost 30, and you don't even have a designated heir. Hu Yanhui didn't look back, but slowed his steps slightly. These words hit the most vulnerable part of Hu Yanhui's heart. He believed that his knowledge and abilities were no worse than second brother's. But second brother was Wen Shi's biological son, so his career path was easier. Their father also worked hard to support second brother in the court. In contrast, as the eldest son, he was rarely mentioned by their father. Normally, as the eldest son, he should have been appointed as the heir to the Nguagong estate long ago. But now, almost 30, his father hadn't even submitted the official request for that title. Perhaps the people they favored were actually second brother, and he, the eldest son, was the biggest obstacle. Hu Yanhui wandered back to his courtyard in a daze. Lord Nguo would never have guessed that sending the eldest son to persuade the fourth brother would end up causing a rift between the father and son, creating a distance. To restore his reputation, the Nguagong family sent 48 carriages of wedding gifts, with drums and gongs, to Jing'an Marquis' estate. The accompanying maidservant was very talkative and kept saying that the fourth young master had made a mistake. She insisted that the betrothal gifts had been prepared long ago. If not, how could they suddenly gather so many things? Some onlookers thought they were trying to hide something, but others believed the story from the Duke's mansion, thinking it was just a misunderstanding. Otherwise, it was hard to explain why the noble family seemed so poor. The news from the street was quickly reported to Zhuo Qixing. Zhuo Qixing smiled and said, "Oh, they're starting a rumor battle. I know how to handle this." She then called Zhu Mama back and taught her a detailed way to speak. Zhu Mama was excited and turned to leave. She had been a maidservant in the Marquis's house for over 30 years. Today, she finally felt useful. Soon, the story outside changed again. It was said that the Duke of An was mocked by colleagues because of this matter. When he returned home, he was furious. The wife of the heir had no choice but to send the betrothal gifts again. Many of the items were taken from the gifts of the fifth young master. Moreover, the list of gifts sent to the Marquis's house was stamped with the seal of the Duke of An's family. There was no mistake, just a simple fix to the problem. The new story was more popular with the onlookers and made more sense. This attempt to cover up the mistake by resending the gifts made the crowd even more interested. With Zhuo Qixing and Hu Jing'an guiding the story, the rumor quickly spread throughout the capital, and everyone knew about it. The Guogong residents tried to change the situation but only made things worse. They failed to catch the chicken and lost the rice, losing face and dignity. Angered, Lord Ngui smashed a fine set of official kiln teaware and scolded Madame Wen harshly. The next morning at court, everyone he knew came to tease him a little. Those with lower ranks couldn't speak directly, so they secretly looked at him with their eyes, making Lord Ngui feel very uncomfortable. As expected, as Hu Jing'an said, his treatment in the residence actually improved, and he even received his monthly allowance. Meanwhile, Zhuo Qixing, looking at the generous wedding gifts brought back to the residence, took the gift list and went to visit Marquis Jing'an. "Father, I need to copy this gift list. Later, I will compare it with the gifts from General Mingwei's house. If ours are more, I will take the extra." Marquis Jing'an was stunned for a while, not understanding what she meant. After a long pause, he finally understood her meaning and was instantly furious, not knowing what to do. "You rebellious girl! How can you say such things? Are you trying to take 3 feet of land from Marquis Jing'an's estate when you get married?" Zhuo Qixing spread her hands. "I wish I could. Daughter of a noble family, why are you so greedy for trivial things? You're always trying to outshine your sister." Zhuo Qixing smiled. "Father, look at what you're saying. The only ones getting married now are me and my sister. If I don't compete with her, who else can I compete with? But don't worry, when it's my third sister's turn, I promise you, I won't hold back when she receives her wealth." "Why do you have to target your second sister?" Lord Jing'an asked. At this moment, he finally realized a problem. Zhuo Qixing was very wealthy, and she was quite generous with her servants. I heard even the shop assistants earned commissions based on sales. It seemed she was only stingy and meticulous when dealing with him and Zhuo Qixing. "Father, you're not that old. How can you forget so easily? I just said a few days ago, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them, but the last 2 times, didn't you already get angry?" "Yes," Zhuo Qixing replied, "so this time it's no different from before. Then what does it have to do with you, father?" Zhuo Qixing said with a fake smile. "You promised to give me and Zhuo Qixing dowries that are fair, equal amounts. So, the betrothal gifts should also be equal and the amounts received should match. What do you think?" Lord Jing'an frowned deeply. "But your dowry is more than 30 times what your second sister has. How can it be fair?" Zhuo Qixing rolled her eyes openly. "Even father is defending second sister. Unfortunately, these things were left by my mother. If you care so much about Zhuo Qixing, why not ask Aunt Lu to work harder and earn more to make a better dowry for her? I'm not like some shallow people who always covet what their mother left behind." She finished speaking, stood up, and showed impatience in her eyes. "Talking to my father is so tiring. I prefer talking to clever people. This is no different from pointing at Jing'an Marquis and calling him stupid. And she says he has shallow eyes." Jing'an Marquis was so angry, he was gasping for breath. It seemed that whenever he faced Zhuo Qixing, he had to get angry once. But deep down, he knew Zhuo Qixing was right. Why is there a difference between legitimate and illegitimate children? Because legitimate children are born from proper marriages, with matching social status, elaborate ceremonies, and equal footing. Their wealth is also passed down. However, Zhuo was his most beloved daughter. Seeing her modest dowry when she married, he felt very reluctant. He just wanted to give her more, so she could have a better life later. But Zhuo was watching her closely. If he showed any sign of movement, he would definitely come out to compete. Zhuo walked to the door, then turned back with a meaningful smile. Father, whether it's at our house or with Zhuo, I will keep an eye on them from now on. After she left, Jing'an Marquis found her last smile truly frightening. What does it mean? Can't he freely control the things in Jing'an Marquis's house anymore? This is unacceptable. Jing'an Marquis was furious and thought of 100 ways to deal with her. Then he dismissed each idea one by one. If he forcibly took her, he had enough people in his house now, and outside there were many others he didn't know. If he wanted to make her sick, she had her own small kitchen and food that no one else could access. If rumors spread that she was unfilial, she didn't seem to care about her reputation. The Marquis of Jing'an felt very frustrated. Looking back, all the trouble started when she changed her family ties. She carefully planned everything, asking for money, people, taking over her dowry, and building her influence outside, until she eventually lost control of him. That October, even the assassins from the Starry Network couldn't defeat her. Later, he found out that 30 night owls had been sent out and all were defeated, yet she didn't lose a single guard. Thinking of this, the Marquis of Jing'an shivered. He decided to advise Yue to stop provoking her sister, or she might suddenly die one day. During the cold winter, Zhuo was feeling lazy and didn't go to the shop. She stayed in the warm inner room every day. Hu Jing'an came to treat her more and more often. Spending so much time together, Zhuo discovered her special ability had improved by 1 level. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, Hu Jing'an had another poisoning attack. Her ability was much stronger than before, so she easily resolved it. Hu Jing'an described that this time, the poisoning didn't make him as uncomfortable as before. It was a sign of progress, but completely removing the poison that had entered his internal organs would be a very long process. It might take a year or more. By the 23rd of the 12th lunar month, on Little New Year's Day, the first issue of the Shangjing Monthly Report finally went on sale. The Shangjing Monthly Report claimed to be a newspaper, but it was actually a small booklet. Its content was divided into 4 parts: science articles, current events, advertisements, and casual talks. In terms of popular science, the focus is mainly on farming and industry, such as how to grow seedlings faster and better, and the widespread use of farming tools. Hu Jing'an specifically asked his senior brother to find someone to write articles with illustrations and clear explanations. For current events, the newspaper includes articles from students who have gone to the capital. Those whose articles are accepted receive a small payment. Many fresh and interesting articles help more people see them, earning high praise from the students. In advertising, the newspaper contacts major shops in the city, such as new restaurant dishes or unique new stores opening nearby. Since the selling price of the capital daily barely covers costs, advertising becomes the main source of income. Finally, there is a section for casual talk. This is the part where Zhuo gets his inspiration for the newspaper, mainly gossip. This issue's front page features the wedding gift event at the Duke of Anne's residence. The article subtly uses a wealthy merchant as a stand-in, describing the event vividly and with many details, as if the reader were there, making everything very clear. Even ordinary people can understand it easily. But everyone who has heard about the Duke of Anne's affairs knows that this is about the Duke's family, and they talk about it happily and with great interest. Once the Capital Monthly was published, it was quickly sold out. A few days later, a new job appeared: people who read newspapers for others. Some tea houses and restaurants even set aside a special space for storytellers to read the newspaper aloud to attract customers. If anyone least wants to see this newspaper, it would definitely be the Duke and his wife. Pure nonsense. Duke Nguo was furious and knocked over all the screens in the room. Search. Go find out. Who is responsible for this? Destroy that useless yuebao from the capital for me. The steward looked worried and carefully replied, My lord, the yuebao mentions a wealthy merchant with the surname Li. If we attack now, won't we be admitting that this is our duke's house? Duke Nguo was angry and paced around the room with his hands behind his back, saying bitterly, Let them enjoy their pride for a few days. He was thinking that by the time he learned about this, the latest issue of the yuebao had already been sold out, and everyone who wanted to see it had already done so. It couldn't be taken back now. It's not wise to make a move immediately. Instead, he planned to send someone to quietly cause trouble in a few months, so it wouldn't cause too much fuss. What he didn't know was that Zhuo Qixing had chosen the newspaper's office location next to Jingzhou Prefecture and arranged dozens of guards. If there was any movement, they could report it to the authorities immediately. Even if Duke Nguo wanted to secretly use tricks, it wouldn't be easy. Meanwhile, the new acting troupe led by Hu Jing'an had already started rehearsing. Their first play was based on a story adapted from Zhuo Qixing, who used Lian Ran as the prototype. It was about a noble daughter from a wealthy family who married a top scholar. However, her new family was ungrateful and selfish. After she married in, she supported the whole family with her own money and even hired servants to serve them. But the top scholar's mother was still unhappy, feeling that her son's wife was of a higher status and looked down on her. To weaken her confidence, she thought of ways to set rules for her daughter-in-law every day and even tried to introduce a concubine for her son. Fearing that accepting a concubine would upset the noble lady, the young man publicly refused, pretending to be deeply affectionate. However, he secretly used the noble lady's money to support an outside mistress. Despite his mother's harshness, he used filial piety to pressure her, trying to brainwash the noble lady into obeying her mother-in-law and becoming an obedient daughter-in-law. The noble lady gradually became disappointed and grew distant from the family. Later, she overheard a conversation and learned that the outside mistress was pregnant. The family was planning to make her son's child the main heir and even discussed drugging her to make her infertile, then adopting her child under her name. A few years later, they planned to let her die from illness, so her dowry could be kept. When the noble lady found out about their plot, she was furious. She gathered some followers and stormed the young man's house, forcing him to sign a divorce paper. She then took her dowry and returned to her family. After she left, many people outside talked about her. Despite the gossip, she did not regret her decision. At the end of the play, the noble lady sang, Look at all the handsome young men in the world, but they hide dark hearts beneath their skin. Finding a husband is a life event. Only by carefully judging character can true love be found. Hu Jing'an invited the opera troupe to Ningxiang Pavilion and had them perform a scene for Zhuo Qixing. The performance was very exciting, with a story that started sad and ended happily. The part where the villain was beaten with drums and gongs made the audience feel excited. Zhuo Qixing was very pleased. The next day, he called Lian Ran over and performed the scene again for her. Lian Ran enjoyed watching happily and generously gave the theater troupe a large reward. Just before the new year, many wealthy families would invite theater troupes to perform at their homes to celebrate. Hu Jing'an then ordered the troupe manager, Old Liu, to include the play, The Mistaken Flower, in their list of options. The troupe's repertoire rarely changed. After so many years, they kept performing the same few plays, and the women in Beijing had seen them so often that they no longer felt excited. However, this year a new troupe called Qin Tang appeared. They advertised early in the Beijing Monthly, promoting new faces, new singing styles, and new scripts, which sparked curiosity among many families. They all wanted this new troupe to perform a few shows at their homes. After the minor New Year festival, Qin Tang's schedule was booked up well in advance. Everyone was very eager to see the new plays from this fresh troupe. Because Zhuo Qixing had borrowed some popular story formulas he had seen before, their performances quickly became favorites among the ladies of the capital. The ladies of the Duke of Britain's residence watched several shows. After each one, they would cry and say, "My son has suffered so much." Finally, Lian Ran, tired of the fuss, forced the fully booked Qin Tang to take a break and sent them back home. In January, many banquets were held at different households. During the festive celebrations, the ladies gathered to chat. At the Prime Minister's residence, during the Plum Blossom Appreciation Banquet, several young ladies sat together watching the play, The Mistaken Flower. When the entire performance ended, the young ladies felt they wanted more. This play is really different from the ones we used to watch, a young lady sighed after watching. Miss Li Shuju from the One Yuan noble family looked thoughtful and said, "Do you all feel that this play seems familiar?" Everyone quickly realized that, aside from the part about living in the inner residence, the story about marrying the top scholar and then later destroying his house, beating him, and separating was exactly like Lien Ran's experience. Maybe we should ask Miss Lien about the reason for her separation. The story is just a story. It doesn't mean it reflects real life. Miss Lu Zian from the Ministry of Personnel's mansion said with a dismissive look, still unwilling to believe it had anything to do with Lien Ran. Usually, she looked down on Lien Ran. A woman who separated from her husband, still daring to show herself in bright colors, was embarrassing for the Duke of Britain's family. Li Shuju glanced at Lu Zian, pursed her lips, but couldn't hold back and said, "Any woman who gets married in this world wants a happy life with her husband. We don't know what hardships Miss Lien faced at the top scholar's house, so we can't judge her. Why can't we judge her?" Lu Zian snorted coldly. "Just look at her, and you can tell she must be a bossy and arrogant person in her in-laws' house. If what you say is true, then there's no need to look for evidence in the court. Just judge by her face. All right, we're all sisters. Let's not cause any trouble." Hao Meiyu spoke at the right moment, saying, "Miss Lien didn't come today either. No matter what, it doesn't affect our watching the show, right?" Lu Zian curled her lips and said, "She didn't come, and your future second wife also didn't come. I heard they are very close and spend all their time together. People with similar interests tend to gather, and I wonder what it will be like when she marries into your noble family." Lu Zian's temper flared, and she refused to give anyone face. Next month, Zhuo Qixing will marry into the Nguogong family. She hasn't even entered the door yet. A month ago, there was a fuss over the wedding gift, which caused a lot of trouble for the Nguogong family. If she enters the family, who knows what will happen? Hao Meiyu also seemed to remember this matter, and her face showed some displeasure. But the eldest daughter of the Zhuo family rarely goes out. Although there are some issues, it's not her fault. Li Zhuju frowned, clearly disagreeing. If something goes wrong, it's all because the victim was unlucky. Lu Zian snorted softly. "Oh, so why is it that when others give gifts everything is fine, but when she does, she has problems? Why is it only her?" Suddenly, everyone remembered the story of the wealthy merchant with the surname Li in the capital's monthly report, and instinctively looked at Hao Meiyu. Everyone present had read the capital's monthly report, which openly and secretly talked about how the Nguogong family mistreated the fourth young master. Everyone knew about it. Why did Zhuo Qixing's wedding have issues? Naturally, it was because Hao Meiyu's mother was not acting properly. As a daughter of a minor official, she married into the noble family and took over the belongings of her late husband's wife, mistreating her children. Although Lady Wen is trying hard to restore her image, people in the capital still have their own thoughts. Lu Zian looked at Hao Meiyu, and her gaze was no longer as respectful as before. Ultimately, Hao Meiyu is considered a concubine's child, with her biological mother being a concubine who is promoted to a formal wife. Yet she still dares to act as if she is above everyone else. Hao Meiyu's face turned pale, and she immediately felt a bit embarrassed. As the only daughter of the Duke of Nguo, Hao Meiyu is loved by everyone. Her father, mother, and brothers all protect her. She is admired outside for her family background, looks, and talent. Unexpectedly, someone at this banquet is now openly showing disrespect to her. Suddenly, the atmosphere became quiet. Lu Zian seemed to realize she was being too obvious, pressed her lips, and stopped speaking. "Why don't we go to the warm room to look around?" Shin Chongyang broke the silence. As the host of this banquet, she changed the subject and suggested that the young ladies go admire the flowers. The warm room at the Prime Minister's residence is unique in the capital. Because the Prime Minister's wife loves flowers, she spent a lot of money to create a warm room where flowers can bloom even in winter. The young ladies from various families happily agreed, stood up cheerfully, and wanted to escape the awkward scene. Huomiyu looked at Shin Chongyang, her expression becoming even worse. Since childhood, she has been compared to Shin Chongyang. Every time Shin Chongyang shows up, she instinctively feels displeased. It's just like this time, when she came out to speak, things didn't go well. When Shin Chongyang stepped in, everyone showed respect, which made people feel uncomfortable. But because she usually keeps a calm image, she couldn't show her true feelings openly. She was secretly angry, especially at her sister-in-law, who was already the focus of attention before marriage. Still, overall, Liang Ran's reputation among the noble ladies has improved a lot. A few days later, Liang Ran found Zhuo Qixing and said that recently, the young ladies in Beijing have become less arrogant. There was even a small official who asked a matchmaker to visit, hoping to marry his son to Liang Ran. She naturally refused, having gone through it once and found it very boring. She asked, "Why do women have to marry and have children?" This time, the visitor didn't even show her face, and her family was quite ordinary. Her mother carefully asked for her opinion. She knew her mother still believed that marriage was the right path. Zhuo Qixing nonchalantly asked, "Who says women must marry and have children?" Liang Ran was surprised by her question. She didn't know who said that, only that everyone believed it. Zhuo Qixing then asked, "Does what most people think is right always mean it's right?" This time, Liang Ran answered confidently, "Not necessarily." Zhuo Qixing nodded and said, "That's right. Have you heard about the case where the Dali court overturned a murder conviction? Before the case was overturned, everyone believed the person was guilty of murder." At that moment, Liang Ran suddenly seemed to have a realization. So, the idea that women must marry might not be right. Maybe someday, this view will be overturned. Zhuo Qixing raised an eyebrow, reached out, and poked Liang Ran's face, praising. A quick learner. While they were talking, Hu Jing'an came to treat someone. He was crouched on the beam listening to Zhuo Qixing, and he thought to himself, "She said women don't necessarily have to marry, but she agreed to marry me." Thinking this, he inexplicably felt much happier. After Liang Ran left, Hu Jing'an casually jumped down from the beam and walked over to Zhuo Qixing. He naturally stretched out his arm, as if inviting her to take it. Zhuo Qixing reached out and placed her hand on his wrist, noticing that today he seemed a little different from usual, with a slightly joyful smile. "Did something good happen?" Zhuo Qixing asked. Hu Jing'an straightened his expression and said, "Nothing special." Zhuo Qixing didn't press further. Speaking of things, a big event did happen yesterday. Hu Jing'an looked at her dark hair and, after a moment, remembered he had something to say. "Oh? Whose family?" she asked. "Your cousin." Hu Jing'an looked at her face, saw no change, and continued, "Your cousin's mother, that spendthrift aunt of yours, was punished and sent to the ancestral temple after the last incident at the Grand Master's residence, and the Ministry of Revenue wanted to withdraw the marriage proposal." He spoke while casually picking up a small snack from the table and eating it. "Breaking off the engagement? That family would even go to the Starry Society's assassin to get Lin Xueqing, so how could they agree to cancel the marriage?" Zhuo Qixing thought it was unlikely the engagement was called off, since no one outside had brought her this news. Sure enough, Hu Jing'an said, "It wasn't called off, and this time, the marriage must happen no matter what." "Oh." Zhuo Qixing became interested, straightening up and listening carefully. "Zhang Shangshu is already planning to break the engagement, but that scoundrel from the Yu family, with Lin Xueqing, hid in the back courtyard of the Marquis of Jinnan's estate, turning a raw situation into a settled one, and was caught by Lin Xueqing's nursemaid." Zhuo Qixing raised an eyebrow. "This story sounds very similar to the ending I was set up for at the Grand Princess's residence. Maybe that's where the inspiration came from." Hu Jing'an continued. "Old Zhang is furious. This marriage is definitely not happening now. Not only will it not happen, but the wedding date will be moved up. He's worried your cousin might get pregnant again, which is hard to say." "That's fine," Zhuo Qixing said with a smile. "These two are quite a match." "Indeed," Hu Jing'an agreed. "But this isn't very honorable. Both families are keeping it quiet, and we might end up getting married just after them." Zhuo Qixing didn't mind. She just smiled and sighed. "I wonder if my good aunt hearing this news at the family temple will be very happy." Yes, definitely. After all, She loves watching this kind of drama. Things went as Ho Jing'an predicted. The Zhang family did not mention canceling the engagement. Instead, Madame Zhang went to Hua Temple and came back saying that recent events in both families were unlucky. They consulted Master Huigong to choose a more auspicious date, set for February 15th, just a few days after Zhuo Qixing's wedding date. The only person not pleased with this news was Su Shi, who was kept in the family temple. The reason for the engagement was to marry her daughter, and her plan to set up Zhuo Qixing was based on this idea. Since her daughter lost her innocence before marriage, if the other side wanted to change the marriage to a concubinage, it was possible. It seems that Minister Zhang was also wary of the Marquis of Jinan's household, which is why he reluctantly agreed. Moreover, the reason for this was that the Zhang family wanted to cancel the engagement. After marrying Lin Xueqing, she wouldn't be well treated by her in-laws, so life would be hard. Su Shi was even more worried and couldn't eat for several days. In the end, she could only think optimistically. If her daughter was really abandoned by the Zhang family, it would be hard to find a good husband. Thinking this way, it was a mix of blessings and misfortunes. The wedding of Zhuo Qixing and Ho Jing'an was scheduled for February 9th. Both families were busy, but they didn't forget to publish the latest issue of the Jing Monthly. Many idle people, after getting the booklet, first reacted by flipping through the gossip content. This issue's front page features the popular story of The Wrong Top Scholar. The play, The Mistake of the Top Scholar, has recently become very popular in the capital, and many other theater troupes have started performing it as well. Besides the troupes invited to the official residences, performances are held daily at various theaters, sparking lively discussions. People have different opinions about whether women should bravely resist or stay loyal. Students from the academy and common street vendors all have their own views. To explore this, the Capital Monthly published a special discussion section in the main hall of Anyuan Tower. They used this topic for debate, allowing people to share their opinions and students to submit articles. The best articles will be published in the next issue of the Capital Daily. Having your article read by everyone in the capital is a great chance to gain fame, and it might even spread further. Many students in the capital are excited and eager to show their talents. Soon, Anyuan Tower became very lively, with many carriages and horses outside, turning into a gathering place for students. This month, the Capital Monthly wrote a detailed story about The Mistake of the Top Scholar, describing each event clearly. They included more details about the noble lady and the top scholar. This time, everyone recognized the characters. The noble lady was none other than Lian Ran herself. And the ungrateful top scholar was Ma Yongren, who had been the top scholar 2 years ago. Following this clue, Ma Yongren's secret of keeping a concubine outside and having a first son was also discovered. The timing was exactly before Lian Ran's departure. When examining the details carefully, everything matches perfectly. In recent days, Ma Yongren dared not go outside. Whenever he appeared, people he knew or didn't know would come to talk to him, asking sarcastically why he was divorcing the young lady from the Duke of Britain's household. Their disdainful looks made him feel uncomfortable all over. In a house on Tunghua Lane, Ma Yongren took a sip of wine and sighed heavily. Sitting beside him was his concubine, Wang Xiuxiang, the daughter of the tofu merchant from Dongcheng. "Sir, drink less wine. I've prepared some soup to help settle your stomach. Please have a sip," Wang Xiuxiang said softly, her eyes full of affection. Ma Yongren glanced at her, then immediately looked away, sounding very impatient. "No need." In that moment, he saw the bowl she was holding, an ordinary, coarse porcelain bowl commonly found at street stalls. This made him think of when Lian Ran was still with him. The cups, plates, and bowls he used then were all from the imperial kiln in the capital, with fine textures and gentle glazes. These coarse bowls could never compare. Looking at Wang Xiuxiang again, he remembered how he used to see her as a gentle, beautiful young woman. But now, her old, worn clothes no longer complemented her complexion. Up close, her rough skin was obvious, and she no longer looked as charming as before. Wang Xiuxiang did not speak much, only slightly lowered her head, showing a look of weakness and grievance. In the past, Whenever she showed this expression, Mal Yongren would immediately hold her in his arms and comfort her repeatedly. But she waited and waited, yet did not receive the familiar embrace. Mal Yongren took a few more sips of wine. The peanuts on the table were almost gone. He glanced at Wang Xiaoxiang and scolded, "Don't you know how to prepare a few more snacks to go with the wine?" Wang Xiaoxiang pressed her lips tightly, forced down her anger, and brought him a small dish of food. Since Mal Yongren divorced his noble wife, he had not given her a single coin. Now, the jewelry he once gave her had been pawned for money, and there was almost nothing left to pawn. Money was short, but Mal Yongren still acted arrogantly, refusing to see the situation clearly. Wang Xiaoxiang felt upset inside but forced herself to hold back, clutching her handkerchief tightly. Last year, when Mal Yongren divorced his wife, she asked to move into the house, but he said the household was in chaos and told her to wait. She waited and waited, and now her daughter was over 100 days old, but he still had no intention of bringing her into the house. Not to mention the main wife, he hadn't even considered giving her a concubine's place. At first, she was willing to be a secondary wife because she was chosen by a talented young scholar and had a handsome, promising husband. But who would have thought that after the divorce, she would end up in such a poor situation? "Hubby, is our daughter doing well at the mansion? Maybe tomorrow I can go with you and visit her. It would be nice to talk to her," Wang Xiaoxiang said with a gentle smile, leaning close to Mal Yongren and softly rubbing her cheek against his shoulder. She still looked gentle and sweet, but Mal Yongren pushed her away suddenly. At this moment, Mal Yongren was somewhat drunk. He glanced at Wang Xiaoxiang with a cold look and said, "Don't dream about unrealistic things. Just stay here quietly." He would never bring Wang Xiaoxiang back to his house. Even if she had a boy, she still wouldn't be allowed into the Ma family home. Mal Yongren was a talented and handsome young man, well-liked and married to the daughter of a noble family. How could he settle for a girl from a tofu shop? Even if Lien Ran divorced him, other noble ladies would want him. To marry a good family girl, he couldn't take a concubine before the girl's family accepted him, and he definitely wouldn't have children out of wedlock. So, he never planned to bring Wang Xiaoxiang into his house. All those previous words were just excuses. Wang Xiaoxiang understood his meaning clearly. Seeing her future was hopeless, she realized that following him without status or reputation was pointless. She might as well be able to eat and wear warm clothes now, but soon, she might not even be able to afford food. Thinking this way, she finally gave up. No matter how humble she was, it was no use anymore. "Hubby," she still wore a smile at this moment, a forced smile that said she wanted to cry but forced herself to laugh. "I really have no other choice. Now, all my jewelry has been pawned. If this goes on, how will I and Nan Nan survive? Are we going to starve here?" She actually wanted to say, "You useless man, not only do you not give money, but you also come here eating and drinking like a big shot. To hell with you." But she held back. Unfortunately, her obedience did not bring the results she hoped for. Mal Yongren slammed his hand heavily on the table with a loud bang, and his gaze at Wang Xiaoxiang was no longer full of love and respect. "No money? Can't you think of a way? Don't you have some secret savings? Or you could go back to your parents' house and ask for help. Do you not know my situation? When the Li family left, they almost took the land from under my feet. You want money from me? Who do you think I should ask?" By this point, Wang Xiaoxiang finally gave up. She realized this man was cold-hearted and unfeeling. She had lost her initial excitement and thought that entering the Ma family's door was impossible for her in this lifetime. In that case, she might as well go back home and sell tofu with her parents, at least to make a living. So, Wang Xiaoxiang's face darkened, and she no longer pretended to be polite. She said, "Then don't come here anymore. If you can't even support your own woman, what use are you good for nothing?"
Mal Yongren.
His expression froze in surprise, and he remained silent for a long time. The woman in front of him made him feel strange. Is this still the gentle, kind-hearted woman he knew? The one who seemed fragile, helpless, and so pitiful? Were all those past moments just pretend? Why does she suddenly seem like a completely different person? He didn't realize that all of this was just Wang Xiuxiang pretending to be strong because she wanted to enter his house. Ma Liangren pointed at Wang Xiuxiang, his face full of disbelief. How funny. Wang Xiuxiang couldn't pretend anymore. She angrily knocked over the table and said, "Thinking you're so special, claiming you're a talented scholar, and wanting to marry a noble lady again? Look at yourself. Who in the capital doesn't know what kind of person you are? No official would dare to marry their daughter to you. Not even wealthy families would want to associate with you. You're just a worthless dog, coming here to act like a big shot. I spit on you. You're just a coward. A useless waste." Ma Liangren had never seen such a scene. He was stunned by her harsh words. He never knew that his mistress was so fiery.
How could this be?
Wasn't she the gentle, understanding person he thought she was? In the past, whenever he compared her to Lien Ran, he thought Lien Ran was better, mainly because of her background. But now, even when Lien Ran was furious and broke things in his house, she never spoke such vulgar words. So, what is real? What is fake? I have only acted for the sake of this woman and her child, and I have personally ruined my marriage and future because of them. Wang Xiuxiang was still scolding. She was born in the city and was very good at insulting people, never repeating herself, like firecrackers going off one after another. But Ma Liangren only watched her lips move, unable to hear what she was saying. Suddenly, a wave of regret like the ocean flooded his heart, almost drowning him. Actually, he had already regretted it long ago, but he just didn't want to admit it. Lien Ran was bright and fiery, noble and elegant. She was the most outstanding woman he had ever seen. What made him dislike such a woman? One time, he argued with someone, and that person directly called him a soft rice man, which he couldn't stand. He immediately fought back. He had clearly worked hard and used his talent to become a top scholar and improve his social status. But because he married Lien Ran, others called him a soft rice man. Maybe he didn't really dislike Lien Ran, but the label soft rice man. Ma Liangren snapped out of his daze, looked at the mess of cups and plates on the ground, and the disfigured woman in front of him. He stood there for a long time before turning and rushing out the door. He stumbled out blindly and, before he knew it, found himself outside the Duke of Britain's residence. By the time he reacted, he was already standing there. People around him pointed and stared at him with strange looks. Ma Liangren shrank back and hid behind a large tree. This is the east side of the Duke of Britain's residence, the side door that Lien Ran often uses. He stood there for about an hour, his hands freezing stiff. Suddenly, the side door opened, and a woman dressed in bright red stepped out, followed by 2 maids and a nurse. The group quickly got into a carriage and headed south. Ma Liangren, as if out of control, lifted his leg and followed far behind the carriage. The carriage was made of fine golden namu wood, with thick curtains hanging around it. He knew that inside, there was a charcoal stove burning, making it warm and comfortable. Once, he also traveled in such a carriage, but now, those days felt like a distant dream. The woman on the carriage seemed so high and unreachable, but she was actually his wife. Lien Ran's carriage passed through 3 streets and finally stopped in front of a Yuan Tower on Yong'an Street. Recently, a Yuan Tower had become a gathering place for students from the capital city, bustling with people. Ma Liangren stood there, watching Lien Ran go into a Yuan Tower, feeling suddenly irritated for no reason. What was she doing at a Yuan Tower? A divorced woman. Why would she come to such a place? Could it be that she liked one of the students here again? Standing at the entrance of an Yuan Tower, Ma Liangren quickly attracted the attention of others. "Hey, isn't that Ma Tianhua?" A young man in a white robe approached happily, greeting. "I heard that Master Ma just got a daughter. Why didn't you tell us? Let's celebrate with a toast." As he spoke, many people gathered around, calling him Master Ma, one after another. "Master Ma, what are you doing outside?"
Comin.
"Last time, you promised to host the banquet at an Yuan Tower. It's been a while. We're still waiting." Once confident and generous in the past, he now seemed unsure. Hearing this, even he forgot whether he had made such a promise. "Master Ma, The debate inside is very lively. We're waiting for you to be the one to start it. Before, they called him Brother Ma, but now that he was known as the winner of the top scholar, the name Master Ma carried more meaning. He knew about the debate. It's about the women involved in the top scholar controversy. For a moment, Ma Yongren seemed speechless, unable to say a word. His face turned red with embarrassment and shame. He wanted to turn and leave. When he looked up, he accidentally saw a half-visible, beautiful, noble face at the window on the second floor. Although only half a face was visible, he recognized immediately it was Lien Ran. In that instant, for some reason, Ma Yongren found the courage to push through the crowd. He rushed into a Yuan tower. The students on the first floor, who were discussing loudly, turned to look at him. But he headed straight for the stairs, heading to room 3. In room number 3, Lien Ran and Zhuo Qixing were happily chatting when suddenly the door was swung open and a young man dressed in blue rushed in. The visitor was clearly handsome, but at this moment, he looked tired and unkempt, with a scruffy beard and some dirt on his blue clothes. He didn't look like a well-groomed student who would leave home properly dressed. Water Han, standing behind Zhuo Qixing, immediately stepped forward to intervene, but Zhuo Qixing gave him a look to stop him. She recognized him as Ma Yongren, so she turned to see how Lien Ran would react. Lien Ran was completely unaffected. She looked at the disheveled Ma Yongren and suddenly smiled. Is Detective Ma in the wrong room? Lien Ran asked calmly, even raising an eyebrow at Zhuo Qixing, loudly saying, "This is my former husband Ma Yongren, Detective Ma." "Oh," Zhuo Qixing responded with a surprised tone, examining Ma Yongren as if inspecting goods, then looked back at Lien Ran and said, "He's not much to look at." Zhuo Qixing deliberately showed an exaggerated look of confusion, as if she couldn't understand why Lien Ran would choose such a man as her husband. Lien Ran shrugged and pursed her lips, coldly snorting. Everyone has moments of blindness. Ma Yongren stood at the door, caught between two choices. A maid blocked his way forward, and inside the room, 2 noble women were ruthlessly belittling him, making him seem worthless. Lien Ran even said that she was blind to have liked him, but he refused to accept it. Ma Yongren took a deep breath and suddenly shouted loudly, "Raining, I know I was wrong. I can't eat or sleep without you. I'm in so much pain. Please forgive me this time. Let's make up and be like we used to be. I promise I will treat you well from now on and never let you suffer any wrong." Lien Ran frowned in disgust, looking at him as if he were a pile of trash. She said, "You can't eat or sleep because you have no money for food." Ma Yongren's face, full of affection, stiffened for a moment, but he didn't believe that Lien Ran had no feelings for him anymore. After all, they were once husband and wife, and they had loved each other. "Raining, come back, okay? I promise I won't take another wife in this life. I've already dealt with that outsider." He was still hopeful, only thinking about returning to the old days. Back then, he was so proud. But one mistake, and everything disappeared. Why did it have to come to this?
Why?
Now, the staircase was crowded with people, all stretching their necks to look toward room 3. When they heard Ma Yongren begging to reconcile, they were all shocked. They used to study and dine together, but now they saw him acting so shameless. After everything that happened, planning to harm others for money and even murder, he still had the nerve to come out and ask to get back together. They wondered if Miss Lien San would be soft-hearted and truly forgive him. Some people in the crowd believe that a prodigal son returning is priceless. The husband admits his mistake and pleads humbly, so he should be given a second chance. Everyone listens carefully to the sounds coming from the private room. Lien Ran looks at the man in front of her and suddenly feels sick. Zhuo Qixing is right. At that time, she was truly blinded by her feelings. Lien Ran waves her hand like swatting flies and coldly says, "Stop talking, just leave now." Shui Han immediately pushes Ma Yongren. He grips the doorframe with both hands and refuses to leave, shouting, "Ran, we are husband and wife, and I cherish our relationship. How can you be so cold? No one is perfect, and you can't just punish me for one mistake. I regret it already. Duku, Lien Ran calls her maid, give him some coins and send him away. Yes. Duku walks over, throws a handful of coins at Ma Yongren's face, and says disdainfully, "This is a gift from Mississippi. Take it." Ma Yongren, a proud scholar, has never been insulted like this before. He immediately wishes he could faint from anger. Just as he is about to shout again, Zhuo Qixing speaks. "Ma scholar, you and Miss Lien are no longer connected. Entering our private room without permission is rude. If you don't leave quickly, we will have to be firm with you. Who are you?" Ma Yongren still clung tightly to the doorframe, shouting, "It must be you encouraging Chenner not to forgive me, right?" Zhuo Qixing was impatient and didn't want to waste words. He just gave Shui Han a quick look. Shui Han immediately acted. He grabbed Ma Yongren by the collar and pulled him into the private room, then closed the door behind him. Ma Yongren, who was already holding onto the doorframe and pushing inward, was pulled inside suddenly. After the door was shut, the people outside who were watching became even more excited. They all eagerly pressed their ears to the door. Suddenly, they heard a series of cracking sounds, mixed with muffled sobs and groans. After a while, the door suddenly opened, and someone stumbled out. Sure enough, it was Ma Yongren. He looked very bruised, with his face swollen and his cheeks puffed out. His clothes had a few footprints on them, and he had a cloth from a yuan tower stuffed in his mouth. He looked quite comical, no longer the handsome scholar he once was. The crowd outside burst into laughter. Ma Yongren never expected that the maid would really fight him without warning, leaving him no chance to defend himself. Now he was thrown outside, surrounded by people mocking him from all sides. He suddenly realized he had done something foolish. Being mocked in the middle of a crowd made him feel so embarrassed, he couldn't bear it. He staggered to his feet, covered his face, and hurried away, wishing he would never see those people again. Inside the private room, everything finally calmed down. The two of them both picked up their tea and took a sip. After a few moments of silence, Lien Ran suddenly burst into loud laughter. He looks so funny," Zhuo Qixing suggested. "In the future, when you go out, you should bring more people to avoid being bumped into by strangers." "Sounds good to me," Lien Ran readily agreed. "I've been training some people using your method recently, so from now on I'll take them along. By the way, you're about to get married. Why aren't you nervous?" Zhuo Qixing thought to herself. "We see each other every day and hold hands. What is there to be nervous about?" Soon it was the 9th day of February. Early that morning, Zhuo Qixing was awakened by Grandma He. The full bride's makeup was done by Madame Shen's chosen stylist, who styled her hair and face with much fuss. She put on a dozen carefully embroidered red wedding dresses, a phoenix crown, and a bridal veil, all layered and grand, with a strong sense of ceremony, announcing that she was entering a new stage of life. Relatives and sisters from her family and her maternal side also came to help her with her makeup and to chat with her before she left. Zhuo Qixing also arrived. Since the last time Zhuo Qixing hit her, and she ended up with a swollen face, this was her first time stepping into Ningxiang courtyard again. For nearly 3 months, she had stayed indoors and not seen Su Sheng, managing to restore her face to its original appearance. But inside, she had developed a deep fear of Zhuo Qixing. She thought to herself that her big sister, when she goes crazy, might even dare to hit their father. "Congratulations on your wedding, big sister," Zhuo Qixing said, handing over a box with a very sincere smile on her face. Inside, she couldn't help but think that these two unlucky people had finally come together. She felt a great sense of relief, as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted from her heart. Zhuo Qixing took the box and opened it in front of her. It was a complete set of jade hair ornaments. Second sister is so thoughtful, Zhuo Qixing casually set the items down, not even closing the lid. The jade was ordinary and not very valuable, with a simple appearance. However, the box it was packaged in looked luxurious. Zhuo Qixing left the set openly on display, so everyone in the room could see it. Zhuo Qixing immediately felt embarrassed, as if she was being publicly shamed. Next, Zhuo Qixing took a gift from her third sister, Zhuo Mingyao. Since today was a happy day, Zhuo Mingyao's outfit was more bright and cheerful than usual, but she still behaved calmly. The box Zhuo Mingyao handed over was neat and proper. When opened, it contained a set of hair ornaments made entirely of gold, shining brightly. Seeing this heavy, flashy gold set, Zhuo Qixing's eyes immediately curved into a smile. Third sister is so thoughtful. I really love this gift, she said happily. I'm glad the older sister likes it, Zhuo Mingyao teased with a gentle smile. I thought of it after seeing Sister Jin Ying's name. The sisters in the room immediately burst into laughter. Zhuo Qixing's hobbies were clearly on display. The green jade and gold were placed side by side, with a clear contrast. Zhuo Qiuyu looked even more unhappy. She was obviously doing it on purpose, deliberately embarrassing her in front of all the sisters. As the eldest sister, she had much more dowry than her. Instead of thinking about how to help, she ignored the gifts she sent and even looked down on them. She was so petty. Of course, Zhuo Qiuyu only dared to think these things silently. When facing Zhuo Qixing, she didn't even dare to show her feelings. Zhuo Qixing noticed the obvious change in her sister's expressions. By this time, Zhuo Qiuyu lowered her head in embarrassment, her face turning red. The sisters in the room had different expressions. They were also thinking about the conflict between Zhuo Qixing and Zhuo Qiuyu. In the past few months, the story about Lord Ho Si secretly visiting was somehow spread. Because of this, Zhuo Qiuyu didn't want to marry, and planning to exchange her sister's marriage gave her a reason. There were rumors about her being rescued on the street, and only she encountered the frightened horse and was saved by her future brother-in-law. It all seemed too coincidental. Plus, Zhuo Qiuyu had been seen walking with Lin Xueqing recently. She avoided her own sister and, recalling the events at the Grand Princess's birthday banquet, everyone started to look at Zhuo Qiuyu with suspicion. Everyone had their own thoughts and plans. Only Lin Xueqing stepped forward, with a gentle smile, trying to smooth things over. She said, "Cousin, there's no need to be like this. The gold is rich, but the jade is elegant and noble. Both are gifts from our sisters, and we shouldn't favor one over the other." This statement subtly criticizes Zhuo Qixing as being vulgar and fond of yellow and white things, lacking good taste, and not being friendly to her sisters. Lin Xueqing and Zhuo Qixing are no longer close sisters. She originally didn't want to come today, but her mother was punished at the ancestral hall, and her grandmother was watching closely, so she reluctantly came. However, she didn't want to look favorably on Zhuo Qixing either. Zhuo Qixing glanced at her. This cousin repeatedly challenged her patience, which was really annoying. She was not used to keeping silent or tolerating such behavior, nor did she like beating around the bush. "Thank you, Xueqing, for your kind words," Zhuo Qixing responded sincerely with a smile. "I'm quite vulgar, and the jade doesn't suit me. But since Sister Xueqing likes it, I will keep it well. After all, in a few days, I will be getting married. Let me give this set of jewelry to Sister Xueqing as a gift for her makeup. It also shows my respect for her taste and love for this headpiece." Lin Xueqing couldn't smile anymore. That set of jade headpieces was laid out openly, and everyone's eyes focused on it. The jade was of average quality, neither very transparent nor very smooth. If she sold that gold headpiece, she might buy dozens or even hundreds of similar quality jade pieces. But Zhuo Qixing said she wanted to give this set to Lin Xueqing as a gift. Lin Xueqing felt truly helpless. Her maidservant's jewelry was even better than this jade set. Who was Zhuo Qixing trying to humiliate? But since she had just spoken those words, it was now impossible to take them back. And she mentioned that she would be married in a few days. How her marriage came about is quite embarrassing to talk about. After a moment of silence, Zhuo Qixing pretended to be casual and said, "Elder cousin and Sister Chu get along very well. They must share many common topics." What common topics? Everyone present knew that the biggest shared experience between Lin Xueqing and Zhuo Qiuyu was that their biological mothers had been banished to the ancestral temple. For a moment, both Lin Xueqing and Zhuo Qiuyu looked very unhappy. Lin Xueqing, in particular, ignored everyone's gaze and turned away with her maid. Outside the room, she bumped into Lian Ran, who was just coming in. Lin Xueqing snorted coldly and muttered quietly, A woman who is about to leave her marriage still dares to come and put on makeup. How unlucky. Just wait and see how her marriage ends, Lian Ran heard her muttering. Usually, she would have scolded her for this, but today was Zhua Qixing's special day. She couldn't cause trouble now. Before entering, she also loudly said, "Your mother has already gone to the ancestral temple, yet she still dares to talk nonsense outside." Truly inherited her family's traits. After saying this, she went into the room. Lin Xueqing was furious and wanted to go back and find her, but two maids at the door stopped her. "Miss Lin, since you've already sent the wedding gifts, please go to the front hall," said Jin Yu firmly, with a strong presence. Unable to persuade her, Lin Xueqing finally left angrily with her maid. She didn't go to the front hall but instead took a carriage straight back to the Marquis of Zhennan's residence. Back at her home, Lin Xueqing thought about today's events. The more she thought, the angrier she became, and she hated Zhua Qixing deeply. She also remembered the jade hairpin set that caused her to lose face. She thought that Zhua Qiyue, who showed her that set, was not a good person either. When she thought of Zhua Qiyue, she realized this was the first time in 2 months she had seen her. Usually, Zhua Qiyue was always around her, very attentive. But since her mother was punished, she disappeared completely, not even showing her face. She was truly a snob. Thinking about her mother's punishment, Lin Xueqing also remembered the scheme to frame Zhua Qixing. She realized she was the one who came up with the idea. One day, she was drinking tea with her friends when someone mentioned a story from many years ago. A young lady was caught secretly meeting a man outside and was eventually shaved her head to become a nun. This gave her an idea. Wait, who was telling that story? She remembered. It was Zhua Qiyue. It was really her. Lin Xueqing immediately recalled everything from that day. It was Zhua Qiyue who deliberately said those things while her friends discussed Lian Ran and Li. So, Zhua Qiyue wanted to deal with Zhua Qixing but used her as a pawn. How unfair. At that moment, Lin Xueqing clenched her teeth in anger. Darn it, she really deserved it. Zhua Qiyue. Zhua Qixing. They will pay for this in the future. Meanwhile, Zhua Qixing had already forgotten about Lin Xueqing. She received a box of gold beads from Lian Ran, smiling happily, showing her teeth. Lian Ran also said some lucky words, and everyone seemed happy and harmonious. Actually, the day before yesterday, they met again. At that time, Lian Ran said, "If anyone bullies you in the future, we will go together and make sure they regret it." Zhua Qixing watched Lian Ran pretend to be kind in front of others but act differently behind their backs, and he smiled even more happily. By early morning, the wedding procession from Duke An's residence arrived at the gate of Jing'an Marquis's house. Compared to other wedding processions in the capital, theirs was not very grand. Considering the status of the Duke's family, it even seemed quite simple. This scene was also planned in advance by Zhua Qixing and Hu Jing'an. Hu Jing'an, dressed in bright wedding clothes, sat proudly on a tall horse, leading the lively wedding team to the gate of Jing'an Marquis's house. He was very tall and straight, wearing a red robe embroidered with golden clouds. The intricate gold thread from the collar twisted down to the hem, with a few delicate gold chains at his waist, matching the red coral gold crown on his head. Under the winter sun, he shone brightly. But even such beautiful colors could not compare to his outstanding looks. He had handsome features, like a painting come to life, making many people at the scene momentarily stunned. Hu Jing'an, however, simply crossed the gate of the Marquis's house. As he walked, his robes fluttered, giving off a carefree and elegant aura that made people forget their surroundings. There were few people in the Marquis's residence. Zhua Qixing's 2 younger brothers, along with some cousins who had already moved out, stood at the front yard. But they didn't dare cause trouble. They recited 2 wedding poems, went through the motions, and after a little difficulty, allowed Hu Jing'an to pass. Left Qixing didn't want anyone to carry her, so Bao Feng helped her walk out of Ningxiang Courtyard directly. Hu Jing'an met Left Qixing at the gate of Ningxiang Courtyard. She was dressed in bright red wedding clothes, with a red veil covering her head, walking gracefully. Hu Jing'an stepped forward, took the red silk from Bao Feng's hand and led her toward the main gate. Left Qixing's gaze was only on the ground beneath her feet. She felt this was a new and interesting experience. When she was still in the end of the world, resources were very scarce. Even after she became the leader of the base with her exceptional abilities, her life was simple and modest. After arriving here, she initially only aimed for a comfortable life, using her large dowry to be a happy widow. Later, after interacting with others, she gradually developed different thoughts. Perhaps she could also look forward to her future life. Left Qixing's dowry was very eye-catching. The long procession had 128 carriers, making it a truly grand wedding procession. In fact, this was just a modest part of her dowry. Her real wealth was in silver notes, land, and shops. Compared to her dowry, even the marriage gifts from the Duke of An's estate were quite standard and didn't shame her. This was a grand wedding, but not a lively one. Hu Jing'an grew up outside and wasn't familiar with his own 5 brothers, let alone the young masters from Beijing. Although there were many guests, few knew Hu Jing'an. Upon arriving at the Duke's residence, the wedding sedan was lowered. Along the way, Zhuo Qixing looked at the ground beneath her veil, and only occasionally did a glimpse of embroidered robes with golden threads and boots flash before her eyes. Following the traditional procedures, she was escorted to the new room. Bao Feng helped her sit comfortably on the bridal bed. The matchmaker nearby spoke auspicious words. "May you be forever united, a perfect match, have noble children early, and grow old together." The groom was kept in the front yard to entertain guests. About an hour later, the pair of golden-laced shoes reappeared in Zhuo Qixing's view. After entertaining the guests, Hu Jing'an washed off the alcohol and entered the bridal chamber. He looked at the calm and proper bride sitting before him, just like all the wealthy young ladies. But he knew that beneath her composed appearance, she was not bound by rules at all. She was different from the noble daughters he knew, clear in her love and hate, full of spirit. Hu Jing'an felt a little excited. He gently lifted the bride's veil with a stick. As the veil was lifted, the bride looked up and met his gaze. Her bright, lively eyes were like clear autumn water, captivating and moving. They almost saw each other every day, but today was the first time he looked at her face so closely and seriously. She had a graceful and beautiful appearance, with a smooth, oval face, eyebrows like distant dark clouds, and a slightly upward curving brow that should have shown sharpness and decisiveness. However, her lively, cat-like eyes took away that sharpness, making her seem gentle and overlooked, especially the small red mole at the corner of her eye, which subtly exudes a hint of charm. Under the bright red wedding dress, the woman's fair skin looks even more delicate, making the red mole stand out beautifully. For Zhuo Qixing, Hu Jing'an also perfectly matches her aesthetic preferences. His eyes, like a dark abyss, seem to draw you in, as if your soul might be taken away. Zhuo Qixing was momentarily unable to tell what kind of person he was just by looking into his eyes. They looked at each other for a few moments, just gazing silently. "Hey, newlyweds, you two are so captivated that you can't look away," the matchmaker teased with a smile. Zhuo Qixing snapped out of her thoughts, smiled, and replied, "Indeed, he's very handsome." This made the matchmaker laugh loudly, saying she had attended many weddings but had never seen such an interesting bride. Meanwhile, Hu Jing'an blushed slightly and lowered his gaze a little. The matchmaker kept talking happily, offering good wishes, guiding the couple to drink the wedding wine, and tying a lock of hair together. After some time of fussing, all the rituals were finally completed. The maids quickly tidied up the room and left. Finally, only the two of them remained in the bridal chamber. After a moment of silence, Hu Jing'an broke the quiet first. He softened his demeanor, making himself appear gentler, and said, "In the Duke's residence, there's no need to be so formal." He knew Zhuo Qixing's personality well. Even if he didn't say this, she wouldn't be the type to suffer losses. Sure enough, Zhuo Qixing immediately asked with a smile, "Can I be more relaxed?" His question was quite blunt. Hu Jing'an also slightly curved his lips and replied, "Just as if you were at your own home." Can you be even more relaxed than at your own home? Zhuo Qixing continued, testing his attitude toward the Duke's residence. Actually, Hu Jing'an said meaningfully, I hope you feel as free as possible. His tone was calm, but Zhuo Qixing sensed a hint of mischief. She was pleased. She knew how to handle this kind of situation and was especially good at it. She looked around. Even though some adjustments had been made for the wedding, Zhuo Qixing could still see that Hu Jing'an's courtyard was not very impressive. It was in a remote location, and many furnishings looked like they were just for show, not fitting for a legitimate son of a noble family. So, is there anything I should be careful about? Zhuo Qixing asked. Hu Jing'an slightly smiled and said, just show respect to the old lady. Zhuo Qixing nodded and replied, understood. Do you have any requests for me? Hu Jing'an asked. He was quite straightforward, knowing that requests should be mutual. Zhuo Qixing stood up, moved around inside the room, and said, I want to sleep in until I wake up naturally and spend money freely without running out. I will add a small kitchen in the yard. I've brought a talented chef who cooks delicious food. When needed, I can go out freely. I won't tolerate people I don't like. In this time, a woman's freedom is very important. She wants to test her partner's limits and set expectations for her wife. She will also adjust how they live together based on his reactions. Hu Jing'an thought to himself, she wants good food, good sleep, and a happy mood. That's all fine. In the Duke's house, except for the old lady, everyone else can be treated casually. The old lady is Hu Jing'an's grandmother, the wife of the old Duke. According to the story that Zhuo Qixing knows, Hu Jing'an was born with bad luck, losing her mother at birth, and soon after, her father also died. The old lady was very ill at that time, and almost died too. This is why Hu Jing'an was sent away from the capital. But because of Hu Jing'an's current attitude, Zhuo Qixing feels that the story might not be exactly as she heard. Hu Jing'an was able to secretly send a guard to watch over her after their engagement, and she is very skilled. This person must be extraordinary and not ordinary. No matter what, she is very happy with Hu Jing'an's reaction. So Zhuo Qixing reached out and patted Hu Jing'an's shoulder, saying, Then I wish us everything goes smoothly in the future. They happily agreed on how they would live together. Rest now, Hu Jing'an said, stepping forward and holding Zhuo Qixing's hand. Zhuo Qixing looked at his suddenly blushing ears and felt that the person in front of her was very much in line with her preferences. She happily reached out and held his hand. When she held his hand, Zhuo Qixing noticed that his palm was sweaty and that he was very nervous. Seeing him so uncomfortable, Zhuo Qixing relaxed and started to find fun in his effort to appear calm. Hu Jing'an, who grew up outside and carried a carefree, rebellious spirit, was experiencing his first close contact with a woman. He carried a faint scent of afterbath freshness, mixed with a subtle medicinal aroma, which was very pleasant. Hu Jing'an's embarrassment didn't last long. When the first kiss fell, he seemed to break a seal and forgot everything else. The flickering candlelight witnessed the couple's wedding night. The next morning, Zhuo Qixing woke up to find no one beside her. Waiting outside, Baofeng saw her wake up and hurried in to hand her mouthwash. Zhuo Qixing frowned and silently gave Hu Jing'an a comment. He was inexperienced but energetic, with good stamina and strong potential. Luckily, her own special ability as a wood type was very strong, so she wasn't too upset. Surprisingly, when she woke up that morning, she felt very energetic. After using her powers, she found she had improved by 1 level. Zhuo Qixing suddenly felt like she was a fairy who had absorbed someone's energy. Her good husband was truly a great tonic. Certainly, a more direct and intimate touch is much better than just holding hands all day. While thinking this, Hu Jing'an walked in from outside, carrying a sword, with beads of sweat on his forehead. Seeing Zhuo Qixing staring at him steadily, Hu Jing'an blushed and remembered some romantic moments from last night. He awkwardly said, I will go take a bath first. Then he turned and went to the side hall. When he returned, Zhuo Qixing was still lazily leaning on the bed, looking very relaxed. The maids were setting breakfast on the round table. Since the small kitchen was not open, they had brought food from the main kitchen. The meal was simple and light. Thinking of her request yesterday, Ho Jing'an sat down and said, "Starting today, let's cook separately in our courtyard." So Qixing nodded and told the maids standing nearby, "You can go now." She sat up straight from the bed, supporting herself with one hand on the edge of the bed. With her other hand, she reached out and held Ho Jing'an's wrist. Her newly upgraded wood element ability was more pure. As soon as she touched him, Ho Jing'an felt a surge of energy entering his body, making him feel as if he was soaking in warm medicine. His pores opened wide. In this healing energy, Ho Jing'an felt more comfortable than ever before. Although he couldn't see inside his body, he had the sensation that green light particles were flowing into every corner of him, gradually dissolving the accumulated toxins. He felt lighter than ever before. After a moment, Zhuo Qixing withdrew her hand and asked, "How do you feel?" "Better than ever," Hu Jing'an replied with a relaxed smile, his eyes bright as he looked at her. "It's amazing. I feel as if the poison has already been cleared." Zhuo Qixing smiled. "Not quite yet." Hu Jing'an thought for a moment and said, "Actually, last night I felt something strange, something similar to what I feel now." He wanted to say that when they were closely connected, he had felt a strong sense of healing. But facing his new wife, he found it hard to put into words. Zhuo Qixing, however, understood. So this was a kind of shared cultivation. Who would have thought that such a thing could happen in this age? Still, it was a good thing. Although the poison can't be completely removed right away, it will be cured much sooner than I expected, Zhuo Qixing said with a gentle smile. Hu Jing'an paused, then bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, my lady." After breakfast, it was time to go to the main hall to serve tea and greet the elders. Zhuo Qixing was in no hurry. She ate properly, rinsed her mouth, and dressed neatly before leaving with Xue Han and Jinyu. In the main hall, the Duke and Duchess of Anghua were already waiting with their 5 sons, 1 daughter, and 3 daughters-in-law. "Mother, this 4th sister-in-law is taking her time. It's her first day serving tea, yet she's kept you waiting so long." Lady Lin Xiuzhu, the wife of the 3rd young master, was complaining unhappily, holding a cup of tea that had gone cold after being reheated, with no desire to drink it. Madame Wen, the wife of the Duke, kept a cold face, clearly trying to hide her feelings. She was already feeling displeased with this new daughter-in-law before even meeting her. Eldest son Hui Yanhui turned to look at Hu Meiyu and said kindly, "Meiyu, there's no need to wait here. The weather is cold. Be careful not to catch a cold." Hu Meiyu was the only girl in the entire Duke's household. She was spoiled and raised with great care. Sitting in the hall waiting for people, she hadn't spoken yet. Her brothers felt sorry for her. Yes, since she's new and will live in the house, she'll meet everyone sooner or later. Why wait? 5th brother Hua Ziyuan frowned, feeling very protective of his little sister. Hua Yanhui was the son of Madame Mo, the first wife of the Duke, and was a full brother to Hu Jing'an. Hua Ziyuan was from Madame Wen, both being legitimate sons of the Duke's family. Since Hua Yanhui was both the eldest and the legitimate heir, he should have been made the heir early on. But the heir of the Nguigong's estate had not yet been decided. During the previous ceremony, Hu Jing'an had been upset about this issue and had caused a scene. Hua Meiyu slightly frowned, placing her teacup on the table with a soft clink, showing her displeasure. She then said calmly, "Brothers, you don't need to worry. At the birthday banquet at the Grand Princess's house, I already met the 4th sister-in-law. Just saying she had met her was enough to imply what kind of person she was, and everything else was left unsaid." Lady Wang Fangling, the 2nd young lady, joked, "I've heard that the Jing'an Marquis's residence hasn't had a main wife for many years. The daughters there are spoiled and probably sleep until late morning every day. Such good fortune, that's true. We who follow the rules get up at dawn and follow a proper routine, never lazy. But she just does as she pleases. She's really quite something," Lin Xiuzhu said with a disdainful look, speaking sarcastically. The eldest lady, Xue Qingge, sitting beside the Duchess, looked more composed. She sipped her tea gracefully and asked, "Did something delay her? Did someone send someone to check?" "There's nothing worth watching." The 5th young master, Huzuan, suddenly stood up and made to leave. Someone unruly married another unruly person. It's embarrassing for the Marquis's house, Ziyuan and Guogong called out, stopping him. Why are you so impatient? Ziyuan took a deep breath, looked at his father's unhappy face, and reluctantly sat back down. The other 4 young masters saw their brother scolded and, though they wanted to speak, they swallowed their words. Their faces looked unhappy. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, a maid hurried in and said, "They're here." They've reached the gate. Everyone in the hall straightened up and looked different expressions upon hearing this. Some people calmed down, while others grew angrier, showing their emotions openly, as if they were just waiting for someone to arrive so they could vent their anger. Soon, Hua Jing'an and Zhuo Qixing entered together, followed by 4 elegant maids. Zhuo Qixing was dressed in gold and jewels, shining brightly from head to toe. She looked very fancy and proud. When she and her 4 maids entered the hall, everyone thought she looked very impressive and high-class. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then quickly regained their composure. They became even more annoyed with this showy new bride. Before the 2 newcomers could speak, Lin Xiaozhu clutched her handkerchief and said casually, "Today, I've really seen something. The new bride is offering tea to her mother-in-law, but she brings 4 big maids with her. Such a grand display." Her words were quite rude, but no one there dared to argue with her. Zhuo Qixing looked around and saw everyone's expressions. She understood more about Hua Jing'an's situation in this noble family. He really is a poor little thing, unloved by both father and mother. Zhuo Qixing looked at Lin Xiaozhu and smiled sincerely. "Auntie, you're really something. I've never seen a maid before, but 4 is not a big deal." She started to mock openly, making her sarcasm clear. Lin Xiaozhu suddenly stood up from her seat, trembling with anger, pointing at Zhuo Qixing with her finger, her face red with rage. "Who do you think you are calling me auntie?" She was about to lose her temper, but the 3rd young master, Hua Kaiqing, sitting beside her, reached out and gently pulled her back. Lin Xiaozhu had no choice but to grit her teeth and sit down again. For a moment, she felt deeply wronged, tears welling up in her eyes and swirling in her sockets. Hua Ziyuan, sitting nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. His temper was already hot, and now his brow was furrowed even more, clearly showing his displeasure. Because of his father's authority, he didn't lash out openly but muttered under his breath, "Ha, so vulgar and stupid. No wonder she was born to a mother but raised without one." He seemed to be talking to himself, but his voice was loud enough for everyone in the hall to hear. Zhuo Qixing's face remained calm as he looked directly at Hua Ziyuan. He frowned slightly and deliberately turned to whisper to Hua Jing'an beside him, "As for my background, it's exactly the same as our duke's family. I guess you and I share the same misfortune." Like Hua Ziyuan, his voice was not loud but clear enough for everyone to hear. Hua Jing'an nodded cooperatively, saying, "My wife is right. The current lady of the duke's family had lost her mother early. The current lady one was also a noble concubine who was promoted to wife. As for similarities, except for Aunt Lu, who was not officially promoted, they are truly very alike. She was not raised by her mother, and no one present could claim to have been raised by theirs." With these harsh words spoken without mercy, everyone except Hua Jing'an's expression changed. Considering Hua Ziyuan's earlier muttering, it was clear that Zhuo Qixing was insulting all of them. The effect was like a backlash. The wife of the duke on the main seat finally couldn't hold back and said in a deep voice, "Enough. What kind of talk is this?" The few people who had wanted to speak also fell silent, and the entire hall was quiet for a moment. However, the Guogong residence holds a high status, and the young masters and ladies in the house are always treated with respect wherever they go. Today's scene, where someone pointed at them and scolded them, was truly unprecedented. For a moment, everyone in the hall looked at Zhuo Qixing with eyes that seemed poisoned. Even Guogong, who usually paid little attention to internal affairs, looked cold and stern. His gaze towards the 2 people in the center of the hall grew more unfriendly. Hua Jing'an said nothing, slightly lowering his head as if he had nothing to do with this. Zhuo Qixing was full of confidence, his body shining with gold and jewels, making the entire hall seem bright. 4th brother, and Guogong scolded sharply. Just from this one look, it was clear that the situation had become a mess. This fourth brother was truly useless, raised outside, and he couldn't even control a woman. Hu Jing'an cupped his hands and asked, "Father, what do you want me for?" And Guogong, "Is it really necessary to explain what he wants? This rebellious son. You two are just children, such silly kids." He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to hit, and snorted coldly, saying, "Serve the tea." If they kept arguing, the day after the marriage at the Guogong's mansion would turn into a fight, and people would just laugh at them. Once the Guogong spoke, the ready maidservant beside him carried a tea tray over to stand in front of the Guogong and Lady Wen, waiting for Zhuo Qixing to come and serve the tea. Zhuo Qixing took 2 steps forward, picked up 1 cup of tea, and stood there offering it to the Guogong with a sincere smile, saying, "Father, please have some tea." Everyone in the room looked at Zhuo Qixing with strange eyes. No one had ever heard of a bride serving tea without kneeling. Sure enough, the Guogong didn't reach out to take the tea. He looked at Zhuo Qixing with a serious gaze, clearly unhappy, as if he might explode with anger. Zhuo Qixing only kept her clear, bright eyes open, pretending not to understand, and showed an expression that said, "Why aren't you taking it?" The atmosphere froze for a moment. Shuechinga had to step in and smooth things over, saying, "Fourth sister-in-law, maybe no one has taught you the rules of marriage. Usually, a new bride kneels to serve tea to her parents." Zhuo Qixing looked at Shuechinga in confusion, then at her own feet, and curiously asked, "Why isn't there even a cushion? Do I have to kneel on this cold stone ground? In such cold weather, could it be that this is how the Guogong's family trains their daughters-in-law?" She said this and took 2 steps back, her face showing exaggerated fear, as if everyone in the Guogong's mansion was not kind, and she was just a lamb entering a tiger's den. Duke Nguo lived to nearly 50 without ever encountering such an unrespectful woman. He was so angry, he didn't know what to say. A maid standing at the back of the room quickly stepped forward, holding a cushion. She said, "It was my mistake. I will place this cushion for the 4th young lady." She laid the cushion in front of Duke Nguo. Zhuo Qixing looked at the maid with a calm smile and said, "Is this the old lady who is here to enjoy her retirement at the Duke's estate? Such a small matter, and she can't handle it well. Yet, she hasn't been scolded by her mistress." "Tsk," his words implied, "Look at this, who is more unruly?" The maid was trying to please her mistress by making things difficult, but unexpectedly, the 4th young lady was very sharp and caught her mistake. Now, the lady of the Duke's estate felt embarrassed. At this point, scolding her would seem too forced. Shuechinga had no choice but to speak again, saying, "It's getting late. Sister-in-law should serve tea first." Zhuo Qixing didn't insist on the matter. She reached out, touched the cushion as if worried someone might have hidden something sharp inside, then knelt on the cushion and served tea to Duke Nguo. Hu Jing'an knelt beside her silently, like a tool, not saying a word. Duke Nguo was so angry, he almost fell backward. He wished these 2 people would disappear from his sight. He quickly picked up his teacup and pretended to take a sip. When he put down his teacup, he noticed that the 4 daughters-in-law had not stood up. They still sat there, watching him intently as if waiting for something. After a while, Lord Nguo still did not react. Zhuo Qixing suddenly spoke, "Father, the daughter-in-law has finished her tea, but there's no reward or gift." Lord Nguo was momentarily stunned by her words. He was unsure whether he should give a gift or not. It was clear that the first 3 daughters-in-law had received gifts prepared by the lady of the house. But the person in front of him sat still, staring at him quietly, waiting for him to give something. As a father-in-law and a nobleman, he couldn't simply refuse. He hadn't prepared any gifts. Looking at himself, he only had a jade ring on his finger. It was a top-quality jade ring, smooth and warm to the touch, flawless, and very much loved by Lord Nguo. He didn't want to give it, but it was the only thing he could offer. He hesitated for a moment, reluctantly removed the ring from his finger, and handed it to Zhuo Qixing. She happily took it, put it into her purse, and her smile became more genuine. She said, "Thank you, Father." Lord Nguo didn't want to see her greedy face anymore. He turned his face away. But Zhuo Qixing didn't mind at all. She pulled He Jing'an to stand up and moved over to Wen's side, not making any move herself, just looking her over from top to bottom. Her gaze was very casual, which made Wen's brow furrow in annoyance, feeling extremely irritated. Zhuo Qixing quickly turned her gaze to the ebony box on Wen's table and said with a smile, "Is this a gift for your future daughter-in-law?" She spoke without caring about Wen's expression, directly reaching out to open the box, revealing a jade bracelet inside. The bracelet looked roughly like a soft type of jade, with little water and dull in appearance. Very ordinary. Zhuo Qixing looked at the jade bracelet, then suddenly raised her left hand, letting her sleeve fall slightly to reveal a flawless, bright green bracelet, the one given to her by the old lady when she was at the Marquis of Jinan's residence. Then she placed the bracelet Wen gave her next to her own imperial green bracelet for comparison. Under the contrast of the imperial green, the plain-looking bracelet suddenly appeared dull and unimpressive, like a cheap trinket. Zhuo Qixing whispered softly to He Jing'an, "I don't really want it." Wen, standing right in front of her, looked even worse. Zhuo Qixing clicked her tongue twice, then turned to her three sisters-in-law and asked, "Did the gifts you received when you entered also look like this?" The scene fell into awkward silence. The three women who had married into the family earlier had received much better gifts, but no one spoke. Zhuo Qixing looked at them for a moment, then turned her head and whispered to He Jing'an, "Our duke's residence is really poor. I wonder if they will stop using my dowry silver to live in the future." She finished speaking and then frowned slightly, as if she had thought of something. She quietly said to He Jing'an, "The dowry we received when we first moved into the house was very modest. Even my father, that stingy man, didn't want it and brought it over himself. Otherwise, we could have given it back to the household." "I think they are having a hard time too." Everyone could hear her whisper, which made Duke N's face darken even more. The new daughter-in-law looked down on the Duke's household, thinking they were poor and worried they might spend her dowry money. If this news got out, the Duke's family might become the laughingstock of the entire capital. Their reputation, which had only just begun to recover after the previous incident with the wedding gifts, would be ruined again if this happened. The consequences would be terrible. Duke disliked these two disrespectful people. He also remembered the wedding incident and felt some dissatisfaction with Lady Wen. He was in charge of arranging his fourth son's marriage, but it turned out so poorly. He didn't even do it properly, which made him lose face. It made their duke's household the joke of the capital. Plus, this outspoken fourth daughter-in-law, he no longer wanted to think about what kind of trouble this would cause. But Zhuo Qixing wasn't finished. She held up a jade bracelet and suddenly smiled. She said to He Jing'an, "But this is also my lady's heartfelt gift. I won't dislike it. When we go back tomorrow, I will wear this bracelet. From now on, I will wear it whenever I go out." He Jing'an nodded sincerely and replied, "That's right. Small gifts but big feelings." Left Qixing seemed to emphasize how much she valued the gifts from her mother-in-law, but wearing them around the city, everyone was praising them as gifts from the Duke's wife. It seemed the reputation of the Nguogong family might really be at risk. Nguogong looked furious, almost like ink was about to drip from his face. He sternly shouted, "Wen Shi!" Wen Shi was so angry she nearly fell backward. Her face turned pale as she signaled to the maid behind her. The maid immediately stepped forward, smiling, and said, "Look, my lady, I accidentally took the wrong gift." That caused the fourth young lady to misunderstand. This is the gift meant for her. She then took back the original black box and handed over a new box made of purple sandalwood. Inside was a jade bracelet made of sheep fat jade. It looked just as fine as the jade ring that Nguogong had given earlier, clearly a valuable item. Left Qixing immediately smiled happily, took the bracelet, and said, "It's okay, it's okay. I knew our maid's memory isn't very good. I should get used to it in the future." After saying that, she put the bracelet away, then turned and walked past Wen Shi and He Jing'an. Wen Shi was stunned, unable to react right away. She hadn't even bowed or offered tea yet, but the bracelet, which was meant as a respectful gift, was taken away. It was simply outrageous. But just now, it was indeed Wang Mao Mao who personally handed her the bracelet. Now, as the head lady of the Duke's household, she really couldn't just snatch it back. When Sher was so angry her chest heaved, and she couldn't say a word. Madame Wang, standing beside her, immediately said to Zhuo Qixing, "Fourth young lady, the tea hasn't been served yet." "That's not proper." Zhuo Qixing, with Hu Jing'an, stopped and turned to look at the maid, saying, "The lady hasn't spoken yet. You, an old servant, are speaking out of turn." "That's not proper either." After saying that, she turned away without paying any more attention. Old Fifth, Huaziyuan, couldn't sit still and was about to stand up. But the second, sitting next to him, pulled him back. Looking at the Duke of An's gaze, he reluctantly sat down again, his face flushing with anger. He glared at the second, who responded with a look. With the father present, there was no room for him to act out as a son. Everyone's eyes subtly or openly looked toward the Duke of An. The Duke of An's face was pale, lips pressed tightly together, and in the end, he said nothing. This scene made the brothers and sisters-in-law at the table realize one thing. This fourth daughter-in-law was someone who dared to do anything, acting without any hesitation. The usual tricks they used to trouble her were completely useless in front of her. The face that people valued most was worth nothing to her. When others faced embarrassing situations, she would bring them out into the open, making everyone lose face. The three sisters-in-law exchanged glances. Since even the Duke of Gua didn't try to curry favor with her, they didn't want to confront her now. If things couldn't be done openly, they could do them secretly. After all, living in the Duke of Gua's residence, they still had plenty of chances to deal with her. This made her later process of meeting her brothers and sisters-in-law much more harmonious, and the gift exchanges among peers were also straightforward. In the main hall, there were 3 older brothers of Hu Jing'an and their wives, 2 unmarried younger brothers, and a single sister. Only the eldest brother was Hu Jing'an's full sibling. He was the only one among the brothers who wore a smile on his face, but his smile didn't reach his eyes, and he didn't seem very close to Hu Jing'an. The book doesn't describe these 5 brothers in detail, only mentioning that the third brother, who was born from a different mother, was cunning and scheming, often causing trouble for Zhuo Qixing. The fifth brother, from the Wen family, was impulsive and fierce. When Zhuo Qixing remarried, he got into a fight with Su Sheng over money and gifts. The others are not described much, except for one thing. The entire family loved their only daughter, Huimeyu, very much. Zhuo Qixing often gave embroidered items, mostly made by maids learning embroidery, so she had many such things. Huimeyu received a beautifully embroidered fan decorated with peonies. She glanced at it sideways and casually placed it on the side table, clearly showing her displeasure. As the only young lady of the Nguogong family, Huimeyu was loved by all and had seen many fine things. Such a poorly made gift from a maid was simply an eyesore. Lin Qiuzhu looked at the fan in front of her and muttered softly, "Poor quality." Zhuo Qixing glanced at her and didn't argue. She simply stretched out her hand and revealed her grandmother's gift, a jade bracelet, making Lin Qiuzhu roll her eyes in frustration, ignoring her ladyly manners. After walking around and recognizing everyone, Zhuo Qixing helped Hu Jing'an and led 4 proud maids away, leaving the Gu family estate with a group of people all looking unhappy. The Duke of An's family was upset. Today's scene was embarrassing. Although the youngest daughter-in-law's family was to blame, Wen's actions also looked bad. One mistake after another showed she lacked the grace of a proper wife. Wen's family was from a modest background, with only a 5th-rank official position, and they had been promoted by the Duke's family. Coming from a small family, they couldn't compete with the more powerful Marquis's family. Wen was even angrier. All her plans to make a strong impression failed, and she lost a fine white jade bracelet. She felt she had lost face and dignity. When the Duke of An left, Wen also stood up and left quickly. The remaining people looked at each other, speechless. The family gathering ended on a sour note. Meanwhile, at the Mingwei general's residence, Su Sheng sat in his study, staring at a landscape painting and lost in thought. Yesterday was the big day when Zhuo Qixing married Hu Jing'an. He had sneaked into the crowd during the celebration. But that night, he had a strange dream. In his dream, Zhuo Qixing was dressed in a bright red wedding gown, sitting shyly on the bed, looking at him with a mixture of embarrassment and hope. The candlelight flickered, casting a glow on her beautiful face. And the groom who lifted her veil was none other than Su Sheng himself. Left Qixing's 10-mile red wedding dress, carrying a very rich dowry to marry him. The scene was so real that it made him doubt, as if it had already happened before. When he woke up in the morning, the scenes from his dreams were still vivid and clear. Su Sheng sat quietly for a long time. Could it be because Left Qixing was supposed to be his wife? Even though their marriage was later changed, they had been engaged for many years, so he dreamt of such a strange scene. Su Sheng decided to keep this matter to himself and not let anyone know. Wanting his sister-in-law was not something a decent person would do. At this moment, in the Henglu courtyard of the Nguagong residence, Left Qixing and Hu Jing'an entered the yard. They both changed their expressions completely from earlier in the main hall. Left Qixing remembered what just happened and couldn't help but laugh, teasing. Fourth young master who really is a father who doesn't love his daughter. Hu Jing'an sat down and poured himself a cup of tea, feeling quite happy. Thanks to the lady for protecting me. You're welcome, Left Qixing said with a smile. Since I am married to the husband, I will protect you well. Hu Jing'an. Protect you well? Was that meant for him? It felt strange, like he was missing his lines. Left Qixing thought that with his personality, he could still pretend at home, probably to achieve some goal. But since Hu Jing'an didn't say anything, she didn't want to ask. When he wanted to speak, he would naturally say so. However, the plan to move out separately may not happen anytime soon, so we can only wait and see. Hu Jing'an watched her smile for a while before saying, "Let's rest first. This afternoon, we will visit the old lady. Does the old lady have any special preferences?" Hu Jing'an once said that in this family, only the old marquis's wife needs special treatment. This shows her important position in his heart, so the gift given should not be as casual as this morning's. The old lady prays at the temple and doesn't lack anything. Showing her respect is enough. Zhuo Qixing nodded, recalling a string of agarwood prayer beads in her dowry. Her maternal grandmother once obtained them at Hugua Temple, blessed by Master Huigong, and they were said to be very rare. She then asked Baofeng to find that string of prayer beads. After the afternoon rest, Zhuo Qixing and Hu Jing'an went together to Fusho residence, where the old lady was. This time, she changed out of her flashy outfit and looked much gentler. Old Madame Hu, nearly 70 years old, had gray hair and looked quite energetic. When she saw Hu Jing'an bringing his new wife in, she hurriedly greeted them warmly. "Enter, the old lady has finally seen you get married." She wiped her eyes with a handkerchief and said, "This also shows some acknowledgement to your mother." Grandmother. Hu Jing'an casually bowed, but it was clear that his attitude was more affectionate than in the morning when he was serving others. "These years have been hard on you," the old lady said, holding Hu Jing'an's arm with what seemed to be deep affection. Her grandson had been known for his strong will since childhood, living alone abroad for 20 years. Now, almost 21, he was finally returning to Beijing to settle down. It was truly a difficult journey. Following Hu Jing'an's instructions, Zhuo Qixing behaved like a noble lady from a noble family, speaking and acting very properly. Her manners were flawless, completely different from her earlier respectful tea ceremony, which made the old lady very pleased. Additionally, the gift Zhuo Qixing gave was very much to the old lady's liking, making her smile happily. She then invited the two to sit down, serve some snacks, and wanted to chat with them longer. "Are you feeling okay now?" the old lady asked Hu Jing'an with concern in her eyes. Zhuo Qixing looked on, probably understanding that Hu Jing'an had been poisoned. Hu Jing'an appeared relaxed and replied, "I'm fine. Dr. Su has been taking care of me, and I am getting better." In fact, he was indeed much improved, thanks to his new wife. However, he didn't want to openly say that, so he just mentioned Dr. Su's care. The old lady took his hand, patted it gently, and sighed softly. "If only. Oh well. You, child, have a hard life. Grandmother, I am doing well. I will definitely outlive you," Hu Jing'an said with a very carefree look. "You little rascal. The elderly lady playfully patted him, and he made her laugh. It's settled then. Although I'm over 60, I feel healthy enough to live another 30 years without any problem. That sounds good, but if you want to see me again later, you'll have to wait another 30 years below. Haha, alright. The old lady loved hearing that. You better keep your word. Zhou Qixing also laughed. I've never seen a grandparent and grandchild who are always arguing about who will live longer. As long as you all live a long life. Yes, the old lady smiled with her eyes crinkling. My good granddaughter-in-law is so wise. That's right. Hu Jing'an patted her hand and said, since this marriage, my luck has turned around. Your granddaughter-in-law is truly my lucky star. Great. The old lady was even happier. She repeatedly agreed, then took Zhou Qixing's hand and placed both their hands together. She said, you two should live happily. As for the people in this house, just ignore them. If you have any trouble, come to Grandma. That's really wonderful, Hu Jing'an said without hesitation. Now that you've said that, don't complain about us bothering you in the future. If we miss a meal of meat, we'll come find you. The three talked for about an hour. When the old lady looked tired, Zhou Qixing and Hu Jing'an stood up to take their leave. Before leaving, the old lady's maid, Quan, came out and handed Zhou Qixing a wooden box. This is a small gift from the elderly lady to the fourth lady. I hope you and the fourth young master live happily together. The elderly lady specifically asked that if you need anything, you can buy it yourself. Thank you, maidservant, Zhou Qixing replied, taking the wooden box. Please also thank the elderly lady for me. All the maidservants bowed and said, I will go back now. Zhou Qixing looked again toward Fusho residence, then followed Hu Jing'an back to Henglu courtyard. The box given by the elderly lady was light. When Zhou Qixing opened it, she found a stack of silver notes inside. She counted them and saw there were about 60,000 taels. Having money makes things easier. It seems she understands the difficulties Hu Jing'an faces in this household. Seeing Zhou Qixing happily holding the silver notes, Hu Jing'an remembered the wedding gift he had prepared separately. He handed her another box, which contained 200,000 taels in silver notes. Looking at the thick stack of 260,000 taels, Zhou Qixing pretended to weigh it and said with a smile, What a generous gift, husband. Hu Jing'an made a small bow and smiled. All of this belongs to my wife. As for the wedding gifts, if they enter the Marquis's household, who would benefit more? He didn't think much of his former fiancé, who had no good qualities. This approach suited Zhou Qixing's wishes. She put away the thick stack of silver notes, and her smile became even more genuine. Hu Jing'an looked at her smile and felt dizzy from how dazzling it was. Then I also have a gift for my husband, Zhou Qixing said, meeting his expectant gaze, as she handed over a small, flat box. Hu Jing'an looked at her mischievous eyes and felt something was off. He never expected to receive a gift, so he was very eager and reached out to take it. When he opened it, his face changed. In just a few moments, his expression shifted several times, and when he looked up again, his gaze towards Zhou Qixing was warmer and more intense. He never would have guessed that the gift from his wife was two thick, beautifully bound fireproof maps. What does this mean? Did he perform poorly last night? He was quite satisfied with himself. Did calling for water 4 times still not help? For a moment, Hu Jing'an felt a mix of emotions and wished he could immediately take her to the bed to prove his strength. However, Zhou Qixing's expression showed no sign of embarrassment. Her eyes sparkled with a smile. She felt she had received such a valuable treasure that could improve her special abilities, so she naturally wanted to get closer to him. Since they were to be close, it was better if they both felt happy and relaxed. Hu Jing'an hesitated for a long time, then took the box and went to the study. Such books were better read alone in private. As evening fell, the candlelight flickered in the house. After finishing her daily tasks, Zhou Qixing turned and went to the purification chamber. Jining and Rui Xian were helping her take a bath. The big bath was filled with precious herbs and spices. When the water cooled a bit, Jining would add hot water. Zhou Qixing let out a comfortable sigh, feeling that this was truly a good day. After her bath, she put on her nightgown and returned to the bedroom. She saw that Hu Jing'an was already sitting on the bed. He looked slightly red in the face and still had a faint dampness on his body, clearly just finished bathing. As Zhuo Qixing approached him slowly, Hu Jing'an quickly stood up and took her hand. He pursed his lips before speaking. "I've finished reading." He was referring to the 2 fire prevention diagrams. Before their marriage, he had also seen such things, but the ones Zhuo Qixing gave him today was very different. It seemed more focused on teaching how to make a woman happier. Zhuo Qixing looked at the man in front of her. His eyes seemed to burn with passion, and his breathing was a little heavier. He took her hand and led her toward the bed. She asked, "Does the front courtyard have an extra room?" "I need a study." Hu Jing'an was not interested in anything else at the moment. "We'll talk about those tomorrow. First, let's check how well I've learned." He said this and, without waiting, pulled Zhuo Qixing onto the bed with him. During the night, Zhuo Qixing experienced double happiness. This time, she carefully felt the growing energy that was active because of Hu Jing'an, nourishing her wood element's supernatural power. She was wrapped in soft green light, as if surrounded by clouds, feeling happy and relaxed. Hu Jing'an was the same. This time, he felt even more comfortable than last night. The healing energy was purer, making him feel more at ease than ever before. By midnight, the noise in the inner room finally stopped. Hu Jing'an took a moment to calm his breath, then looked down at the person in his arms. Zhuo Qixing's small face was flushed, and she looked sleepy. "Wife, how do you feel?" he asked, tightening his arms, eager to get an answer. Zhuo Qixing gently shifted and mumbled, "Very good." Hu Jing'an was satisfied and held her close as they both fell into a deep sleep. On the 3rd day after their wedding, it was the day to visit family. Zhuo Qixing slept until she woke naturally. It was already late morning when Jining and Rue Xian helped her get ready. When they finally finished and went out, Hu Jing'an was already waiting in the front yard. He wore a dark blue robe that made him look tall and handsome. Seeing Zhuo Qixing coming over, he stepped a few paces forward, took her hand, and together they got into a carriage. By then, in the main hall of the Jing'an Marquis's residence, everyone had been waiting for a while. Someone who went out to ask about the situation returned and said that the Duke of An's estate did have a carriage prepared, but more than half an hour had passed, and no one had appeared. Only Zhuo Qiyue remained calm and composed. Hu Jing'an would never stay to accompany Zhuo Qixing back home. He rarely appeared at the Duke's residence, always elusive and hard to find. In the last life, even on their wedding night, she only saw him once and didn't speak a word before he left. This time, Zhuo Qixing was probably going to lose face again. "Father, big sister hasn't come back yet. Maybe something is holding her up, so she probably won't return," Zhuo Qiyue said carefully. Although the Marquis of Jing'an didn't say anything, he also thought his eldest daughter might not come back. She was becoming more fiery, and who knew what trouble she might have caused at her husband's home. That son-in-law was also very mysterious. He had only met him 3 times. It seemed unlikely they cared much about returning home now. As noon approached, he sighed and said, "All right, let's break up here." He was about to stand up. Just then, Wang Ji hurried in from outside and reported, "Marquis, the young lady and her husband are already at the door." Jing'an Marquis was surprised, a bit taken aback, at this hour. But it was good they came back. He nodded and said, all right, let's go out and greet them." He stood up, no longer sitting, and led his family toward the door. When they left the house, they saw Hu Jing'an holding Zhuo Qixing's hand, helping her down from the carriage with careful and serious attention, showing he valued her greatly. Duke Jing'an immediately felt more at ease. After all, he was the one who arranged this marriage. If Zhuo Qixing had a hard time, knowing her personality, she would probably come to him to cause trouble, which would give him a headache just thinking about it. Now, seeing the two of them getting along well, he felt his worries were finally eased. Standing behind him, Zhuo Qiyue was shocked and stared wide-eyed. How could this be? Where did the problem arise? Why did Hu Jing'an come back with Zhuo Qixing? In her second life, she married the same young Master Hua who had just returned to the capital. Her looks were not much worse than Zhuo Qixing's. Why was there such a big difference now? Zhua Qiuyue couldn't believe her eyes. She even wondered if her rebirth was just a dream. Otherwise, why were the people the same? But the events had completely changed from her previous life. The young servant carrying the return gift from the Duke's carriage was lowering it down. Zhua Qiuyue was stunned for a long time before she finally looked away from Hu Jing'an and focused on the return gifts. The gifts were simple and proper, following the usual customs for returning home. They would be normal for an ordinary family, but compared to the status of the Duke's house, they seemed a bit lacking. This made her feel slightly reassured. It showed that Zhua Qixing was not highly favored even in the Duke's household. At this moment, Hu Jing'an helped Zhua Qixing down from the carriage and deliberately glanced toward the right side of the street. Standing there in a rough official uniform of the city patrol, Su Sheng paused, seeming a bit guilty, but not retreating. He knew today was Miss Zhua's return-home day. Since early morning, his patrol had been focused only on the Jing'an Marquis's residence. For some reason, he just wanted to see his former fiancée, the Miss Zhua who was supposed to marry him. In his dreams the day before, Miss Zhua had married him as if it were real. Yesterday, he dreamed again of their daily life together. She was a gentle yet strong woman, fully devoted to him, doing many things for his career. Since the new year, whenever his parents mentioned Miss Zhua second, they sighed heavily, which also affected him unconsciously. He thought Miss Zhua second was very good and suited him perfectly. But he still couldn't resist coming to take a look at his former fiancée, Miss Zhua, the woman who had married him in his dreams. When Zhua Qixing looked up, Su Sheng saw her clearly. At that moment, he couldn't quite describe how he felt. The woman getting out of the carriage wore a red cloak with a white fox fur trim, making her look like a fairy fallen to the mortal world, more delicate and beautiful than he remembered. Compared to her, the second young lady on the opposite side appeared duller, not just in appearance but also in spirit and charm. That figure, after bowing politely to Marquis Jing'an, was helped inside by Lord Huixi and disappeared from sight. Su Sheng was momentarily stunned, feeling a mix of emotions inside. He had never regretted changing the marriage arrangement, but now he felt a strange sense of loss and sadness. He didn't even notice the gaze cast by Zhua Qiuyue. Until the door of Marquis Jing'an's residence closed, he stood there in a daze for a while before turning around to check other areas. After entering, Zhua Qixing and Hu Jing'an parted ways. Hu Jing'an was called to the front yard by Marquis Jing'an for a talk, while Zhua Qixing followed the women to the back courtyard. She headed straight to Ningxiang Courtyard, where Lady Shen, the current head of the household, and Zhua Mingyao were present. No one greeted Zhua Qiuyue, but she followed along anyway. At this moment, Zhua Qiuyue felt very complicated inside. She was reborn and used all her means to swap the marriage, so she could decide her future husband before marriage. She knew very well what kind of situation the Nguogong's residence was in. The head lady, Madame Wen, only pretended to be kind on the surface, but was actually narrow-minded. The three sisters-in-law didn't get along well, and her younger sister, spoiled since childhood, seemed gentle but was actually very competitive. Most importantly, the man she married, Huixi, was not only short-lived but also full of a rough, unruly spirit. He completely ignored the responsibilities of the household and was rarely seen around the estate. For some reason, she just wanted to see what kind of life her older sister would have after getting married. The Yanxiang courtyard still looked the same as before, with every plant and piece of furniture unchanged since she left, only now there were fewer servants. Zhua Qiuyue went ahead of Zhua Mingyao and took the seat closest to Zhua Qixing, ignoring whether others welcomed her or not. Zhua Qixing glanced at her, clearly seeing through her little scheme. She was just curious to see how badly she was doing after her rebirth. Big sister, Zhua Qiuyue didn't care about Zhua Qixing's cold attitude and spoke directly. How are things at the Duke's residence? Are you used to it? Very well, Zhua Qixing replied perfunctorily. This answer didn't satisfy Zhua Qiuyue. She watched Zhua Qixing's expression, feeling that she was just pretending to be fine for the sake of appearances. I heard that the Duke's second wife is kind and gentle, Zhuqiu continued, pretending curiosity as she tilted her head and asked, "Is that true, as the rumors say?" Zhuqixing looked at her with a half-smile and replied, "I've only met her once. Whether she's kind or not will become clear as we spend more time together." But she extended her left hand, showing the ring on her thumb and the jade bracelet on her wrist, deliberately waving them in front of Zhuqiu to make her see clearly, then continued, "This is a gift from the Duke and his wife for our meeting. They seem to be good people." Left Zhuqiu looked at the two items in her hand, unable to believe her eyes, and covered her mouth in shock. How is this possible? She recognized both items immediately. The ring was a rare possession that Duke never parted with. She had seen him wear it many times. Even after she left the Duke's residence and remarried, the ring remained his favorite and was never given away. As for the fine white jade bracelet, in her previous life, Mrs. Wen had included it in Himei's dowry, which had made her very jealous for a long time. But now, how could all of these have ended up in Zhuqixing's hands? Everyone had only met after their wedding, so why was there such a big difference? She still remembered that on the second day after her wedding, she went alone to pay her respects with tea. That fourth he saw her once, and then disappeared. After paying respects, Duke didn't give her anything. Mrs. Wen even made things difficult for her for a while before reluctantly giving her a very ordinary jade bangle. If she had thought earlier that Zhuqixing was forcing a smile, now she was convinced otherwise. Deep inside, she felt both unwilling and extremely curious, as if scratched by a cat's claw. How did Zhuqixing manage to use some trick to receive such special treatment in the Duke's residence? Because Left Zhuqiu's surprised gaze was so obvious, all the women in the hall turned their eyes toward her. After a moment, she realized it was inappropriate. She straightened her posture slightly and smiled, saying, "Look at me," being amazed by such a beautiful piece of jade. Left Zhuqixing spoke harshly, sarcastically saying, "Second sister, you should be more careful in the future. Your behavior doesn't quite match what we expect from a young lady of the Ho family." Hearing this, Zhuqiu clenched her hand tightly around her handkerchief. It was as if he was pointing at her nose, criticizing her for being shallow, unwise, and for looking down on her. Zhuqiu's face turned sour. She didn't want to come here to be criticized. Ever since the engagement exchange, her older sister had changed completely, treating her very badly. Last time she was even beaten and kept in pain for a long time. But today, she was eager to find out how Zhuqixing was doing at the Duke's residence, so she forced herself to come back to Ningxiang courtyard. However, after a few words from Zhuqixing, she didn't get the answer she wanted. Zhuqiu was still not willing to give up and said, "Brother-in-law seems very caring. My older sister should be quite satisfied." Hearing this, Zhuqixing's eyes lit up. Satisfied. More than satisfied, Zhuqixing said sincerely. "He is gentle and warm, except for one thing, he's a bit too clingy." This was said with genuine honesty. Ho Si was a great treasure that could improve her ability level. She felt like she had found a treasure. Seeing Zhuqiu's disbelief, she sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thanks to second sister for exchanging such a good marriage for me. Every time I think about it these days, I feel very lucky." Left Zhuqiu took a long time to realize what she was talking about. Whether she was satisfied or not, and what she meant by enthusiasm. What kind of nonsense was that? Being overly clingy. What kind of thing was that? Horsai being enthusiastic? Clingy? Are those words really suitable to describe him? She still vaguely remembers how cold and indifferent Horsai was. He seemed to carry a constant aura of gloom and coldness that made it hard to look directly at him. That can't be true. Left Zhuqiu didn't want to believe what she was hearing. But when she thought about how carefully Horsai helped Zhuqixing out of the carriage just now, and then looked at Zhuqixing's face, full of joy, it suddenly felt like a soft needle stabbing her heart. It wasn't very painful, but it was very uncomfortable. Everywhere she felt uneasy. It shouldn't be like this. Everything was so different from what she knew. For a moment, she even doubted whether the life she had lived was real. But the past 6 months of being with Su Sheng had helped her regain confidence. Su Sheng's hobbies and temper matched her memories perfectly.
He was still her Su-lang.
After Zhuo Qixing responded to Left Chuyue, he ignored her and turned to chat and laugh with Zhuo Mingyao. Left Chuyue felt distracted and restless. She couldn't focus on what she was hearing from Zhuo Qixing and others. Soon, she stood up, claiming she wasn't feeling well, and left. At this moment, she felt a wave of loneliness. Annie had been sent to the family shrine for almost half a year, and because of that, she couldn't find anyone to talk to about her problems. Now that Zhuo Qixing is married, it's time to speak to her father and try to bring Auntie back from the shrine. But Wang Auntie, that mean person, always keeps control of Marquis Jing'an and has managed to win him over completely. It's not easy to bring Lu Auntie back. In Ningxiang courtyard, upon seeing Zhuo Qiyue leave, Lady Shen smiled and said, "Since you got married, our Marquis's residence feels even emptier. Without a main wife, Lu Auntie went to the family shrine, Zhuo Qixing got married, and Zhuo Qiyue doesn't interact with Lady Shen anymore. Only Wang Auntie remains, and recently, she has become Marquis Jing'an's favorite. The large Marquis Jing'an residence feels almost empty." "I don't think that's a bad thing," Zhuo Qixing said. "Fewer people, fewer problems, and it's peaceful." "That's true. Once a few years pass and the two young masters get married, the backyard will be livelier." "Not necessarily." Zhuo Qixing paused, then looked up at Lady Shen and said, "Father might be thinking of taking a new wife." "Oh." Lady Shen was a bit surprised this time. "The Marquis hasn't mentioned that." Zhuo Qixing learned about this from Cheng Dian, who told her that Marquis Jing'an had met with Inspector Qin from the Imperial Censorate and Li Longzhong from the Ministry of Rights, and even visited Lady Wen's old residence. Qin the censor and Li the doctor share a common point. Both have old maids waiting to be married. Qin's eldest daughter has delayed her marriage due to mourning her father, and she is now 21 years old without a match. Li's daughter also delayed marriage because her betrothed was punished before the wedding, and she is also quite grown up. The Marquis of Jing'an usually doesn't socialize much with these two. Now, when they meet alone, it naturally causes some speculation. Mrs. Wen Yuan, the widow, is actually the Marquis of Jing'an's aunt. The Marquis's father died early, and he didn't remarry. Besides Aunt Lu causing trouble, there was no one to manage the household, which caused delays. If he has plans now, he will need to ask a close elder for help to smooth things over. From these events, Zhuo Qixing concludes that the Marquis of Jing'an wants to remarry his late wife. Shen Auntie listens to Zhuo Qixing and pauses for a moment before saying, "That's a good thing." Zhuo Mingyao also nods seriously. "Our Marquis's household should have a main wife. Usually, when there's a banquet or gathering, our household has no women to attend, so over time, we've become distant from other families. Although Zhuo Mingyao is young, she speaks confidently, like a little adult." As she said, the Marquis of Jing'an used to favor Aunt Lu, and now he favors Aunt Wang. It wouldn't make sense for him to take his aunts to banquets. It's been about 8 or 9 years since Lady Lin passed away. Usually, the Marquis goes alone to such events, which has indeed reduced opportunities to build good relations with other families. "Exactly," Lady Shen said, patting Zhuo Mingyao's hand. She added, "Now, there are 2 young gentlemen in the house who are close to marriage age, and with Yaoer, having a proper main wife would make matchmaking easier." When talking about marriage, Zhuo Mingyao didn't seem shy. She remained serious and nodded in agreement. Lady Shen continued, "But I also think the Marquis probably has some intention of letting Lu Nyang out." Zhuo Qixing wasn't surprised. The Marquis of Jing'an is honest, but easily influenced and not very ruthless. Lu Nyang and he, as young spouses, had been punished to stay at the ancestral temple for a long time, and she kept remembering her good qualities. Madame Wang, though favored, had difficulty stopping this for so long. Before Zhuo Qixing got married, he was worried she might cause trouble after being brought back. Now that the eldest daughter is no longer at home, and the second daughter occasionally mentions it, her previously fragile resolve has naturally loosened. Plus, in 3 months, Zhuo Qiyue will be married, and she will want her aunt to handle the arrangements herself. Also, for the Su family, it wouldn't look good if the bride's mother was punished and absent from the wedding. Zhuo Qixing nodded and said, "If there are problems I can't solve, I can send someone to the Duke's residence to find me. Lady Shin and her daughter both expressed their thanks. In the front yard, the Marquis of Jing'an and his son stared at Hu Jing'an for a while, unsure of what to say. After a moment, Marquis Jing'an broke the silence first and said, "Jing'an, it's been almost a year since you returned to the capital." Hu Jing'an nodded and replied routinely, "Yes." "Then, does the Duke have any plans for your future?" Typically, young men from noble families are arranged to hold some official position when they come of age, such as overseeing the city, guarding the palace, or even joining the 6 ministries or the Court of Judicial Review. But Hu Jing'an is already 21, and it's been 10 months since he returned to the capital, yet there has been no news. Hu Jing'an's face remained calm, and he said softly, "No."
Then,
"Do you have any thoughts?" Marquis Jing'an wanted to suggest that he could first donate a position, but he remembered that the Duke's estate probably wouldn't spend money on the son, so the Jing'an Marquis estate couldn't either. He paused and said, "Xing's dowry is quite generous. Maybe you can discuss it. You could first find a minor official position in the capital and then gradually work your way up. With so many family members in the court, they could always help a little. After all, the Jing'an Marquis and the Nguogong families are related by marriage." Marquis Jing'an also hopes to connect with the Nguogong family, so he can pave the way for Zhuo Qiuyang's future. Hu Jing'an frowned, very displeased with Marquis Jing'an's words. It clearly sounded like he was encouraging his son-in-law to covet his daughter's dowry. What kind of confusing talk was that? But because of Zhuo Qixing's relationship, he didn't lose his temper. He only kept a serious face and said, "No." Then he stopped talking, clearly refusing to continue the conversation. The 2 younger ones couldn't find anything to talk about, and the room returned to a tense, silent atmosphere. Fortunately, it wasn't long before it was time for lunch, mainly because they arrived quite late. The Jing'an Marquis residence had few people, just 3 daughters, 2 sons, and the Marquis himself, so they simply set up 2 tables. When Hu Jing'an entered, his first glance was at his wife. Seeing her still smiling happily, he relaxed and sat down to eat. At one table, only the women sat because the concubines couldn't join. The 3 sisters from the Zhuo family sat together. Zhuo Qiuyue looked unhappy and kept glancing toward Hu Jing'an's direction. He still appeared as cold and serious as she remembered, but he seemed even more handsome now. His movements were a bit awkward but also relaxed and carefree, as if influenced by years of wandering in the martial world. Honestly, compared to Su Sheng, he was much more impressive. When put side by side, the difference was obvious. But all of this was temporary. Su Sheng had a bright future ahead, being appointed as a top national protector general, while Hu Jing'an was destined for a short life and was poor, living off the meager monthly allowance from the Nguogong estate. Thinking this, she felt Su Sheng was better. But if only they could combine the best of both, Hu Jing'an's looks and Su Sheng's bright future, that would be perfect. In just 15 minutes, Zhuo Qiuyue had looked at Hu Jing'an more than 20 times. Hu Jing'an's brow furrowed more and more, and even Marquis Jing'an noticed that Zhuo Qiuyue was acting strangely. There is no way a young woman who is not yet married would look at her brother-in-law like that. Zhuo Mingyao watched Zhuo Qiuyue's behavior and felt unhappy. Because there were many people, she cleared her throat twice to make Zhuo Qiuyue calm down a bit. But Zhuo Qiuyue was unaware and seemed distracted, her mind lost somewhere else. In her heart, she darkly thought that Hu Jing'an was her husband, and he would be her husband forever. If she could make Hu Jing'an fall in love with her, what would Zhuo Qixing do? She might be heartbroken. Suddenly, Zhuo Qixing slammed her chopsticks on the table with a sharp, crack sound. "Stop looking at my man, or I'll gouge out your eyes." Her sudden outburst startled everyone present. The room fell silent, and Zhuo Qiuyue's heart skipped a beat. Only Hu Jing'an showed no reaction on his face, but he was very pleased inside. This feeling of being claimed as her own was strange, but very warm and addictive. It made him feel important to her, and he didn't want anyone else to touch her. He was already planning how they would get along in the future. Zhuo Qixing's big reaction drew everyone's attention to her, and each person looked at her with different expressions. The Marquis of Jing'an thought to himself, "My eldest daughter is so happy with this son-in-law." When we exchanged relatives before, it was so difficult, negotiations and promises. If I had known, I would have just brought him here to meet her directly. Maybe she would have agreed, without any trouble. Zhua Nancheng. Big sister is so confident. I like her. Next time, if I feel upset, I'll go to her for help. Zhua Mingyao. If I want to speak as confidently as big sister, I need to stand in the right position. In the future, when I get married, I should try to find a family with higher status. Zhua Qiuyang. That's so rude. Such words are not proper. Even though it's a family feast, speaking so harshly damages the dignity of the noble lady. Father should punish her seriously. In the silence, Zhua Qiuyue's face turned red very quickly, and tears started to fall as she choked out, "Big sister, why do you have to say such things to me? What am I bothering you about?" She looked as if she had suffered endless unfairness. Zhua Qixing snorted coldly and scolded, "You're bothering me while I eat? You're disgusting." Zhua Qiuyue's face instantly turned pale, as if she couldn't bear the blow. Her body wavered, but she still tried to defend herself. I just looked at brother-in-law a few times, but I was just curious. After all, I was engaged to him before." Before she could finish, she was interrupted by a louder sound of chopsticks being put down. Hu Jing'an, with a cold face, slammed his chopsticks on the table, then stood up. His gaze met Zhua Qixing's, and he said coldly, "Let's go." Originally, Left Qiuyue was unhappy about her marriage and caused trouble by trying to change her match, even secretly contacting her former fiancé. Now that the other person is already married, she still hesitates and acts strangely, which makes others dislike her. She also claims that her original fiancé was Hu Jing'an. Such matters should have been kept secret between the two families, but she insisted on bringing it up, which puts Hu Jing'an in a difficult position, as if he were just a pawn chosen by the Jing'an Marquis's household. Left Qixing cooperated fully, stood up quickly, and left with Hu Jing'an. This unpleasant lunch was better not to be eaten at all. "Hey, son-in-law, wait a moment." The Marquis of Jing'an looked displeased as he glanced at Left Qiuyue, stood up, and tried to stop her. "Don't take such small matters to heart." Hu Jing'an, concerned about Left Qixing, paused and politely nodded to the Marquis, saying, "I will take my leave first." Left Qixing, who was beside him, didn't even say goodbye, clearly showing his displeasure. The Marquis of Jing'an was annoyed by Left Qiuyue's inappropriate behavior and also irritated by Left Qixing's disobedience. In the past, she often disobeyed at home, but now she even did so in front of her son-in-law, which was truly upsetting. This son-in-law, who should have been a good relation, had now become a source of tension. After the couple disappeared from sight, the Marquis of Jing'an turned around and glared at Left Qiuyue, scolding, "You insisted on changing the marriage no matter what, and now you're regretful?" No. Left Qiuyue quickly waved her hands and shook her head to deny. "My daughter is not." "Father, the daughter definitely did not mean that. She was just curious earlier." The Marquis of Jing'an's chest rose and fell, but he thought that it was normal for a young girl to be curious about someone she almost married. However, her behavior was a bit too much. In the end, he didn't scold her much, snorted coldly, and turned away. The homecoming banquet ended on a sour note. When Mr. and Mrs. Zhua Qixing got into the carriage, they both relaxed. Zhua Qixing looked mischievous and teased, "The new son-in-law has a very bad temper." Hu Jing'an's face remained calm, but his eyes showed a smile. Likewise, they looked at each other and smiled. Hu Jing'an recalled how his wife had protected her food just now. The more he thought about it, the more interesting it became. After a moment, he squinted and said, "Xingxing, I am very pleased with what happened today." Zhua Qixing was surprised. When did she get another nickname? Something like a monkey or baboon. Also, where was this guy so happy? She couldn't see it. Hu Jing'an continued, "From now on, I want us to be like this." Zhua Qixing nodded confusedly, then decided to change the subject. "Where did you live during the 20 years before returning to the capital?" "Nanlin Mountain." Hu Jing'an replied without any sadness about being away from home for 20 years. He answered as if he had just eaten somewhere yesterday. "It was originally a place where a nursemaid took me to live on a farm. When I was less than 3 years old, the nursemaid died, and I was taken in by a Taoist priest from Nanlin Mountain to become his disciple. Left Qixing's attention was caught, being taken as a disciple by a Taoist priest. Then you must be a young Taoist. Have you broken your vows now, Hu Jing'an? My master didn't ask me to become a monk. He spoke about his past life without showing any sadness. Left Qixing smiled gently, patted his chest, and pretended to be surprised. That's a relief. That saves me from competing with the 3 pure ones for you. Probably he can't compete with you, left Qixing. His joke was a bit cold. So, you haven't had contact with Beijing for a long time? Hu Jing'an smiled, a strange smile. My grandmother sends people to Nanlin Mountain every year to deliver some things. Besides that, we probably have occasional contact. Left Qixing nodded. It's clear your master is a good person. He was also well taught. He's a playful old man. Hu Jing'an's smile now carried some warmth, showing how much respect he had for his master. When Wenshi was served tea, Left Qixing made a face, feeling upset. When he went back, he thought about how to deal with Left Qixing. In this era, a mother-in-law had many ways to handle her daughter-in-law. But from what happened during the tea ceremony, it seemed this daughter-in-law wouldn't be easy to handle. Wang Mama, who was nearby with Mistress Wen, she was the one who handed things to Mistress Wen during tea service, stepped forward quietly and whispered, "It's always important to set rules for the new wife when she first enters the family. Madam shouldn't be too kind-hearted. The rules that need to be made, our noble family must enforce." "That's true," Mistress Wen replied, tidying her hair in the bronze mirror. She thought Wang Mama's words suited her very well, but she didn't show any obvious happiness. Since ancient times, the mother-in-law has had the right to be strict, and it is natural for the daughter-in-law to serve her. Then let her come to Chunshan residence to serve from the early morning of the next day, Mistress Wen ordered. Wang Mama immediately responded and gave a subtle signal to the main maid, Chun Lu. Chun Lu nodded and left. Soon after, a young maid from the main courtyard arrived at Hung Lu Court. "Please tell the 4th young mistress to come," the maid announced as she entered the courtyard and bowed to Zhuo Qixing, saying, "I am here to deliver a message for the madam." Zhuo Qixing said nothing. The maid, not receiving a reply, continued. "The madam said that now that the first 3 days of the wedding are over and the visiting ceremonies are complete, the 4th young mistress should start coming to Chunshan residence to serve the madam for breakfast from early morning." "Oh," Zhuo Qixing replied lightly, without even lifting her eyelids. Having delivered the message, the maid bowed again and left, her expression showing a lack of enthusiasm. Clearly, her attitude reflected that of her mistress. She had just gone out when Hu Jing'an returned from outside. Seeing Zhuo Qixing sitting on the bed, he casually asked, "That young maid who just left, was she from Chunshan residence? What did she come for?" Zhuo Qixing didn't get up. She reclined lazily and watched Hu Jing'an take off his outer coat and change into his regular clothes. She replied lazily, "She came to deliver a message, saying I should set some rules at Chunshan residence starting tomorrow." "Setting rules is pointless," Hu Jing'an said with a cold snort as he continued dressing. "She really thinks she's important. Don't bother with her. That won't do," Zhuo Qixing said with a playful smile. "Since I'm such a filial daughter-in-law, I should listen to my mother-in-law. Starting tomorrow, I will serve her well." Hu Jing'an paused for a moment while changing clothes, then tidied his collar, sat beside Zhuo Qixing and said, "Then just play around as you like. Just don't get into serious trouble." "What do you mean, just don't get into serious trouble? Does she look like a bandit?" Zhuo Qixing pretended to hit him lightly. Hu Jing'an made a show of clutching his chest and fell onto the bed. His acting was becoming more and more skillful. The two of them fussed and played in the room, while a few young maids, used to such scenes, quietly moved away. At Chunshan residence, Madame Wen called the young maid who had just delivered the message. "Xiao Lian, did you deliver the message? What did they say at Henglu Court?" The maid named Xiao Lian bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, madam." The 4th young mistress responded with a nod. "How did she respond?" Xiao Lian frowned and said, "She just said, 'Oh.'" Wen's eyebrows also furrowed in confusion about her response. She sat up straight and asked, "Tell me in detail." Describe everything from the moment you entered until you returned. Don't leave out any part. Yes. Xiao Lian explained everything about passing the message at Henglu Court and finally added, when I came out, I just happened to see the fourth young master entering quickly. I don't know if he had something urgent. Wen pondered for a moment and said, you may go now. After the young maid left, Wen looked at Madame Wang and asked, do you think she will come tomorrow? Madame Wang reached out to gently massage Lady Wen's shoulders and smiled. Whether she comes or not doesn't matter. If she does, just teach her proper manners. If she doesn't, it will be seen as disobedience to her mother-in-law and unfilial behavior, and she can't escape that label. That's true. Lady Wen nodded, thinking about her once good reputation, which was now ruined by the fourth young master. Her heart filled with resentment, and she already planned how to deal with her daughter-in-law tomorrow. Unbeknownst to her, the two people at Henglu Court completely ignored her and were happily enjoying themselves. The next morning, shortly after dawn, Zhuo Qixing was already up. She now had the precious treasure, Hu Jing'an, with her every day. Thanks to her wood element special ability, she was very healthy and strong. She could stay awake for days and nights without issue, so waking early was no problem. Hu Jing'an saw her wake up and hesitated to reach out to her. His eyes almost opened wide, and he mumbled, it's so cold outside. Why bother to care? Zhuo Qixing gently patted Hu Jing'an's cheek and softly said, be good. Go back to sleep. I'll be back soon. Then she got up, dressed quietly, without a maid, and headed straight to Chunshan residence. At this moment, Chunshan residence was very quiet. Clearly, Mrs. Wen was still asleep. It was 4 a.m, a time when people are most relaxed. The old woman on night duty at the gate had also fallen asleep. Zhuo Qixing didn't wake her. She quietly entered the yard. The Guo family estate had been peaceful for many years. All the courtyards were very safe, and the young maids on guard had little alertness. Zhuo Qixing jumped in through the window directly into Mrs. Wen's room. She silently stood by her bed, took out a luminous pearl, and placed it on her chest. The pearl's glow made her face look ghostly pale. Then she softly called, Mother, Mother, Mother. Her voice was gentle and distant, with a strange, ghostly quality, slowly and persistently entering Mrs. Wen's ears. Mrs. Wen was awakened by her and frowned as she opened her eyes. What she saw was a face as pale as death, with long black hair hanging down, covering half her cheek. Her dark eyes stared fixedly at her, and she was calling her in a sinister way, like a fierce ghost from the underworld. With a loud, piercing scream, Mrs. Wen suddenly jumped out of bed, barefoot, and hurriedly ran outside. This sudden noise woke the maid on duty, and the housekeeper quickly rushed into the room. The young maid brought a candlestick, illuminating the room immediately. Only then did they see the situation inside. Zhuo Qixing was standing in the center of the room, her clothes and hair a bit messy, but her face was calm and nothing seemed wrong. Mrs. Wen was trembling in the corner, wearing only her inner clothes and barefoot. Her face was pale, her lips trembling, clearly frightened. Madam, Madam, what's wrong? The young maid put down the candlestick and went to help Mrs. Wen. The housekeeper also hurried over, pressing her hand to her forehead and rubbing her chest. After a while, Mrs. Wen finally calmed down. She took a deep breath and looked at Zhuo Qixing with strong resentment. Why are you here? Mrs. Wen asked sharply, then quickly realized her appearance was not appropriate. She hurried to the bed and asked the maid to help her put on her outer clothes. Zhuo Qixing blinked innocently and smiled very gently, replying, Mother, yesterday the maid in your room specifically came to find me to serve you. Could she be lying about what she told you? Her tone sounded like she was about to go find someone to settle the score. Mrs. Wen was so angry her chest heaved. She wanted her to come and set things straight, not to scare her. At this moment, the others in the yard heard the commotion from the main house and gradually came out. Madame Wang was the first to rush in. Seeing the situation inside, she immediately went to support Mrs. Wen and looked at the young maid on duty, asking what happened. The young maid was also confused. After a moment of hesitation, she told the truth. Madame Wang, I heard the lady's voice and went inside to see the fourth young mistress standing in the room. She couldn't say more and could only describe the fourth young mistress as calm and composed, while her own lady was frightened and had shrunk into the corner. She dared not say anything else. Mrs. Wen put on her outer coat, took a sip of hot tea to calm herself, and then sat properly on the bed. She looked directly at Zhuo Qixing and said seriously, "Who allowed you to come so early? And how did you get in?" "Without any notice. You entered the inner chamber. Do you have no manners?" "Oh, Mother, look at what you're saying. Mother asked me to come at the hour of Mao, and as her daughter-in-law, I naturally should come earlier. Since I'm here, I can't just serve the meal. I also need to help you get up." Mrs. Wen felt a bit safer surrounded by maids and servants, but the scare she had just experienced still lingered. Seeing Zhuo Qixing's face now made her feel uncomfortable all over. If she had to face her today, she probably wouldn't even be able to eat. Thinking of this, her anger grew stronger. She ordered, "Your disturbance of the matron is truly unfilial. Today, you will kneel in the yard for an hour to reflect on your actions." Mrs. Wen looked at her with displeasure, and now she didn't even want her to stand. She only allowed her to kneel, which still couldn't ease her anger. She wished she could drag her away and give her 20 lashes to vent her frustration. When Zhuo Qixing heard Mrs. Wen tell her to kneel in the yard, she seemed to be caught off guard at first. Then she slowly opened her eyes, as if suddenly realizing, and covered her face with a handkerchief, crying out, "I thought my mother-in-law was kind, but I didn't expect her to deliberately make things difficult for me as a new wife. She wasn't satisfied even when I served her at dawn, and in the cold winter, she made me kneel outside. That's not how a servant should be treated. Today, I will go back and tell my grandmother everything so she can help me get a divorce." Boo-hoo! As she spoke, she pushed the door and ran out quickly, rushing back to Hanglu Courtyard. Her face, hidden behind the handkerchief, showed no tears, but instead a mischievous smile, like a little fox. Mrs. Wen was so surprised she almost fell over. Her scream was so funny. She looked nothing like a noble lady, more like she had seen a ghost. In fact, she had just seen a ghost. She walked back while laughing, and when she reached the courtyard, she didn't stop. Hu Jing'an had already gotten up. When he heard the noise, he came out to see her. Seeing Zhuo Qixing's expression, he relaxed and stepped forward to hold her in his arms. As he led her inside, he asked, "How is she?" Actually, seeing her return so quickly, he knew everything was fine. Left Qixing was still smiling, saying, "It's quite fun. I'll go again tomorrow." Hu Jing'an secretly worried for Madame Wen, then took Left Qixing into the room to ask for details. Hearing this, he also happily said, "I sent some secret guards to follow you. Even if things get loud, we're prepared." Having someone to back him up felt good, so Left Qixing also hugged him in return. It was still dark, and the two of them continued a deep detox activity, only stopping at dawn. Meanwhile, at Chunshan residence, chaos was everywhere. Left Qixing suddenly ran away without warning, and Madame Wen was caught off guard. She already had 3 daughters-in-law, and each of them was respectful to her. They would never dare to go west if told to go east. A woman, when married, the mother-in-law is like a big mountain blocking her way. Who would dare to oppose her? In the past, she never heard that the daughters of the Marquis of Jing'an's family behaved like this. If she had known earlier, she would never have agreed to this marriage. She would do everything to ruin it. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Madame Wen was trembling with anger, her chest rising and falling, breathing heavily, almost fainting. Nanny Wang stood behind her, gently patting her back. "Madam, calm down. Getting angry over such a person isn't good for your health." Mrs. Wen never imagined she would meet someone like this. Late at night, she dressed up as a ghost to scare her mother-in-law, who then scolded her and made her kneel. Instead of feeling remorseful, she ran away. Is this really a daughter-in-law? It's more like a debt collector. Madame Wang, who was quite old, had never seen such behavior before. She could only go along with Mrs. Wen and said, "It seems that the lady of Jing'an Marquis' estate has no mother to teach her manners. That's why she's become so unruly. People say that a daughter without a mother can't get married. Now I see it's true." Madam, calm down. Madam Wang stood up and poured her a cup of tea, handing it to her. Look on the bright side. Luckily, she's married to the fourth young master. Mrs. Wen thought about what Wang said and realized it made sense. If her own son had married such a wife, she'd be worried to death. Now that the fourth young master is married, and later the second young master inherits the title, the other sons can be given their shares. Even if there's trouble, it's the fourth young master's own problem. No, that's not right, Mrs. Wen thought again. Such a rude woman. How can our noble family tolerate her? She disrespects her mother-in-law and has no manners. I will have Lord Gua directly dismiss her. Oh, madam, think about it. Who would divorce their wife just 5 days after the wedding? That would be hard to explain. Besides, the fourth young lady isn't from an unknown family. The Marquis of Jing'an and the Marquis of Jinan are both powerful families. They wouldn't want to fall out completely, right? Mrs. Wen clutched her chest, stood up from the bed, and paced around the room. She couldn't calm down for a long time. Mother, I just can't swallow this anger, she said. If you can't swallow it, then let it out, Wang Mama replied. Tomorrow, call her again and make sure she comes at the right time. This time, gather all the strong women from the outer courtyard. Can't we handle a young lady? Hearing Wang Mama's words, Mrs. Wen finally felt a bit better. She sat back on the bed and thought about the scene where a group of strong maids had grabbed Sui Qixing. They could do whatever they wanted with her, twist her arms, squeeze her, or toss her around. If she refused to obey, they would slap her hard first, then press her down on the bench and give her a few whacks. She didn't believe her stubborn nature could stand that. Thinking this way, she felt quite satisfied. Then I will follow what Mama said. Mrs. Wen finally calmed down a bit, but she had no appetite all morning and barely ate anything. By noon, Xiulian came to Hengluo Garden. She said that the lady had caught a cold and was feeling unwell, so Sui Qixing was to go to Chunsen residence at the right time tomorrow morning to take care of her. She also emphasized that it must be exactly at the right time, not early. If the lady hadn't gotten up, Sui Qixing should wait in the yard and not enter the house. Sui Qixing happily agreed. The next morning, she did not go to scare anyone again. Instead, she went to Chunsen residence right on time, around 6 o'clock in the morning, just as Mrs. Wen had said. She went alone, without any maids. She caused trouble alone, and the Wen family couldn't blame her much. But if a maid came out with her, even if they didn't fight, it would still be wrong. When she wasn't around, people might blame her unfairly. Spring Mountain residence was still quiet. The moment Sui Qixing entered, the gate was closed by the gatekeeper woman, giving a feeling of trapping a fish in a jar. Sui Qixing raised an eyebrow but paid no attention. She walked quickly to the main door and asked the young maid guarding there, "Has the madam gotten up?" The maid shook her head and replied, "Not yet. Please, fourth young lady, wait inside the yard for a while. It's too cold outside. I might catch a cold." Since the madam is sick and hasn't gotten up yet, it seems her condition is serious. She might not get up today. There's no point in waiting here. I'll go back now. When the madam gets up, she can call me from Hengla Courtyard. Fourth young lady, what are you saying? The maid was already annoyed. Who would stand at their mother-in-law's door and curse her for being seriously ill? She wouldn't even wait a little longer in the yard. But Sui Qixing ignored her completely. After speaking, she turned and left. Wait a moment. At this moment, Granny Wang led a group of people out from a side room. The group was made up of burly women from the outer courtyard, all rough and strong. Each carried a commanding presence, like a fortress that no one could break through. More than a dozen maids quickly spread out and surrounded Sui Qixing tightly. In their imagination, such a delicate young lady surrounded by fierce onlookers would surely be so frightened she would lose her composure. However, the reality was completely different from their expectations. The woman, Sui Qixing, looked calm and unbothered, as if she had expected this all along, remaining very composed. Despite this, Madame Wang stepped forward and said seriously, "Madame Fourth, since you have married into the Duke's family, you must follow our family rules. In this household, Disrespecting your mother-in-law is a serious crime, so Qixing looked at her silently. Madame Wang, not waiting for a reply, continued. Yesterday, because of Madame Fourth, you were frightened and caught a cold. Today, I am giving you a small warning. I hope you will learn to be more respectful to your elders and be a good, obedient daughter-in-law. At this moment, Madame Wen also came to the door, watching Zhuo Qixing's difficult situation, and finally let out a sigh of relief. She was thinking that after today, she would send 2 maids to teach Zhuo Qixing proper manners, making sure to break her stubbornness and remove her sharp edges, so she would be more obedient and less rebellious. Zhuo Qixing looked back at Madame Wang and smiled, saying, "You old dog are quite confident. Why don't you try sticking your head into the wash basin and see if you have the skill to lay a hand on me?" After saying this, she turned and walked out the door. Madame Wang was so angry she nearly died. She had served Madame Wen for over 30 years, and in the household, no one disrespected her. She was almost like a second mistress. But one day, she was humiliated in such a way that her face turned red with shame. Immediately, she waved her hand, telling the maids to go and hold Zhuo Qixing. This time, she not only wanted to vent her anger for Madame Wen but also to punish Zhuo Qixing herself. Madame Wang's idea of punishment now seemed twice as harsh. The dozen or so maids, following Wang's order, rushed towards Zhuo Qixing. They got close to her at the front, but the others couldn't push through from behind, so they surrounded her tightly. Madame Wen stood at the door watching, feeling very pleased with how things were going. She had already thought about what to say and how to humiliate Zhuo Qixing once she was caught. However, what happened inside the yard was beyond everyone's expectations. Zhuo Qixing, somehow, used her skills, and the few maids near her suddenly cried out and fell to the ground. Some clutched their stomachs, others their legs, all crying out in pain. Because she was surrounded by a crowd, Madame Wen didn't even see what Zhuo Qixing had done. It wasn't until the people inside the circle had all fallen and only a few scattered outside remained that Madame Wen and Madame Wang finally saw what was happening inside. Zhuo Qixing, using some quick moves, struck down one maid with just 2 hits, knocking her to the ground, unable to get up again. Left Qixing's fighting skills were developed through countless life-and-death battles in the end times. Every move was fierce and deadly. For her, these women, although strong, had no training at all. They were just slightly stronger than ordinary people. She could easily defeat 100 of them alone. Soon, all the dozen or so women fell to the ground and couldn't get up. At this moment, Granny Wang's mouth was wide enough to hold an egg. She never expected that Left Qixing was also skilled in martial arts. Seeing the strong women fall in front of her, Left Qixing took 2 steps forward and approached Granny Wang. Before she could react, she punched her in the stomach. Granny Wang was shocked and felt a sharp pain spreading from her abdomen. She let out a loud cry and curled up into a ball. Her once rounded waist could no longer straighten. Winsher stood at the door, witnessing everything. After yesterday, she was frightened again in a different way. After Granny Wang fell, Winsher quickly retreated into the house, no longer wanting to show herself. Before closing the door, she saw Left Qixing turn her head and look at her. Their eyes met, and Left Qixing gave her a smile. For some reason, that smile, which should have been sweet, made Winsher feel like she was falling into an icy pit. Her body hairs stood on end. She felt a warning, as if Left Qixing might suddenly rush over and punch her, regardless of her status as her mother-in-law. Left Qixing knocked down many women and then left quickly. Mrs. Wen nervously paced inside the house. Chunlu found a few people to carry the women lying all over the yard outside. After a while, the atmosphere at Chunshan residence finally calmed down. It was time for breakfast. The kitchen brought out various dishes, neatly arranged, but Mrs. Wen had no desire to look at them. At this moment, she was anxious, upset, annoyed, and scared, all feelings mixed together, making it hard for her to stay calm. The door opened from outside, and Huomeyu came in. She usually came to have breakfast with Mrs. Wen when there was nothing special. Today, when she entered the yard, she felt something was wrong. There was no guard woman at the gate, No maid to greet her, and even Wang Mama, who always waited in the yard, was nowhere to be seen. Huimeyu hurried into the main room and saw Mrs. Wen looking worried and uneasy. "Mother, did something happen, Mayu?" Mrs. Wen said as if she found her support, quickly stepping forward and holding her daughter's hand. "Mayu, listen to what I say. Your new sister-in-law, Zhuqixing, you must stay away from her in the future." "Why?" Huimeyu asked with doubt. "Did she upset Mother? Don't mention it. It's too frustrating." Mrs. Wen sat down with her daughter and told her about what had happened over the past 2 days. Hearing that Zhuqixing had come out late at night to scare people, today she found the maidservant and beat her up, then also hit Lady Wang. Huimeyu was very surprised and quickly asked, "Did she disrespect my mother?" Mrs. Wen frowned deeply and said, "What respect? There are many places where she shows no respect." But she also knew that her daughter was asking whether Zhuqixing had physically hurt her, so Mrs. Wen shook her head slightly. Seeing Mrs. Wen deny it, Huimeyu felt relieved. After a moment, she said, "We can't go on like this. Mother, if she keeps controlling us, won't the Duke's residence become her world? How can we still have any authority? I'm afraid even my brothers might be affected. Then what can I do? Now I see her. Her reputation is completely gone. I can't fight her. We can only tell father to handle her with family discipline," Huimeyu said thoughtfully. "Such a wicked daughter-in-law. No family would want to keep her. If it really comes to that, we might have to send her away from the Ho family. She has broken many rules, and even the Marquis of Jing'an can't blame us." Mrs. Wen sighed deeply, thinking that this was all she could do. She didn't want to bother Lord An with household matters. Last time, because her 4th son lost face at the wedding, he had become cold toward her. Her reputation hadn't been restored yet, and now she might have to send away her new daughter-in-law. She didn't know how the Lord would react. Just thinking about it made Mrs. Wen not want to face it. The mother and daughter ate breakfast listlessly, both looking quite serious. When initially only casually arranged for Hu Jing'an's illegitimate daughter to marry into the Marquis's household, she never expected that this would eventually bring about such a great trouble. If she had known earlier, she would never have agreed to the marriage. Such a woman, married into the general's household, would surely be dealt with by a military man. Huimeyu put down her chopsticks and said seriously, "Mother, I remember something." "What is it?" "Earlier this year, I heard at a banquet that Zhuqixing asked the Marquis of Jing'an for 30 soldiers. They trained these soldiers to be bodyguards, and they were kept at the Marquis's estate. Now that she married into our noble family, I wonder where these people have been assigned." "Is this true?" Wen was even more surprised and asked quickly, "Where did you hear this from?" Huimeyu replied, "It was from her illegitimate sister. They don't get along well. Once, at the Grand Princess's residence, she slapped her sister in front of everyone. Who knows what was behind that? After that, her sister didn't appear in the capital for 3 months. Such wickedness," Wen sighed. "With her arrogant and rude personality, who could she be friends with?" Huimeyu hesitated and said, "There is one person she is close to, the Duke of Ying's family. Pa. Truly a gathering of scoundrels. If I had known this, I would never have let her in." "It's too late now," Huimeyu frowned. "She has already entered the house. It's hard to send her away. We should discuss this carefully with father." After breakfast, Huimeyu took her maid and headed toward her courtyard. As she stepped out of Chunshan residence, she saw Hua Zhonghua walking toward her. "Second brother." Huimeyu greeted him with a gentle smile. Hua Zhonghua frowned, took a few steps forward, and held her arm. "Mayu, what's wrong? Are you facing any trouble?" Usually, she would softly speak to him while holding his sleeve, but this time, even her smile was strained. "Second brother." Huimeyu hesitated for a moment before speaking. "It's not a big deal. It's just that the new second sister-in-law has been disrespectful to Mother. I am worried about it." Second sister-in-law, Hua Zhonghua didn't have many thoughts at first. The last time he saw her was during the wedding when they registered their marriage. He remembered she was quite rude. But no matter how rude a woman is, she is still just a woman. If she's disrespectful to Mother, then Mother can just discipline her. No need to worry. It might only upset her and make her sick. Seeing his light-hearted expression, Huimeyu sighed inwardly and said, "Perhaps mother and second brother should talk about it." She was about to turn and leave. Hua Zhonghua quickly stopped her and handed her a small, square wooden box. It was engraved with delicate cloud patterns and decorated with beads, with 3 small characters. Tsuehua Tower. It was from the most popular jewelry shop in the capital. The Tsuehua building only operated for a few months, but all the jewelry inside was very unique and finely crafted. Naturally, the prices were also very high. Passing by Tsuehua building, I went in and bought this. Jade, you can play with it. Huimeyu took the small box and opened it. Inside were a pair of simple pink pearl earrings. To highlight the value of the pink pearls, the earrings had no extra decorations. They consisted of 2 white gold hoops with pearls hanging from them. The craftsmanship was very delicate, with no visible signs of polishing, showing superb skill. Huimeyu immediately liked them and smiled sincerely at Hua Zhonghua. "Second brother, that was thoughtful of you." Hua Zhonghua looked at her and the pink pearls, which suited her very well. He praised with a smile, "They look nice and suit you." The family loved their only girl very much. When the brothers went out, they often brought small gifts to make her happy. Huimeyu put away the earrings and was not in a hurry to leave. "Second brother, why are you here at this time? Didn't you go to court early?" Hua Zhonghua took her along as they headed to Wen's house. He said, "I received a task yesterday and I need to go out for a few days. I plan to tell mother." Wen was already listening to their quiet conversation inside. When she saw her eldest son come in, her expression softened a little. "What task is it? Why so sudden?" "This is about building a dam in Bo City." Ho Zhonghua took the tea handed to him by Chun Lu and took a sip. He said, "Spring is coming soon. The Imperial Observatory says it will rain a lot this year. All the dams across the country need repairs. I was assigned to work in Bo City. It's nearby, so it's not too difficult. No matter how far or near, you must be careful when you go out," Mrs. Wen advised. "Bring more people with you, and don't be stingy with money when you're outside." Mrs. Wen has high hopes for her son. The reason the Nguagong family hasn't officially made him the heir is because of her careful planning. She believes her talented son is capable of being the heir. "Son, I understand," Ho Zhonghua replied. "By the way, I heard from my sister that mother was upset with her daughter-in-law." Mrs. Wen sighed deeply. "Yes, it's true. She's really bringing home a troublemaker. Mother, there's no need to get angry. Just punish her if she's wrong," Ho Zhonghua said. Mrs. Wen sighed again and told him about the trouble caused by Zhuo Qixing. Hao Zhonghua, upon hearing this, was furious. He stood up suddenly and slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "This is going too far. I've never heard of such a woman. She's truly unworthy of being a wife." Miyuho tugged at his sleeve and teased, "Second brother told mother not to get angry just now, but now you're the one getting angry. I've never heard of a mother-in-law letting her daughter-in-law be bullied. Such a woman should be driven out. We were just talking about this with mother. If it comes to that, we might have to wake up father." Hua Zhonghua squinted his eyes, lost in thought. He said, "Let my father handle it first. If he can't, I will deal with it when I return from Bo City." Soon after, Hua Zhonghua finished talking with Wen Shi and then left the house with Huimeyu. Huimeyu watched Hua Zhonghua's expression, her eyes flickering as if she was thinking. She casually said, "I heard that Zhuo Qixing is not someone easy to mess with. In the past, someone hired assassins from Xing Luo society, but they didn't manage to do anything to her." Hua Zhonghua sneered, "Didn't expect she's quite capable." He didn't say more. In this capital city, making someone disappear without a reason is not difficult at all. Huimeyu paused, then looked at Hua Zhonghua with a hint of warning in her tone. "Second brother, you must be careful. Don't worry, little sister." Second brother is leaving now. He needed to go back to his courtyard to get his luggage. In his thoughts, Wang Fengling had been waiting for him for a while. When he returned, she hurried over and asked with a smile, "Did you say goodbye to mother?" Hua Zhonghua nodded and said, "I won't be home these days. Take care of things at home and spend more time talking with Meiyu." Wang Fengling had already prepared his things and placed them on the table. Now she responded with a smile, her eyes shining with concern. Hua Zhongguo looked into her eyes, smiled, and said, "Wait for me to come back. Today isn't enough time. Why talk about inappropriate things?" Wang Fengling reached out to hit him. "I'm asking you, have you forgotten something?" "Forgotten what?" Hu Zhongguo touched his head. He couldn't think of anything he might have forgotten. Seeing his expression, it seemed he truly had forgotten. Wang Fengling, feeling a bit shy, reminded him, "I heard you went to Cuihua Tower yesterday to buy something?" Hu Zhongguo nodded and said, "Yes, I bought a pair of earrings. Today, I saw some beautiful jade in the yard, so I let her play with it." Wang Fengling couldn't help but smile at that moment. She learned from the servant that her husband bought jewelry at Cuihua Tower yesterday and naturally thought it was a gift for her. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be a surprise for someone else. Thinking about her shy and bashful reminder earlier, Wang Fengling's face turned red. She felt wronged and couldn't help but feel upset. "What's wrong?" Hu Zhongguo didn't notice her feelings at first. Seeing her eyes welling up with tears, he finally realized she was upset. He frowned and said, "As the older sister-in-law, you wouldn't even care about such a small gift, right? Jade is the only girl in our family. When she gets older, she'll need to get engaged. It's right for us to spoil her a little." "Of course not." Wang Fengling clenched her teeth to hold back her feelings and forced a smile. "I wouldn't argue with my little sister. I still need to pick out a couple of things to send to her tomorrow." Hu Zhongguo reached out and gently touched her cheek. "That's right. As the older sister-in-law, being generous is the right way." He finished speaking, then carried his luggage and left the house, together with the young servant Mao Xiang waiting at the door. Meanwhile, Wang Fengling, who stayed inside, could no longer hold back her tears. She should have already gotten used to it. Since she married into the Duke's household, her husband always prioritized his younger sister and even asked her to respect her mother-in-law and treat her sister well. But whoever treated her kindly, no one in the Duke's house caused trouble, so Zhuo Qixing happily invited Lian Ran to go to Anyuan Tower to watch the fun. Recently, debates about the Tanhua mistake were still ongoing, sometimes mixed with other topics. Anyuan Tower had become a gathering place for scholars and writers in Beijing. Zhuo Qixing looked at the crowded first floor and said to Lian Ran, "Later, I should ask if the shop next door sells anything. If we can connect and set up a bookstore, that might work." "That's difficult," Lian Ran replied with a smile. "Thanks to your Anyuan Tower, business on this street has improved a lot. Most people probably don't want to sell now. You've brought this on yourself." "Well, it depends on whether my offer is good enough," Zhuo Qixing responded as they went upstairs. As the saying goes, there's no wall that can't be broken through. Only people who don't try hard. Zhuo Qixing still planned to ask Qing Dian to inquire. They reached the second floor and didn't go into a private room, just leaned on the railing to watch downstairs. At this moment, the scene below was very lively, with a heated argument between a group of people. They were debating the right and wrong of the female lead's actions in the Tanhua mistake. This is the theme for the next issue of the Shangjing Monthly. With 5 days left before the deadline, many people want to make a strong impression and stand out in this debate. A group led by a scholar in white robes supports the idea that women should be faithful for life. He stands in the middle of the crowd, passionately quoting classics. The sage said, "Loyal ministers do not serve two rulers. Virtuous women do not change husbands." Women in our era should read the teachings of women from a young age, which clearly state, a husband may remarry, but a wife should not have two husbands. In the story, the mistake of the top scholar. The top scholar made a mistake, but the noble lady's role was to guide and influence, to lead the family onto the right path, not to fight violently over small disagreements and embarrass her in-laws. Imagine if all women in the capital acted like Li from that play. If they caused trouble whenever they felt wronged by their husbands, wouldn't chaos ensue? After he finished speaking, many students nodded in agreement. In this era, the words of a sage carry great weight. Opposing him was a man in blue clothes who remained unmoved. When the white-robed man finished, the blue-clad man spoke. "Brother Lin, your words are mistaken. Is the chaos in the world caused by women suffering minor wrongs? A gentleman values virtue. A petty person values land. A gentleman upholds discipline. A petty person seeks kindness. If one follows the way of a gentleman, women can find stability and purpose. If one follows the way of a petty person, even if wives leave and children are scattered, it's not others' fault. Do criminals always have their wives involved in their crimes? His words sparked some discussion, and many people agreed with him. The two men exchanged several rounds of debate. Lien Ran lazily leaned on the railing of the second floor and said, "This young man in blue speaks more pleasantly." Zhuo Qixing looked a bit sleepy, yawned while covering his sleeve, and said, "They're all talking about whether saints say anything or not. In the end, they lack a bit of vision. Most of these people's knowledge comes from books, and they treat what's in the books as the only truth, lacking independent thinking." Zhuo Qixing found both sides quite boring. Lien Ran said, "Women are difficult to deal with. It's already impressive that this person can prioritize virtue. That's not easy." Zhuo Qixing gently tapped her head and said, "When we go back, I'll argue for you so you can see more." Lien Ran covered her head, about to reply when a male voice came from downstairs. "Madam, there's no need to wait until you go back to discuss. Why not argue now so we can all learn something?" The voice came from directly below them, in their blind spot. After he finished speaking, a tall, thin young man came out from below. He wore a scholar's square scarf on his head and a faded gray rough cloth short shirt. His voice was loud enough to stop the ongoing debate, and everyone turned to look toward the second floor. Neither of the two upstairs was shy. They remained calm under the gaze. Zhuo Qixing looked at the tall, thin young man and asked, "May I ask your name, young sir?" "I am Umo." The tall, slender young man took 2 steps back, nodded politely to the upstairs, showing good manners, but his expression was wild and free. Zhuo Qixing suddenly remembered something. That name. She recalled it now. In the original story, Umo was a trusted aide of the Fifth Prince. He played a very important role in the Fifth Prince's rise to the throne and was a rare talent. She didn't expect him to still be wandering among common people at this moment. Zhuo Qixing immediately became interested. Maybe because she had been a leader at the base for a long time, she loved talented people the most. "Since young Master Yu is eager to invite me, I will humbly accept," Zhuo Qixing said, standing up. She looked down at the scholars and writers in the hall, then fixed her gaze on Umo and asked, "Young Master Yu is well educated. If you gain power, what do you seek?" Umo didn't expect her to ask this. He paused for a moment but then answered seriously, "To bring peace to the country and serve the people." Zhuo Qixing nodded. Young Master Yu has a heart for the world. Respectable and admirable. "So, what kind of life do you wish to serve for the people?" When she asked this, many students on the first floor frowned. They often talked about serving the people, but how to serve and what kind of life to serve they had never really thought about. Umo quickly responded, "To care for the elderly in their old age, to help the strong in their work, to nurture the young, and to support the disabled, the orphaned, the widowed, and the lonely." Left Qixing nodded again and asked, "If the words of the sage conflict with your great wishes, how would you choose? Would you follow the sage's advice or stay true to your heart?" When he said this, there was a noisy murmur below. What kind of question is this? The sage's words are the truth. How can the sage's words contradict helping the people? Helping the people is also what the sage said. What does she say these things for? How does it relate to today's debate? Actually, many people read books just to improve their social status and may not have grand ambitions. But even so, no one would say that openly. They always talk about righteousness and justice outside. Umo's answer was very firm. He said, "I choose to stay true to my heart." All right, then I will ask the first question about today's debate. If a woman is harmed or killed in her husband's family for money, does that contradict what you just said about caring for the weak, the widowed, the orphaned, the lonely, and the disabled? If someone is harmed or killed, how can there be care? That would destroy their ability to be cared for. The scene was silent for a moment. Many people hadn't thought about these two things together. Many couldn't understand, especially those conservative people who had just stood with Lin Xiaohong, their faces showing impatience. This is just a hypothetical situation. Didn't Li sure survive? What kind of question is this? If she had died, wouldn't it be too late? In the story of The Wrong Choice of the Third Scholar, it describes how the protagonist discovers her husband's family's conspiracy just before they plan to harm her for money. Everyone was talking about different things, and the entire hall buzzed with discussion. Umo didn't dwell on it further. He bowed again to the second floor and said, "Thank you for your guidance." Zhuo didn't explain anything. She only asked him a few questions. All the answers came from him, making his words more convincing.
Umo suddenly understood.
Although many scholars debated here for 10 days without reaching a conclusion, Zhuo words cleared the fog. Everything became clear. But Zhuo hadn't finished speaking. She looked at the people downstairs and focused on Lin Xiaohong. She said, "Earlier, young Master Lin said that Lady Li should guide her husband to do good. May I ask, young Master Lin, Lu Wenju has already become a top scholar, yet he can't do what many wise men couldn't. Why rely on a woman who is about to be harmed in her own family?" Lin Xiaohong looked displeased but forced himself to reply, "That's just nonsense. Since ancient times, a wise wife can cause trouble for her husband. Many treacherous women have caused chaos in history. If women could always guide their husbands to do good, there would be fewer conflicts in the world." TSK. Zhuo openly showed contempt for Lin Xiaohong's disdainful expression. He smiled and said, "In this world, when a woman lacks talent and virtue, it's blamed on her being unworthy. When the country is in chaos, it's because of women. People often say, women have long hair and short knowledge, but when needed, women are accused of being unworthy, causing chaos. So, women are like bricks. Wherever you need them, you move them. Especially good at taking the blame, right? You." Lin Xiaohong pointed at the second floor, speechless with anger. He was well known among scholars, well-versed in classics and history, proud of his knowledge. Usually, he was very confident, and he had never been put in such an embarrassing position by a woman. The surrounding voices of discussion made Lin Xiaohong feel unbearable. He felt he had lost face and seemed as if everyone was watching him. After a moment, his face turned red. He swung his robe and sleeves, then stormed out the door. The hall fell silent for a moment because of Lin Xiaohong's departure. However, Zhuo looked at Umo's expression and asked, "Young Master Yu, do you want to continue? Does the lady have more insights?" "I am eager to hear them." "Then I will talk again about being consistent from start to finish," Zhuo continued from earlier. "Regarding what young Master Yu said about people's livelihood, I would summarize it in 4 words: sufficient clothing and food. Do you agree? If people lack clothing and food, not only the elderly, widows, orphans, and disabled can be supported, but even ordinary people cannot survive. Moreover, when the granaries are full, people will know proper manners. Everything is built on the foundation of a prosperous livelihood." Umo thought for a moment and nodded without hesitation. Zhuo asked, "Where do food and clothing come from?" Umo answered, "From hard work." Zhuo asked, "Who does the work?" Umo replied, "People." Zhuo asked, "In that case, is a prosperous society with many people or with fewer people better?" Umo said, "A society with many people is more prosperous. Throughout history, when a country is strongest, its population is usually the largest. When war or natural disasters occur, people are displaced and the population quickly decreases, making it hard to have enough food and clothing." Zhuo asked, "In your ideal world, do you prefer many people or fewer people?" Umo answered, "Many people." Zhuo said, "If a widow remarries and has 3 children, then the country gains 3 more people. If she has 5 children, then 5 more people." By this point, Umo understood clearly. More people mean more workers. More workers mean more resources. With abundant resources, his ideal can be achieved. For the people, it means enough food and clothing. For the country, it means more tax revenue.
Umo was deeply shocked.
He had never thought that a widow remarrying could be so closely related to people's livelihood. If a widow remarries and has 3 or 5 children, what about widows in the entire country? If the court encourages widows, divorced women, and women who have left their husbands to remarry, how much more labor could that bring? For the first time, he felt that some sayings of wise men might actually harm the country. Zhuo no longer said anything. For people of this era, some ideas are deeply rooted, and talking more is often useless. It's better to give a little inspiration and encourage them to think for themselves beyond what books teach. Nowadays, discussing women's social value or where women excel compared to men might backfire. Nothing is harder than changing a person's thoughts. Change takes time, like eating a meal one bite at a time. Start by showing the pros and cons, and focus on topics they care about. Umo clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Zhuo Qixing, saying, "Today I have learned a lot from you." Zhuo Qixing was very pleased with his reaction. This person is flexible, not stubborn, and has a firm mind. He is truly talented. The noise downstairs grew louder, but Zhuo Qixing took Lian ran back to room 3, disappearing from everyone's view. It was obvious that many of these people still held old ideas, thinking that starving to death was minor, but losing their integrity was a big deal. However, some clever people could understand the truth. Zhuo Qixing called the waiter and asked him to find Chengdian. The waiter went to do as told. After the door closed, Lian Ran excitedly tugged on Zhuo Qixing's arm and said, "Today, you really impressed everyone." Lian Ran had never seen Zhuo Qixing like this before. She didn't argue with those people. She only asked a few simple questions, which made Umo convinced, and in the end, they all bowed to her. For a moment, she felt that she had made a very good friend. The handsome man in the green robe, who had looked pleasing just moments ago, was now completely forgotten. The two of them ate and drank for about 15 minutes when Chengdian knocked on the door and entered. Seeing Zhuo Qixing, he bowed first. "Master. Sit down first, then we'll talk." Zhuo Qixing invited him to sit. He also ordered more tea snacks to be brought in before saying, "There is a scholar named Umo downstairs. Later, you should go and invite him. If he doesn't respond, then support him in the imperial exams." Yes, Chengdian didn't ask many questions. He fully trusted that his master was capable and had a plan. Whatever instructions he received, he would follow. "Also, I see some clever people in the hall. Keep an eye on them recently. If anyone is useful, bring them in. Collect some craftsmen outside who know strange or clever skills too." Chengdian asked uncertainly, "Is there a limit to the number?" "No," Zhuo Qixing said generously. "Gather all the useful ones." Chengdian happily accepted the order and left. Within an hour, he returned and reported to Zhuo Qixing that Umo had agreed and was arranged to stay at the newly built estate. Zhuo Qixing nodded and said, "Good. We need someone to entertain scholars and talented people. Does he have any other requests?" Chengdian said, "He still wants to continue taking the imperial exams." "That's fine." Zhuo Qixing tapped the table with his finger. "Make sure his treatment is good, give him a higher monthly allowance, and don't restrict what he does." Chengdian chuckled and teased, "If you keep talking like that, I might start to envy you too. Would you like to swap you and him?" Chengdian quickly waved his hand. "Haha, no need for that." Chengdian only said this out of politeness. He definitely didn't envy him. Right now, he was receiving all the profits from Zhuo Qixing's shops. With so much money, he couldn't spend it all. Once everything was settled and there was still time, Lian Ran started gossiping about Ma Yongren with Zhuo Qixing. "Last time he came here to confess to me, I felt something was off. Recently, I sent someone to follow him. Guess what?" Zhuo Qixing eagerly looked at her, urging her not to keep him in suspense and to tell him quickly. Lian Ran rolled her eyes at her. His mistress, seeing that she couldn't get in, took her child back to her family. Then her brother, along with a group of rowdy townspeople, went to Ma Yongren's house and beat him up again. Zhuo Qixing burst out laughing. "It's a shame I wasn't there to see it myself." "Who said I wasn't?" Lian Ran shrugged. "When I got back, I scolded that young man. Next time something like this happens, he should come to me first. Of course, you should also invite me. I love watching this kind of lively scene. You're already married into the Duke's household. Do you think you can just come out and watch the fun whenever you want?" Lian Ran asked skeptically. "That was really impressive," Zhuo Qixing said with a smile. "Our yard is closest to the northwest corner gate, where I placed an old woman named May. It was the same May woman who used to guard her mother's storeroom. After I took her in, she was stationed at the corner gate to keep out any troublemakers, so no evil spirits or monsters could get through." "That's great. I was worried I wouldn't be able to find you after you got married, Lien Ran said happily. Then she added, Ma Liangren back then was spending my money while pretending he was just a poor man. Now that he's returned to poverty, he's really suffering. The last time he came to see me, he was so desperate probably because of this. He's quite good at acting, Zhuo commented. The way he showed regret, deep feelings, and sadness back then was really over the top. If I knew how things would turn out today, I wouldn't have acted that way in the first place. Exactly, Lien Ran said while munching on some snacks. A few days ago, he came to see me again. I ignored him and went to meet Lu Zian instead, who is the daughter of Minister Lu. Honestly, he's dreaming if he thinks marrying the daughter of a high official will make him rise quickly. I have to say, his plan was pretty good. The Minister of Personnel is in charge of appointments and dismissals. If he managed to marry into that family, it would be the biggest shortcut to success. And then, Zhuo asked as a small dish of sunflower seeds was brought over. She was happily eating and listening. What else could happen? Now, everyone in the capital knows his name. Who would dare to marry him? And even if he didn't become famous, the man I divorced and I, that little peacock Lu Zian, would definitely not look up to him. Left Qixing thought about Miss Lu Zian, who always looked down on others with a proud attitude. Then he looked at Lien Ran and said with disdain, "You really were blind back then. Who isn't?" Lien Ran frowned as she sipped her tea, also unable to understand her past self. He lost face several times. The head scholar of the Hanlin Academy told him to stay at home and reflect. Recently, he hasn't even been on duty, so his future looks bleak. His conduct is poor, he won't go far, left Qixing sighed. Some people think too highly of themselves. When they get something they don't deserve, they don't cherish it. They only realize the truth after losing it. Yeah, Lien Ran shrugged. His mother, who thinks she's a talented scholar, has been causing trouble at home these days. Because they can't pay the monthly allowance, the maidservants all ran away. That old man is now doing chores himself and regrets it deeply. That's good. A high-status daughter-in-law's year of experience is over. After gossiping about her ex-husband's family with Lien Ran, she returned to the Duke's residence and heard that the Duke of An had called Hu Jing'an away. No need to guess why, she didn't bother about it. She took out paper and brush and started drawing jewelry designs. Recently, the business at Suehua Tower has been booming. Some high-end custom jewelry requires her personal touch in designing. Left Qixing has been thinking about training a team of designers. Hu Jing'an was called to the study by Duke N, just as she expected. "Do you know why I called you here?" Duke N asked directly, with a serious expression and a commanding presence. Hu Jing'an seemed unaware and looked straight into Duke N's eyes, replying, "I don't know." Duke N frowned, clearly annoyed with him. Recently, many problems had arisen at home, all related to him. "Your new wife, the Lady Zhuo, should be told to leave today." "Father, what are you saying?" Although Hu Jing'an was prepared, he still looked shocked and took a step back. "I have only been married to Lady Zhuo for 6 days. During this time, we have been harmonious, and she has done nothing wrong. Why should I divorce her? She is the legitimate daughter of the Marquis' family, not someone we can just do as we please with." "What legitimate daughter?" "I think she's just a troublemaker," Duke N said, looking at him with anger. He was impatient and said, "It's only been 6 days since the wedding, and she has already disrespected her mother-in-law several times. If this continues, she might as well fly away." "How does father know she disrespects her mother-in-law?" "I see her being very polite. Recently, we've been keeping a low profile. Besides, her mother sent someone to call her twice, and we haven't even left the courtyard." This statement clearly indicated that the troublemaker was Lady Wan. Duke Ongwa also knows what kind of person Mrs. Wan is. If he thought she was just trying to make things difficult for the new wife, he might believe it. But today, pulling him aside and crying so bitterly, he must have been overwhelmed and couldn't hold back. Mrs. Wan knows he has little patience for household affairs. Over the years, she hasn't bothered him with these matters. But now, this is the first time she has seen him like this. Listening to Mrs. Wen's story, it's clear that Lady Zhuo is truly disrespectful to elders and acts without regard for rules. However, Hu Jing'an does not cooperate. He disagrees and argues back, Father left me in another city for 20 years without any news. It seems you no longer see me as your son. Otherwise, how could you believe a single side of the story and treat my marriage so lightly? If I divorce and remarry, how could I find a good family to marry into? Duke Ongwa is blocked by his words and takes a deep breath. Just speak plainly. Focus on the matter, not whether I consider you my son or not. He starts with moral accusations, as if he learned it from someone else. Focusing on the matter, then. Even the government needs evidence and witnesses to judge a case. Yet, you rashly declared my wife guilty. Is it because you are blinded by lust and foolishness that it has come to this? How dare you? Duke Ongwa is furious. You rebellious son, how dare you speak to your father like that? Over the years, you have allowed her to act arrogantly in the mansion. The dowry she prepared for me is worth less than a servant's, yet I have never seen you get so angry. Even if you say 100 times that you are not lustful and confused, it's just you fooling yourself. Go outside the Duke's mansion and ask, besides you, who else believes that? Dukin was suddenly so angry, he nearly fell backward. This rebellious son, calling his stepmother old one and insulting his father as being lustful and foolish. Clearly, he was raised outside and has no manners at all. He raised his hand, ready to slap Hao Jing'an in the face. Hao Jing'an reacted quickly, stepping back half a step and tilting his head to avoid the slap. His gaze toward Dukin grew colder. Father, what do you mean? First, you want to divorce me right after my wedding without reason, and now you even attack me physically. Do you not care about our father-son relationship at all? Dukin couldn't listen to what he was saying anymore. He felt completely disrespected, and his anger grew even more. His son, speaking so insolently, he, as the father, couldn't even hit him? Was he planning to rebel against heaven? He immediately frowned and said with a firm tone, I don't care what you think. You must divorce from Lady Zhua. Hao Jing'an looked at him deeply, then turned around and left without looking back. Some people just can't communicate. No matter how much you say, it's a waste of words. As soon as Hao Jing'an left the door, Dukin slammed the desk in his study, making a loud noise that made the young servants at the door shrink back in fear. This was the first time in Guogong was treated like this. He had 6 sons. Only Hu Jing'an had been away since he was young, and the other 5, even the most temperamental, Hu Ziyuan, were respectful in front of him. But this 4th son, who usually seemed unremarkable, showed no respect at all to his father, which was very frustrating. If he kept acting like this, it would be a big problem. He must put a stop to this bad behavior. This son could no longer be allowed to go unchecked. After a while, the servant on duty in the study entered the room, tidied up the overturned table, and quietly left. And Guogong calmed down from his anger and called the housekeeper, Hu Yuan, to come in. Go and tell that rebellious son that if he behaves well, I will find him a good position in the court. But if he continues to disobey me, he will never be able to hold an official job in his life. Hu Yuan hesitated, looked at Guogong, but finally said nothing and bowed to leave. When Baofeng came in to report that Hu Yuan, the head of the outer courtyard, had arrived, Hu Jing'an was sharing some fruit with Zhuo Qixing. It was just about spring, and these fruits came from Zhuo Qixing's hot spring estate. The two of them ate and chatted about gossip, completely unaffected by the threat of divorce. Hu Yuan was brought to a side hall to wait. Soon after, Hu Jing'an and his wife came in together. Both of them looked calm and relaxed, as if they didn't know anything about what was happening in the mansion. Zhuo Qixing saw him and greeted him warmly. Uncle Yuan is well. Since you're such a busy man and came personally today, it must be for an important matter. Hu Yuan looked at Zhuo Qixing and then at Hu Jing'an, hesitating and unable to speak. Just say what you need to say, Uncle Yuan, Hu Jing'an said with a smile. Did your father send you to deliver a message? Just tell the truth. I probably already know what he wants. Hu Yuan clenched his teeth and forced himself to pass on the message from the Duke of Ngua. To be honest, the temptation of entering official service is very strong for ordinary people. It affects a man's entire future, and few can resist it. Moreover, the Duke of Ngua is quite influential at court. If he really puts in effort, he will surely benefit in the future. but using his son's future to threaten him and his wife to divorce. That's a story no script would dare to write. Sure enough, after hearing what was said, Hu Jingen's face didn't change at all. He still smiled and said, I already understand what Uncle Yuan means. Hu Yuan wanted to go back and report, but he forced himself to ask, and what do you think, fourth young master? If he asks, tell him this. I have different opinions and we cannot work together, Hu Jingen replied. Hu Yuan left the courtyard with a serious face. It was obvious that after returning, the Duke of the estate would definitely have another fit. In the side hall, Zhuo Qixing held a cup of hot tea with both hands and teased, Your father is not as good as my father. At least my father is easier to handle. Hu Jingen pouted and said, It's about the same. You've been back in the capital for almost a year. If you're worried about your future, why didn't you mention it earlier? If it weren't for what's happening now, he wouldn't have thought of me at all. Hu Jingen stood up, jumped a little, straightened his clothes, and continued, It's clear that the older brothers are focusing on the second brother. His second brother is quite capable and now holds the highest official position among the brothers, partly thanks to the efforts of the Wen family. As for his useless eldest brother, he follows the Wen family around, trying to curry favor but gaining little. He couldn't understand one thing. His very existence seems to block others' paths. Zhuo Qixing straightened up and asked, So, do you want to enter officialdom? If he wanted to become an official, he would find ways to help him. Hu Jingen shook his head and said, Don't worry. If I really wanted to be an official, I have my own ways. Zhuo Qixing stopped asking. That night, at midnight, Hu Jingen quietly got up and left. Zhuo Qixing knew he was awake, but didn't stop him. He only returned near dawn, bringing back a cold feeling. Zhuo Qixing was drowsy and didn't want to open his eyes, mumbling vaguely, In the middle of the night, going out like a thief. Hu Jingen wanted to reach out and pat her, but he felt his hand was cold, so he withdrew it and said, You guessed right, I was sneaking around. What were you stealing? Just some things I haven't looked at yet. After a few words, Zhuo Qixing also woke up. He sat up on the bed and saw Hu Jingen taking off his night clothes, revealing a body with smooth, well-defined muscles. Zhuo Qixing wanted to whistle. But it was almost dawn, and Hu Jingen didn't plan to sleep again, so Zhuo Qixing also got up. The maids heard the noise, came in to help Zhuo Qixing wash up, and quietly left afterward. When only the couple was left in the room, Hu Jingen took out a small box. He opened it and took out a stack of letters. Under the candlelight, he sat at the desk and began to read. He didn't hide anything from Zhuo Qixing, and Zhuo Qixing didn't try to get involved. Hu Jingen explained, I just went to my father's study. This time I went against his wishes, so he's probably not going to let it go easily. He might even try to kick us out. Zhuo Qixing tilted his head and asked, Should I pretend to be obedient so they'll relax? No need, Hu Jingen answered firmly. Don't think just about you. Even I don't want to pretend. We can't let ourselves be bullied. Zhuo Qixing nodded in agreement and said, I have 2 houses outside, already. I can move in any time. Then I'll rely on you to take me in, Hu Jingen said with a smile as he read the letters. Before long, he had already gone through 10 of them. What are you looking for? Zhuo Qixing asked. Since he no longer hid anything from her, she decided to ask directly. I want to find out the real cause of my mother's death and the truth about the poison in my body, Hu Jingen said simply. During the 20 years I was away, there were people trying to kill me, and the nurse who took me away died soon after. There are too many suspicious things I need to investigate. You suspect your father? I suspect Madame Wen even more. I've already started looking into the old servants who were around her 20 years ago, and the midwife who helped deliver my mother. Why make it so complicated? Zhuo Qixing sat on the other side of the table, taking out her unfinished design. Just capture Madame Wen and question her directly. Wouldn't that be faster? It was indeed a simple and direct method. Hu Jingen nodded in agreement, though he hesitated. I was worried it might alert the real culprit. I think now is exactly the time to stir things up, Zhuo Qixing said as she arranged her paints. Think about it, after 21 years. Many clues are probably gone. If you capture Madame Wen and make her talk, while also keeping an eye on the others you suspect, they might panic and reveal something. Hu Jingen paused, realizing she was right. Then let's do it. He said, I'll read these letters first. Knowing myself and my enemy, I won't be defeated in 100 battles. The two of them stopped working at dawn. Today is the wedding day of Lin Xueqing from the Marquis of Zhennan's residence. Zhuo Qiuxing needs to go to the Marquis's house to see her off. She took the set of jade hair ornaments that Zhuo Qiuyu gave her when she got married a few days ago, along with Xue Han and Jin Yu, and went straight out of the house. When Zhuo Qiuxing arrived at the Marquis's house, Lin Xueqing was already dressed up. She sat on the bed with her bridal makeup on, smiling happily. Many girls who were friends with her, as well as her own sisters, came to help her with her makeup. Most of them, Zhuo Qiuxing didn't know. The most familiar among them was Zhuo Qiuyu. Since their last unhappy visit home, Zhuo Qiuyu was the first she saw again. Zhuo Qiuyu glanced at Zhuo Qiuxing, but didn't dare to speak. But Zhuo Qiuxing could tell that Zhuo Qiuyu had been doing well lately. She thought that after her marriage, no one was watching over her at home, or maybe Aunt Lu was about to be released. As Zhuo Qiuxing passed by Zhuo Qiuyu, she deliberately lowered her eyelids and gave her a sidelong glance, letting out a light snort. Zhuo Qiuyu was indeed frightened and shrank back, unable to smile anymore. When Lin Xueqing saw Zhuo Qiuxing, her face also looked unhappy, and she didn't speak up. But Zhuo Qiuxing seemed to see nothing and handed her a box, smiling. "Cousin, I brought you some new makeup. This is the jade hair ornament you've been longing for. Today, you'll finally get what you want, and our sisterly bond will be fulfilled." After saying this, she didn't wait to see if Lin Xueqing would accept it. She directly placed it on the table in front of her and kindly opened it for everyone to see. Her own dear cousin's wedding gift turned out to be just a simple headpiece, which seemed a bit stingy. However, Zhuo Qiuxing said that this was something the bride had been longing for, and many people were very curious. Some who knew the inside story had already started telling their close friends what was going on. Lin Xueqing's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected that Zhuo Qiuyu really brought the gift she sent. But everyone had heard what she said that day. If she now said the headpiece was not good, it would be like contradicting herself. Zhuo Qiuxing was so petty and vengeful. She cursed Zhuo Qiuxing in her heart 100 times and shot a sharp look at Zhuo Qiuyu. Zhuo Qiuyu's face turned pale, and she took a step back to reduce her presence. Lin Xueqing didn't speak for a while. Only after Zhuo Qiuxing put the gift down did she say, "Cousin, this is Sister Qiuyu's wedding gift to you. I wouldn't take something that belongs to someone else, but I don't like it," Zhuo Qiuxing replied confidently. "When she gave it to me, I said I didn't like it. My cousin said that jadeite is tasteful and should be treasured, so I agreed to give this headpiece to you." She spoke proudly as if saying, "Look at how much I did for my cousin." Angrily, Lin Xueqing turned her head away and stopped looking at her. If today were not her happy wedding day, she would surely have stood up and argued fiercely with Zhuo Qiuyu. After Zhuo Qiuyu finished her makeup and gift presentation, she stepped back to the door. Zhuo Mingyao was also hiding nearby, and at this moment, she joined Zhuo Qiuyu to chat quietly. Ms. Su, Lin Xueqing's mother, was punished and sent to the ancestral temple. She was not allowed to leave on her daughter's wedding day. The person in charge of the household was Madame Qiu from the second household. However, just now, Zhuo Qiuyu looked at Lin Xueqing and saw that this matter did not affect her happiness about the wedding at all. It seemed she was quite satisfied with her groom, Zhang Yujia. There was still half a day before the groom came to pick up the bride. The sisters and younger women in the room gathered together to chat. "Our sisters. Each of us is married now. It won't be easy to meet again in the future," one young lady sighed. "That's just how it is. Now we just hope each sister marries well and lives happily ever after." Speaking of which, Xueqing's marriage is truly the best. Not to mention the minister's residence, just young Master Zhang is very talented. He's young but already working at the Imperial College with a bright future ahead, but that's not the most important thing. Young Master Zhang truly cares for Xueqing. His affection for her is clear. Exactly. Luckily, Xueqing doesn't have a younger sister of the same age who might be jealous of this marriage and try to steal her groom. Everyone in the room suddenly turned their attention to Zhuo Qiuyu. As the younger sister born out of wedlock, She surprisingly stole her older sister's fiancé. This news is known throughout the entire capital. The young lady speaking is the closest to Lin Xueqing and knows that Lin Xueqing really dislikes Zhuo Qiyue, which is why she openly humiliated her. Recently, Zhuo Qiyue had been ignoring Lin Xueqing, leaving her feeling cold and distant for a while. Zhuo Qiyue's face suddenly turned pale, and she swayed as if she might fall at any moment. She never expected that someone would humiliate her so openly in front of everyone. Right now, Zhuo Qiyue just wanted to dig a hole and hide. It is said that young ladies from noble families are good at hiding their feelings. When something happens, they usually pretend not to notice. But now, she feels so embarrassed that she can't even lift her head. In her panic, she looked up at Lin Xueqing sitting on the bed, and their eyes met. Lin Xueqing's eyes showed a strong look of mockery. Seeing Zhuo Qiyue's awkward state, she didn't come to help but instead smiled with a look of schadenfreude. Zhuo Qiyue took a step back, covering her chest with her right hand. How could this happen? She and Lin Xueqing are clearly on the same side. They both dislike Zhuo Qixing, and they are working together. Just today, she saw Lin Xueqing arguing with Zhuo Qixing. Why did the blame suddenly fall on her? No matter what, Zhuo Qiyue couldn't understand why Lin Xueqing hated her. She remembered how Lin Xueqing had provoked her earlier, which made her resent her even more. At this moment, Zhuo Qiyue only saw Lin Xueqing speak harsh words like sharp knives. In this world, no matter how careful you are, it's hard to guard against treacherous family members. If I had a shameless sister like you, I would definitely warn fourth brother to be careful when he goes out. Don't be kind-hearted and let others take advantage of you, or you'll regret it when it's too late. These words felt like they were directly insulting Zhuo Qiyue, with no mercy at all. Zhuo Qiyue was so angry she felt dizzy. Her mind went blank, and she suddenly couldn't hold back her anger. She retorted without thinking. "Who do you think you are?" Zhuo Qiyue shouted loudly. "You think you're so clever? You thought you hid everything well? The Zhang family was about to cancel the engagement, and your marriage is not honorable. Don't you realize that? A few days ago, you used tricks to make young Master Zhang go after Zhuo Qixing, and he ended up getting beaten badly. Your mother was even punished and sent to the ancestral temple. Do you think anyone knows what really happened? Be careful with the ladies you befriend, or you might end up dead without knowing how." Once she finished, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe how many secrets there were behind all this. Lin Xueqing was furious. She stood up from the bed and shouted loudly, "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" She picked up an object nearby and threw it at Zhuo Qiyue. Unfortunately, it was the set of jade hairpins brought and opened by Zhuo Qixing. The box and the items all fell onto Zhuo Qiyue, making her look very messy. The jade pieces shattered into many fragments on the ground. "Someone, quickly throw her out for me!" Lin Xueqing shouted loudly. Zhuo Qiyue also got angry and yelled at Lin Xueqing. The wedding date was moved up so much. What's the point of talking about good or bad luck? Maybe you're already showing signs of pregnancy soon. Lin Xueqing almost went crazy. She rushed forward recklessly to hit Zhuo Qiyue. How dare she say such things to her? Zhuo Qixing watched from behind with great interest. This big scene was even more entertaining than the mistaken top scholar incident. If she had known, she would have brought a bag of sunflower seeds. Zhuo Qiyue also decided to go all out. She thought about her past life before she died. Lin Xueqing's life in the following years was not very good. When the maid came to pull her away, she shouted again. "Even if you marry Zhang Yu's family, what good will it do? How long will he be interested in you? Soon, he'll have many concubines, and you'll become a resentful wife in a deep inner room. In-laws and sisters-in-law will fight, and your life will be bleak. I'm talking about you. Lin Xueqing, you're doomed to a bad ending." Her voice gradually faded as the maid dragged her out. The room fell silent. Only Lin Xueqing was so angry that she was crying, her bridal makeup all smudged. Who can bear being cursed on their wedding day? Who would say such things about a couple's harmony or their future? Can anyone really say that during someone else's wedding? What makes it worse is that now, even if she has suffered a great injustice, her mother is not here. There is no one to comfort her or give her advice. After a while, the young lady who was speaking earlier stepped forward and took her hand. She said, "Don't argue with that crazy woman. If she keeps saying things, why bother with her? Just say in the house that the future husband belongs to you, but things are not so simple." Still, Lin Xueqing tried to stay calm because today was her big day. Zhuo Qiuyue had already been driven out. Lin Xueqing looked at Zhuo Qixing, her fiancé, who was hiding at the back of the room. She wanted to see how he would react. Since Lin Xueqing was looking at him, the other young ladies in the room also turned to look at Zhuo Qixing. Facing everyone's gaze, Zhuo Qixing calmly greeted them with a perfect smile, showing no flaws at all. "Probably there's nothing more to say here," Zhuo Qixing said with a smile. "I'm going to find my grandmother and chat for a bit. It's been a while since I saw her after the New Year." After saying that, he turned and left the room. Left behind, Lin Xueqing pursed her lips tightly, feeling even more upset. Since the last time she and her brother pleaded with their mother, grandmother has become much colder towards them. It's all because of Zhuo Qixing. Everything started with him. Zhuo Qixing had already left Lin Xueqing's courtyard, completely unaware of her complaints. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After returning to the Jing'an Marquis's residence, Zhuo Qiuyue calmed down and began to regret her actions. It wasn't wise to argue with Lin Xueqing just now. After today, her reputation in the capital might be ruined. She didn't know where she had offended Lin Xueqing, making her so sharp and harsh. If she had known, she wouldn't have attended Lin Xueqing's wedding. Being criticized for her manners would have been better than causing such a scene. While she was worried, Mo Xiang knocked on the door, bowed, and said, "Second miss, lady will arrive soon." Zhuo Qiuyue didn't think much and immediately stood up. Really? Since Zhuo Qixing returned home last time, Zhuo Qiuyue had been sick for a few days, missing her lady every day. Plus, Zhuo Qiuyang often expressed his sadness and hardship in front of Marquis Jing'an, crying about how difficult it was for the siblings. Marquis Jing'an finally relaxed and agreed to let Lady Lu return to the residence, but she still had to stay confined in Qiushuang courtyard. This was already the best outcome. Zhuo Qiuyue immediately sent a maid to the family temple to fetch her, which allowed Lady Lu to return home so quickly. The moment Zhuo Qiuyue saw Lady Lu, she burst into tears and threw herself into her arms, as if she had endured too much hardship these days and needed to vent. For the past 15 years, she had lived smoothly and happily. However, since last year, besides successfully changing her marriage arrangement, nothing else had gone well. Most of her dowry was gone, her mother was fined, and she herself was bullied by Zhuo Qixing with no way to fight back. Now, even Lin Xueqing had fallen out with her. It felt as if everything in the world was against her. Mother and daughter cried together for a long time, unable to calm down. Lin Xueqing's wedding still took place as scheduled, and the streets were lively with music and celebration. Zhuo Qixing watched the festivities for a while. When she returned to the Duke's residence with Jingyu and Shui Han, it was almost evening. However, the side gates which Qixing used to enter and leave was already locked. It was just getting dark, but it was not time to lock the gate. Zhuo Qixing immediately understood what was happening. It was probably Wen Shi's anger, wanting to cause some trouble. Shui Han called out several times at the door, but no one answered. Without hesitation, she climbed over the wall, opened the door from inside, and let Zhuo Qixing and her group in. The whole process was smooth and quick, taking only a few moments. The gatekeeper hiding in the yard was stunned, wondering who this young lady was. Her maid was so skilled. Who could stop her? In the Henglu courtyard, Hu Jing'an had not left all day. He read all the letters he took from the Duke and study, made notes, and restored everything to its original state. Until Zhuo Qixing pushed the door open, he stopped what he was doing. He stood up, poured a cup of hot tea for Zhuo Qixing, and handed it to her. He asked, "How was the wedding today?" Was it interesting? Hu Jing'an knew she didn't get along with Lin Xueqing, but he also believed she was someone who wouldn't suffer losses. Zhuo Qixing took the hot tea, blew on it, took a sip, and said, "It was very interesting. Today, I saw quite a big show." She then told Hu Jing'an about the fight between Zhuo Qiuyue and Lin Xueqing. Hu Jing'an sighed and said, "That's why you shouldn't easily form alliances with others. The risk is too high. One mistake, and everything could fall apart." Zhuo Qixing looked at him pointedly, noticing he had finished organizing the box. "And you're criticizing others?" He was referring to how Hu Jing'an had shared his plans with her so easily. "That's different." Hu Jing'an pushed aside his robe and sat opposite her. "Can we be the same? We've even made a 100-year promise, but even promises can be broken." Right now, the house was clearly upset over the possibility of separation.
Stop thinking about it.
Separation is something that will never happen in this lifetime. Zhuo Qixing shot him a sidelong glance. This man was quite confident. If she truly didn't want to stay, no one could stop her. Hu Jing'an seemed to understand her thoughts. He stepped forward, put his arm around her shoulders, and led her into the inner room. Playfully, he said, "As long as the wife is satisfied, that's all that matters." Zhuo Qixing let him lead her. After an hour, she felt quite satisfied. Two people are lying diagonally on the bed, chatting casually. Suddenly, Zhuo Qixing remembers the trouble she had when entering the house. She shifts slightly and asks, "What are your plans regarding the Wen family?" Hu Jing'an replies, "When she leaves, I will knock her out and tie her up, then question her." "Leave this to me," Zhuo Qixing volunteers. Hu Jing'an looks at her and nods. "Be careful. If anything happens, let Jin Yu and Shui Han handle it." "Yes," Zhuo Qixing responds vaguely. "We'll deal with it tomorrow. Today is the 15th. Dukan is going to visit the Wen family, so handling everything together might be a bit complicated."
No rules.
"Just sleep first." The two fall asleep together. Meanwhile, at the Ministry of Revenue's residence, the crowd that came to watch the celebration has dispersed. Zhang Yojia happily enters the new house. Lin Xueqing is his beloved fiancé. Now that they are married, he feels very happy. But inside the main hall, his parents look worried. Mother Zhang frowns as she listens to the maid report Zhang Yojia's situation. She knows he has already happily entered the bridal chamber, but she feels a bit helpless. "Sir, did you hear about what happened this morning?" "What happened?" Zhang Huaiji hasn't paid much attention to the inner household affairs. Madame Zhang, Lu Shi, then explains the dispute between Lin Xueqing and Zhuo Qiuyue at the Zhannan Marquis' residence. Zhang Huaiji's brow furrows tighter and tighter as he listens, finally letting out a long sigh. Indeed, so it is. This rebellious child. Sigh. She will regret her actions.
What should we do now?
Lady Lu frowned. Maybe we should find some strict maids to teach her proper manners? That's not a good idea. Zhang Huaiji shook his head. We shouldn't do this openly, as it might cause trouble with the family. It could make things worse. Then, Lady Lu hesitated. For now, let's not interfere. It's just the beginning of their marriage, and everyone is excited. In 3 or 4 months, we can find a couple of beautiful young maids to serve the family. Once they are less close, we can step in to teach her properly. That way, it will be more effective. This night is bound to be a restless one. At the Jing'an Marquis' residence, Lun Yang was confined in Qiushuang courtyard after being brought back. After she dressed up nicely, her eldest maid brought a pink silk handkerchief to the study in the outer yard. The Marquis looked at the handkerchief, embroidered with pink and white peach blossoms. He couldn't help but remember when they first met. He had hurt his hand, and Lun Yang hurriedly used her silk handkerchief to bandage it. Later, he took this embroidered peach blossom handkerchief to find Lady Lu and brought her into the house as a concubine. Over the years, his feelings for Lady Lu had always been very special. Thinking of their youth, he remembered reading in the study while Lun Yang gently served him with her red sleeves, her soft and caring manner. At that time, this peach blossom silk handkerchief often appeared before his eyes, making him feel very familiar. Oh well, she has been with him for so many years, and he couldn't be completely indifferent. Lord Jing'an thought this and stood up. He pushed open the study door and headed out, planning to visit Qiushuang Court. At that moment, Lady Wang was carrying a bowl of nourishing soup. She happened to meet Lord Jing'an as he was leaving. Lady Wang smiled softly and said, "My lord, are you going out? Why not have a few sips of soup first to warm yourself? It's quite cold outside." Seeing the lovely young woman holding the soup, Lord Jing'an couldn't refuse her kindness. He returned to the study, took a small bowl of soup from the cup, and drank it. But it was clear he was a bit distracted. Lady Wang gently squeezed his shoulder and asked, "My lord, do you have something on your mind? Would you like to talk about it?" Lord Jing'an paused for a moment and replied, "Yes, I do have something. I was just thinking of visiting Sister Lu at Qiushuang Court. She has returned home today." "That's proper," Lady Wang said softly, still working with her hands. "I love your caring nature, my lord. After you finish this bowl of soup, go see your sister at Qiushuang Court. She hasn't had an easy time these past months." Lord Jing'an felt very comforted. He patted Lady Wang's hand and said, "You are very understanding." Lady Wang kept massaging his shoulder. "Sister Lu was just worried about her daughter and didn't mean to hurt your feelings. If not, with your deep affection, this wouldn't have happened." Her hand rested on Lord Jing'an's neck as she leaned forward, presenting a beautiful, fair face close to his. She said, "I will remember this as a warning and will not disappoint your trust in me again." Her words sounded reasonable, but they sent a signal to Lord Jing'an. Lady Lu was punished because she did something wrong. She betrayed your trust, but I will not do the same. Gradually, Lord Jing'an's feelings toward Lady Lu cooled a little, and he trusted Lady Wang more. After finishing a bowl of soup, he got up and went to Qiushuang Courtyard. Lady Lu, dressed properly, was waiting at the gate. When she saw Lord Jing'an approaching, she hurried forward, trembling with her lips pressed together, fighting back tears, and looked at him with excitement, unable to speak. She realized that she had taken their daily meetings for granted, but after not seeing him for over half a year, she understood that his affection was everything to her. Now, Lady Lu wished she could do anything to make him love her again. But in Lord Jing'an's eyes, she looked completely different from what she imagined. Lady Lu had spent over half a year in the family temple, living poorly, with little food and clothing. Her skin had become rougher, and her eyes looked a bit cloudy. After not seeing her for so long, when she suddenly appeared again, Lord Jing'an felt a strange distance, as if she was a different person from before. Especially after Lord Jing'an just came out from beside the young and beautiful Lady Wang, whose youthful and charming face had just been reflected in front of him, her skin smooth and delicate. In comparison, Lady Lu, who is over 30, already has wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Even if she tries to look charming, she has lost the youthful grace she once had. Out of many years of affection, he did not turn away and leave, but followed Lady Lu into Qiushuang Courtyard. From the courtyard gate to the main house, many thoughts crossed Lord Jing'an's mind. At first, he wondered why she had changed so much now, seeming to lack the lively and gentle aura of her youth. Then he thought that since she had been with him for nearly 20 years, he should treat her better. Later, influenced by Lady Wang's words, he believed that Lady Lu had betrayed him first. Even if he didn't treat her well, he couldn't find fault with himself. Lady Wang had already provided him with a reason, so Lord Jing'an felt no psychological burden. As night deepened, although Lady Lu did her best, Lord Jing'an finally decided not to stay overnight. He declined, saying he was tired, and went back to his study to rest. Lady Lu watched Lord Jing'an's departing figure, sitting blankly on the bed, as if she had lost her soul. It couldn't be like this. Their 20 years of love couldn't end like this. The oil lamp in Qiushuang Courtyard burned late into the night, casting a dim light on a woman sitting alone and exhausted. Until dawn, Lady Lu finally regained her senses. She took a deep breath and thought to herself, "He's back now, which is a good start. The rest depends on human effort." She claims to know the most about Marquis Jing'an and believes that as long as she stays in the residence, she will have many opportunities in the future. At the same time, Su Gaoyan and Mrs. Shi in General Mingwei's household had not slept for half the night. Today, Zhuo Qiyu openly spoke harsh words in front of many people, and this news had already spread throughout the noble circles in the capital. Mrs. Sher clenched her teeth and said, "To curse on the day of someone else's wedding, that's something only a high-status young lady could do. Even a common gossiping woman wouldn't dare to do such a thing." Su Gaoyan was also quite displeased, but with more than 2 months until the wedding, and his son having behaved improperly towards Wachiyue in public, the idea of breaking off the engagement was out of the question. He sighed and replied, "Looking on the bright side, I heard her Anne has already been brought back." Mrs. Sher also sighed. She had lost count of how many times she blamed her son for saving that troublemaker on the street. Why couldn't he just marry the legitimate daughter, Zhuqixing, instead? Regardless of Zhuqixing's upbringing, at least her wedding day was grand and impressive. The outward display was extremely luxurious, not to mention the numerous land and shop properties, which provided steady income. The family's expenses could probably be covered just from those earnings. Their household has 3 sons. The eldest, Su Yi, married the daughter of Deputy General Su Gaoyan, but they didn't bring much dowry. The second son, Su Sheng, hoped to marry into a noble family, so he shouldn't have worries in that regard. But now, such a change of events has occurred. Now I can only focus on the third son, Su Chong. Lady Sher is thinking to herself that this time, she must not let the third son's marriage be decided casually. At the Duke of An's residence. It is the 15th day, and Duke of An is staying in Lady Wen's room. He is very angry about what Ho Yuan, the fourth son, reported. This rebellious son. Duke of An hesitates for a while before refusing to go to bed. He walks back and forth on the floor, angry, disobedient and disrespectful, rebellious by nature. What use is he? He should be removed from the family register. He refuses to go to bed, so Lady Wen can only stand with him, pretending to comfort him. "Sir, there's no need to be so angry. It will harm your health. The fourth son just got married. He's probably tired of Lady Wen already. Let him think it over." "Think what?" Duke of An is so angry, he blows his beard. No wonder he's always been a troublemaker. "I think 20 years outside is too short. He needs another 20 years. Lady Wen secretly feels happy inside but says, after all, he's the sister's child. The master may not care about other things, but he should consider his sister's feelings. Humph. When mentioning the late wife, Duke of An snorts coldly, his face looking even more unfriendly. He walks to the bed, lies down with his back to Lady Wen, and says nothing, lost in thought. Lady Wen knows this is how it will be. Over the years, every time the Duke mentions Lady Fukong, he gets angry. She doesn't know what happened between him and Lady Fukong back then. All night, various families in the capital sleep with their own worries. By the time dawn arrived the next day, the side door of Duke Ngua's residence was wide open. Second young master, Hua Zhonghua, who had gone out on an errand, had returned. The first place Hua Zhonghua went upon returning was to Hua Meiyu's courtyard. At this moment, Hua Meiyu was already having breakfast in her yard. When she saw her second brother return, she was very happy and went to greet him, asking, "Second brother, did you travel through the night?" "Not exactly." Hua Zhonghua smiled. "I returned late last night and missed the chance to enter the city, so I stayed at a guest house outside." Hua Meiyu felt relieved and personally poured hot tea for Hua Zhonghua, handing it to him. "You must be tired, second brother. It's not too bad." Hua Zhonghua still smiled, then placed a cloth bag on the small table in front of Hua Meiyu, speaking mysteriously, "Sister, quickly see what this is." Hua Meiyu eagerly opened the cloth bag. Inside was a long, rectangular wooden box. When she opened the box, she found a rolled-up painting scroll. Hua Zhonghua looked at Hua Meiyu with hopeful eyes and said, "Open it and see if you like it." From his expression, Hua Meiyu could tell this item was extraordinary. Sure enough, when she unrolled the scroll, she gasped in surprise. It's Gu Tingzhi's Qing Lan Yushui painting. Gu Tingzhi was one of the most famous calligraphers and painters of the previous dynasty. This Qing Lan Yushui painting was considered his masterpiece. The entire painting used precious blue goldstone pigments for the mountains, making the colors bright and dazzling, lasting for a long time without fading. Hua Zhonghua listened as she immediately identified the origin of the painting, then smiled happily. "My sister has good taste." Such a rare artwork should be appreciated by you. Where did second brother find such a treasure? Huimeyu, even though used to fine things, still exclaimed in surprise. She carefully placed the painting on the table to avoid accidentally damaging or dirtying it. She usually loved elegant items, and she was completely captivated by this Qinglan jade water painting. Don't worry about where it came from, just tell me if you like it or not, he said. I do like it, Huimeyu replied with a bright smile. Second brother knows me best. Huizhonghua was very pleased to see her obvious happiness. It felt like his own feelings were recognized, and he also smiled happily. He usually loved collecting calligraphy and paintings, and he had many. But this one, making his little sister so happy, was worth giving away. Keep it safe, don't let your fifth brother see it. Be careful, he might steal it to trade for a horse. Second brother is right. Huimeyu admired the painting a little longer before carefully putting the Qinglan jade water painting away. After the gift-giving, Huizhonghua asked seriously, I've been away these days. Has anything happened at home? Huimeyu's expression darkened a little as she replied, I heard that father called fourth brother to talk. He wants him to divorce the left family, but fourth brother refused and even argued with father. Really? Such a thing. Huizhonghua suddenly stood up. In his mind, his father was always serious and strict, and there was no room for disobedience. Who would have thought that the fourth son, raised outside, would turn out to be such a romantic? Huizhonghua said, his tone mixed with both surprise and mockery. Disobedience to his father was like self-destruction, and he thought it was foolish. Huimeyu continued, You haven't been home these days, and fourth brother rarely shows up. But fourth sister-in-law, she's such a fiery person. She's in the house, and I don't go out much either, afraid to offend her. The implication was that she was quick-tempered and difficult, and if she got angry, she might hit someone. If she caused trouble outside, she might get into more fights, and no one would want to see her again. Huizhonghua was even angrier. He had only heard of his wife being bullied after marriage, never of her being domineering in the family. Thinking about the suffering his mother and sister had endured these days, Huizhonghua felt furious. He wished he could immediately deal with his family. He paced back and forth inside the house for a while, then said, Call the eldest, third, and fifth brothers. We need to discuss what to do. Then he turned around and told the servant behind him, Mao Xiang, go call the eldest, third, and fifth sons. Say there's something important to discuss. Yes. Mao Xiang turned to leave. Wait a moment, Huizhonghua stopped him. Call the sixth son too. Soon, the five brothers gathered in Huimeyu's Bailan courtyard. Among the six brothers of the Nguagong family, the eldest and the fourth are children of the late Lady Fu, the Countess of Fukong. The second and the fifth, including Huimeyu, are siblings born to the same mother, Wen. The remaining two, the third and the sixth, are illegitimate children. In the backyard of the Nguagong residence, only Zhou Shi had a son, the third, while the late Wei Shi gave birth to the sixth. The others had no children. Now, except for Huijingen, all five brothers have gathered. Huizhonghua recounted what left Qi Xing had done to ensure, then watched for their reactions. The eldest sat silently, not saying a word. The third brother frowned deeply, clearly very unhappy. The fifth, with a fiery temper, suddenly burst out, eager to fight right now in Henglu courtyard. The youngest, the sixth, who is 16, always timid, lowered his head and showed no clear expression. Huizhonghua looked at his brother's different reactions and said, What does this all mean? Let's come up with a plan. The fifth brother, Huiziyuan, couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, What plan? Do we need to make everything complicated? We've been pushed around and humiliated. I can't stand it. Now, brothers, let's fight back. I don't believe 5 grown men can't even handle a little girl. Fifth brother, sit down first. Huizhonghua raised his voice and frowned. You need to change your impulsive temper. Not to mention that the Zhou family is skilled in martial arts, and she has many experts around her. She dares to act so boldly in our family estate. She must have backup plans. Huiziyuan was unhappy, but among the brothers, his second brother held the highest official position and was most favored by their father. Naturally, he also had the most say. He stood stiffly for a while, then reluctantly sat down. Hua Zhongguo looked at Hu Yanhui and asked, "What does Big Brother think?" Hu Yanhui didn't want to speak, but since he was asked, he hesitated and finally said, "Earlier, because of the gift-giving matter, I visited Henglu Court. Fourth brother is quite reckless and doesn't listen to advice." Huh. Hu Ziyuan sneered, "I guess Big Brother is worried about brotherly ties with our shared mother and doesn't want to offend fourth brother." No, Hu Yanhui seemed to have a lot to say, but felt powerless to speak. His position among the brothers was very awkward. He was the eldest legitimate son of the Nguogong estate, with a noble mother. He should have been the one in charge among the 6 brothers, the one guiding the younger ones. But now, the one speaking from the main position and acting as the head was the second brother from the Wen family. Instead, he, the eldest, nearly 30 years old, could only sit and listen to the arrangements of his second brother. At this moment, Yanhui suddenly remembered what he had said when he tried to persuade Hu Jing'an earlier. "You, the eldest legitimate son, are almost 30, so why aren't you the heir to the Gui family estate? Are you blocking someone else's way? No matter how much you try to please others, it is useless because your existence itself is a barrier. So, what is there to say?" His simple words didn't offend the fourth brother, but when spoken by Hu Ziyuan, they became something else. It seems that no matter what he does, he is always wrong. Hu Yanhui lowered his head in frustration and didn't argue further. At this moment, Hu Zhongguo pretended to scold. "Ziyuan, what nonsense are you talking? Do we not know what kind of person our eldest brother is?" After being criticized by the second brother, Hu Ziyuan didn't speak again, but his eyes remained proud and rebellious. When he looked at Hu Yanhui, there was still resentment and blame. "How does the third brother see it?" Hu Zhongguo asked. Hu Kaicheng's brows were tightly knit and never relaxed. When asked about it, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Father hasn't even made a move yet. He probably doesn't want our family to cause too much trouble and be the subject of gossip. So, if we attack directly, we must be very sure of success. Otherwise, we need to think carefully and plan long-term, thinking ahead and considering all options." Hu Ziyuan shot him a sharp look. "If we have to plan perfectly for everything, then there's no point in doing anything. We might as well hide away like a turtle. Haven't you seen that the young lady has already been frightened? The longer we delay, the more she will be scared. This is a serious matter. It's best to come up with a way that solves the problem and also protects the reputation of our duke's family," Hu Kaicheng said, glancing at Hu Ziyuan patiently. "That's easy to say. Finding a perfect solution is never simple." Hu Kaicheng also got a bit annoyed when Hu Ziyuan spoke. He clenched his teeth and said, for example, first poisoning her to weaken her, then handling her becomes much easier. Or maybe letting her go out and encounter bandits, or fall off a cliff or into the water. People can do things. If you really want to find a perfect solution, there's always a way. Hu Ziyuan snorted coldly and turned his head away, no longer speaking. Actually, Hu Zhongguo had a plan in mind. Before he went out on his errands, the idea had already formed in his mind. After hearing his third son speak, he felt even more certain. The sixth brother, Hu Wenza, and the others had finished arguing. He spoke softly, I will listen to what the older brothers say." Compared to his 5 older brothers, the sixth, Hu Wenza, was a bit chubby. He usually lived a careless life at home because no one watched over him. He lacked confidence in speaking and doing things. Everyone was used to this. Hu Zhongguo called him over, not expecting him to come up with ideas. Now that everyone had shared their thoughts, Hu Zhongguo turned to Hu Meiyu and asked gently, "Do you have anything to say?" Hu Meiyu whispered, "Think about the reputation of the duke's estate first. Don't make our father angry." Hu Zhongguo nodded and then turned to Hu Kaicheng. "Third brother, you're talented. Write an article about how the Zhou family disrespects their parents and behaves recklessly in the duke's estate. Submit it to the monthly report in the capital. Even if something happens, we want to be on the right side." "Okay." Hu Kaicheng agreed. "Ziyuan, there's no need to be too impatient. Once the article about Kaicheng is published, we can do whatever we need without any blame." Hu Ziyuan was not convinced. According to his temper, there was no need for discussion. He would simply lead people to settle the fourth brother's courtyard. Who dares to disrespect their parents in the Duke's residence? If the Jingyu Monthly doesn't publish third brother's article, what then? It won't happen, Hu Zhonghua confidently said. The Jingyu Monthly has sections dedicated to family matters and gossip, so they would be interested in domestic affairs. If it really doesn't work, we can pay money to have it published. There's no reason it won't be published. Hu Kaicheng hesitated for a moment but finally spoke. I'll write the article myself. If it needs money to be published, who will pay for it? Hu Ziyuan looked at Hu Kaicheng with disbelief. Third brother, you wouldn't be so stingy, would you? You wouldn't even spend a little money like that? Among us brothers, you probably have the most private funds. Usually you're a bit tight with outsiders, but for family matters, it's just a small amount. What's the big deal? Hu Kaicheng opened his mouth but didn't say much. He finally accepted it. The other brothers didn't think much of it either. As sons of the Duke's residence, they didn't lack a few silver coins. In the end, Hu Zhonghua set the tone. From now on, when you go out, socialize, or host banquets, there's no need to hide the fourth brother's wife. It's okay to talk about her appropriately, as a preparation for the future. Spreading a bad reputation takes time and patience, gradually seeping in little by little. The discussion among the brothers ended without any real plan, only deciding to start by spreading the evil deeds of the Zhua family. Hua Yanhui stood up feeling a bit distracted, expressionless, and headed toward the door. At the doorway, he heard Hua Zhonghua say behind him, Ziyuan, stay a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Though they are brothers not born from the same mother, they are still different. After everyone left, the two biological brothers had something private to talk about. Avoiding others, especially him, was probably because they wanted to keep the secret. Hua Yanhui felt a mix of emotions and didn't know where his thoughts had drifted. Only after everyone had gone, leaving Hu Zhonghua and Hua Ziyuan alone, did Hu Zhonghua speak. That fourth sister-in-law was attacked by the night shadow before, but she escaped unharmed. She has many skilled guards around her. You tend to act impulsively, so you need to be more careful. Got it? Hua Ziyuan replied reluctantly. Hua Zhonghua hesitated for a moment before saying, I think, since the Night Shadow is just a low-level assassin of the Starry Network, it's normal for him to fail often. If things get too risky, during the Qingming Festival in March, we will all go to the family shrine to pay respects. That might be a good opportunity. He didn't want to openly talk about killing plans in front of the other brothers, so he only discussed this privately with Hua Ziyuan. Hua Ziyuan's eyes lit up at this. Second brother, are you saying? We should find Sha. Let's wait and see. Maybe we won't need to do anything after all. It's really troublesome. Hua Ziyuan sighed. If you ask me, just have my father go to the official office and get a document to divorce her. Why make such a big fuss? And after the divorce, let the fourth and his wife cause trouble at the Duke's residence? Make a scene for everyone in the city to see? Or even alert the authorities? If that happens, in the eyes of the emperor, our father would lose face. Such trouble. Hou Ziyuan kicked the table leg, feeling frustrated and upset. Hou Zhonghua felt the same way. Now it's easier to invite trouble than to get rid of it. I'll go talk to my father about this later. What they didn't know was that the secret guard had already reported their plans to Hangla Court. When Hou Jing'an heard this, his face immediately darkened. Although his brothers were not kind to him, they had not been raised together since childhood, so it was normal not to be close. He hadn't planned to cause trouble with his brothers, but unexpectedly, they had already started plotting against him. Zhua Qixing, however, just smiled. Since they have so much free time to gather and discuss how to deal with me, let them stay busy with that. The Duke's residence was still very quiet. Everyone's eyes were on them. Even though the two of them stayed behind closed doors every day and didn't socialize, trouble could still find them. So, let the Duke's house become chaotic. Let it be so messy that they have no time to pay attention to us. That night, Zhua Qixing sneaked into Chunshan residence again. She drugged a few maids on night duty, silently carried Wenshi out, and did not take her out of the Duke's mansion. Instead, she swaggered back to Hanglu courtyard, tied Wenshi up, gagged her, and threw her into the firewood room. She then returned to her own room and went back to sleep. Soon, Wenshi woke up. She was terrified to realize she had been kidnapped. Who kidnapped her?
Why?
Was it for money or revenge? How could someone sneak into the Duke's mansion quietly to kidnap her? There were many questions, but Winsher was overwhelmed with fear and confusion, unable to think clearly. Around the same time Winsher woke up, the maids on night duty at Chunshan residence also awoke. Chun-Lu looked at her empty bed with a frightened heart. Her mistress was gone. She covered her mouth to stop herself from shouting and turned to find Wang Mama. Wang Mama was also shocked when she heard the news.
You mean the madam is missing?
Chun-Lu blinked with fear in her eyes and nodded. Don't make a sound. Just say the madam is sick and don't let anyone into the room. Send 2 trusted people to look around the house. Maybe the madam just went out for a walk. But if she was kidnapped, it's a serious matter involving her reputation.
We must keep it secret for now.
By dawn, Zhuo Qixing was awake. She took her time washing up, dressing, and having breakfast. After everything was tidied up, she entered the wood shed where Wen was kept. Wen was already terrified and trembling. When she heard the sound, she looked up quickly, her eyes full of fear. Seeing that the visitor was Zhuo Qixing, she felt a little relieved. Fortunately, it was not a bad person, just her rebellious daughter-in-law. She thought that maybe the recent events had upset her, and she wanted to vent her anger. She believed that no matter what, her daughter-in-law wouldn't dare kill her, especially since she was still in the family home. There was no risk of being kidnapped or losing her reputation. Thinking this, she steadied herself. When Zhuo Qixing untied her, she tried to act like a respectful mother-in-law and said, "Zhuo, are you going to go against heaven? How dare you treat your mother-in-law badly in the house?" Zhuo Qixing smiled and said, "Since you're already a prisoner, you should stop pretending." Wen looked angry but weak, glaring and shouting, "What do you want? How dare you?" Without a word, Zhuo Qixing stepped forward and kicked her. Wen cried out painfully. The kick hit her waist, causing intense pain. In that moment, she lost all her dignity as a mother-in-law. Sure, Zhuo Qixing put her finger to her lips, signaling silence. "Don't speak, or you'll regret it." Wen collapsed on the ground, trying to back away, but there was nowhere to go. She suddenly felt that her daughter-in-law was too frightening. If only time could go back, she would never want to cause her trouble again. She would stay as far away as possible and have nothing to do with her.
But now it was too late to think about that.
Zhuo Qixing smiled as she knelt down, her gaze level with her, and softly said, "I invited my mother-in-law here mainly to ask a few questions." She was clearly smiling, but in Wen's eyes, it was chilling. You ask?" Wen finally surrendered. "Did you kill Count Fukong?" Zhuo Qixing asked directly. "What?" Wen was caught off guard. She never expected Zhuo Qixing to ask such a question. It's been 20 years. As a new daughter-in-law, why would she think to ask about this? Could it have been ordered by Hu Jing'an? What does Hu Jing'an want? In that moment, Wen's body tensed up, and she made a defensive posture. She looked down at the ground and said, "No, I don't know." "It wasn't me." Zhuo Qixing didn't hold back and kicked her again. "Think carefully before you answer. If you don't tell the truth, you won't leave here whole today." Wen was terrified and her voice started to tremble, but she forced herself to say, "Really? It wasn't me. As a concubine, I wouldn't dare lay a hand on the lady of the house, even if I had 100 guts." "Huh, a concubine like you still hopes to be promoted." Zhuo Qixing kicked her twice and said, "Whoever benefits is the one who made the move. Don't waste my time with nonsense. I'll give you one last chance. If you're honest and satisfy me, I'll let you go. If not, I'll punish you 20 times and make you suffer. Then I'll strip you and throw you out on Yong'an Street. Have you thought about this? Can you handle the consequences?" The consequences sounded too terrible. Suffering 20 punishments would be painful enough, but being stripped and thrown into the busy city would ruin her entire life. All her future would be gone. Losing such an important person, she probably wouldn't even be able to go on living. Zhuo Qixing was already reaching out to grab her, and Winsher was terrified beyond words. She knew Zhuo Qixing could do anything when he was mad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to kidnap her, a mother-in-law. If he could kidnap her, what else could he do? Wait. I'll tell you. Winsher hugged herself, trembling with fear about her current situation. Zhuo Qixing tilted his chin, signaling her to continue. I really didn't harm the madam. At that time, I did want her to have an abortion. I secretly added red flowers to her tonic, but even though the tonic was sent to her, it seemed she never used it. The servants who used to serve her would know about this. As she spoke, tears started to fall. Zhuo Qixing's voice was cold and emotionless. Continue. Mrs. Wen wiped her tears and said, although the lady didn't use red flowers, her health weakened over time. As the months went by, her face turned pale, and eventually, she couldn't walk anymore. According to Mrs. Wen, the lady of Fukang County was already poisoned during pregnancy. By the late stages, the poison made walking difficult, which matches what happened to Hu Jing'an. Could there be other concubines in the household who might have poisoned her? Zhuo Qixing asked. Mrs. Wen thought for a moment and replied, at that time, there were 6 concubines in the household, including me. But the others were not favored, and I think they couldn't get close enough to the lady. Zhuo Qixing pushed her again. Think carefully. Besides those concubines, is there anyone else in the household who might be in danger? He also pulled her collar open, causing a cold breeze to rush inside her clothes, making her shiver all over. Mrs. Wen finally couldn't hold back anymore. She cried and told every detail of what happened 20 years ago, almost recalling what kind of underwear she liked to wear. Zhuo Qixing asked her several times, and her details matched, so he believed her story. During that time, did anyone visit from outside? Mrs. Wen thought hard and replied after a while, it was just normal visits from various families. The palace sent some rewards a few times. Rewards from the palace? Zhuo Qixing thought for a moment. Since the county lady was related to the royal family, it was normal to receive rewards from the palace. Is there anything else? Mrs. Wen thought carefully and finally shook her head. It seems she could only get this much information from Mrs. Wen. Zhuo Qixing stopped asking questions and squinted at her, saying, you, a little concubine, dared to put safflower into the main lady's tonic. You have quite a courage. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Although she was not directly involved in the poisoning, she did have the motive to do something bad and took action, at most an attempt. Zhuo Qixing didn't let her go easily. She beat her up like hitting a punching bag, making Mrs. Wen cry out loudly until she was exhausted and looked terrible. Then she stopped. Mrs. Wen was thrown out of Henglu courtyard by Zhuo Qixing, her clothes disheveled and her hair messy. She staggered alone, walking along a quiet path back to Chunshan residence, afraid of being seen. Madame Wang and Chunlu, who were anxiously waiting like ants on a hot pan, finally saw their lady return and breathed a big sigh of relief. Madam, where did you go? We were so worried, Chunlu said as she helped Mrs. Wen into the inner room, muttering to herself. Supported by Chunlu, Mrs. Wen grimaced and showed her teeth, feeling pain all over her body, even touching her flesh hurt. Finally, when she reached her room, she let out a sigh of relief. Her spirit was drained, and she looked very dispirited and exhausted. Madam, did something happen to you? Madame Wang asked. Mrs. Wen said nothing. She didn't know what to say. Should she say she was beaten up by Zhuo Qixing? If this matter is spread, it won't be good for her, and she might also face revenge from Zhuo Qixing. Today, Zhuo Qixing managed to secretly take her away once, and there's a chance he might do it again tomorrow. If that happens, she will probably be completely finished. Don't ask anymore, Wenshi said weakly. The main lady of Fukang County died 21 years ago. Her eldest son, who was left behind, has already been tamed and is no longer a threat. But unexpectedly, it was the 4th brother, who was abandoned outside 20 years ago, who came back and started asking questions. 20 years ago, she did some things but they didn't succeed. She thought it was all over, but it turned out they were brought back up in this way. Seeing Wenshi's state, Mammy Wang and Chun Lu wisely kept quiet and didn't ask further. In Henglu courtyard, Zhuo Qixing and Hu Jing'an sat facing each other. Hu Jing'an frowned slightly and asked, so, the poison my mother took has nothing to do with the conflicts in the inner court. It seems so. Zhuo Qixing told Hu Jing'an everything he knew about Wenshi. Together, They analyzed each piece of information and finally concluded that the most likely person behind this was either Duke N or someone in the palace. It's been so long, I don't know if we can find out who my mother had a grudge against back then. I've already found the maid who was with my mother at that time. She will arrive in the capital in a few days, and I will ask her then. That's all we can do. Left Qixing patted Hu Jing'an on the shoulder and said, 20 years have passed, and these few days don't matter much. We will eventually find out the truth. Hu Jing'an nodded. Regarding feelings, he had never met his mother, so there was no deep bond. But as a son, some things are not just about feelings, they are also about duty. It is something he must do for the person who gave him life. Moreover, in the 20 years of his growth, he had faced several life and death dangers. This matter is probably not over yet. The two of them fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Left Qixing leaned in with hope in her eyes and asked, "Can your father move?" Wen's hand felt very good, and Left Qixing was eager to catch the Duke of N. She was full of anticipation. Hu Jing'an looked at her and said helplessly, "Not yet." The Duke of N had complex power and connections in the court. Moving him would require crossing his bottom line, which would be too much. Left Qixing pursed her lips, looking a bit disappointed. Seeing her like this, Hu Jing'an quickly picked her up and gave her a dose of daytime detox, making her too busy to think about anything else. Now, his wife was really letting herself go. In a few days, even the emperor might want to catch her just to play. In recent days, Su Sheng had been having strange dreams. These dreams were so vivid and frightening that even after waking, they remained deeply imprinted in his mind, like real memories. In the dreams, after marrying Left Qixing, his life was very smooth. Zhuo Qixing lives happily with her mother and sister-in-law at home, and she manages family affairs very well. His career is also smooth and rising steadily. More and more people recognize his talent. In just a few years, he has gone from a city patrol officer to a third-rank military commander in the capital. However, in all the scenes from his dreams, the person always by his side is the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Jing'an, Zhuo Qixing, not his current fiancé, Zhuo Qiyue. Zhuo Qiyue has married into the Nguogong family. He can't help but wonder, now that the two have exchanged vows, will he also have good official prospects after marrying Zhuo Qiyue? Will he rise quickly and reach a high rank in just a few years? In the end, he gives himself a confident answer. His abilities are his own, and he has steadily worked his way up step by step. The idea that he would bring good luck to his wife is just a rumor from the common people. He also looks at Hu Jing'an, who currently holds no official position at all. But as his dreams increase, he can't help but pay more attention to Zhuo Qixing. In his dreams, the most popular place in the capital, an Yuan Tower, is owned by Zhuo Qixing. He doesn't know if this is true, but during patrols, he deliberately chooses to go near Yong'an Street and often lingers outside an Yuan Tower. He even notices that Zhuo Qixing and her close friend Lian ran off and come to eat there. Su Sheng is also a bit confused because, in his dreams, Zhuo Qixing doesn't have a friend like Lian Ran who is so bold. He now finds it hard to explain whether his strange dreams are a result of past life experiences or just pure coincidence. On the other hand, Zhuo Qiyue often meets with him. Every few days, she brings him a lotus pastry from Baiwei restaurant to show respect to his mother. Additionally, every time they meet, Zhuo Qiyue looks at him with admiration, as if he has already been promoted to a third-rank commanding officer, which makes him very pleased. Oh well, Su Sheng thought, you can't have both fish and bare paws. You should be content with what you have. A few days later, Lian Ran sent a message to Granny Mei, saying she wanted to see him. They arranged to meet again in room 3 at an Yuan Tower. As soon as they met, Lian Ran rushed forward and hugged Zhuo Qixing tightly. Then he sighed and said, "Qixing, guess what? My second brother has also divorced." Huh? Zhuo Qixing was a bit surprised. He sat down with Lian Ran and asked, "What happened?" Nowadays, in this time period, divorce is quite rare. If someone in the capital gets divorced, it becomes a topic of conversation for days. Especially since the Duke of Britain's family has had 2 divorces. His son and daughter are divorced, and the Duke himself must be worried sick. Lien Ran wrinkled his nose and said, "My second sister-in-law just couldn't take it anymore." Zhuo Qixing listened attentively. "That second brother of mine, he spends all his time drinking and having fun outside, not doing any proper work. He's a regular at the taverns and painting studios." Left Qixing did not respond, continuing to listen. She thought that women of this time would not leave their homes over such small matters. Sure enough, Lien Ran continued speaking. "That's not all. The main issue is that he claims to be a refined gentleman who values money as dirt and refuses to touch vulgar things. How does he go to the taverns and painting studios? You can't enter those places without money. What's that supposed to mean? He spends his days indulging in wine and pleasure. Today, he buys rare calligraphy and ancient books. Tomorrow, he rescues a tragic girl from a brothel. When he needs money, he sends someone to my second sister-in-law's house. If she shows any difficulty with money, he scolds her for being greedy and vulgar." Left Qixing was stunned. This second young master of the Duke's mansion was truly naive, lacking any sense of society. Lien Ran hadn't finished speaking. Not only that, he keeps 7 pretentious concubines at home, calling them the 7 fairies. They spend their days reciting poetry, composing verses, and playing music under the moon. Their clothes and jewelry are supplied without limit. He gives away rare paintings and calligraphy as gifts, even emptying the family savings. Whenever my second sister-in-law advises him, he gets very annoyed and eventually stops even entering her courtyard. It seemed to Left Qixing that divorce might be a good idea. "Then divorce is a good choice," she nodded. "Without him, your second brother would be freer and happier. You should be happy for him." "Happy? Not at all." Lien Ran clenched her teeth and said, "Second sister-in-law is gone, and he has no one to control him. Those debt collectors will surely go to the Duke of Britain's house. How can we have peace? Then don't pay his debts," Zhuo Qixing said casually. "Tell all the shops that from now on, no one should recognize debts to the Duke of Britain. That's enough." "But won't my second brother get beaten to death outside?" Zhuo Qixing still looked relaxed. "Isn't that what he's missing, some punishment?" Lien Ran was stunned. She thought about Zhuo Qixing's words and found them quite reasonable. Zhuo Qixing added, "Actually, the best way is for your father to send your second brother away, along with his 7 concubines, to live separately. They won't be under his control anymore. But everyone says as long as parents are alive, the family shouldn't be divided. Isn't that the normal way?" "Normally, yes, but other families rarely split up, and they don't have 7 fairy-like daughters, nor do they need to beat their sons so harshly. What if he really can't go on like this?" Zhuo Qixing rolled his eyes. "He's not a mortal who eats worldly smoke. How could he not survive?" "You're overthinking it." Lien Ran was not a stubborn person. She quickly understood the key point. If her second brother could truly become sensible, then bringing him back would be fine. "Then I'll go back and talk to my father," she said, rushing off in a hurry. Zhuo Qixing looked at the untouched dishes in front of him and shook his head helplessly. A loud noise called her out, and after saying just a few words, he ran away. She turned and ordered, "Baofeng, pack up these dishes and also get an extra spicy brain flour for Zhuosher. He's been talking about it for days." Baofeng smiled as he went to ask the waiter for a food box. At this time, the Yuan building had changed its topic due to the deadline for submissions about the "Exploring the Flower" article in the Shangjing Monthly Report. A group of students stood or sat, still excited and chatting happily, full of energy. On the 22nd, a new issue of the Shangjing Monthly Report was published. This issue seemed thicker than the last, with a whole 6 pages dedicated to current events. The most eye-catching part was an article by UMO. Unlike other articles that focused on right and wrong, he didn't quote classics but talked about the problems caused by women being overly restricted. He explained this simply, and then analyzed how women abandoning the idea of being faithful could bring change to the world. Zhuo Qixing carefully read his article. He was very lively in his thinking and good at judging the situation. After being inspired by her last time, it seemed he had thought a lot, but his writing showed he was holding back. The hardest thing in the world is changing others' ideas. The traditional teachings have deeply rooted in people's minds, and he understood the importance of progressing step by step without going too far. Zhuo Qixing was very pleased. Umo was indeed a talented person. Another thing that surprised Zhuo Qixing was the popular science section. There was an article about improved farming tools with a labor-saving device that turned a single-row plow into a three-row one, tripling the efficiency of a single ox. The article included detailed instructions and diagrams for making the tools. Now, Zhuo Qixing has brought the talented scholar from Yueqing, who is skilled in farming science, into his team. He is assigned to manage the popular science section of the Shanghai Monthly. The scholar's name is Zhong Lishua. At first, he was reluctant to work for others. He dedicated his life to improving farming techniques, wanting to focus on research and farming and help villagers in his area. Then Yueqing told him about a great opportunity. He explained that working in the village was limited and only helped nearby people. But if he worked for the monthly, he could continue his research. The boss even provided a farm for experiments, with all necessary farming tools and a clerk to record everything, all under his control. Most importantly, the Shanghai Monthly is widely read across the region. Publishing his research there would let farmers all over the country learn about it and benefit from it. It would truly be a great way to help farmers everywhere. Moved by this opportunity, Zhong Lishua packed his belongings and moved to the capital, staying in the staff dormitory arranged by Zhuo Qixing. This time, the person introducing new farming tools was also his friend. Zhong Lishua is entirely focused on his research. Since he came, and there is the Shangjing Monthly Report as a platform, he naturally wants to make the most of it and achieve the best results. Umo gained a lot of attention in this issue of the Shangjing Monthly Report. Rumors spread that a noble person had taken notice of him and brought him into their team. His visits to a Yuan Tower increased from once every 1 or 2 days to once every 5 days. Each time he came, many students would gather around him, asking questions. The main topic of debate in this issue of the monthly report was legal principles versus human feelings. Every time Umo returned, he was forced to debate for half a day. He initially thought he would come to relax during his free time, but in the end, it was more tiring than his official duties. More and more students gathered at an Yuan Tower. The shopkeeper had already sectioned off half of the first floor, but it still felt very crowded. Zhuo Qixing quickly decided to send Qingdian to take over the neighboring shop. The neighboring shop was a porcelain store, displaying some samples. The porcelain was very fine, but it was sold at very high prices, and the business didn't seem to be very good. Inside, only an old shopkeeper and a young assistant worked. Qingdian went there for only 15 minutes before returning. "Master, the shopkeeper over there said that the owner is from out of town and rarely appears. They promised to send a letter to the owner later, but I think this matter is difficult to handle." Left Qixing thought for a moment and believed they were probably telling the truth. If the master was in the capital city, then those two people wouldn't be so careless or not thinking about how to attract business and make money. Seeing that Left Qixing didn't speak, Qingdian said, "Or perhaps I can think of another way." His unfinished words definitely weren't good. Left Qixing rolled his eyes at him. Qingdian was good in many ways, but he lacked a strong sense of justice and always did things in a unique way. "No need," Left Qixing said after a moment of thought. "It's not necessary to take over someone else's shop. If it really can't be done, then we can move in Yuan Lu somewhere else, find a big yard. We can have meals in front, run a bookstore in the back, and also entertain guests." "That might be good too." "Yes," Qingdian immediately agreed. "Doing business outside requires special methods for special situations. Don't get involved in illegal activities." "Understood," he replied. Although buying the porcelain shop was the best choice, if it couldn't be obtained, there's no need to force it. That evening, after a routine detox session with Hu Jing'an, the two lay side by side. Left Qixing thought about the events of the day and lazily asked, "Do you know any good places in the city with large, convenient shops?" "For what purpose?" Hu Jing'an played with a strand of her hair, wrapping it around his finger. "Mine Yuan Lu has become more and more crowded recently. I wanted to buy the shop next door, but that didn't go smoothly. So I thought if nothing else works, I could rebuild a place and move in Yuan Lu there." "Buy the shop next door?" Hu Jing'an thought for a moment and asked, "What about that porcelain shop?" Zhuo Qixing nodded. "We can't find the owner." "Then there's no need to move," Hu Jing'an said. "I know the owner of that shop." I'll ask them to move out tomorrow. If you want to expand, just go ahead. Huh? Zhua Qixing sat up straight from his embrace and asked, Are you planning to use some forceful method? Hu Jingyan gently tapped her head. What are you talking about? That shop belongs to my fourth senior brother. He's asked me to watch over it for him. You're watching over his shop. Zhua Qixing's face twitched. Is that how you take care of it? The business is slow, and my Yuan building is so lively, it can't even compare. My fourth senior brother is not concerned with small shops or money. He doesn't mind this little shop. You can use that location without worry. I'll find a better place for his porcelain shop. Zhua Qixing didn't expect the problem to be solved so easily. Before going to bed, she reminded Hu Jingyan that the new shop for his fourth senior brother should be even better, so he wouldn't suffer any losses. They had a quiet night. When she woke up in the morning, Zhua Qixing was still thinking about how to connect the two shops and plan their layout. Soon, the maids brought in breakfast. The breakfast at Henglu Courtyard was simple and light, mainly porridge and small dishes, not luxurious. Zhua Qixing reached out and took a piece of pickled cucumber to her mouth, but immediately felt something was wrong. The taste was slightly bitter and astringent, no longer as fresh as before. Her wood-based supernatural ability improved greatly with daily nurturing, and her senses became sharper. She could easily sense these changes. At this moment, Hu Jingyan also reached for his chopsticks, but Zhua Qixing quickly stopped him. She spat out what was in her mouth and frowned, saying, They really did put their hand into our yard. Hu Jingyan understood that there was a problem with the food. He looked around and saw that only Baofeng and Grandma he were in the house. Both of them looked calm until they saw Zhua Qixing spit out the cucumber, then they hurried over, looking worried. Hu Jingyan put down his chopsticks and said, Bring everyone from the small kitchen here. Soon, 12 maids knelt side by side in the side hall, all silent and trembling. Zhua Qixing and Hu Jingyan sat at the head, silent for a while, just staring coldly at the 12 people below. A suffocating pressure filled the air, making everyone in the yard feel like they couldn't escape. After a short while, a young servant trembled so much he could hardly kneel, seeming unable to bear the pressure. It felt like a long time had passed, but it was only a few moments. Then Zhua Qixing spoke. Lu San, speak. A servant named Lu San sat heavily on the ground. It was still cold, and cold sweat dripped down his face and neck. His face was very pale. He knew he couldn't escape now, but he didn't expect the truth to come out so quickly. Servant, you deserve to die. Lu San hit his head on the ground hard, making his forehead turn red. The servant is truly helpless. Lu San cried as he kowtowed, tears streaming down his face. The servant really cares for the master. Stop talking nonsense, Zhua Qixing interrupted him. Just tell me 2 things. Who ordered you to do this, and how you poisoned the food? Lu San choked with emotion. The servant is responsible for the small kitchen, for fetching water and chopping wood. The powder was taken and put into the jar of pickled cucumbers while fetching water. As for who ordered me, I really don't know. A few days ago, my father owed debts outside. Someone said they would do a favor for him, and the debt would be forgiven. If not, my whole family would suffer. They even cut off one of my father's hands. Sob. Zhua Qixing didn't really need him to explain who ordered him, as she already knew. Before Lu San could finish explaining, she ordered, Take Lu San away. Hang him in the open space outside the Henglu courtyard so everyone in the Duke's mansion can see what happens to a servant who betrays his master. Lu San collapsed onto the ground, wetting the spot beneath him. Lu San never imagined he would be killed like this. His family was originally farmers in Pingyuan County. When he was young, a disaster struck. Heavy rain caused a landslide that destroyed their house and fields. The family couldn't find enough to eat and fled to the capital. They were starving and cold. His eldest sister died of hunger, and the others were barely alive when they met Lin Shi, the mother of the young lady. Lin Shi saved them and sold herself into service as their family servant. In his memory, the master of the house was always kind and gentle. After Lin Shi passed away, they were sent to a village, and only last year were they brought back to the capital. The young lady, Miss Sua, was even more generous and kind to her servants than Lin Shi had been. She paid well and never scolded or hit anyone, making Lu San think that his mistress was gentle and easy to control. His father also relaxed, feeling they were now living a peaceful, comfortable life. But this made him fall into a trap. He was threatened by someone who said the medicine given to him was not deadly. He thought that even if the family found out, they would just kick him out and surely they wouldn't kill him. But reality hit him hard. Miss Sua's brother, Zhuo Qixing, showed no hesitation and decided to use him as an example to scare others. "Master, please spare my life." Lu Sen cried and begged, kicking his legs and refusing to be dragged away easily. Zhuo Qixing didn't care and didn't even bother to cover his mouth. It would be better if he shouted louder. Perhaps the others would enjoy hearing his voice. And Lu San's nightmare was not over yet. When he was pressed down on the bench outside the courtyard gate, he heard Zhuo Qixing speak colder words. "Check how many people are left in his family. All those with indenture contracts, send them to the black mine. Those without contracts, we have no right to deal with. Just throw them on the street and let them fend for themselves." "Yes." Captain Chen Liangyu saluted and ordered a group of guards to go out. Lu San suddenly collapsed. They were going to send him to the black mine. What is the black mine? Is it a place for people? Can there be any hope of survival there? The only ones without contracts are his two young nephews. He couldn't imagine what life would be like for them if they were thrown out, probably picked up by the beggar gang to become little beggars. For the first time, he truly realized that this master was a ruthless person, just not showing it usually. But it was too late now. Regret at this moment was useless. All the maids in the courtyard watched Lu San's fate with fear, no longer daring to relax even a little. If they had any careless thoughts before, they had completely lost them now. Soon, Lu San's screams of pain could be heard throughout most of the Duke's estate. In each courtyard, the masters looked at each other with different expressions. Mrs. Wen had already been punished once before. Now she was like a frightened bird, too scared to leave her room. She hurriedly ordered Chun Lu to close the courtyard gate and warned Chun Shanju's people not to go out and watch the commotion. In the Jinlong courtyard, Huimeyu listened to faint, distant calls, her face turning very pale. Although she was not the mastermind behind the poisoning plan, she knew about it. When her second brother discussed it with the fifth brother, she was just outside the wall. At that time, she thought their plan was fine, but now she sees it was so easily uncovered. Now, Zhuo Qixing is publicly punishing that young servant outside the yard. This is clearly a warning. It's either a warning to them or a message that she already knows who did it, so they should be careful. Although she didn't directly take part, she feels like Zhuo Qixing is targeting her now. This feeling is very strong and makes her uneasy. She feels like her heart is unsettled and worries that Zhuo Qixing might retaliate at any moment. Early in the morning, the Duke of Ngua and Hua Zhonghua went to court. The others, who are of lower rank, stayed inside the house and did not go out.